How terrifying would it be for a schizophrenic patient to transmigrate into the martial world? It all begins with the sight of a grandfather lying motionless on the ground. Zheng'er stood frozen and unable to utter a single word. Painful thoughts echoed in his head, declaring that the old man was dead. His body had been torn in half, marking a gruesome end. I cannot cry, and I do not even feel a sense of sadness. He was the boy's only relative. Facing this loss left his heart with nothing but cold empty. Zheng'er gazed forward to where their home was being devoured by furious, raging flames as he clenched his fists and wondered why he was so useless while memories cut into his mind like then. Zheng'er had run back excitedly with eyes bright with pride to show his grandfather the spirit-binding herb. The old man, who was sifting medicine, looked up with a kind gaze to ask if he had returned while Zheng'er nodded eagerly and explained he had found them exactly where he was told to search in. Looking at the lush herbs in his grandson's hand, the old man noted they would sell for at least 5 strings of cash before Zheng'er mentioned finding a fox den nearby where the cubs were left. These words made the grandfather momentarily anxious as his gaze sharpened, and he asked if the boy had. His eyes widened in surprise as he asked why he would do such a thing, since the mother would be heartbroken if she returned to find her cubs. The man went silent for a moment before smiling gently and telling Zheng'er to put his things away for dinner, to which the boy happily complied. But as he turned to leave, the old man's voice grew low with a final request, asking if the boy could promise him what. Zheng'er stopped and turned back to ask what. The old man sighed with a gentle smile and a distant look in his eyes, telling him to never reveal the true nature he was hiding to. But now, amidst the ruins of the present, Zheng'er laughed with a twisted, crazed smile and bloodshot eyes like a wild animal as he whispered an apology before casting a cold, sharp glare. His hand gripped a nearby sickle until his knuckles turned bone-white. He muttered in a hoarse voice that he could no longer keep his. Inongyang, a wooden cart creaked and rolled along a dusty road. Inside sat a group of bandits and criminals, bound tightly with their heads lowered inside. Outside, a dense crowd of villagers gathered to shout and hurl insults at the lowly thieves and bandits, screaming for the beasts. Suddenly, someone curiously asked the crowd who the person was that required their own private. This caught the attention of a master martial artist who was currently sipping water. He saw a small, thin figure sitting despondently inside with his hands in. Seeing this, the martial artist took a sip and remarked that the prisoner was so small he might be the same age as the young man. Hearing that, a man explained that one shouldn't underestimate him because he was the worst of the lot, which was likely why he had a private. The man sat down and ordered another drink before recounting the events, noting that as a member of the Wulin, the listener shouldn't be. You would be surprised to know how many people he killed with a scythe, earning him the name Scythe Demon. To which the martial artist replied it was just simple murder before asking what he wanted. The martial expert held the cup in his hand and said he needed to hire a young person whose death would go unknown. Having said that, the martial artist looked down toward the. At that moment, a stone thrown by a local struck the prisoner's head, as they shouted that his current punishment was far too. The soldiers began to step in to prevent the situation from escalating. The martial artist watched the young prisoner's face intently amidst the non-stop. Looking closely, the martial artist was stunned to discover that the boy possessed an exquisite beauty as he glanced. The martial artist thought to himself that the boy was so beautiful he could be mistaken for. To think one could kill with such a beautiful face. Realizing he had found the right target, the martial artist put on his cloak. He bid a cold farewell to the other man and ignored the frantic shouts of the person he had. The martial artist left quietly like a swordsman who had completed a mission and blended into the bustling. Only one thought remained in his mind, which was to find that young prisoner who was the perfect choice for his secret. During the night in the inner city of Zhongyang County, at the Jinyu, guards stood on duty around the detention. In the dark dungeon, Zheng'er sat with his back against the wall and his head. His gaze was distant as his mind was immersed in dark thoughts about his miserable. Memories rushed back to when Zheng'er found the man who harmed his grandfather and the killer mocked him for being I wondered who was tailing me, but it turns out it was just a nameless. He squeezed Zheng'er's neck and lifted him up with murderous eyes as Zheng'er struggled in vain and thought despairingly that though he found the killer, the man was unlike any other and had defeated him before he could move. I cannot think of any way to kill him, the boy thought while trying to force the man to release. Suddenly remembering the killer's words, Zheng'er realized an important factor called martial. He wondered if he could defeat the man if he learned martial arts. He knew he would never get a second. Suddenly, a shroud of smoke appeared beneath Zheng'er. He wondered in surprise if a fire had. Zheng'er realized this wasn't ordinary smoke, but a mixture of various. He muttered to identify each scent: lizard tail, purple radish, valerian root, soul-fixing grass, and sleeping in. Just as Zheng'er identified the nature of the smoke, the surrounding guards began to. He also inhaled the toxic fragrance. His eyelids grew. In his daze, Zheng'er heard the cell door. Figure entered the room. Zheng'er recognized him as the martial artist who had appeared. The man stood still, observing the surrounding, then began to use his martial arts to shatter the chains holding. As the man began to clean the scene, a sound made him look up in surprise. Zheng'er had only been pretending to sleep to lure the mastermind out into. The martial artist gasped that he was still awake, but before he could finish, Zheng'er delivered a kick to his. He quickly escaped and left the pained martial artist. While running, Zheng'er calculated that this was his chance because his previous careless herbal concoctions had built his resistance to the While running vigorously, he suddenly found himself unable to. From behind, someone had struck his vital acupoint. The martial artist explained from behind that he had sealed the boy's acupoints so he could no longer. Zheng'er looked back in shock, wondering when the man had caught up and realizing this was the power of martial. The martial artist struck Zheng'er hard, sending him flying backward into. Zheng'er looked up in anger and wondered if this martial master was the one who killed his grand. No, although they looked similar, that other man had a scar over his left. Gone. Is it him? Both the martial artist and Zheng'er were surprised by a new. The martial artist asked why the young master entered when told to wait, but the youth replied mysteriously that he wanted to see the prison though it was smelly and uninteresting before ordering the guard to help. The Zheng'er could only lie there and witness this. The martial artist grabbed him by the head and pulled. The other person laughed and noted that the boy looked just like him while slowly revealing the layers hidden. Zheng'er stared in total dismay. Mu Jingyun found it ridiculous that someone who looked like him would appear, and called it destiny before noting that Zheng'er seemed just as. Zheng'er was stunned as he witnessed this unbelievable. Mu Jingyun sat down and said he heard Zheng'er was in prison waiting to be quartered by 4 horses in 2. Zheng'er replied that it. Mu Jingyun continued that life was unfair because while they had identical faces, one was a young master, and the other a death row. I will give you a rare opportunity to become the 3rd young master of the Mo sword. Hearing that, Zheng'er was surprised and wondered if it was truly an opportunity. Mu Jingyun explained it wouldn't be hard since he would have good food, beautiful servants, and a comfortable bed to enjoy everything he. When it was over, he would receive a lot of money and the freedom to go wherever he. At that point, Guardgon pulled something out and gave it to Zheng'er, telling him to eat it if he. Suspecting their sudden kindness, Zheng'er asked if it was poison, to which Mu Jingyun replied they wouldn't blindly trust. If you complete the task I give you, I will give you the antidote, so what will you? Looking straight ahead, Zheng'er thought only of his grand. He had been given a second chance. He immediately opened his mouth. Sight amused Mu Jingyun. It was a chance for revenge. Zheng'er swallowed it down and said with, now, will the young master really give me that opportunity? The scene made the 3rd young master look at Zheng'er with different eyes as he called it a wise. Guard gone, you can unseal his acupoints and remove the handcuffs. To which the martial artist began to unseal the points and remove handcuffs from Zheng'er. This let him breathe a sigh of relief. The martial artist walked ahead and said he would lead the way while Mu Jingyun. To ensure safety, he told Zheng'er to walk in. Seeing no one around, the martial artist turned to say it was safe, but Zheng'er acted in a. He twisted Mu Jingyun's head backward before the 3rd young master could even. Zheng'er's face showed clear delight in the act of. Meanwhile, the sudden death of Mu Jingyun made the martial artist scream. Zheng'er dropped Mu Jingyun's body onto the. He looked down at the corpse with satisfaction while Guard Gon remained in shock, and Zheng'er spoke ironically to the imposter is back before the scythe demon was captured. Screams suddenly echoed in the silence. People fled in panic while the scythe demon vung his weapon indiscriminately. Gripping the hair of a severed, Zheng'er swung his sickle madly with a demonic smile as he thought of killing all those involved in his grandfather. Intense emotion he felt while killing dozens of people was pure. He remembered his grandfather's advice never to reveal the true nature he was hiding in. Zheng'er held the blood-stained sickle in his hand, with an expressionless face. He threw the head away and wondered what expression he had. He raised his hand and saw it was covered in blood and. Am I smiling? He asked while grabbing his mouth and laughing. Is this the true nature my grandfather spoke? Is my true nature evil? I don't know, but now I will kill to my heart's. Zheng'er laughed without hesitation and raised his sickle to strike mercilessly until sometime he was kicked squarely in the stomach without being able to resist. The man kicked so hard that he was sent flying into the distance, fell onto the. Zheng'er trembled as he slowly stood up despite the powerful kick, coughing as he surprised. Oh, you're still alive? How impressive, the man said as he slowly drew his sword to face. At that moment the pain began to. You are giving voice to the cruel desire. He stepped closer and spoke in. It seems you haven't even learned martial arts, yet you survived my ultimate. He suddenly moved so fast it was as if he teleported, causing Zheng'er to pull back in, but he was quickly grabbed by the neck, rendered unable to move any further. Gradually he was hoisted into the air, causing him to feel terrified at how fast the man closed the distance from so far away in just a second, doubting if he was even human. After all the trouble he had caused, the man actually praised him as being capable before mocking him as an unknown brat who knew no martial arts, provoking Zheng'er to think. But the man stabbed him directly, causing that train of thought to be abruptly severed. Red-faced and screaming in agony from that sudden, brutal. The sword was then roughly pulled out, making the wound even more severe while the man marveled that a brat without martial arts could survive his ultimate strike. Decided it was best to kill him immediately, driving the sword from his stomach up toward his collarbone. Zheng'er's hands trembled in such pain that he could no longer grip his assailant as the man told him he shouldn't go around killing, had shortened his own life, and should have lived quiet. Amidst that extreme suffering, he helplessly reflected on being defeated so easily just when he had finally found his grandfather's killer. As life slipped away, he wondered if he was truly destined to leave this world like this. At this moment, he chose to eliminate the third young master to save himself. When Lee Jingyun fell, he stepped forward to, "Now, Orange Guard." Now that the imposter is unable to accept this, the Orange Guard grabbed him by the neck and growled, "You bastard, are you insane? How dare you kill the young master? Do you want?" Unfazed, Zhang gently took her hand and explained with a thrill of excitement that a double exists to take the real person's place in danger. "You are the reason I am being killed." She smiled while hiding a vast ocean within as Zhang tried to escape the situation. Yet she couldn't do anything, wondering how he could be so strong. Pinning Zhang against the wall, the warrior asked if he had considered that she might kill him. But Zhang calmly replied that if she intended to kill him, she would have done so already. "I assume you have no loyalty whatsoever toward that young man." Hearing such a groundless accusation, the warrior threw him to the ground and shouted, "Non!" Pinning him to the earth and drawing a sword from her back. She warned, "I will kill." But with his reckless nature, he showed no fear and instead asked, "Is that necessary? Why wouldn't it?" As if she had fallen into his trap, he softly replied that since he had taken the poison she gave him and couldn't live without the antidote, he had no choice. "Obeying you presents a great opportunity. For now the third young master of the Mo Sword Manor will be your loyal." Hearing this persuasion, the Orange Guard asked for confirmation if she should betray the young master and use him as a puppet. A faint, suggestive smile appeared on his lips that the warrior understand exactly what he would choose. Resignedly, she sighed, let out a sound and then stabbed straight down. The silent night itself seemed to answer on behalf of the Orange Guard. She plunged the sword near Zhang, which only seemed to amuse him. Sheathing the sword, the warrior instructed, "From now on, you shall be Yi Jing." His plan had succeeded perfectly, filling him with an overwhelming sense of joy. That sinister smile gradually spread across the young man's face. At the Mo Sword Manor, the Orange Guard gave her instruction. "However, you will not be allowed to meet anyone from the Mo Sword." Zhang put on his robe and asked if that made him no different from a body double. Yet he was told that since he chose to be a puppet, he had no right to ask questions or get the antidote if caught. The warrior, remaining cautious, pointed directly at Zhang's face and sternly, "If you betray me or do anything behind my back, I will kill you." Zhang agreed, saying, "I know." Thinking she had him under control, the warrior threw the medicine at him and said this freakish thing was the antidote, warning that if he didn't take it within 24 hours, the poison would consume him. As the afternoon arrived, he consuming the antidote while lost deep in his. "I was lucky, for not only did I survive those painful strikes, I was granted a new life. Perhaps this is what my grandfather intended, so I wouldn't die young. And I won't die until I've avenged him, so he shouldn't." Revenge. That man surely thinks I'm dead. And Yi Jingyun's body has likely been found by martial arts. I've heard this is a clan of warriors, so I will pretend to be the third young master and learn their technique. After that, I will find the person who killed my grandfather. Recalling the gruesome scene of how his grandfather, he looked into the distance and vowed to kill him in the same way he killed the old man. The clear blue sky above the high tower, Zhang sat thinking and let out a huff, marveling at how he had escaped death so miraculous, having changed into clothes like those of Yi Jingyun. He sat at a table with 3 dishes and picked up noodles with chopsticks, his mind racing with the chance to finally learn martial art. The name Yi Jingyun was spoken as he glanced around. Zhang watched the person guarding the door while drinking tea, thinking that the Orange Guard was always watching him, which felt incredibly annoying. The one guarding outside was Gao Zhuan, a soldier under the orange. Gao Zhuan stood watch with a look of extreme displeasure, tapped his foot while thinking that the Orange Guard was overreacting because a kid who didn't know martial arts couldn't possibly do anything. Gao Zhuan recalled their recent conversation where he had shouted in surprise, "He killed Yi Jingyun. So what are we supposed?" The Orange Guard stood before Gao Zhuan and told him to shut up unless he wanted the whole village to know. So Gao Zhuan covered his mouth while being told that if no one found out, everything would be fine and given his. The Orange Guard looked at Gao Zhuan and ordered him to pay close attention to the boy. "He must not leave here while I wait a bit longer to think of another." The Orange Guard grit his teeth and said with a fierce gaze, "Throw him away and switch to some." Gao Zhuan watched the Orange Guard's back as he walked away and asked, "Lord Orange, didn't you say you?" "Then why worry about his obedience when the reason we chose the third young master was because—" The Orange Guard interrupted. "He won't do." The Orange Guard explained that he wasn't the type to follow orders, seeing as he took Yi Jingyun's life to steal his position even after being sentenced to death, proving he was the type to do anything to survive. Walking toward the door, he evaluated him as a very dangerous man, questioning what benefit there was in being involved with him. Gao Zhuan watched the Orange Guard walk into the night and stood silently, not knowing what else to say. Frustrated and angry, Gao Zhuan accidentally hit his head against the door, while wondering what was so scary about a poisoned brat without martial arts. Cursing that he couldn't disobey his superior's order, Zhang sensed the noise outside, picked up some noodles, thinking the Orange Guard never explained why they needed a representative before leaving a soldier to watch him and having been here a short while, he understood that this place wasn't dangerous enough to need a sacrificial lamb. His chopsticks stirred the bowl as he realized it was safe, meaning they needed a representative for something else. Tapping his fingers on the table, Zhang continued to wonder if he was being kept in the dark on purpose. Zhang let out an audible laugh, the chopsticks in his hand snapped in half, and with sharp eyes, he realized that man surely intended to replace him with someone else. Outside the door, Gao Zhuan was standing guard all alone. At that moment, Gao Zhuan was fast asleep and drooling. Zhang opened the door, causing Gao Zhuan to be pushed and wake up with a start. Gao Zhuan asked if he needed a bath, but Zhang stepped out and said he just wanted some fresh air and had something to ask, wondering if he could come inside. Gao Zhuan, with a look of annoyance, pointed inside and told him to shut up and go back in unless he wanted trouble. Although Gao Zhuan grabbed his robe, Zhang remained calm and said his name was Gao Zhuan, suggesting that if they both kept certain secrets, nothing bad would happen. Gao Zhuan grabbed Zhang's clothes and slammed him against the door, aggressively getting close to his face. Gao Zhuan told him he had forgotten his place and that he would gain nothing from this, so he should just get back inside. Zhang looked down at Gao Zhuan and remarked that he was much weaker than the orange guard. Gao Zhuan didn't understand, saying, "What?" Just as Zhang reached out and grabbed his shoulder, quickly, Zhang threw Gao Zhuan, sending him tumbling. With his arm held and shoulder pinned, Gao Zhuan cried out in a helpless position, was immediately struck in his acupoints by Zhang. Gao Zhuan thought to himself that he couldn't move and wondered how it was possible for him to have his acupoints sealed, called him a bastard for hiding his martial arts. While Zhang looked at the motionless Gao Zhuan on the ground and let out a confused hut, Zhang continued to poke Gao Zhuan's back and asked if he could move, wondering if he did it wrong since mimicking it wasn't easy, causing the paralyzed Gao Zhuan to cry out repeatedly. Gao Zhuan was so frustrated he was close to tears, thinking in shock that this guy had managed to copy the technique after seeing it just once. Realizing Lord Orange was right about this guy being dangerous, Gao Zhuan's eyes saw Zhang's sinister and cruel smile. Struggling and trembling, Gao Zhuan turned to ask Zhang if he had forgotten that he was poisoned, warned him that without frequent neutralizing of the toxin, he would die an agonizing death with blood leaking from his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. Gao Zhuan told him to let go, but suddenly began making muffled sounds as Zhang reached out and squeezed his mouth shut. Gao Zhuan panicked and stammered, "You bastard! What are you doing?" While Zhang bit his own hand until it bled. Remembering that his blood was poison, Zhang dripped the blood from his hand into Gao Zhuan's forced open mouth, leaving Gao Zhuan in utter disbelief. Gao Zhuan clutched his neck and lay on the ground trembling in agony, screaming, "Poison! Poison!" He collapsed on the floor and vomited, thinking he had to circulate his internal energy immediately to force the poison out. While Zhang explained he had tested hundreds of poisons for his grandfather, his blood had gradually turned into poison. So Zhang stepped on Gao Zhuan, who was still kneeling on the ground, licked his own bleeding hand, saying he could identify any herb just by smell or taste and that most poisons had no effect on him. With a threatening gaze and a smile, Zhang said that he didn't need an antidote. "Oh, I want to ask you a question. Because since only I can neutralize the poison in my blood, you'll definitely need my—" Gao Zhuan's face was covered in sweat as he trembled in fear, feeling like he was about to cry and thinking that this man was truly a devil. At the Mu Sword Manor, the Manor Master's court, the Manor Master, Mu Rindwan, lay on his bed with a pale and uncomfortable face. Physician caring for him looked anxious, sighed, and asked if there were really no other way. He wiped the master's face with a towel and thought that despite using all his knowledge in herbs, he couldn't find a cure for Mu Rindwan, suggested that he should consider passing on his position, since there were 4 young masters but the master hadn't named a successor before falling. It could be said that this was merely the calm before the storm, because if the master died, the brothers would shed blood for the title. The first wife dearly loved her eldest son, and no one knew what she would do to secure his position as Lady Shur entered the room. Lady Shur, the master's primary wife, gracefully covered her mouth with a fan and asked how the master was doing. The physician looked at her and bowed, stammering, "My lady." But Lady Shur lost her patience and demanded to know his condition. He asked for forgiveness because his limited knowledge couldn't solve this bizarre illness, which made Lady Shur sigh in grief and say, everyone called it a strange disease that medicine couldn't cure. She stated the only way was to use sorcery, which shocked the physician. He protested that using sorcery was a mistake and asked why she would resort to such a method. Lady Shur glanced at him coldly and asked if she should just stand by and watch her husband die, to which he replied no. Lady Shur interrupted him, stating she didn't want to hear more and would call for a sorcerer to cure him, ordering the physician to leave. The physician was pushed away by the servants, unable to say anything else to Lady. Lady Shur looked at the manor lord and said they would summon a Taoist master to treat the manor lord's illness, that no one else was to be permitted inside. Not even a— Gao Zhuan raised his hand and coughed while recounting the current situation of the Wooden Sword Manor. Zhang placed a hand on his chin and muttered that he then decided they should leave, which left Gao Zhuan sitting on the floor asking in a daze where they were going or what he was. Zhang gazed out the window toward the distant house, with his hands on his hips, stated they were headed straight to the manor lord's residence. As the two went outside, Zhang took the lead and asked if the implication was— Originally, the real Mu Jingyun and Guardgon wanted him to be a scapegoat because the eldest son, Mu Winghao, had begun moving to kill the other. Zhang looked at the portrait in his hand and thought it was quite a decent, highlighting that the man in the picture was the 20-year-old eldest son, Muinghao, who had a birthmark on his left cheek and was so obsessed with it that he only left his room once every 2 days, being the most incompetent, greedy, and cruel of. The second picture was of the 18-year-old's second son, Mu Wenping, who had sharp eyes just like his mother, and was clever and cunning enough to know exactly what he needed to do to succeed as the man. The real Mu Jingyun's original plan was to summon these two along with the fake Mu Jingyun to a certain location. Command the fake to provoke Mu Wenping into killing him so that the eldest son could then stab the second son in the back, causing them to kill. This strategy was known as the fisherman reaping the reward. If that plan had unfolded, no matter who survived, the act of brothers slaughtering each other would disqualify them from succession, allowing the real Mu Jingyun to appear and seize everything, showing that he indeed had a brain for such. Zheng'er thought to himself that a variable had appeared since he had already killed the real Mu Jingyun. Gao Zhuan followed behind and asked why he was going to see the Manor Lord, to which Zheng'er replied while tearing up the photos that after hearing the story, he felt the Manor Lord's life was connected to. But guard Gon saw him out like this. Zheng'er just brushed away the paper scraps. That Gao Zhuan would keep the secret, thanking him as the guard cursed silently under the clear sky and bright sunlight at the Manor Lord's residence. Lady Shi stood watching the Taoist master. The Taoist master, named Mu Chun, held his staff and, if he could now go in to examine the sickness of the manor. Lady Shi replied that she had heard rumors of Master Mu Chen's great spiritual powers, so she would trust him. Carrying his luggage and staff, Mu Chen thanked her and noted that the longer the strange illness lasted, the worse it would get, so he asked for everyone in the residence to leave to avoid risk. But Lady Shi interrupted, saying she had already sent everyone away except for the gate. Mu Chun stated that even the lady herself needed to. Lady Shi walked away. She asked if he remembered her instructions, and Mu Chun firmly replied. Lady Shi continued walking and mentioned the secret manual and the seal of the Manor Lord. If he found them, she would reward him with 300 silver coins, to which Mu Chun expressed his gratitude. Lady Shi ordered everyone to leave the area until further notice. She walked away laughing inwardly because she didn't truly believe in dark arts like the magic of a Taoist master. For her, she saw a young boy focused on his martial arts. Lady Shi glanced over at Mu Xiao. One practicing was the fourth son, Mu Xiaotian, and as she watched the sweat pouring down his face, she thought of him as the child of a lowly, humble. She could tolerate her husband playing around with a beauty, but passing the inheritance to such low blood was unforgivable. Lady Shi, overwhelmed with disgust, turned and walked. At the same time, Zheng'er and Gao Zhuan arrived on the other. Zheng'er sensed someone and asked who was. Gao Zhuan replied that it was the fourth son, Mu Xiaotian, who seemed to be practicing martial. Zheng'er looked at Mu Xiaotian and thought that because he was knowledgeable and hardworking with a personality like the Manor Lord, he received the most. Zheng'er asked if that was how one practiced, and Gao Zhuan enthusiastically demonstrated by putting his hands on his knees, explaining he was using the horse stance to strengthen his lower body since most techniques originate. Zheng'er acknowledged this and asked Gao if learning martial arts would allow him to kill guard Gon, which left Gao Zhuan. Zheng'er lowered his eyes and asked again if he hadn't heard the question about whether he could kill guard Gon after learning martial. Gao Zhuan was speechless, wondering if this bastard had realized he was about to be discarded and marveling at how extraordinary his intelligence was. Gao Zhuan swallowed and answered that the foundation of martial arts was based on cultivation. Involves training internal energy through breathing and circulating natural qi throughout the body via breathing techniques to accumulate internal power, which makes one. However, internal power isn't built overnight, and even if he learned techniques, it would be hard to defeat a master like Guard Gon who had cultivated for 30 years longer than him and possessed exceptional. Zheng'er asked if it meant defeating him in a short time was difficult, and Gao Zhuan confirmed. Gao Zhuan touched his nose and laughed inwardly, thinking that even a lifetime of training wouldn't be. He explained there was a critical stage where if one didn't practice internal energy between ages 5 and 9, their true qi would be lacking, making cultivation nearly impossible regardless of. That meant he would never be able to accumulate internal. Gao Zhuan felt happy inside but suppressed his laughter, telling him to keep trying even if it would only result in mediocre progress. Suddenly, Zheng'er turned around to face Gao Zhuan. Zheng'er reached out and pulled Gao Zhuan's eyelid down, saying his eyes looked crafty and that he wanted to gouge them out, leaving the guard terrified and biting. Zheng'er then smiled and reached out, telling guard Gao Zhuan to become. Gao Zhuan bowed and while Gao Zhuan touched his eye in fear, Zheng'er pondered that killing guard Gon was impossible and, since the guard didn't trust him, it would be hard to win. Gao Zhuan suggested they leave and when asked, explained that the fourth son truly disliked the real young master Mu and asked if something had. Gao Zhuan recounted that 2 years ago, the real young master had called the fourth son's mother a whore, causing deep. Zheng'er laughed loudly and remarked that the real young master must have been quite virtuous to have kept his limbs intact after. Gao Zhuan suggested they leave before trouble started, and Zheng'er. Nearby, Mu Xiaotian clutched his stomach and grimaced, sweating profusely as he circulated his. It was sunset at the moon. Inside the bedroom of Manor Lord, red strings were arranged throughout the room with silver coins attached. The Manor Lord lay on the bed with his limbs tightly bound by red strings, and Taoist Master Mu Chan stood before him holding those same. Purple veins bulged on the Manor Lord's chest, with a dark patch appearing right over him. Mu-chan observed that these signs were caused by killing intent, which was slowly consuming his body, and noted that he was only still intact because he was a martial artist. But because it had lasted too long, the chance of survival was only about 50%. He decided to just proceed without worrying about whether the man lived or died. Setting out his holding a brush dipped in, he wrote on a yellow talisman on the ground, invoking the heavenly emperor's decree and the celestial. He commanded the evil ghosts of the 5 wounds to perish as the immortal breath made 10,000 ghosts. Mu-chan shouted as the talisman flew straight toward the manor. The talisman landed right over the manor lord. It began to glow with. Mu-chan clasped his hands and shouted for the spiritual elixir to protect the soul. Invoked the sacred armor to guard the spirit and manifest through the. He called upon the heavens to open the path and sweep away the demonic water ghosts attempting to consume the host. As the manor lord groaned, Mu-chan felt uneasy because the killing intent was too. Mu-chan continued his chant, calling for the manifestation to sever the demonic influence once. As the life force flickered, the manor lord's eyes snapped open, bloodshot. Suddenly, the door to the room was thrown. Mu-chan panicked, wondering if it was the lady. Knowing that an interruption now would be disaster. Powerful surge of energy began radiating from within the manor. The force was so strong that it blew Mu-chan back. Mu-chan looked up to see Zheng'er and Gao Zhuan entering. Much to Gao Zhuan's surprise, Gao Zhuan didn't even bother asking who it was as Zheng'er calmly identified the man on the bed as the manor. Zheng'er folded his hands and offered his greetings to his. The manor lord could only let out a pained groan from. Zheng'er looked at the figure on the bed and asked if he had come to see his. Mu-chan shouted for them to leave immediately. He told them to leave regardless of who they were, asking if they had ignored the lady's orders. But Gao Zhuan blocked him and demanded to know who he thought he was to speak. So Zheng'er gazed at the figure on the bed with the talisman on his chest. Deep in, Mu-chan explained he was suppressing a strange, chaotic demonic energy that was growing stronger, leading Gao Zhuan to realize he was a Taoist master. While Mu-chan screamed at them, Mu-chan tried to push them out, warning that if a mistake. Before he could finish, a sickening, retching sound. Mu-chan and Gao Zhuan stared in shock at the manor lord, while Zheng'er remained calm as the man began foaming at the mouth and making horrific. His face turned purple with bulging veins. His mouth hung open, and his eyes were bloodshot and. Suddenly, the manor lord's body jerked upright, covered in killing intent, leading Zheng'er to guess that an evil spirit had taken. Horrified, Mu-chan begged for help to hold the manor lord down, so the threads wouldn't break, leaving Gao Zhuan confused. Mu-chan rushed them as the manor lord floated up and the talisman on his chest tore. Zheng'er and Gao Zhuan each grabbed an arm, while Mu-chan quickly placed a new spirit-sealing talisman on the manor lord's forehead to drive out the evil. The manor lord screamed in. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Gao Zhuan, as if he intended to snap it. Gao Zhuan cried out in. The manor lord gripped him tightly. Mu-chan noted the demon was too strong, and Zheng'er noticed something. Mu-chan told Gao Zhuan to endure, for if the demon moved, he would be in. Gao Zhuan saw the demonic veins spreading toward his own arm and panicked, because he hadn't been warned about such. As the demonic energy moved from the manor lord to his own hand, Gao Zhuan screamed that it was. Zheng'er, standing beside him, quickly drew his sword. With a swift flash, the blade decisively sliced through the manor lord's arm, sending it flying as blood sprayed. Gao Zhuan couldn't believe his. Zheng'er's expression remained perfectly. Mu-chan, who was about to chant, was equally horrified by. Looking at the severed limb, Mu-chan stammered in disbelief at what had just. Zheng'er flashed a sinister. Terrified, Gao Zhuan begged him to stop and stay. Ignoring him, Zheng'er used his sword to decisively hack through the remaining part of the manor lord's. Blood gouged like a tide as Gao Zhuan recoiled, thinking this madman had actually cut off the manor lord. On the floor, the severed arm lay pulsing with veins and emitting. Mu-chan quickly placed a sealing talisman on the severed limb to Gao Zhuan anxiously wrapped cloth around the stub to stop the bleeding. Mu-chan looked at the arm on the ground and realized they were in massive. The commission has failed, and having even cut the manor lord's hand, I must flee before matters escalate further. After handling a few final details, suddenly a blood-stained sword was pressed against Mu-chan's neck near the divine tomb. Looking at the person behind him who was pointing the blade, Mu-chan asked what the young master was doing. Gao Zhuan did not understand the situation, but Zheng'er gestured for him to remain silent. Zheng'er continued to hold his sword against Mu-chan's throat while coldly asking if the lord's deteriorating condition was his fault, to which Mu-chan replied that an evil spirit had possessed the lord and his life was in grave danger, further stating that there was no time in questioning if Zheng'er also wanted the manor lord to die, which prompted Zheng'er to catch the implication and repeat the words. Also, Mu-chan realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and began to break out in a cold sweat. Zheng'er asked with a cheerful expression if there was indeed someone else who desired the manor lord's death. Then he asked directly if it was the first madam who had sent him there, while Mu-chan held up his hands in surrender and claimed it was a misunderstanding. Growing impatient, Zheng'er warned that his arm was getting tired and that the man could keep his life only if he spoke the truth. Sweating profusely, Mu-chan hurried to explain that it was indeed the first madam who told him he did not need to save the Manor Lord. She instructed him to use the demon to find the secret manual and the Manor Lord seal instead, leaving Gao Zhuan shocked while Zheng'er questioned him about the manual, and Gao Zhuan cursed inwardly as he realized the first madam was doing this so that the eldest young master could become the new head. He quickly looked at Zheng'er and begged him to save the Manor Lord, thinking that he had to stop the eldest young master's succession or else the first madam would target Zheng'er. He continued to plead. Zheng'er touched his chin and mused that she likely would because he was indeed an obstacle to her. Mu Chen offered to try every possible way to save the Lord, but Zheng'er replied that it wasn't necessary and told him to just do his job, leaving the man. Zheng'er withdrew his sword and rested it on his shoulder with a smile, stating that the only job was to reveal the location of the secret manual, and both Gao Zhuan and Mu Chen could hardly believe their ears when Mu Chen warned that another demonic possession would likely cost the Lord his life. Zheng'er ignored the concern and ordered him to proceed while Gao Zhuan wondered what the madman was. Lamps brightly illuminated the room. Gao Zhuan and Zheng'er watched Mu Chen hold a straw doll and prepare for the ritual. Zheng'er looked at the straw doll covered in talismans and asked what it was. Mu Chen explained it was a substitute doll that would trick the evil spirit into thinking it was the Manor Lord to save his life during the. He brought the talisman close to the doll as it sat atop the severed arm. I am beginning the ritual now, before chanting an incantation to transform the puppet and bind the spirit according to the laws. Manor Lord Mu's eyes turned a deep azure color as he let out a scream. Zheng'er and Gao Zhuan watched the scene in utter amazement. The demonic hand reached out to grasp the doll, while Mu Chen continued to chant the mantra to bind. Mu Chen realized the power was too immense and feared that forcing it further would allow a high-ranking demon to break free. He worried that the creature would not believe his words, so he pondered his next. Suddenly, a clever idea came to Mu Chen's mind. He let out a sinister and cunning smile. Then he spoke aloud, saying he had controlled the demon and asking if the young master felt safe. Opening the door, Gao Zhuan decided it was not best to remain and said he would wait outside for a while. Mu Chen signaled that they would begin the process now. He repeated the incantation to call upon the transformation of the puppet and the submission of the spirits under. Manor Lord Mu lay on the bed with a contorted face, growling in pain. His eyes began to glow as a deep voice asked who was calling for him. Mu Chen commanded the soul to answer him in accordance with the ritual's laws. The soul weakly asked what it was that the summoner wished. Mu Chen demanded to know the location of the Manor Lord seal and secret manual as the Lord screamed on the bed. Soul replied that they were located beneath the Radiant Hall, past the anchoring stone. Both men heard the answer and contemplated the location beneath the Radiant Hall and the stone gate. The demonic hand tightened its grip on the straw substitute. In an instant, the furniture in the room was violently tossed. Mu Chen yelled at the young master to hurry and cut the thread immediately. He explained that the demon was trying to devour the Manor Lord's body and urged him to move. Zheng'er swung his sword to sever the binding thread. Several demonic hands suddenly reached out and grabbed Zheng'er's legs. Those many arms began to crawl up his body as he stood frozen. They began to envelop him entirely while Zheng'er looked at Mu Chen and Mu Chen bared his teeth in a wicked and malicious grin. The hands completely covered Zheng'er's body and face until only a muffled gasp could. Mu Chen slapped a talisman onto Zheng'er's forehead. Noting that he had always been a monster with terrifying killing intent, it was only a matter of time before he broke his seal. But fortunately, the demon had moved into this brat and, holding the effigy and pointing it toward the dazed and kneeling Zheng'er, Mu Chen laughed, declared that he had completed his mission and removed a major obstacle, deciding to blame all the current problems on. A voice rang out alongside a multitude of eyes that began to appear everywhere. The demon roared that it could not forgive being deceived by a mere straw doll. Asked if it was the young person before it who dared to play games, noting how youthful he. I will possess your body instead of that old man and trap you forever within your own mind. The entity. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and rested on the shoulders of a dazed Zheng'er who was carrying a basket. He saw lush trees and a cool, clear stream flowing. Zheng'er looked around and realized this was the very hot spring he had always searched for. The mountain was peaceful with birds chirping happily on the green branch. He knew this place very well indeed, standing by the flowing stream where he fetched water every morning. He realized he could never forget it even if he dipped a ladle into the water but felt that something was strangely different today. As he carried the water back, he felt a nagging sense of disgust. He wondered what this unpleasant feeling was and if he had forgotten something important. In the distance, he saw black smoke rising from a raging. Zheng'er realized with horror that the fire was coming from the direction of his home. He dropped the water ladle and began to run as fast as he sprinted desperately while praying for his grandfather to be safe. He kept repeating the prayer in his heart. He begged for mercy as he reached the house, screamed out for his grandfather at the top of his. Zheng'er froze in shock as he looked at the old man lying on the ground covered in blood. He began to wail in despair. He lifted his grandfather up and begged him to wake up and open his eyes. He stood stunned, unable to accept that someone had dared to do such. He prayed silently for his grandfather not to leave him all alone in the world. Only then did he truly realize how much his grandfather's presence had meant. Grieving deeply, he held his grandfather tight and bowed his head in sorrow. The soul watching him spoke and said that it was enough. The high-level demon witnessed this heart-wrenching, mocked that his deepest desire was within reach. The demon raised its hand and released a glowing light. Purple streaks of energy flew toward Zheng'er and began to envelop. The energy entered his ears as a voice asked him why he was just sitting there. As the purple light reached his eyes, Zheng'er was... He saw that the house was not burned at all, and his grandfather was standing there with a basket, telling him to come. Why are you just standing there looking around? His grandfather. As the energy spread through his body, Zheng'er asked what had happened. The purple glow in his eyes turned them a bright blue. Overcome with emotion, Zheng'er ran to hug his grandfather, who was confused by the sudden. Why are you being so strange? You'll make me fall, the old man said as Zheng'er choked back tears. He vowed to himself that he would never lose his grandfather again because he was the only reason he chose to keep. His grandfather patted his head and called him a strange child while the demon watched, and the demon declared that it had found the perfect trap. It was a world of precious memories and eternal happiness where he could stay. As they sat together, Zheng'er asked why he had been given the name Zheng. Soul told him to stay with his grandfather for all eternity. Warned him never to lose what was most precious to him. Zheng'er glanced toward the source of the voice. Soul was filled with absolute shock and asked what was. Zheng'er reached out and squeezed the face of the high-level demon. He held the entity firmly and smiled, saying that thanks to the demon, he had recalled an unpleasant memory, which left the demon in disbelief. Squeezing tighter, he told the demon it was truly cruel to play with the image of his deceased grandfather. Then he remarked that there seemed to be a misunderstanding between. Zheng'er bared his teeth and said his greatest wish was not to revive his grandfather. Make those who harmed him suffer a fate worse than. The high-level demon was suppressed by his aura and felt something surging deep within Zheng'er's soul. It was a pure and sharpened malice that even vengeful spirits would fear to encounter. It was the kind of intense sensation no ordinary living human should be capable of possessing. However, something seemed to be restraining his murderous intent. He heard his grandfather's voice from the other side asking about his name. You are a special child, but I wanted you to grow up to be a good and righteous person, which is why I named you Zheng, the old man. He expressed his hope that Zheng'er would stay on the right path as his grandfather slowly began to fade. As the image vanished, Zheng'er's hand remained tightly clenched around the demon. The demon screamed and finally managed to break free, deciding to flee deeper into his mind. Zheng'er chased after him with a sickle, while the demon thought the boy was truly in. The image of Zheng'er pursuing him with the sickle was terrifying. The demon felt relieved to enter the depths of the body where it hoped to take control of his conscience. The demon's feet touched green grass. It stood under a clear blue sky where the sun was shining. It found itself standing in the middle of a refreshing field of flowers. It wondered if this landscape was what lay hidden deep within the boy's. Before the demon stood a door sealed with a talisman. Questioned why Zheng'er's memories would be locked away behind such a. The demon reached out to touch the door, thinking it only needed to invade it to win. Before it could touch the surface, black energy suddenly arose. Dark threads surged out and surrounded the demon from every direction. Its legs were quickly ensnared by the black fire. Terrified, the demon realized that Zheng'er was the one controlling it. It begged for everything to stop because if it continued, it would be killed by the demon was completely swallowed by the black energy. A single reaching hand cried out for help. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the. Zheng'er gasped and opened his eye. Back in reality, purple aura dissipated from his body as he sat under the talisman. Mu Chun heard the noise and could not believe what was happening. Zheng'er opened his eyes and reached up to tear the talisman from his. He stood up with hands radiating dark energy. He cast a cold and indifferent gaze upon. Mu Chun stared in disbelief at the events unfolding before him. Zheng'er glanced sideways. He issued a command to the demon monk, who clasped his hands and obeyed immediately. Meanwhile, in another part of the Mu Manor, people wondered if everything was going. There was someone sitting on the steps, sighing with deep sorrow, and it was none other than the inner hall leader of the Mu Sword Manor, Zhang Mingchen. As Zhang Mingchen recalled that the lord of the Mu Sword Manor had been a brilliant swordsman in his youth, and since all his deeds brought glory to the manor, everyone considered his actions righteous, leading to my good fortune of meeting and becoming acquainted with him 19 years ago during a pirate suppression campaign in Hainan. Back then, I was also a renowned swordsman in the martial world with extraordinary martial arts, and together the manor lord and I wiped out the pirates wreaking havoc in Hainan, after which I followed him back to the Mu Sword Manor and became a hall leader under his command, swearing that I would remain loyal to him until the day I died. Mingchen looked up at the sky and sighed. Yet he could not understand why the current situation had turned out this way. Mingchen remembered Lady Shi's words when she asked if he really thought handing over the authority of the Mu Sword Manor to that young brat was the right thing to do, and she told him that for the sake of the Mu Sword Manor's future, he should temporarily withdraw and wait until that sorcerer found the hidden location of the secret manual and the manor's seal. Out of loyalty to the manor lord, I quietly followed that suggestion, but my heart remained uneasy as I wondered why the manor lord had fallen into such a state, questioning if that sorcerer could actually do anything or if they intended to use some kind of drug to control the lord. So Mingchen rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Mingchen finally made a decision and stood up, cursing that he couldn't just sit and wait anymore because idleness did not suit his character, and he needed to act to prevent them from harming the manor lord. Mingchen gripped his sword and headed toward the manor lord's room, thinking that he probably needed to return to the Mu Sword Manor to see what they were planning. Mu Chen thought in a panic that he didn't understand how such a terrifying power was being released, as this was clearly a high-level demon. Zhang smiled and called out, "Demon monk," ordering him to kill this sorcerer for him, and the demon monk obeyed the command and struck. Mu Chen was drenched in cold sweat and completely shocked, and as he commanded himself to advance, Mu Chen also used his spells to block the demon monk's attack. Mu Chen worried in his heart, thinking it was impossible for someone to order this demon to attack him, for this was truly impossible, as this demonic evil spirit was a primal soul, and since they only did what they wanted, there was no way they could obey a human's orders, especially when this demon's malevolence was so heavy that no one should be able to command it. Mu Chen struggled to defend himself, but when the demon monk unleashed a technique, Mu Chen could not withstand it and was sent flying. Mu Chen leaned against the wall and looked at the demon monk before him in disbelief, crying out, "No!" The demon monk's eyes glowed red as he smiled cruelly, and Mu Chen was terrified and yelled, "No!" As the demon monk stepped forward, Mu Chen screamed for him to stay away and not come any closer, and then the demon monk opened his mouth and lunged, while Mu Chen was overcome with fear. Numerous hands reached out from the demon monk's chest to pull and grab, and with eyes glowing, the demon monk reached out his hand, and those hands grabbed Mu Chen's arms. The demon monk captured Mu Chen, and as the man crawled and reached out for help, he pleaded with the young master to save his life, begging for mercy and promising to obey any future commands. But Zhang stood by with crossed arms and coldly rejected him, while Mu Chen said in despair that if the young master wanted to kill him for his deception, then he begged that. Zhang interrupted him, saying it was not like that at all, and that it was simply because he knew about the seal and the martial arts manual and knowing too much in this world is never a good thing, is it? You bastard. Zhang Mingchen recalled that the master of the Muren group was a talented hero in his youth. At that time, I was also a famous hero in the martial world with extraordinary skills. So together the master and I wiped out those pirates in Hainan before I followed him back to the Mujian villa to become a hall master and swore to stay loyal until— But Mingchen could only tilt back his head toward the sky and sigh deeply, still not understanding why the current situation had turned out like. Mingchen remembered Lady Shi's words asking the internal hall master if handing over the authority of the Mujian villa to that brat was really the right thing, since she suggested he should hide away until that Fengshi found the location of the secret manual and the seal for the sake of the villa's. I silently followed that suggestion out of loyalty to the master. Yet my heart remained uneasy about the master's condition and whether that Fengshi was using some kind of drug to control him, which made Mingchen rest his chin on his hand in deep. Mingchen finally decided to stand up because he could no longer just sit and wait, as doing nothing did not suit his character and he needed to act to prevent them from harming them. So Mingchen grabbed his sword and headed toward Master Mu's room, thinking he needed to return to the Mu Jian villa to see what they were. Mu Chen panicked as he wondered why this phantom was emitting such a terrifying, realizing that this was indeed a high-level. Zhang smiled and called out to the demonic, telling it to kill this Fengshi, and the demonic monk obeyed the command and immediately Mu Chen's face was covered in sweat as he stood there in shock, urged himself to move forward, using his magic to block the demonic monk's. Mu Chen felt a deep worry in his heart because it should be impossible for him to order this demon to it. This evil spirit was an original soul flame. They only followed their own desires, so they should never obey a human command given their heavy demonic nature which no one could. Mu Chen struggled desperately to defend him. Demonic monk unleashed a technique that Mu Chen could not withstand, sending him flying through. Mu Chen leaned against the wall and looked at the demonic monk before him in total disbelief, whispering. Demonic monk's eyes glowed red as it grinned. Mu Chen was terrified and cried out. As the demonic monk approached, Mu Chen screamed for it not to come near, but the demonic monk opened its mouth and lunged forwards. Mu Chen was frozen in. Hands reached out from the demonic monk's chest while its eyes lit up, and it reached its own hand while those multiple arms grabbed Mu Chen's. The demonic monk seized Mu Chen, who crawled and reached out while screaming for the young master to save, begging for mercy and promising to obey any future command. But Zhang simply stood with his arms crossed and coldly told him to forget it, leaving Mu Chen to beg help. Zhang interrupted him, saying it wasn't because of the but simply because he knew about the seal and the secret manual, and knowing too much in this world is never a— You bastard, Mu Chen thought, realizing that he had been plotting this from the very— Mu Chen was dragged away by the demonic monk while resisting with his fingers digging into the floor until they bled, leaving long bloody As Mu Chen's face was enveloped by the crawling hands, he realized he was being— Zhang leaned toward the door and told Gao Zuan, who was waiting outside. Is it over? Gao Zuan stepped in and gasped in. Mu Chen's body was mangled and covered in blood, and he had died without even closing his eyes. After confirming the Fengshi was dead, Zhang picked up the sword from the floor and ordered Gao Zuan to move the body out of, explaining that the Fengsher's death here would be justified like this as Zhang raised the, swiping it across the room and smashing the furniture into a cold expression. Zhang swung the sword repeatedly to create a scene where the Fengsher, possessed by the master's evil spirit, went mad and attacked everyone until Zhang had to. Gao Zuan held Mu Chen's hand and was unable to say anything. Gao Zuan asked if the plan was to stage a rampage to hide the truth, and Zhang countered by asking if he saw any problem, making Gao Zuan think that while it sounded logical, he doubted Lady Shi would believe it without an investigation. So he warned the young master to be. Zhang asked if there was still a flaw, and Gao Zuan explained that Lady Shi's suspicion would be hard to overcome since she was the one who invited the skilled. Zhang agreed that his plan wasn't perfect yet and decided he needed something more convincing. So he raised his sword again, prompting Gao Zuan to ask what he intended. After saying the Fengsher had wounded him too, Zhang plunged the sword into his own thigh, causing blood to spray. Gao Zuan was astonished, thinking this was going a bit too. Zhang tossed the blood-stained sword aside and asked how it looked. Zhang wiped his face with a bloody hand and asked if it now seemed more believable. Gao Zuan watched him and thought the man was truly insane but understood that Lady Shi's nature required such extreme measures. Though Zhang's deep cunning terror, Gao Zuan offered to bandage the wound, but Zhang sat on a toppled table and refused, wanting the gruesome injury to remain visible for credit. Right at that moment, Zhang Mingchen opened. Gao Zuan was surprised and asked why the internal hall master had come. Mingchen stared at the room in horror and asked what. Before him lay Master Mu on the bed while Mu Chan was slumped on the bed. Mingchen grew angry and demanded to know if they were trying to assassinate them. Gao Zuan quickly tried to explain it was a misunderstanding, and Zhang also urged him to stay, feebly telling him to check the master's condition. Gao Zuan wondered how to explain why the Fengsher was dead and why the third young master was there, stumbling over his. Gao Zuan glanced at Zhang lying on the ground and saw him. Gao Zuan cursed in his head, realizing the bastard was smiling and putting on it. Inside the medicine, various types of medicinal herbs were neatly arranged. Cabinets were filled with a variety of medicine. Zhang lay on the bed with his injured leg raised and his hands behind his head, finding the scent of the herbs relaxing for his. Being in the medicine hall of Dingshi Gate was comfortable, and luckily it was exactly where the secret was hidden, allowing him to investigate while avoiding Lady. However, searching for the secret manual and seal wouldn't be simple with so many doctors and servants around, so he decided to wait and observe. Gao Zuan, with his arm bandaged, arrived and Zhang asked why he was. Gao Zuan reached into his. He pulled out 2 books, which were the Fengsher's texts Zhang had asked for, though he only managed to find. He explained that Lady Shi had ordered everything burned to destroy evidence, and he could only steal the. He confirmed that the lady had everything destroyed, including the body, which was typical of her cautious. Zhang looked at the books, Celestial Book of Yin Yang Strange Strategy, and Strange Master, entry level to the Tao, feeling a bit of regret but accepting the. Thank you very much, Zhang. But why are you looking at me like that? Zhang asked, and Gao Zuan admitted he wondered why the young master wanted to read these and if he actually understood. Zhang pointed toward the window and asked him to look outside to see if he noticed. Gao Zuan moved closer and saw nothing but the cloudy night. Even though he saw nothing, the figure of the demonic monk was actually standing right. Zhang explained that this was why he needed to read the books, and Gao Zuan began to realize it. A sound came from outside, saying that he could not. Servants said the young master hadn't recovered yet, but Lady Shi ordered them to move out of. Lady Shi pushed the door open and, with an unhappy expression, Lady Shi asked if they could. Zhang lowered his eyes to look at Lady. Lady Shi walked in, looked at Zhang on the bed, and told him they needed to speak for. Gao Zuan stood before Zhang, bowed his head, and offered his greetings to the first. Zhang thought to himself that Lady Shi was indeed the woman from the. She was the first wife of the manor lord from the Shi villa, which was a martial. She was someone the guards kept a close eye on, a top-tier martial artist from a prominent background and also a very intelligent. He had been warned to be careful around the eldest young master, Muinghao, as Zhang also formally greeted the first. He asked for her forgiveness because his leg injury prevented him from standing up to pay proper respect. Gao Zuan felt relieved that Zhang knew how to behave properly, hoping his flexibility would prevent any. Lady Shi said she didn't come for greetings, and Zhang simply replied with a confused acknowledgement. Lady Shi suddenly struck the wound on Zhang's thigh with great blood sprayed out, leaving both Gao Zuan and Zhang incomplete. Zhang let out a scream while Gao Zuan cried out at that moment, Huan unsheathed his, placing it against Gao Zuan's neck and coldly telling him not to. Lady Shi looked at Zhang's leg and smiled, noting that he really was injured and was quite impressive for going. She accused him of stabbing his own leg just to prove his innocence. While his testimony had convinced the internal hall master, she pointed out one thing he did. Powerful Fengsher would never be possessed by it. Lady Shi laughed loudly at his claim that the man had gone mad and run. Then she slapped Zhang across the face and asked how he dared to deceive her with such a clumsy. The slap sent Zhang flying off the bed, making Gao Zuan call out for him. Lady Shi continued to interrogate the fallen Zhang, demanding to know what he had seen. Zhang sat against a statue near the window, his bandaged thigh now soaked with blood that dripped onto the. His mouth was also bleeding, yet he began to. The others were shocked and could not understand why Zhang was smiling. Zhang then burst into loud, hearty. Lady Shi was extremely irritated and asked if he had lost his mind, but Zhang opened his eyes with a dangerous glint and called for the demonic. Demonic monk appeared right at the demonic monk rushed toward Lady Shi and passed right through her. Lady Shi felt something and realized something had just rushed past. Behind her, one of Lady Shi's maidservants was being strangled and lifted into. Lady Shi thought about this strange phenomenon in her. Zhang approached from behind and whispered into Lady Shi's ear that she was looking for the secret manual and official. The maidservant was being choked and screamed continuously, while the people below called out the name Su. Lady Shi looked toward Zhang as he spoke. If that is the case, then you should negotiate with me properly. Stop using such petty threats. Lady Shi gritted her teeth and spat. Zhang had one healthy leg and one covered in blood as he said, I have no intention of fighting for the position of the Villa Lord, so believe it or not, Mu Yinghao is not the only one who wants to become the Lord of. Zhang's face turned dangerous as he said, Now that you have treated me this way, should I go find my second brother? Lady Shi glared at the person before her and gritted her teeth, feeling extremely uncomfortable. That matter, when Zhang interrupted, I heard the youngest brother is very skilled in martial arts. Our current relationship isn't very good. So if you give me a little compensation for reconciliation, wouldn't that be better? Lady Shi's face was covered in beads of sweat. Zhang walked forward, asking, You also know who is currently holding the upper hand. It is truly cold. Look at how you are shivering from the. Zhang looked at Lady Shi, who was trembling with rage, and at Huihua Hall, the residence of Lady Shi. A scream rang out. Lady Shi smashed the furniture. She trampled the ruins under her feet and cursed. How dare he do that? Quan stood nearby and tried to console her, saying, Please calm down. Lady Shi's voice grew louder as she yelled, Calm down? You were telling me to be calm when that bastard used such threatening tactics against me. Can't. Lady Shi rubbed her face tiredly and thought irritably, Damn it, I let my guard down against that most incompetent brat. I thought if he was afraid, he would tremble and beg for mercy. So why did he suddenly change so much? Or rather, he seems like a completely different person. It is simply impossible. Has he been hiding his true nature all this? Thinking back, when he was a child, he was relatively intelligent. When his mother passed away and his maternal family went bankrupt, he began to become useless. Perhaps back then, he was only pretending in order to protect. No matter how weak he is, I should not have been so careless, she thought as Huan spoke up. I will definitely kill him for you, madam, before he can use any more of that strange dark. Lady Shi placed both hands on the table and said, If the manual and the seal fall into someone else's hands, it will be a major problem. Quan replied. Lady Shi closed her eyes and continued, But I do not want to be controlled by him like this either. Lady Shi opened her eyes, ordered, Notify the Ghost Spirit Pavilion about the death of Fengshi Mu. Quan's mind reeled as he repeated, The Ghost Spirit Pavilion? Before answering, That was the cult of Fengshi Mu. Jingyun, I will not let you get what you. During the hour of the rat at the farm, voice spoke out, The Yin Yang School's original book, the Compendium of Masters. A person who becomes a vengeful soul after death is a phantom. Depending on certain conditions, that phantom can become a killing spirit. Zhang was sitting and reading Mu Chen's two. Zhang flipped through the pages and pointed his finger to study the first level is the red spirit, which is still an earthly soul that can influence living beings by causing goosebumps or chills. The second level is the cinnabar spirit, a phantom that can possess others and make them feel heavy or too tired to move. The third level is the yellow spirit, which is extremely dangerous and must be exorcised from the possessed body. It is said that at the yellow spirit level, it can infect you with killing intent until you gradually. Zhang looked at the ghost monk beside him. Zhang wondered if they had found it yet, thinking that the demonic monk had already reached the sovereign spirit. Zhang's hand touched the medicine cabinets nearby and felt the Wuliang, which was earlier. The ghost monk's power had no effect on Lady Shi when he stood in front of her, so he rushed toward the servant standing behind. I have already tried attacking Gao Zuan and it's still. Light emitted from between two cabinets and they gradually separated. Zhang walked inside, thinking that if Lady Shi was a top-tier expert, then it probably wouldn't work on Guardian Gon since he was at the same level as her. Therefore, Zhang reached out to flip the pages of the. Owning a stronger phantom wouldn't be bad, right? The book showed an image of a green spirit, a vengeful soul existing for decades that can affect its surroundings and cause hallucinations in other. It was very dangerous, so there must be a firm command. Zhang closed the book and said, All right, this is the. Zhang took a lamp and entered the path that had just opened, wondering, Should I go right now? Find the seal and the. Zhang gradually walked down the. He assessed the situation, noting how deep it. He built such a deep secret chamber just to hide the manual and the. Well, now I understand that those things are very valuable, so they are doing everything they can to get them, but I definitely will not let them fall into their. The ghost monk's power had no effect on Guardian Gon, So he needed something stronger to. There was a door ahead as he asked, "Is it this?" Zheng'er reached out to. Beneath the pharmacy there were 4 doors and there were 4 stone. Zheng'er opened a stone door and evaluated the. Perhaps I need to go even. Zheng'er looked around and wondered, is it really necessary to go? His foot stepped on a large square tile on the floor. The stones above gradually began to. There was a huge rock hanging from a rope at the top that fell right toward Zheng'er. But he quickly dodged. I did not expect traps to be set. There was a shimmering light ahead. 3 arrows were fired from that direction, followed by many more arrows. Zheng'er reacted quickly and dodged. 1 arrow flew straight. Zheng'er raised the lamp to block it, and the collision created a spark. Zheng'er looked at the arrow wedged in the lamp and next another large rock fell down, and he understood that now was the time to pay a heavy price. A deep secret chamber in a cave full of traps. Zheng'er avoided the counters while thinking to himself, is that manual really that arrows pierced the stone walls, sending fragments flying, while Zheng'er glanced behind and thought, or there's something else, something even more valuable. Next, sharp iron objects fell. I see it, Zheng'er said as he easily passed. His hands touched the ground. Holding the lamp in his mouth, he adjusted his. Zheng'er reached for the lamp he was holding in his mouth, and his eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. He had arrived, and ahead was a place that was fully decorated. It was unexpected to find a place made entirely of wood like this underground, and moreover, everything was very. Zheng'er walked forward and saw that everything was very. There were books, ink lamps and Zheng'er guessed, it's as if someone lives here. Is someone practicing? Whatever it is, it doesn't matter, Zheng'er thought as he continued toward the. There was a box right in front.
Rends-moi forte technique.
Remove heart law. He opened the box to find the 2. Zheng'er recalled what Gao Zuan had said. According to him, the manual was divided into 2 parts. Sword techniques and heart cultivation. Zheng'er picked up the 2 books and tucked them into his shirt, deciding to take. Zheng'er wondered, but it is strange to build such a large room just for these 2 men. What is that over there? Zheng'er saw another. It seemed quite heavy and did not seem to serve any. And there were several drag marks on the. Let's see. Maybe there is something else, Zheng'er said as he pulled the chest. Below was a wooden plank like a door, covered in talismans as if it were sealed, and there were several more talismans on. Zheng'er reached out to. There was a small wooden box which also had a talisman. It was also sealed by a talisman. Strange kind of energy was radiating. Zheng'er reached out to remove the talisman, thinking, maybe the thing he wanted to hide was not the manual. The lamp beside him suddenly flared. Zheng'er was surprised. What? Why did the lamp? The lamp went out, and it became dark again. Zheng'er held the opened box in his. Inside the small wooden box was a book with a leather cover, so it was no ordinary book. It emitted a nauseating smell and had patterns on it. Was it made of human skin? Zheng'er looked with a wicked smile. Strange book in his. At this time, in another place, sounds rang out. Drums! Beat the drums. The harder you beat them, the more lively it. Many people were having fun, laughing and playing. That's it. All right. Excellent. The person who just spoke was the second young master, Mu Wenping opened the window and couldn't stop admiring. Wonderful. Very lively. The Mu Jian villa looks much brighter today. It's definitely because I have come so close to the position of. Wenping raised his wine cup and spoke happily. Thank you for taking my. Guardian Gon walked toward. Guardian Gon clasped his hands and said, Guardian Gon pays his respect. The young master held up his wine cup and said, forgive me for making you wait so. I intended to prepare a grander feast for you, but father is still feeling unwell. Guardian Gon bowed and said, there is no need. I am very grateful for your warm welcome. Young man. He stepped forward, supported Gon's hand, and smiled. Now then, come in. Guardian Gon replied, yes, you're excellent. A group of people carrying lutes and drums. The young master stood there with a sinister face. So, you are saying Mu Jingyun has now lost his martial. Guardian Gon's face was tense as he silently recalled the past and thought, that's right, the real one is dead and the current imposter has no martial arts. That truly is not, but I have no intention of revealing that the man Jingyun is now a fake. If everyone knew I failed to protect my master, I would be in danger, and that imposter also knows the consequences, which is why he dared to make demand. Then he replied, yes, while thinking. But I will not let things go as you. Guardian Gon spoke with a serious expression. Young master, Mu Jingyun cannot use any martial arts at the moment. And then a thought appeared in his mind. I will present your head to prove my loyalty to the second young man. The young master stood there with one hand behind his back, stroking his chin and smiling as he said, that fool. He had no talent to begin with, and now he has even lost his martial arts. It would be absurd if he defeated me. Well, thanks to you, I've learned some useful information. So, should I be grateful? Oh, that's right. Can you tell me why he lost his martial? If it is because of your mistake, I will let it go. Who in this world does not make mistakes? After Guardian Gon bowed and replied, please forgive me, but I cannot tell you right now. Because he knew that if the truth were revealed, he would be still in that position. The Guardian spoke quickly so the young master would not misunderstand. Do not worry, Even if you do not know the reason, nothing will happen to your plan. The other man sat on his chair and laughed happily, replying, Fine, fine, I believe you. Guardian gone. Because you are guardian gone. You are a former assassin from that place. As he spoke, the young master's face gradually became more dangerous, while the guardian also grew tense, thinking to himself, Seeing the change in him, the young master asked, Ha, what's wrong? While Gon thought, I thought he was still inexperienced, but I did not expect him to be so. Young master suddenly approached the guardian, releasing probing killing intent. No way, could that matter be a secret of? He panicked and thought, this man has been watching me, before quickly replying, No, it is not. While telling himself, I've been too. He sat on the chair, watched for a moment, and then, I'll call for you later if there is anything. You may go. As soon as he left, the young master quickly became suspicious. He's still hiding something from me. There is some secret about Mu Jingyun. He turned to his subordinates and investigate and see what that man is hiding. Did he really lose his martial arts? If he's ranked as a first-class expert, he should be able to do this. Zhao Yichang asked again, Do you only want? He turned and replied, No, that wouldn't be any fun. We must cripple one of his ankles. The other man replied, The scene shifted to a room where Zheng'er was standing and looking at a book, thinking to sensation of pain from this human skin cover that I feel through my fingertips is not an illusion. Yet the paradox is that this is not a living. His face changed as he imagined. This feeling is like the heartbeat of a dying. Why is an item like this? I am so curious. I want to take off the prayer beads right now to check what is hidden in. He was looking. A beam of light appeared. He turned around and cried out in Ghost monk. And then, what on earth happened? He wondered, noticing the terrified look on his face. Why is the demon monk acting like this? He could hardly believe that the demon monk would have such a reaction. It was indeed true that there was something hidden within this book. Since the demon monk had come from Gao Zhuan's side to alert him, someone was surely approaching his room. That meant there was an intruder lurking nearby. Just as he thought this, he immediately looked up toward the ceiling. Outside, a figure dressed in black was darting away very quickly, and landed beneath a tree branch, where he thought in guard Gao Zhuan. As Gao Zhuan stood yawning outside the room, the intruder wondered why he remained outside instead of protecting his wounded master. Wait, is that young master really doing something secret? He pondered. He crept toward the window to peek inside and was suddenly shocked. Why is he just sleeping? He muttered. Then why did he order Gao Zhuan to stand guard outside? First, I must check if there is anything shady inside. Huh? This is. Just as I thought, there is a secret. How could this guy possibly possess this? Well, that doesn't matter, for with this, my master will gain the upper hand and my young master will be victorious. At that same moment, Zheng'er was already standing right behind him. He grabbed the man's head and slammed it hard onto the table. What are you doing in my bedroom? Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Which left the man in black stunned as he thought, what was this guy faking sleep? He continued speaking while repeatedly smashing the man's head against the table until blood splattered everywhere. Then I shall help you sleep. I am being far too kind, aren't I? The intruder thought in a panic. He is truly terrifying. A while later, the man woke up again. Zheng'er spoke up. Oh, you are finally awake. That man in black was Zhao Yichang, who was currently hanging upside down from the rafters and shouted in panic. Where am I? Then Zheng'er picked up a knife and said to him, Now, you'd better confess quickly. Gao Zhuan walked in with a panicked expression and asked, Zhao Yichang, why is he here? And as Zheng'er sat on the floor, he asked, You know him? To which Gao Zhuan replied, He is Zhao Yichang, one of the 3 close attendants of the second young master. He questioned, The second young master? Then why did he break into my room? Gao Zhuan stood to one side, resting his chin on his hand as he thought, I don't know either, but looking at the way he sneaked in, it certainly wasn't for anything good. On hearing this, he immediately carried Zhao Yichang off, saying, Then I'll just have to make him confess himself, while Gao Zhuan hurriedly tried to stop him. What? You want to torture him? That's impossible. You'd better just let him go, for the second young master is famous for valuing talent, and if something happens to his subordinate, he won't let it slide. Hearing that, Zheng'er firmly gripped Gao Zhuan's hand until the latter cried out in pain, and then he added, Fine, I will consider it. Gao Zhuan knelt on the ground and wailed. You can't do that, young master. It's dangerous, young master. He's one of the second young master's people. I'm dead for sure. I don't want to know. And after screaming, he just lay flat on the floor. But then he reconsidered, thinking, But maybe nothing will happen, for though he acts like a fool, he is actually very wise, just like back at the Manor Master Mu's place. Surely he won't kill him, right? Zhao Yichang, who was tied up on the rafters, shouted, Untie me this instant. Zheng'er replied with a calm face. Untie you? Why? He continued. Why? Can't you see I'm acting on the orders of young Master Mu Enping? If you harm me, do you think you'll survive? Don't be rash, and I will speak well of you to the second young master so you can at least save your life. Then he thought to himself, you were just trying to scare me into revealing the plan, right? Do you really think you can scare me? Hearing that, he chuckled softly and said, how interesting. The other man said in surprise, What? As Zheng'er pulled out his knife and told him, I guess the second young master cares for his subordinates, since even in this state, you believe in your master so much. Fine, I shall untie you. And saying that, he moved behind the man's back while Zhao, thinking he was being released, said, that's more like it, you are very wise, I will tell him good things about you. Suddenly, blood began to drip steadily in front of him, and he screamed in shock. Ah! Zheng'er suddenly sat down in front of him, holding a finger and saying, but I wonder whose finger this is? He thought, he cut off my finger already? But why can't I feel anything at all? I can't move or sense my internal energy. As if guessing the questions in his mind, Zheng'er spoke up. I have used the poisonous demon hand powder on you. I formulated it from several herbs at the apothecary. You will lose all sensation from your neck down for several hours. And as he hung there with his hands toward the ground, the man shrieked, you! While Zheng'er sat below and added, I have a few things to ask you. For every second that passes without an answer, you lose one finger. The first question. Why did my second brother send you to break into my room? Answer me now. Having finished speaking, he raised his knife with a dangerous look, and the man, terrified to the extreme, screamed, Wait a minute. But he began to count. 1. If you won't confess, then don't blame me. 2. As he spoke, he started counting while simultaneously severing the man's finger. The blood splattered all over the man's face. He cried out, Damn it, stop. But he continued counting. 3, 4. It could be said that his fear had reached its peak, and the man pleaded, Please, I will tell you. Zheng'er held the blood-stained knife before his face and said, Next comes the thumb. He hurriedly confessed, Young Master Mu and Ping ordered me to investigate the reason you lost your martial arts. He thought to himself, the reason I lost my martial arts, huh? He's probably telling the truth. And he continued asking, Next question. Guard Gon said as much, didn't he? The man replied with a hesitant, fearful yes. That is correct. And upon hearing this, he said, He is quite clever, telling only half the truth to save his own life. The tied-up man still had the presence of mind to think. What? He knows Guard Gon betrayed him? Since when did this guy become so smart? Or did he suspect Guard Gon from the start? Or is Guard Gon a mole he planted with the second young master? No, if that were the case, he wouldn't need to torture me. He turned to look at him and continued. But now I can't think of any more questions, so what should we do now? Man broke into a cold sweat and thought, I'm about to die. Seeing Zheng'er's terrifying face, he hastily spoke up. I swear to be loyal to you, for I did not know you were so brilliant. You are very well suited for the position of Manor Master, so please give me a chance to choose the right path. Manor Master Mu, I swear I will sacrifice my life for you, so please spare me. I will do anything for you, please I beg of you. And he stood there and responded, All right, I have a task for you. I can give you an order then? He thought joyfully, I am saved, and replied, Of course, please give your command. Blood suddenly geysered from his throat as Zheng'er whispered softly, But you said you would sacrifice your life for me, so let me borrow a bit of your blood. A few seconds before he died, he thought with total resentment, You bastard. What the hell are you thinking? Why do I have to die like this? He held the book in his hand and said, I can't open these pages with strength alone. I think this is the seal mentioned in the Inyang lineage book, and according to the book, this method is used to seal something unholy using spiritual essence. Therefore, touching it with something unclean can weaken that spiritual essence. The blood of Zhao, dying a wrongful death, will be the thing that works on it, and I will pour that blood full of resentment onto the book. Thus, the unholy thing within has taken shape. As he spoke, he placed the book beneath Zhao, and the fresh blood poured heavily onto it. The string of beads suddenly snapped violently. He said, Now let's see what comes out. Suddenly, a stream of fresh blood gushed out at his feet and splattered across the entire room. Zheng'er was astonished. What? As the book was completely drenched in red blood. A wave of blood splattered up and Zheng'er looked in that direction. Then the blood seemed to be taking a new shape. Figure flew out from the wave of blood. That manifested as more blood splattered right at Zheng'er's feet. A pool of fresh blood formed. Zheng'er's eyes were filled with amazement. From a fine red cloth floating with butterflies, a person wearing those deep red robes approached Zheng'er. That person walked slowly forward with long, slender, snow-white feet. A girl submerged in a sea of blood appeared before his eyes. A girl with white hair wearing a hat and dressed in red clothes approached Zheng'er. Zheng'er stood to one side in astonishment and thought to himself. A green soul-grade vengeful spirit. The 5th level mentioned in the Inyang lineage book is the Azure spirit. Be honest, I thought a green soul-grade vengeful spirit would appear. I didn't expect my luck to be this good. While he was thinking, a stream of fresh blood suddenly wrapped around him. The girl standing nearby shouted, "You fool! Release your soul and offer your spirit to me." Saying that, she pulled a hairpin from her hair and held it in her hand with an arrogant look. Zheng'er thought, the 5th level of vengeful spirit, an Azure spirit. Ancient soul bearing deep resentment that has existed for decades, possessing enough power to greatly influence a designated area and create visual and auditory illusions to harm targets. It must be eliminated as it is extremely dangerous. The hairpin on her head was also a tobacco pipe. As she was smoking it, she looked at him and asked, "Why haven't you released your soul yet? You're being far too slow." He dropped to his knees on the ground and thought with a look of triumph. The book said they are extremely dangerous. I think I understand now why the book said that. And he smiled and said, "No matter how high the power level of a vengeful spirit is, you all just crave the bodies of others. I found something interesting for myself. It seems your soul can't do anything without a physical shell, right?" She remained standing there nonchalantly, smoking her pipe. "If you crave my body that much, then why don't you use your strength to take it?" Even as he spoke, a stream of blood suddenly lashed out and tightened around his arm, causing him to fall into the pool of blood. Azure Spirit slowly walked toward him to launch a move, saying, "Tisk, tsk, tsk. You stupid fool, just die. How dare you force my hand?" Saying that, a stream of blood shot out quickly and forcefully toward his face. Half of his face was now missing skin, leaving only a layer of blood flowing as he groaned. "Ugh." Covered in blood, the Azure Spirit continued. "Now you see it. In the end, you are simply powerless. So your only choice is to offer your spirit to me." His head was spinning, but he still managed to stand up, panting heavily. She now looked more surprised than before and thought to herself, "Even though his flesh is peeled and his face torn, he still resists me?" And she said, "It seems you aren't just an ordinary bastard, but it's all the same. Human, you've done well. I will offer you a deal. If you are willing to surrender your spirit to me, I will help you fulfill one of your wishes." He asked back in surprise, "My wish? Why are you negotiating with me like this?" She approached him, hovering before his face as she replied, "Consider my offer." And he asked further, "Consider it?" While she continued, "If I keep attacking, your soul will be damaged, which is of no benefit to me." Lying collapsed on the ground, he asked her, "And what if I refuse?" She replied with a composed face, "Then quite simply, I will kill you and find another spirit." The stream of fresh blood continued to tighten around his neck. He spoke hesitantly, "There is one." Her previously calm face suddenly brightened and looked radiant as she shouted at him, "Yes, tell me your wish. After seeing the hatred from the depths of your heart, I know you haven't lived an easy life. Did someone betray you or kill the family you loved? Tell me quickly, for no matter who it is, I will make them pay with their lives and shatter their souls. Tell me right now, what is your wish?" Zheng'er remained calm, but with a face completely devoid of fear, he replied, "My wish is for you to shut your trap and work for me." She clenched her teeth in fury and spoke with intense anger. "You've got some nerve. Now taste my wrath, you fool." Saying that, she launched a barrage of blood arrows toward him. She spoke on, "You are feeling the pain as your flesh is torn, feeling like your bones are shattering and your body is turning to dust, right?" She continued, "I also feel a bit of shame for having caused some damage to your spirit." As he was submerged in the fresh blood, a thought appeared in his mind. This taste. It is redder than a cornelian cherry. It is slimy and filthy as well. The taste is truly disgusting, and based on the sensations of touch, sight, and taste, everything indicates that it is. However, this one is quite different. I have tasted blood so many times back when I bore the title of the sickle-slaughtering ghost. The blood tastes like this back, sensing the breath of life, the burning heat, and the warmth within my body mean I am still yet what I am sensing right at this moment is nothing but death. It is all merely an illusion. Just as Zheng'er thought this, a powerful surge of light appeared, illuminating the entire space and blowing that girl far away as the fresh blood. Wu Jingyun still stood peacefully before. Qing Ling stood there in utter shock, unable to believe her eyes as she thought, "No, it's impossible." Blood butterfly emerged from Qing Ling's hand and flew in front of Zheng'er before she silently thought about releasing the senses. There is one way to escape the hallucinations deceiving the 5 human senses, which is to deny one's perception. Although hearing the theory and speaking it seems easy, performing the denial of perception in reality is difficult even for first-class exorcists. So how could a child who isn't even an exorcist? Truly is hard to believe. Has this guy possessed the qualities of an exorcist since the moment he was? Suddenly, Zheng'er burst into a loud. She asked in surprise, "What? Even though you escaped the hallucinations I created, Do you think you have the skill to control the current situation? Zhang replied with a stern expression. I just thought of something the ghost woman repeated. Suddenly, she screamed in panic. Mu Jingyun held the book in his hand and thought to himself, according to the Inyang clan's original tome, vengeful spirits become more bizarre the longer they exist. There must be a place for them to resist. This book is exact. Having finished his thought, he immediately used his mouth to bite through the book's cover made of human skin. Qing Ling's fresh blood sprayed everywhere as she cried out in. Zhang thought triumphantly that, as expected, She angrily wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, You bastard, how dare you? No one has ever been able to destroy that book filled with demonic energy. That is why the first-class exorcist sealed it, so how could he possibly do this? Then she screamed at Mu Jingyun. You've truly made me furious. Saying that, she rushed forward, grabbed Zhang's neck firmly, and slammed him hard onto the. She pressed her face close and yelled, Claim this is just an illusion if you're so now I don't need your soul anymore, so just die. You refused the easy way and chose the hard way, so now let your soul shatter and go meet the king. Zhang lay on the ground with scraps of paper still in his mouth, laughing and saying, How strange. You could have taken the book back from my hands, but you didn't, so it is just as I thought. You can't touch this book? Face turned pale. Zhang continued triumphantly. If that's the case, she angrily tightened her grip on his throat and screamed, How dare you? Throw it away. Throw it away right, still lying on the ground. Zhang thought calmly that the blood from earlier that entered my body is now taking over my entire form, flowing backward and destroying my. An even more terrified expression. She screamed at him to spit it out immediately, while Zhang continued to think that the feeling of my whole body shattering painfully is just like the first time I ate poisonous herbs. But what makes this pain even more terrible is this vengeful spirit's intense. Her grudge against someone is as towering and desperate as mine, and I can clearly feel her fierce desire for revenge. The more she saw his calm expression, the angrier she became, crying, You damned man, she screamed. She pressed down harder, causing Zhang to immediately cough. Suddenly, the space shifted to another location. Zhang was standing in the middle of a pool of blood filled with corpses. He cried out in surprise. This place, region piled high with dead. From afar, Qing Ling was holding a sword and kneeling on the ground, and Zhang recognized that figure, thinking that her face was exhausted and both hands gripped the sword while her body was covered in fresh blood. But her eyes remained fierce and she stood up, bit her sleeve to tear it, tied her hand to the sword, and advanced toward the one sitting high. She said something, but Zhang couldn't understand it, so he thought to himself, although I cannot hear her words, I can feel her extreme, ultimate. The figure sitting up high had long white hair and wore horns like. She rushed toward him, but he punched her hard in the chest with one hand and ripped her. She immediately fell heavily to the ground. Next, a host of his subordinates approached her body with knives and began hacking violently at the. Her body was quickly turned into hundreds of fragments, leaving nothing behind but her white sword. Zhang suddenly woke up to find a thread connecting him to Qing Ling was so surprised she almost screamed, I've become a familiar boy. Thanks for watching the end this right now. And she rushed over and strangled Zhang, but at the same time, her own neck was being squeezed. So she quickly let go, panting and exclaiming. Zhang still stood there touching his throat and thought that it seems the familiar and its master share the same pain, so what about demonic? That incident just now, I felt like I had just died and come back to. The demonic monk at that time wasn't doing any better. Zhang said to her, Well, it seems we are bound together now, so let's help each other. My name is Mu Jingyun, and what about you? What should I call? She sat on a chair smoking and replied indifferently, Call me whatever you. Mu Jingyun also answered calmly, Then I'll call you Scarlet Beetle Lord, which means Red Void. She turned back angrily and yelled at the top of her lungs, Hey! Do you want? Mu Jingyun laughed and said, It seems you don't like that name very much, do you? And although she was furious, she didn't know what to do other than scream, How dare you? Mu Jingyun returned to the original topic and said, If you don't like it, then tell me your name. But the answer was the same as before as she sat with her legs crossed on the chair, turned her head away and said, Why should I tell my name to a mere mortal? Mu Jingyun had to think for him. There is no other way, I'll have to find a suitable name for you then. And he thought to himself that since the level of this vengeful spirit is a Qing Ling, I will call her He said, I will call you Qing. She maintained that same indifferent look while Mu Jingyun stood to the side, and thought to himself, She is truly arrogant, but I cannot use force to tame her. Since I didn't gain her through strength, I'll just have to persuade her. Mu Jingyun held the human skin book in his hand and asked her curiously, By the way, Qing Ling, do you know what's inside this book? But she refused to answer him and replied, Who is Qing Ling? I don't know, I'm busy so don't talk. Opening the book, and he suddenly thought, These words, they were written in. The outer cover is made of skin and the writing is in blood, so I don't know who created it, but it's yet these are all nonsensical ramblings, so what on earth do they mean? Let me see, he thought while resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Qing Ling sat to one side, looking at him triumphantly. Zhang'er also felt annoyed by that and thought that it seems she doesn't want to tell me and keeps looking at me that way. As if to say, if you want to know, find out for you. Suddenly he exclaimed, I am in utter despair having to depend on another's. Before vanishing into the void, I must seize a physical body, which seems impossible. Demons always block the path of good. Ultimate blood has the power to reverse all. Qingling turned her head in surprise and what? While Zhang'er shouted, the book is stuck tightly to my. And Qingling cried out in panic. No, it's impossible. How could you? Zhang'er was also surprised and unsure of what was happening as he replied. What did I do? Isn't it just something the book did by its stream of black energy appeared from nowhere and she thought in terror. This is not good. So she shouted loudly toward, boy, hold your breath immediately. Empty your mind and don't think about anything. He immediately followed her instructions and the book fell from the palm of his. Qingling thought in surprise again. That has already unraveled the incantation of the pulling. Can a person who doesn't know martial arts really achieve such? Even stranger is that he discovered the formula for the pulling. Only after death can you see things that the living. Zhang'er slumped into the chair and said, suddenly I felt so suffocated, as if I were about to die. Why is? She replied, because you didn't perform the pulling ritual correctly. You were breathing the wrong. He laughed and said, are you explaining it to me? He snapped out of it and shouted angrily, I'm only saying it so a fool like you doesn't involve me. And he quickly replied with a smile. All right, he asked again. So what is that pulling ritual about? And Qingling explained that just as the name suggests, when you pull something in, it will stick to you and you can control it with your will. When he asked if it meant pulling things toward himself, but why did his stomach hurt and blood vessels tighten? She replied that it was because he tried to pull something in but there was nothing besides the book, so he controlled the airflow but couldn't absorb anything, causing the energy to become chaos. Now try pulling that. Saying that, she pointed her finger toward Zhao. He asked again, this guy? And she spoke up saying yes, he should pull the energy from the Dantian because his flow would be discharging since he's dead. So Zhang'er pulled the corpse closer and asked her if the Dantian was below. She continued with a look of disdain. Do you even have to ask? He also replied. Qingling gestured and guided him to recite the formula from earlier one. He sat down, placed his hand on the Dantian, and thought that I am drowning in hopelessness while depending on another's mind and before vanishing into the void. I must seize. That seems impossible and demons always block all that is good, but ultimate blood has the power to reverse all. Suddenly a purple energy appeared and he thought, the warmth has passed through the blood vessels into my palm and is now circling around my Dan. She stood to the side and spoke up, saying that you can pull anything into your body and energy is no exception, so have you felt the way the pulling ritual op? Qingling spoke. That is the correct way to perform the pulling ritual. While Zhang'er sat there, a surge of heat is surrounding my stomach. And I wonder if this is the energy Gao Zhuan once mentioned. According to what Gao Zhuan said, it takes a long time to gather. Now I can absorb another's internal energy into my own body. In other words, it won't be long before I can become strong. Just as his spirit was surging, the energy suddenly dissipated. And he asked, why has it all vanished? And she replied that it was natural since that is the nature of it. Therefore, you need to use a special method to condense the energy. Otherwise, it will never gather in the Dan. A special method only applies to this specific type of primal energy, so it won't cause your primal energy to disperse or mix with other, or more precisely, the pulling ritual cannot help you condense energy in the Dan. Mu Jingyun put his hands on his hips in disappointment and said, and here I thought I had found a shortcut. But she replied with a laugh. Do you think becoming a martial arts master is as easy as eating? But don't be too disappointed because if you can use the pulling ritual, there are also some great benefits. And he asked her what. Qingling thought to herself that the first style is also the fundamental style of the pulling ritual, which is the 8 styles of shattering thoughts, and if he can just master it, he will have infinite. She continued by saying that even if it has dissipated everywhere, energy is still energy, so now try using your hand and circulate the. He was stunned and asked, how do I circulate? She sighed and told him to just try imagining it. And Zhang'er asked again. She explained that circulating energy is like drawing a picture in your mind, and in that way you can also move the energy into your. After speaking, she thought to herself that although she said that, she knew he couldn't apply this method because how could a beginner who has never practiced martial arts perform it? It was a pity to waste the primal energy he absorbed earlier. But there was nothing more she. However, contrary to what she thought, a surge of energy moved toward Zhang'er. She cried out in absolute astonishment. Zhang'er threw a powerful punch at the wall, causing it to shatter into pieces. She stood to one side, feeling incredibly confused. It is truly nonsensical that a blank slate like him could actually. This brat. And just after unleashing the move, Zhang'er said, the feeling is truly. She was still standing there, completely. Being a natural-born martial arts talent, she had never seen anyone with such marvelous abilities as him. And as he stood by the wall and claimed he could even pierce right through it, she could only wonder, reflecting on the move he had just unleashed. He smugly remarked that this must be why everyone in the world wants to hone their martial arts, since such power makes the act of killing as easy as turning over one's hand. On hearing those words, Qingling realized something profound and thought to herself, He had seen the truth through the very essence of martial arts, rendering the common talk of training the mind and spirit as mere nonsense because the core of martial arts is simply finding the quickest way to kill an opponent. Zhang then asked what the second form was, prompting her to be on the verge of answering by saying, "It is." She suddenly realized she was being far too lenient and cried, "Haha, I was seduced by you, kid. And if I keep this up it'll be no different from me helping you. Damn it." Realizing that she had let so many things slip because he always followed her instructions while constantly asking questions. She finally understood why the minds of old masters were always obsessed with teaching their disciples. As she turned her back on him, Zhang asked once more about Qing Ling, but she screamed back at him to stop talking to her. He thought regretfully that there was only that much, feeling it was a pity since he still had many things he wanted to ask that young lady. Considering her warning that his qi would eventually dissipate, he wondered about the remaining cold qi on his hand and whether he should ask her about if he should just let the matter go. Even if he did ask, he likely wouldn't receive any answer at all. Deciding that finding out for himself would be quite interesting, he told Qing Ling that they should leave that place immediately. The scene shifted to a gloomy multi-story building known as the Ghost Spirit Pavilion. A man with red cloth wrapped around his head stood out front, identifying him as Madame Sher's guard named Huan. As she stepped inside and the gates opened, a series of horrific statues appeared before her eyes, with various goods that had talismans attached to them, medicine rarely used. As he wondered if the demon monk could find the basement, she stood there thinking to herself, wooden walls and why this room was filled with such horrifying carving. She spoke up, stating she was certain that after the letter and the corpse were delivered here, they would already know the story. Alchemist Mu Shen, their master, had been killed by Mu Jingyun, the third young master of the Ran Mu Sword Villa, mentioning the 300 silver taels Madame Sher had sent, promising that if they fulfilled her request there would be over 400 more, asking if they would accept the task of destroying the third young master. Having said that, she placed the silver at the base of the statue. The candles suddenly went out. She thought that it was finished before bowing and offering her thanks. While Zhang sat in that room, the thought occurred, despite no one else being there. It felt as though hundreds of eyes were watching, a bizarre and terrifying sensation that would have kept her away if not for the commission. Returning to the room where Zhang's corpse lay under the statue, multiple voices echoed from the sculptures as they approached the body, confirmed that he was indeed the one who had laid hands on their master and killed him, agreed that the kid had commanded a servant hidden in the air, a yellow spirit rank vengeful ghost, and that the third young master was the master of that spirit, speculated that the ghost might be his Shikigami, though it seemed impossible since only spirit beasts or benign souls usually could be. There was no way a vengeful ghost could become a Shikigami. If that were true, it would mean this person was extremely dangerous. The voice of the one who seemed to be the leader rang out, concluding that one of them must go and destroy the third young master of Ran Mu Sword Villa to soothe Mu Shen's soul. The group replied in unison that they understood. When dawn broke at Zhenger's room, Gao Zhuan yawned repeatedly while cursing. He had to stay on guard all night and had barely closed his eyes before that brat started ordering him around again. Entering the room as Zhenger finished dressing, he announced he had brought the brazier, to which the master politely thanked him. Although Gao Zhuan secretly thought Zhenger was just being sadistic, he curiously asked why he needed the brazier, and holding a book in his hand, Zhenger replied that he needed to burn a few things. He panicked at the mention of burning, asking if he meant those items, and Zhenger nonchalantly confirmed they were the secret manuals of the Ran Mu Sword Villa. Gao Zhuan's face turned pale as he screamed out, asking why he would do such a thing. Gao, thanks for watching the... Zhuan shouted loudly while thinking that this guy was a total lunatic. Seeing that he had truly set those two secret manuals on fire, Gao Zhuan looked at him in a panic and asking what he intended to do while Zheng's face remained perfectly calm. He almost broke into wordless tears, begging the young master not to burn them since even if he didn't know martial arts, he would need them, and many others coveted those manuals they could exploit. Zheng threw a book at Gao Zhuan's face and explained that was exactly why he was burning them. Leaving Gao Zhuan stunned and confused, he casually stated it was so only he could use those two manuals, making the other man marvel that only he would have access to them. He pointed to his head and mischievously that everything was stored right here. Even after saying that, Gao Zhuan still didn't understand, his forehead dripping with sweat from confusion as he failed to grasp what his master meant. Slowly explained that Gao Zhuan's task to deliver it to Madame Sher and the second young master before dawn. While the other man remained clueless as to why he was being so mysterious, he asked if Gao Zhuan hadn't just mentioned how many people were coveting it. As Zhang looked into the roaring fire, he said he wanted this villa to be harmonious and peaceful. Therefore, he questioned if it wouldn't be better to share it with everyone. By the time he said this, his face suddenly took on a malicious expression. Gao Zhuan looked at him and was momentarily struck with shock. Dawn arrived quickly as the sun began to peek out from behind the cloud. A man was working hard while thinking that every early wakes up, makes the bed and changes his clothes. Afterwards, he tidies up his surroundings, checks the list of things to be done for the day. These were habits formed when he was an assassin where everything had to be disciplined and carefully planned. But soon he wouldn't need to live like that anymore. He elegantly poured a cup of hot tea while slowly calculating if he shifted the target to the second young man, then it wouldn't be long before he seized the position of sect leader. Reflecting on how he was once an orphan who had to do everything himself, He felt his life was about to turn a new page. While lost in thought, a guard ran in to report that young Master Enping was looking for Guard Gon. Upon hearing that name, Guard Gon had a faint bad premonition. Scene shifted to Enping's courtyard. A loud noise rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Guard Gon walked out from the room filled with fiery rage. His mind filled with constant silent cursing about how frustrating everything was. It was truly infuriating that Guard Gon's head was now covered in blood for some unknown reason. Recalling the moment he arrived and heard the bad news that Zhao Yichang had disappeared, Guard Gon was stunned and asked. Enping recounted how he had sent Guard Zhao to investigate the third young master to confirm the loss of his martial arts. But the man had vanished without a trace from either ghosts or men. With darkened face, he aggressively questioned Guard Gon on how he dared to deceive him. Guard Gon immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly tried to clarify that he hadn't lied by even a single word and there must be a hidden reason. Naturally, Enping gave him no chance to explain as he violently threw his inkstone at Guard Gon's head before screaming at him to shut up. Enping seemed out of control as he demanded to know why Zhao Yichang hadn't returned and asked if Gon thought he was a fool. Guard Gon gritted his teeth, wondering why everything was becoming such a mess because if this continued, his final support would vanish, unwilling to accept that all his efforts would go to waste. He spoke up and asked for more time to bring Zhao Yichang back to prove he hadn't lied. Enping's face clouded over as he asked if he should still believe him, but Guard Gon loudly swore upon his life as a martial artist. He even wagered his right arm, knowing this was his final support for his path to promotion. It seemed Enping was swayed by this determination. He stared intently at Guard Gon for a long time without saying a word. Finally, he accepted and gave Guard Gon a chance to prove himself by telling him to go ahead. Enping shouted that if he found Zhao Yichang he would believe him, otherwise he would take his life rather than just a right arm. Suppressing the pain while blood still flowed from his head, the guard bowed to Enping and followed the order. Guard Gon walked out of the manor in annoyance, thinking that since that impostor appeared, nothing has gone according to plan. He irritably wiped the blood from his head with a cloth, vowing that if that person really had some scheme, he would not let it slide. Venting his anger on the cloth he had just used, he threw it far away. Looking from a distance, he saw the silhouette of Gao Zhuan looming and approaching him. The boy's face looked a bit dazed, likely due to a lack of sleep. Being suddenly confronted like that left Gao Zhuan with no time to react. Gao Zhuan cried out in fear to his senior brother, but Guard Gon roared that he told him not to take his eyes off the master for even a second and asked if he was disregarding order. Gao Zhuan stammered that it wasn't like that, but Guard Gon interrogated him on why he was standing there and if he had colluded with the master. Gao Zhuan's fear made his words stutter as he asked what collusion he was talking about. Suddenly a book poked out of Gao Zhuan's pocket, and Guard Gon suspiciously snatched it away. Gao Zhuan panicked and tried to stop him but didn't know how to answer, only stammering for his senior brother to wait since that was. Guard Gon stared at the object in his hand and was momentarily stunned. He just stood there dazed, looking at the book he had just taken. It was with great difficulty that he managed to catch his breath and utter a single word to the other man. Finally, the rage in Guard Gon's heart reached its breaking point as he roared, asking what he had been doing all this time. Gao Zhuan looked at Guard Gon in fear, not knowing how to explain it reasonably, though anyone could guess that his prospects were now grim. Guard Gon quickly returned to Zheng's manor where the servants looked at him with a bit of wariness. Guard Gon remained silent as his footsteps carried a sense of urgency. Following behind him was a pair of legs being dragged across the ground. Looking somewhat familiar, it was Gao Zhuan, who had been beaten unconscious and was now being dragged roughly across the floor by Guard Gon. Upon arrival, he violently kicked open the room door where Zhang was still silently standing there reading a book, and Guard Gon directly hurled Gao Zhuan onto the ground. His face at that moment was completely filled with a murderous aura. Hearing the sound of a heavy impact, Zhang curiously turned his head to look, saw that Gao Zhuan had long been unconscious with a face covered in blood, appearing as though he had just suffered a severe beating. He wore a bright smile on his lips as he calmly looked at the man and welcomed Guard Gon. Seeing that expression only made the guard's blood boil more. His gaze enough to kill as he told him to explain himself while cursing him in his mind. He felt that just looking at the master's face was filthy and disgusting. But Zhang merely feigned innocence and asked what there was to explain. Guard Gon slammed the door shut, stating he didn't have time to watch him perform a play. He felt an inexplicable restlessness and lingering fear, cursing the man's ancestors while asking in a low voice what instructions he had given from the start. Before he could finish, he aggressively pinned the master against the wall, tightened his grip on Zheng's neck, his voice sounding like it came from the depths of hell, as he warned that if he did anything stupid he would eliminate him. Zhang looked at Guard Gon with a challenging face and asked if he had really said that since he didn't seem to remember. His shameless attitude drove Guard Gon insane as he called him a beast, shouted to know where the second young master's guard was. But Zhang remained nonchalant and asked who he meant. Guard Gon's entire body trembled as he told him to stop pretending, since there was no way he hadn't touched him. Yet Zhang calmly replied that he wasn't strong enough to touch anyone. The guard was momentarily at a loss for words, knowing that this was exactly why he felt so frustrated. Zhang maintained his leisurely expression and asked if he didn't think what he said was correct. His face quickly turned enchanting and sinister as he pointed out that being the third young master who lost his martial arts, How could he have possibly murdered? Didn't you say so yourself? You mentioned that from now on, the third young master would never be able to use martial arts again. Martial artists are known for their short tempers. Gargon nearly lost control of himself before he ended up killing Zhao. Although he knew that well enough, he couldn't expose the boy at this moment. So Gargon cursed under his breath about how damned the situation was. Zhang laughed loudly at his reaction and asked what Gargon would do next, especially since he was the one who had made Zhang an imposter. Then it was this very same imposter who had killed the second young master's guard. The two of them continued their struggle as Zhang constantly provoked Gargon's thinning pain, causing the guard to almost completely lose his sanity. The furniture in the room quickly became a disorganized mess due to the violent scuffle. Gargon wearily sank to his knees on the ground because he knew perfectly well that he couldn't kill Zhang. Once he had gradually calmed down, he helplessly bowed his head and muttered that it had been 3 long years. He continued by saying he was born an orphan and raised in an assassin's camp before he left to save enough money to finally reach Ranmo Sword Manor where, for those 3 years, he had endured and managed every significant task. Gargon was so overcome with grief that his entire body began to tremble while he struggled to keep himself from crying over those 3 years he spent risking his life. Zhang had ruined everything because killing the third young master wasn't enough. And now he had even eliminated the second young master. Therefore, he felt forced to kill Zhang because otherwise he would never find peace here, leaving him with no choice but to either commit the murder or flee. Suddenly, Gargon's eyes locked onto something as he seemed to be contemplating a new and unwilling to accept such a pathetic ending. He shouted out that it wouldn't be so. Even though Zhao was dead and couldn't be revived, he could still exchange something else with the second young master. Grabbing onto this idea like a drowning man clutching, he brought the book he had taken from Butler Gao and held it before the boy, wondering aloud how Zhang had managed to get his hands on it. Then he demanded to know if Zhang was still keeping the rest of the secret manual for him. Gargon's face twisted with malicious intent as he thought that once he had both manuals, there would be no reason to let Zhang live, so he couldn't stop himself from screaming for him. Zhang answered with a calm expression, stating he wasn't quite sure, which made Gargon scream about whether the boy still failed to understand them. He threatened to slit Zhang's throat and leave the place if he didn't talk, but promised to reconsider if the 2 complete manuals were handed, and warned that if Zhang kept his mouth shut, he would be tortured until his miserable death. So he should hand them over while the guard was still feeling. Zhang acted as if he had no other choice and let out a heavy sigh before agreeing to give the manual to him. Gargon seemed to believe his words and let go while thinking that no matter how stubborn a person would eventually have to choose wisdom when faced with the doors of death. So he told Zhang that speaking up now was a smart move. Grew impatient to possess the item, but Zhang only looked at him in silence. Zhang placed his hand on Gargon's hand much to the man's bewilderment, and when the guard irritably asked what he was doing, Zhang coolly replied that he was handing over the secret manual. He smiled craftily and said that the entire manual was recorded inside. Gargon was so shocked and confused that he couldn't find any words for a moment, but Zhang cut him off to mention there was one more thing. Before finishing his sentence, Zhang aggressively and firmly squeezed Gargon. The smile never faded from his lips as Zhang casually thanked Gargon. The man stared at him and realized that his internal energy was being slowly drained. Gargon was momentarily too confused to know how to react, only able to feel true chi gradually running. Zhang laughed loudly and said he hadn't known where to find someone to test this technique. Since he hadn't expected the guard to volunteer as a guinea pig, he wondered where he should go about hiding the Gargon looked at the person in front of him and shouted in a panic for the bastard to let him go. The dagger in Gargon's hand swung violently toward Zhang and drew blood, but the boy didn't seem to care about the wound. Zhang's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Gargon with cold eyes as if he were already looking at a dead man. Gargon noticed that chilling gaze directed at him. He screamed in terror and called Zhang a... Gargon looked in horror at the hand that was continuously being drained of its truth, and then he kicked Zhang with all his might, sending the boy flying. Zhang scrambled to his feet while Gargon was so shaken by the encounter that his breathing became erratic and he could feel his hand trembling without a single ounce of strength. Gargon thought to himself that he couldn't feel any true chi in his hand and wondered if Zhang had actually absorbed it. Zhang slowly stood up with a cunning smile and noted that while his first experience was good, it wasn't quite enough. Since there was no other choice, he would have to use a different method to eliminate the guard. His face becoming eerie and cruel as he looked at him like he was a delicious piece. Breaking into a cold sweat, the guard gritted his teeth and asked what kind of ritual Zhang said he had performed. And he almost roared, asking if Zhang really dared to kill him and if he actually thought he could win. As soon as those words left his mouth, Gargon charged forward with his dagger to attack. It seemed as though both of them were intent on taking each other's lives today as Gargon angrily told him to die. Suddenly Zhang's eyes began to glow as he smiled craftily and muttered the words, "Demon." He then moved very quickly to block Gargon's sudden and aggressive. The guard's eyes widened in absolute shock as he wondered how on earth it was possible for the boy to satisfy his curiosity. He asked the boy what kind of sorcery he had just used. Zhang looked at him and said it was something along those lines, promising to show him exactly what. As soon as he finished speaking, The image of the demon monk gradually manifested from behind his. That face turned guard Gon's complexion pale with fright as he stammered and asked what that thing could possibly. Zhang looked at the trembling guard and said he would return everything, including this knife and the internal energy from. He paused as the smile on his lips grew even more blinding because all of it belonged to. After he spoke, the sharp knife was quickly plunged into guard Gon's chest, leaving the man in an instant. Guard Gon's blood was spilling all over the floor as he struggled through a fit of. He calculated that Zhang had made a mistake because the entry point wasn't a vital one. But he knew that if the knife wasn't pulled out correctly, he might. He was furious that the boy had drained his energy and used that strange power to attack, regretting that he had ever brought such a dangerous person. But after pausing to think for a moment, he shouted at, "Hey!" He asked if Zhang had forgotten that he had already consumed the poison pill and finally felt a bit smug, assuming that was his secret weapon for such a situation. Contrary to Guard Gon's expectations, Zhang remained suspiciously calm and even looked down on him while asking what would happen next. Guard misunderstood his calm and grew arrogant, suggesting that they should reach a mutual. When Zhang asked about the agreement, the guard quickly replied that if they kept fighting this way, both of them would suffer heavy loss. He offered the antidote and some money, assuming Zhang's goal was to escape and thinking the boy would surely bow his head since life was more important than revenge. As he spoke, blood suddenly erupted from his mouth against his will, causing him to. He finally couldn't help but collapse to the ground as he vomited a great deal of. Zhang's gaze remained tranquil as if he had anticipated this exact. Guard Gon looked at the blood on his hands in terror and wondered why his body was failing despite his efforts to circulate his internal. Word poison then flashed through his mind as his breathing became rapid and. Zhang casually asked why he looked so pained since the wound wasn't that deep, and Guard Gon finally realized what was happening and asked if Zhang had dare poisoned him, and when it had. Zhang walked over to open the window and explained it was nothing special, just that the guard had stabbed him with that knife so it was now covered in it. He turned around and told the man that his blood was also a type of lethal. He explained that after eating pokeberry, wudong mushroom, star anise, croton, angelica, Adonis and Penelia since he was a child, his blood had built up a toxic. He slowly approached Guard Gon and asked if he understood what that implied. Then his voice became dark and chilling as he said that the guard didn't really need to understand. Seeing that the young man had transformed into an entirely different person, Guard Gon felt a deep sense of unease and realized he was. Zhang asked why he was shaking and if the open window made him cold, though he claimed he opened it to help cool the guard down from the fever caused by the top. He noted that, as a rule, a lower body temperature would slow the spread of the poison and might let the guard live just a bit. Realizing his grave danger, Guard Gon reached out with trembling hands and pleaded for. "Please." He begged for his life and swore that he would be absolutely loyal. He promised to become Zhang's dog and even lick his feet or crawl on the ground if that's what it took, so long as he was. Guard Gon's hands desperately gripped Zhang's clothing as his voice became incredibly pitiful, begging for a. Zhang looked at him with an air of satisfaction, noting that he finally liked the man's current. He remarked that things would have been much better and their cooperation smoother if he had maintained this attitude from the. Hearing this, Guard Gon felt as though he were about to receive the antidote and laughed until he cried with. An eerie smile reappeared on Zhang's face as his expression darkened, and he said it would have been better if he were treated this way from the. Immediately after, he ruthlessly pushed the knife deeper into Guard Gon's chest, leaving the man in a state of shock over what was. Zhang didn't blink as he called the man a devious and cunning, and wondered how such a person could even dare to speak of law. He looked at him with pure disgust and applied more force as he said it would be if he just died right. Guard Gon's defiant eyes stared back at him as if they were ready to explode from. Zhang quickly pinned him to the ground because he had no intention of letting this treacherous human live any. The man trembled but had no strength left to resist since the toxins had already reached his vital organs. After a short while, Guard Gon lay completely still on the floor and took his final. After a lifetime of schemes, his death turned out to be incredibly Zhang's facial muscles finally relaxed a little as he let out a weary and tired. He stood up to stretch his aching body and blamed the man for turning his new clothes into nothing more than. Still, he felt lucky to have finished him off earlier than expected, as the guard would have certainly planned to kill him eventually since he knew his true identity. Suddenly remembering someone else was still present, he glanced over at Gao Zhuan who was lying motionless on the. Zhang's eyes turned dark as he considered whether or not he should kill guard Gao Zhuan. After thinking it through, he told himself it wasn't necessary because the man seemed to know how to keep his mouth shut, so he would spare him since he was still young. Zhang approached Gao Zhuan and told him to wake up if he had heard everything, causing the man to jump up and answer him. Gao Zhuan wondered how Zhang knew he was still alive, so Zhang replied that it was obvious since the man had been inching away throughout the entire fight as if afraid of being. He was stunned by the observation, so Zhang praised his discretion and mentioned he was starting to find him satisfactory, earning a thank you from Gao. Then Zhang ordered him to go outside and keep everyone away from the room while he disposed of Guard Gon's body, so Gao Zhuan hurried off to follow. After that, Zhang looked down at the blood-soaked corpse on the ground and decided it was time to. He placed his hand on Guard Gon's dantian just as Qing Ling had instructed, and a surge of internal energy quickly began to flow into his own. Zhang thought silently to himself that although this feeling was Guardian Gon's internal power and it was quite warm, the thing he needed to verify was not this, but rather the extremely chilling aura he had sensed in the medicine halls. He judged it to be none other than death chi, which was the exact sensation one felt when taking. His hand continued to drain Guardian Gon's internal energy bit by bit, as the man's body gradually began to wither away. Suddenly, he finally discovered what he had been looking for. Realizing that this specific aura was exactly what he cold and terrifying aura was accumulating in his dantian. A chilling sensation that reminded him of the slaughter he performed when he was the scythe-killing ghost, and he knew he would have to kill more to accumulate this death. Qing Ling, standing at a distance, had witnessed this entire scene from beginning to end. Feeling excited, she remarked on his behavior and thought she finally understood why others were influenced, because he was essentially a. Having said that, Qing Ling and the demonic monk silently observed the young boy who was absorbed in draining the internal energy of the corpse. After the rain, the sun began to shine once again. The sky outside at this moment was exceptionally clear, and a voice rang out as first-rate Guardian Yang Ping stated that no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't believe Guardian Gon was the type to betray the young. And Ping spoke up, agreeing with the sentiment but wondering if the man had lied on the day he was discovered, causing Yang Ping to ask for clarification. He sighed and noted that in human affairs, if a problem is resolved well from the start, then everything that follows will be. Therefore, the young master must prove himself to be selective and strict so that later, when others are more sensible and we show a face of forgiveness, the situation will. Since human nature is inherently harsh, one must occasionally treat others well to reap the greatest possible benefit. Yang Ping bowed and praised the young master's insight, but the boy looked at his sword and told him not to speak such hollow. When Yang Ping asked what hollow words he meant, the man thought about Guardian Gon's low loyalty and how such a test was necessary, confirming his belief that the second young master was indeed the rightful. At the same time, someone suddenly rushed in from a distance in a state of. The person who arrived was second-rate Guardian Han Sheng, who frantically mentioned Guardian Gon, reported that Guardian Gon was planning to strike Mu Jingyun, causing Yang Ping to shout in shock as he could not believe his. And Ping interrupted, saying that if the man was trying to prove his innocence then it was a foolish act. But Han Sheng continued, saying the third young master had made a. He paused and then stated that the one who actually ordered Guardian Gon was none other than Ping himself, which made Ping feel nervous and, saying that, he gripped his sword as if wanting to deal with the boy immediately. Yang Ping hurriedly stopped him, warning that attacking the third young master now would only make everyone believe his words were true, causing Ping to ask if he should just stand. He lamented that if Mu Jingyun saw him defeated, the bastard would mock him, and he refused to just sit there and let it. Yang Ping paused for a moment and suggested they should influence that place. And hearing this, Ping stopped as they both seemed to understand the implication, and Yang Ping noted that if the third young master claimed Guardian Gon tried to kill him, then things became. Regarding Guardian Gon's origins, they possessed a strong spirit for killing and even had other harsh. Failure was a taboo for assassin sex, and even a retired assassin was no. At all costs, they would do everything to complete the assigned mission. He continued, suggesting that his subordinate should go there and say a few nice words to that terrible place Yang Ping referred to was one of the three great assassin sects of the Central Plains, the Flying Killing. And Ping thought silently for a while before calmly recalling the name of the Flying Killing sect and agreeing to the. Thinking of the boy's pathetic appearance, he flashed an evil smile, seemingly determined to strike the. Nightfall quickly arrived at Zheng's residence. Everything was incredibly. He sat silently in his room while intensely focused on trying to gather qi in his dantian according to the secret. But he failed because even though the qi was brought near the dantian, it still completely dissipated, and he wondered why that was the. Then he called out for Gao Zhuan, who stood outside and nervously responded, asking if the young master had any. Zhang asked him why the qi dissipated whenever he tried to gather it, making Gao Zhuan wonder why a boy who hadn't practiced martial arts was asking such. But not daring to be rude, he only stammered out a short response. Boy touched his stomach and said that after one night, he felt full of vitality, wondering if it was due to the movement. Gao Zhuan felt helpless, thinking he might be beaten to death if he expressed his truth. Thinking of this, he lowered his voice and asked if the young master had checked it yet, leaving the boy confused about how to. Gao Zhuan suggested checking why the qi dissipated when channeled and asked the boy to follow him, calculating that it was best not to oppose him since children often think they are. He guided the boy to sit down, telling him to ignore everything else and focus on the circulation. The boy quickly closed his eyes and followed Gao Zhuan's instructions, his breathing gradually becoming more rhythmic. At this moment, transferring internal energy also became easier, and his whole body felt as if it were receiving a massive surge of. Gao Zhuan was extremely surprised by the scene and wondered how such an impossible thing could. He wondered if the boy was really circulating qi, as his blood was so strong that the qi wasn't blocked at all, something only possible if a master had cleared his meridians. Terrified, Gao Zhuan secretly evaluated the boy as an eternal. Suddenly, a strange feeling rushed in, making him wonder what was. He felt something odd, something cold and hair-raising. A source of power exploded, leaving him stunned and confused. The boy was disappointed that it dissipated again, while Gao Zhuan was surprised that the boy could even. The boy's face became serious as he asked if it was truly impossible for him to form qi in his dantian. And Gao Zhuan stammered that. Gao Zhuan recounted that he felt a peculiar qi near the boy's dantian but couldn't identify what. The boy felt sad, wondering if that thing was the cause and if he should just give up on martial. Gao Zhuan wondered about the qi that dissipated all of the true qi, noting it wasn't a normal type of energy used for the dance. He remarked that it felt contradictory, which left Zhang confused. Fearing he said something wrong, Gao Zhuan hurriedly said it was just a guess. But the word contradictory made the boy. Zhang kept questioning and answering himself, realizing that true qi is warm while death qi is cold. Then told Gao Zhuan with a serious face, he said he needed to circulate qi through the reverse pathway, making Gao Zhuan gape in surprise. Quickly shouted to stop him, warning that he would suffer from qi deviation. Qing Ling's dark and cold voice threatened him to be. He asked if he wanted her to shut his mouth for him. She aggressively thought about the foolish mortals and how he would die for his reckless ignorance. The spirit servant killed the contract holder, she would gain the body, but if the holder died because of the contract, she would. Qing Ling was excited about being freed sooner than expected, calculating that when he died, his soul would vanish. She would personally tear his body. At the same time, Lily Hall was shrouded in complete silence. A mysterious figure covered from head to toe emerged from the shadows, claiming to be a Fengshe from the ghost spirit. He spoke in a dark and eerie voice, identifying himself as Fengshe. Lady Shi thought that although Mu Chun was dead, they only sent one person who seemed to be a young. She paused and glanced at the corpse, wondering why she had brought. Shua spoke, saying she brought Mu Chen's body to take revenge on the one who killed her junior. Lady Shi realized this meant the woman was of a higher rank than Mu Chun, and Shua continued, saying there was one more thing she needed to do, prompting Lady Shi to act. Her eyes filled with malice as she stated she had to kill the third young man. Lady Shi slowly moved her fan aside to reveal her face, admitting she didn't believe it initially. Now she liked her, and she couldn't suppress the joy on her face. Receiving the head of the family's approval, Shua was satisfied. Then she gathered internal energy and formed hand seals. Her eyes focused aggressively. At that moment, Mu Chen's corpse suddenly moved, eyes wide and mouth open in a gruesome. Simultaneously, Shua chanted a series of incantations to command the immortals and the evil ghosts to obey. As she finished, Shua's eyes flashed with a sudden. She aggressively plunged a wooden sword down, and Mu Chen's corpse seemed to be infused with an evil. A moment later, Mu Chen's body trembled and moved as strange sounds. Lady Shi and Huan watched from the side, feeling an intense. Mu Chen's corpse began to transform, with numerous fleshy pustules appearing on his throat. Not stopping there, countless black hands began to pour out from his 7 orifices. In an instant, a mountain of hands had crawled. Shua ordered those eerie things to target the third young master. It seemed that a storm of blood would rise at his residence. Soon after, a stream of green smoke snaked through the window and into. Qing Ling and the demonic monk quickly noticed the abnormality, and she looked around to check the situation. But those strange hands didn't attack them and instead passed by as if they were invisible. Their target was him, the third young master. The demonic monk quickly rushed forward to aggressively prevent those hands from attacking, but kept swarming forward like ants, leaving Qing Ling and especially Gao Zhuan confused. With her vast experience, Qing Ling guessed this was the inverse killing technique. Lady Shi thought to herself, wondering if every time Shua stabbed down, the boy would suffer. On the side, Shua silently and repeatedly stabbed the corpse, with the power gradually increasing. The demonic monk was still trying his best to block these troublesome. Lady Shi pervertedly licked her lips, finding the mere thought of it delightful. She watched with satisfaction as Shua stabbed down repeatedly, her heart filled with. Her inner self screamed for more. On the other side, the boy still had his eyes closed to concentrate on his cultivation, while the monk protected. On the other end, Shua had not yet stopped her move. It seemed this ritual would only end when the boy. Lady Shi felt as if her whole body was floating, her heart racing as she wished for him to suffer. Qing Ling watched from the side, took a puff of smoke, and laughed at the trivial. Then she stepped forward and lightly flicked her sleeve, causing streams of red light to bind those. Her red streams acted like sharp knives, gently cutting off each arm. Suddenly, her face tightened slightly, and she cursed in frustration. Meanwhile, over on Lady Shi's, Fengshe Shua was focused on stabbing the corpse. Qing Ling was annoyed that someone dared to interfere when things were almost settled. Angry and refusing to play any longer, she directly exerted her internal energy to make them alone. She could handle all those filthy human hands so they couldn't. Qing Ling's power actually traced back to the place where Shua was performing her evil. Very quickly, both she and the corpse were flung back, and a wave of pain surged, causing Fengshe Shua to let out a cry. Madame Shi shrieked in panic, asking if the Fengshe was all right. But the woman could say nothing and only clutched her mouth while coughing violently. Staring at the blood on her hands, Fengshe Shua could not believe the reverse sleigh had actually been counted. With her experience and power, Fengshe Shua quickly realized that it was not a mere imperial spirit rank. Immediately afterward, she spoke up, telling the madam that she would need a much higher payment in silver. Madame Shi was surprised and asked if she wanted more silver, To which she replied that she indeed required another 1,000 taels. Huan stood dazed, questioning the 1,000 taels and how much rice 5 million silver could buy. But Feng Shishua explained that this now threatened her life. Madame Shi grew a bit uneasy and asked if the matter was truly that dangerous. Feng Shishua explained that it was a high-level monstrous spirit, noting that while an imperial spirit was already life-threatening, this was even higher. She continued explaining as she reached out to set the cart containing the corpse back on its wheel. She further explained that if it exceeded that level, it would become a disaster that no Feng Shi could destroy unless one of equal rank was present. Although Madame Shi did not grasp the full severity of the situation, she was deeply frightened by the words of Feng Shishua. Immediately afterward, Madame Shi quickly accepted the terms while Huan called out to her in surprise. Madame Shi furrowed her brows fiercely, demanding that a way must be found to definitely deal with that Mu Jingyu. Feng Shishua continued, stating that just as monstrous spirits had levels, Feng Shi like herself also possessed various different ranks. In descending order, the Sun-Moon Divine technique of the Haimiao beast was 2 ranks above Mu-chan, Feng beast that had completed 5 years of basic cultivation in Feng Tech. Madame Shi stared blankly at her true identity, wondering if Mu-chan was her junior disciple. Noting that the woman was much younger than she had originally thought, Feng Shishua continued, declaring herself as one of the 3 great Feng Shi of the Ghost Spirit Pavilion, explaining that she could control all demons and goblins as a single consciousness. She vowed the young master would never be safe. Having said this, she quickly pushed the door open and stepped out into the light. A flicker of cruelty appeared within her. Feng Shishua had firmly made up her mind this time, asserting with absolute certainty that things would go as planned. The scene shifted back to his room, where everything lay in shambles after the battle while Qingling stood guard nearby. She cursed in frustration, wondering how those people could dare to interfere, ruin her plans, thinking that if he died from that ritual his death would not be voluntary and his body would no longer be hers as a strange aura surrounded him. Qingling's face darkened with shock as she nearly screamed about the presence of deathly anine energy. She looked at the young man before her in disbelief, wondering how he could possibly be absorbing deathly energy. Qingling began to grow more cautious, finding this fellow to be incredibly bizarre. Realizing he could perform rituals and absorb deathly energy despite not understanding energy circulation, she hated to admit it. Just as Qingling was thinking this, he gradually began to open his. He remained standing silently behind him while observing the strange young man as he dazedly checked his body for changes. She told herself that she was indeed becoming more and more interested in this brat. He looked at his hands, which were now covered in magical power, and realized the reverse path energy circulation was the correct method because, unlike regular qi, this energy would not dissipate despite being too little for his dantian. Qingling blurted out a question asking if he was truly a living person, which left him quite dazed. He replied that he was still alive as she could see, but she wondered how such a healthy person could absorb deathly energy. Mu Jingyun was surprised and asked if it was impossible, to which she said it was not impossible but rather strange. He stood up and asked Qingling why the room had become such a mess, and she calmly asked if he was curious. Mu Jingyun questioned why the demon monk was in chaos and Gao Zhuan had fainted, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, the demon monk bolted upright with an extremely grave expression. Two whispered together as the demon monk recounted the events, leading Mu Jingyun to understand until Qingling shouted at the fool. She jumped up and hit the demon monk repeatedly while cursing his lack of understanding, leaving Mu Jingyun helpless as he asked why she wouldn't tell him. Qingling snapped that he was lucky she saved his life from the reverse slay, which made him curious about what that was. At the same time, a sound from outside made the ground shake, leaving all 3 of them momentarily stunned. Qingling's gaze suddenly became sharp, as if she had already identified the source of the problem. She then calmly observed the situation as a puff of smoke was exhaled, leading Mu Jingyun to notice her expression and ask what was happening. Qingling did not answer but instead cursed at the troublesome mortals for causing such a commotion. As soon as she finished speaking, something black began to flood into the room from the ground. A look of disgust appeared on Qingling's face as she wondered who would use such a thing as a shikigami. Sparking his curiosity, Qingling explained that these were the demons and goblins of a wanderer known as the Jiuchu, a swarm of toxic pests that could easily kill a normal person. He watched the creatures crawling over the ground in a daze, while Qingling's face remained entirely expressionless. According to Qingling, since ancient times, there have been demons on the mountains and goblins in the sea. Those creatures that brought misfortune were given those names as they were the demons and goblins of old. One particular type of those demons and goblins were known as the Scene returned to Feng Shishua as a jet black bird of unknown form landed on her hand. It appeared to have a third eye in the middle of its forehead that glowed in an incredibly bizarre manner. Feng Shishua raised her hand and the bird flew off as the Jiuchu, a bird-like malignant beast with a snake's tail that commanded insects. Feng Shishua hid in the dark room while watching her bird soar through the sky, appearing very confident in her trump card. Very quickly the insects covered the ground as she walked, believing that there was no place for emotion in the heart of a Feng Shi. A Feng Shi always had to face death, so even though Mu-chan was dead, she did not feel any sadness at all. However, seeing his murdered face was not very pleasant. she said as she began to form hand seal. Those insects became hypnotized and aggressively followed Fang Shishua in an obedient manner. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she spoke the name of the one she wished to kill. The third young master Mu Jingyu. The bird circled his study as a thick aura of slaughter radiated from its body, while Fang Shishua thought of him becoming food for the Jiuqiu. Returning now to the side of Mu Jingyu, he looked at the swarm of insects on the ground with a suddenly dark and incomprehensible expression. While Gao Zhuan was still lying in the room sleeping soundly and even snoring loudly, he hit him hard across the face and shouted for Gao Zhuan to wake up. He woke up, he screamed at the sight of the creatures, prompting Mu Jingyun to pass through the walls, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand that made Gao Zhuan's expression shift as he raised it to find his hand riddled with bite mark. Panicked, shouting in surprise while Zhang told him to use his inner power for self-defense, thought that despite their small size, the overwhelming numbers of the insects would devour them. Qing Ling asked calmly what he intended to do if the situation continued this way. Zhang asked her for help, but she flatly refused, questioning why she should assist him. Qing Ling tried to fish in troubled waters by demanding his soul in exchange. Zhang, feeling helpless, began to fight off the insects while Gao Zhuan screamed at the sheer number of them until Qing Ling called him a stubborn brat and suggested a wager, which surprised Zhang enough to make him stop his movements and ask for clarification, leading her to propose that if he died he must give her his soul, but if he managed to survive this calamity this time around then he would do her utmost to help him there. Zhang turned his back and agreed to the one-word promise without looking at her. His decisive attitude surprised her as the insects quickly swarmed toward the bed, where Zhang and Gao Zhuan stood, making the latter panic about their increasing number, what they should do. So Zhang sternly ordered him to find anything flammable, start a fire, which confused Gao Zhuan as Zhang explained that a lamp could keep them at bay, though Gao Zhuan remained dazed and hesitant because the lamp was too far away for them to reach. Zhang focused intensely on the lamp and activated a ritual technique he had just learned, creating a powerful gust of wind that pulled everything toward him, caused the lamp to move into his. Gao Zhuan asked what technique that was, but Zhang told him there was no time, wondered who was behind this, knowing a normal person could not use spells, control Shikigami, eventually smiling sinisterly as he suspected Lady Shi, deduced that an occultist must be near her, planning to use the fire's chaos, take advantage of the situation, so he cunningly decided to eliminate the occult. Meanwhile, occultist Shua was controlling a bird and declared it was the end, as the insects grew more frenzied and lunged straight at Zhang. Gao Zhuan, who screamed in shock while Zhang stood momentarily dazed by the assault. Occultist Shua emerged from the shadows and coldly asked if he thought she would sit idly by, as insects swarmed wherever she walked in a scene that was spine-chilling to both. Occultist Shua glanced over with contempt and called him a fool, claimed that her right eye was the white eye, capable of seeing through the world, everything he did behind her back, meaning he could hide nothing from her. She placed her hand on the wall to sense the movement inside the room, bragged about seeing everything before turning furious and ordering Juju to break the door, which exploded with a loud bang that startled Gao Zhuan, revealed her figure through the smoke as they both stood dazed. Zhang greeted her with a calm face while Gao Zhuan wondered who she was. The cultist's white eye glowed as she stared directly at him, noticed a glowing red thread extending from Zhang's. The demon monk appeared from behind to launch a sneak attack, but she quickly chanted a spell to summon hands that crashed down like a waterfall, crushed the monk, as she stepped on his head and cursed him as useless, then looked at Zhang and reiterated that she could see. Gao Zhuan hid a knife to strike her, but occultist Shua noticed, aggressively pulled out a yellow talisman with red writing called the Ink Seal Curse. Then she threw the talisman toward the center of Uncle Tone's forehead and chanted loudly, swiftly as the law commanded, which caused the knife in Chao Tone's hand to be flung away. At that very moment, the young man quickly snatched. Fangshi Shua aggressively ordered her bird, Joju, kill him. That bird immediately obeyed her command and lunged forward aggressively along with that swarm of but he had not expected them to be so terrifying. As in just a flash, the whole swarm frantically rushed toward him like hungry swarm of insects quickly covered his entire body, and Qin, being momentarily dazed, fell into a passive while hundreds of bugs continued to frantically swarm over him, eyeing him like a delicious piece of. Fangshi Shua gloomily called out, third young master Mu Jingyun. As her eyes revealed a lethal, she looked toward him as he was being covered by insects with secret satisfaction, thinking he could now sleep for it. At this moment, Qin sat motionless amidst the swarm of poisonous insects, his eyes tightly shut as they slowly bit into his body, causing him some, and his room quickly turned into a scene of utter chaos and while the demon monk was Qin was surrounded by insects, and Chao Tone had fallen unconscious. Fangshi Shua felt secretly triumphant, thinking she had dealt with them faster than expected and wondering if he really wasn't the Then she stopped caring about that Qingling and directly coaxed the bird, saying it had done very before deciding to leave, noting that if he was alone, he would just be eaten by insects and then pass. She haughtily departed, believing this commission was nothing significant, before she suddenly sensed something and froze her entire body in surprise. Those insects no longer seemed to be clinging. Qin decisively took the knife and stabbed himself once, causing fresh blood to pour out, and as Fangshi Shua slowly turned around to look, she felt an oppressive aura right behind. At this moment, the boy's eyes were indeed terrifying, and blood dripped from the wound he had just inflicted upon him. And most importantly, those insects that had sucked his blood were falling to the ground like they had been. Qin's image at this moment was like a reaper from hell coming to claim a life as he looked aggressively toward Fangshi, leaving her and the bird beside her so stunned that they could only stand their peril. Qin's gaze was like that of a completely different person, looking soulless and full of strength as he continuously used the knife to cut into his own flesh, letting fresh blood flow out in it. However, it seemed that everything was going exactly according to what Qin had calculated, because those insects died in heaps on the ground after coming into contact with his blood, with almost none of them surviving. Very soon, all of them lay dead and scattered across the while Fangshi Shua stood there dazed, unable to understand what was happening to her swarm of insects. She had never seen anyone so insane as to cut their own body to use as medicine to destroy poisonous insects. Qin dripped blood all over his body, looking like a blood-soaked man smiling in a truly gruesome. Fangshi Shua had never felt such a chilling sensation in her life, having met many opponents but none as terrifying as who then rushed straight toward her and shouted that it was unfortunate because his blood was a deadly poison, making it no trouble at all to exterminate those in. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward with the sharp knife pointed directly at her, causing Fangshi Shua to fall to the ground and looking at this crazed young man. She had never felt such fear and screamed out while the black bird let out a piercing cry and spread its wings to charge, seemingly wanting to protect its mate. She bit her teeth, realizing that attacking with insects no longer worked, and while Joju was buying time, she had to perform a powerful function. So to increase its power, her hands quickly formed seals as she shouted, Mianyao Divine Assistant Power Law, breaking the 8 styles. First, whereas on this side, Qin also aggressively confronted that bird. Qin used an extraction right to pull it and Joju landed panically in Qin's hands as he smiled wickedly and squeezed its neck. Witnessing this scene, Fangshi Shua could not help but be horrified. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Joju was no longer easy to manipulate, and Qin smiled with satisfaction, noting that it was finally a bit. Fangshi Shua hurriedly ran toward him and shouted, asking what was going on with Qin. Suddenly, a red thread like a medium appeared from her chest, causing her to. A wave of pain gradually arrived, making her slump down as she wondered why she was suddenly in such. Realizing this pain originated from her Shirshin, Joju, and she wondered what on earth had happened. Suddenly, Fangshi Shua froze as she sensed something. It was the demonic aura of Joju, but now its demonic aura was rapidly depleting, and she knew if this continued, her Joju would be. She stared at him with wide-eyed shock, her mind in complete disarray as she wondered if he was draining it, and much like with the Qingling, this surprised her, as she couldn't understand how it was possible when he was still. How could he absorb both death energy and yin? This was completely contrary to common sense. Contemplated the situation, unsure of how to react as she realized Zheng had. Not only that, but he had a lot of it, and it was accumulating more through killing, which would allow him to create a dantian in a short. Seeing the bird she cherished having its demonic aura drained, she cried out in pain for him, and with tears falling, Fangshi Shua pleaded with him to stop because if he absorbed too much, Joju. Her expression made him feel very satisfied, and a cunning smile appeared on Qin's. The scene shifted to Huihua Hall, the residence of Madame Shi, where Hua-en stepped forward anxiously to tell her the outside wind was very. But seeing her master remain silent, she continued asking her to go inside, though Madame Shi felt uneasy and unable to sit still without knowing the situation. Madame Shi's face showed a wicked look as she thought that, if necessary, she would go check herself to ask the Fangshi to, one being the life of Mu Jingyun, and the other being the secret. Prevent her from taking that manual, she had to ensure no one else obtained those 2 secret manuals. After a while, a servant beside Madame Shi joyfully announced that the Fangshi had returned, causing her to turn around and spotting the silhouette of Fangshi Shua walking toward her from the dark. Madame Shi could not hide her joy and cheered, thinking that the woman had and she gloated that that filthy brat Mu Jingyun was done for. As the 2 manuals were about to fall into her, she felt delighted thinking her son would become the manor lord, and her face distorted from trying to suppress her. En and the maid were also happy for her, congratulating her, while Madame Shi haughtily told them not to be too. However, Madame Shi soon noticed something strange. Fangshi Shua was just standing there, staring fixedly. This strange behavior left Madame Shi and her group momentarily. Madame Shi wondered why she wasn't coming closer and suspiciously asked what was wrong, telling her to come and. Suddenly, Fangshi Shua closed her eyes tightly, appearing as though she wanted to say something very difficult until she finally took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and addressed the first. She stated that her ghost spirit pavilion had accepted the commission, but they could not kill the 3rd young master, Mu Jingyun. Hearing this, Madame Sure and her people were all stunned with their mouths agape. As she was so shocked she couldn't believe what she had just heard and was unable to react to. Feng Shua trembled with anger, thinking that Brat was a devil in human skin for forcing her to. Recalling the moment he had told her to frame Madame Sure using her own, and seeing Feng Shua stunned, he added that she said she would do anything to save her Shirshin, and if he killed her, the madam would just send someone else, so she must accuse her. His eyes glared aggressively at her, saying that in this way, the ghost spirit pavilion and the madam would become. Feng Shua bit her lip and thought that doing so would make her a traitor to her sect, but she had no other. Back in the present, she continued shouting that the madam had called young master Mu Jingyun and had asked them to destroy the vengeful spirits and kill him, but from what she saw, he was no ghost. Therefore, she told her never to commission such a task to the ghost spirit pavilion. Madame Sure was stunned as whispering voices rose from the distance, wondering who was trying to kill and questioning if Madame Sure wanted the third young master's life to seize the title of Manor Lord. Before calling to arrest her at Huihua, An was panicked because the Manor's warriors were rushing there, and she urgently called out to the first, but she seemed so blindsided by the surprise that she couldn't react, her mind only screaming the name Mu. People wondered what had happened at Huihua Hall and where the third young master. Qin looked toward Feng Shua and asked if she had done as, and seeing her not answering, he playfully squeezed the black bird's neck, making it. Feng Shua glanced over and lazily replied that, as he could see, it was all. Trembled with rage, realizing everything had gone as he wished, making Madame Sure and the ghost spirit pavilion enemies, and the madam a culprit in an attempt to. She no longer had to worry about the madam's affairs, but to save her Shirshin. She had betrayed her sect and would likely be hunted. Feng Shua thought it was time to, then looked at him and demanded he return her Shirshin as promised. He looked at her with a friendly smile and said that before he had something he wanted to ask. She didn't know what he would ask but was sure it wasn't anything good, and she was surprised he wanted to know about the Wangliang. He leisurely replied that he wanted to know about those who controlled Shirshin like the demon monk or that bird, especially about their ghost spirit. Feng Shua looked at the demon monk and realized it wasn't a case of possession but was his Shirshin. Wondering how he had bound such a vengeful. She secretly broke into a cold sweat because more important, he didn't just have one Shirshin, as she could see two Shirshin bond threads originating from. Qin squeezed the black bird again, making it shriek, and asked if she didn't want it. Feng Shua let out a helpless sigh and stammered that she would, explaining there were 6 levels of Wangliang, vile monstrous beasts, demonic beasts, fiendish, spiritual beasts and divine beasts, noting that even vile beasts were a calamity and higher levels were even more dangerous. She said the ghost spirit pavilion had 3 people, including herself, who could control Wangliang as one was Gu, the pavilion master's assistant, who controlled a Shirshin called the Gu Jiao of Luwu Mountain, which was extremely dangerous. Another was the ghost spirit pavilion master, and though she didn't know what Shirshin she was certain its level was among the highest and by no means. Qin listened and thoughtfully judged that it might be a spiritual beast or a divine, but Feng Shua said that was impossible since those only appeared in legends, and she guessed it was just a demonic or fiendish. Then handed him a book about those Wangliang creatures, which Chao Tone curiously read as the classic of mountains and seas. And Qin happily he curiously opened the book and wondered if the pavilion master's beast was a dragon. Given how much death energy he had absorbed from just, he secretly wished that it would be great if he could obtain a high-level Wangliang creature for him. Immediately afterward, he returned the bird to her, saying it was very good. He was satisfied with her. Zhang looked at the arrogant Feng Shua and asked if he wouldn't offer thanks while Shua, gritting his teeth in frustration, finally uttered his gratitude before Zhang, raising his voice further, made Shua repeat himself until he was dismissed, leaving Gao Zhuan standing by, completely speechless at this young man's behavior. Immediately after that, Feng Shua quickly grabbed his Joju bird and rushed outside with a stomach full of seething anger, while Zhang flashes a satisfied smile and thinks to himself that this is truly a lucky day. He knows he will be monitored from this moment forward. Having absorbed almost all the death energy from the Joju earlier, he can finally create a Dantian. From this point on, he can truly begin to practice martial arts with a face of absolute determination. Suddenly Gao Zhuan steps forward to interrupt his thoughts, asking if he thinks everything will be all right, to which Zhang simply questions what he means. Gao Zhuan looks at him and mentions that the Fengshe is surely harboring hatred now. But the young master simply says that a promise cannot be broken. Despite the man's worries about future consequences or the possibility of revenge, Zhang nonchalantly admits that he might have a point. Nevertheless, he believes she won't do anything because, as Gao Zhuan wonders about the reason, Zhang changes his tone to a cold one, explaining that he still has another deal in place. Meanwhile, Feng Shua carries the bird into the deep forest, feeling an endless heartache seeing it trembling on the verge of death, knowing that it would not be strange even if it died right now. She thinks aggressively while acknowledging that even though she is leaving Mu Jingyun behind for now, there will come a day when she returns. Suddenly a chilling voice rings out, suggesting that she seems to be harboring thoughts of personal revenge. Immediately following that, a wave of power carrying malevolent energy attacks her directly. Feng Shua stands stunned, Looking toward the place she was just assaulted, realizing this sensation as the two words "and I sha" echo in her mind. She finds herself unable to believe. It seems impossible that such an extremely evil, vengeful soul could have become his shikigami. In her terror, she holds the bird tightly as a hand reaches out from the darkness toward her face. Subsequently, one of the eyes of Shua is destroyed. It was the very eye that allowed her to see through all things. Despite the agonizing pain as she clutches her eye, she does not dare to cry out even a single word. Suddenly a head peers directly at her, and it is Qingling, who has pursued her all this way, apparently following the young master's order. Qingling says mockingly that she is still beautiful even after losing an eye. Shua, seemingly unable to regain her composure, asks in a daze about what has happened, finding herself unable to breathe before she can even understand the situation. Blood begins to spray violently from her 7 orifices. Shifting the scene to Madame Sure, she screams aggressively about the grievance she feels toward the external hall master, claiming that Mu Jingyun was the one who fabricated everything and questioning if he truly thinks she would act against him. She asserts that the Fengshe and the third young master conspired to frame her with their tricks. The man she calls the external hall master taps his fingers on the table before finally shouting for her to shut her mouth. Madame Sure, surprised by such a shout, is momentarily stunned. As the external hall master darkens his face and repeats for her to be quiet, he asks what exactly happened at the medicine hall, causing her to stutter that it was a forbidden place but he had entered. Continues by asking if he didn't save the manor master, or if perhaps she had been trying to find a way to kill the master. Hearing this, Madame Sure screams in a panic for the external hall master. Seeing her in such a state, he glares gloomily toward Madame Sure, subsequently states that he cannot overlook this case and will send people to investigate, so he hopes she will confess truthfully. For a moment Madame Sure cannot say anything and only bows her head in silence to follow orders. He continues by promising to make everything clear, revealing the truth about her, the second young master, and the third young master. Returning to Zheng's study, he is focusing on his cultivation while his body is covered in many cuts. As night falls, the space here becomes incredibly quiet and deserted under the cover of darkness. The external hall master continues to sit and contemplate, wondering why the second young master and Madame Sure would want to kill the third young master as he taps the table repeatedly, questioning if it is for power or because the master likes him more, since the boy has no martial arts or support, and yet they all want him dead. Suspecting there might be a reason he doesn't know, he slowly begins to remember. Reflecting on the interrogation, he notes that the boy's attitude was not normal, appearing very leisurely as if he knew everything in advance, wondering if he hasn't recovered from the life and death moment, or if he possesses. Pausing for a bit, he thinks of something that gives him peace of mind. Unable to figure it out, the external hall master stands up and decides he must find out for himself. On this side, the boy is concentrating on gathering qi in his dantian while Emo-sang remains on duty behind him. After dealing with Fengshe Shua, Qingling also quickly returns. Emo-sang respectfully bows upon seeing her, while she glances over at the boy. Seeing him so focused, she is surprised and looks at the little fellow. Observing him more closely, she didn't think he could accumulate so much energy from the Joju. When he said he had a faster way to create a dantian, she thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be the truth. She stands there in silence, focusing her gaze on him without saying a word. After watching for a long time, she suddenly thinks that this boy is actually quite handsome. Simultaneously, as she looks closely at him, Zhang slowly opens his eye. Seeing this scene, upon opening his eyes, he directly asks what she is doing. Qingling immediately turns away in embarrassment and stutters that she isn't doing anything. Zhang notices her confusion and laughs softly while asking if that's really true. Being an old vengeful soul teased like this, she momentarily bites her lip in annoyance. Finally unable to hold back, she shouts for him to concentrate on his qi and stop talking nonsense. She feels frustrated about the bet she made with the Fengshe, thinking that woman should have tried harder. Suddenly Zhang calls out, interrupting her thoughts to say he needs her to confirm something. She asks what he wants confirmed, and he wonders out loud if this is the dantian she once mentioned. Qingling is disdainful, claiming a dantian cannot be created in one night even with hard work, but he cuts her off to mention a small lump near his navel. Hearing this, she looks over with curiosity and appears to be very bewildered. He looks at the glowing thing on his abdomen and wonders if it really isn't a dantian. Qingling's eyes go wide with surprise at this event as she stares intently at that spot on him. Confused, she asks to check it, to which he quickly agrees. She explains she will place her hand on the dantian to materialize it and feel it, warning him it might be uncomfortable. As soon as she touches it, a powerful golden light radiates from his dantian. Seeing her reaction, he asks in surprise what is wrong with her. She is stunned because she cannot touch it, and he is equally confused as to why. She urgently asks Emo-sang to try touching it instead. Why? He cannot help his curiosity, asking if she knows the reason why, wondering if it is because they have become shikigami. She looks over at the sleeping Gao Zhuan and comes up with an idea. Immediately after, she pokes his stomach and finds that she can touch this fellow. However, Gao Zhuan is just an ordinary person and faints from the touch, leaving her apologetic. Feeling uncomfortable, she doesn't think the problem is with her, so he asks if there is another way to check. Qingling suddenly remembers something. At that moment, He hears footsteps approaching his room. Both he and Qingling remain silent while looking toward the sound of the approaching step. From outside the door, a voice calls out, identifying himself as the external hall master, Shang Xiongbai. He wonders why the external hall master would come here at this hour. Shang Xiongbai, a loyal subordinate to the second-generation manor master, is a respected elder whose support could determine the next master, so even Madame Sure does not dare to provoke him as he is the most influential person in Ranmusword Manor. Seeing no answer, the master speaks again to ask if the young master is still awake. Zheng asks about the purpose of the visit, and the master begins by stating that as a subordinate, he must apologize because the warriors failed to ensure his safety. The boy waves it off, but the master bows low, insisting it is his fault despite Zheng's embarrassment. Smiling kindly, Zheng says he is truly unharmed and does not blame him. Suddenly the master's face changes as he gradually looks up, urgently shouts for the young master to wait a moment. His hand freezes just as it was about to touch the boy's head, and both fall into silence. As he stands there dazed, the boy looks up and stares intently at him. The master awkwardly lowers his hand to the boy's shoulder and laughs while thanking him for his understanding. He asks about the self-defense dagger he supposedly gave the young master when the manor master passed away. Zheng looks at the unconscious Gao Zhuan and realizes he must hesitate. He manages to say he kept it in the closet, which makes the master happy that it wasn't lost. After laughing together, the master notes that he was worried it might have been misplaced. Zheng stutters a question about the knife, to which the master asks what about it. Zheng says that upon second thought, he has never even heard of it. The external hall master stops pretending and drops his mask, admitting he never gave him any such thing. Immediately after, he rushes forward and fiercely launches a palm strike toward the boy. The strike hits the bed and shatters it instantly as the master glares at him, stating that he has made two mistakes. He strikes the boy's acupoints and explains that the real third young master is arrogant toward those who back. Ever since the second and third young masters were defeated by the fourth young master, the real prince would instinctively flinch whenever he saw someone raise their hand. Yet this impostor is too comfortable and doesn't show even a hint of hesitation. Having sealed his acupoints, he demands to know where the real young master is. Why? Hearing this, the boy instinctively breaks into a mysterious smile. What is unexpected is that when he lands, his feet can touch and stand firmly on the ground. The external hall master is shocked that he can still stand despite having his acupoints sealed. He screams out in disbelief at the sight, while the boy looks to the sky and laughs crazily before shouting for Qingling as his eyes filled with madness and evil. Straight after that call, a hand strikes forcefully against the external hall master's chest. He screams out in panic about his heart, questioning how the boy dared to do such a thing. Qingling laughs charmingly from behind and asks in a cold voice if he wants to die that much. Zheng is satisfied, noting that Qingling is truly on a completely different level. She explains that life energy and death energy are two opposite extremes, therefore the life energy used against him was dissipated, concluding that this mortal must have a dantian. Finding it interesting that a living body could create a dantian without deep internal training, rendering acupoint strikes useless. Despite having a dantian, his true identity is exposed, so he wonders what his next move will be since learning martial arts here will be difficult. Immediately after, Zheng flashes a cunning and calculating smile. Seeming to have another devious idea, he orders Emosang to possess Shang Xiongba. As the external hall master stands dazed, Qingling praises him for being no different from the demon. Shang Xiongbai trembles, wondering who this person is talking to and what he means by Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through, causing the outer hall master to panic. His body felt as though it were being torn apart as he wondered in fear why this was happening and who exactly this person was who looked identical to the third young master, especially since his acupoint strikes had no effect and something was squeezing his heart despite there being nothing visible until he began to feel terrified, wondering if he had discovered something he never knew before. The outer hall master asked with a trembling voice who he really was. The youth looked calmly at the outer hall master and declared he was the third young master of Ranmusword Manor. As the morning sun rose, the fresh air pushed back the evils hidden by the darkness of the night. Chao Tone wondered to himself while pacing around, thinking that everything was truly strange. Upon waking up he found the bed broken and the martial artists of the outer hall had become strangely timid, whereas yesterday they had secretly monitored them like prisoners. Before his thoughts could end, one of them stepped forward respectfully to say the young master was waiting, which caused Chao Tone's face to darken. He wondered what on earth was happening, yet he still maintained his manners while responding politely. The moment Chao Tone opened the room door, a familiar figure was already standing there. He was so startled that his mouth hung open while his heart screamed incessantly. Zheng saw him and spoke happily, noting that he had arrived. Chao Tone still did not understand what was going on, so Zheng ordered the outer hall master, who was actually the demon monk, to go about his business, and he bowed before leaving. Chao Tone watched the outer hall master's respectful behavior toward the youth and remained in a state of shock. Zheng spoke up to interrupt his train of thought, telling him he arrived just in time for the meal that was just served and invited him to eat together. As soon as the door closed, Chao Tone shouted, asking how such a thing was possible. But Zheng calmly told him to sit down and promised to explain the whole story later. Zheng spoke up, mentioning he had something to ask, causing Chao Tone to stammer while asking what it was. The youth asked happily if he could teach him the basic moves of the Ranmu sword manor. Upon hearing this, Chao Tone was so surprised that the food in his mouth fell out before he could swallow. He recalled when the youth was diligently practicing his skills in front of Qing Ling, but after struggling for a while with no results, Zhang wondered why it was so strange, noted that he had followed everything written in the manual, yet the movements lacked any connection. Qing Ling calmly exhaled a puff of smoke, explaining that it was because the martial arts were of a supreme level. The movements in that manual contained supreme secrets that required focused enlightenment to reach a high realm. Though the youth asked if it was not just a precious treasure, Qing Ling scolded him, calling him a fool and saying that even true martial artists might not achieve enlightenment. So without learning the basics, he could not understand supreme martial art. Supreme martial arts focus on enlightenment to reach a higher realm, helping a martial artist transcend their current level. It is a form of martial arts that helps one reach a higher level by eliminating unnecessary postures. So having the manual is useless without learning the basic. In other words, not knowing the basic techniques is like having a shell without a core. While eating, the youth thought that without learning the basic techniques, he would not be able to comprehend the manual. Turning to the present, Chao Tone stood up in a panic, asking if he was studying that manual to become the manor lord, to which Zhang reacted confusedly, saying that was impossible. He pressed further to know why, and Zhang replied that he only thought the martial arts would be useful. But Chao Tone explained it was not an ordinary manual but supreme martial arts famous throughout the martial world. Leaving the youth dazed, Chao Tone added that if he learned it there might be problems later, so he must not be discovered. Stated that he could not teach the basic moves, leading the youth to ask why. He explained that he did not know them, having only seen the manor lord practice from afar once or twice, and the basic moves of Ranmu sword manor were exclusive technique. Those basic techniques included the 9 forms of Ranmu and the Ranmu basic swordplay, which were only passed down to family members, specifically to those who carried the surname Mu, were only taught to those who inherited the Mu bloodline. The youth pressed on, asking who would know those basic moves. Chao Tone recalled they were the manor lord and the other young masters, causing the youth to fall into deep high. And he asked if only they knew, and Chao Tone confirmed it was so. Chao Tone secretly feared that if a conflict arose with the other young masters and they weren't careful, his identity would be exposed. Immediately after, Zhang stood up with great determination. Seeing no other choice but to go, Chao Tone looked on blankly and asked where he intended to go. The youth said calmly that he was going to someone who could teach him the basics, making his jaw drop in shock once more. Chao Tone quickly followed and whispered that it was impossible because if they suspected him. Zhang interrupted saying that worrying about everything would lead to nothing, so they should just go. Chao Tone trailed behind, trying to ask who he planned to meet. Suddenly his face turned pale and his whole body began to tremble. He did not expect that the person Zhang wanted to meet was the 4th young master who had once defeated him, and soon they stood before the 4th young master's training grounds where the youth watched in silence. Noticed his body was extremely fit and his face showed a resilient character. Zhang and Chao Tone remained silent while watching the 4th young master train. A moment later, the youth happily prepared to shout a greeting, but Chao Tone panicked and tried to stop him while stammering for him to wait. Chao Tone spoke up, reminding him of what happened before between the two of them, but the youth looked confused, asking if it was about the 3rd young master being beaten for insulting the other's mother, which made Chao Tone even more anxious that he would still go there. Chao Tone sighed, remembering that day very clearly. Screams rang out as he begged to stop and apologize. Chao Tone continued, saying the 3rd young master's leg and rib bones were completely crushed as he cried and screamed for help. The 4th young master truly hated the 3rd young master, and more importantly, after a pause, he added that at only 16, he had already reached the peak realm. Qing Ling stood beside him, noting that if the words were true, that boy would be useful. Asked if he saw how rare it was for someone to circulate such a large amount of energy at 16. Calling him a natural genius she would have taken as a disciple if she were alive, but she warned him, told him to be careful because as the sun was rising, she was not strong enough to help him. Hearing Qing Ling's words made Zhang find the person even more interesting, so he smiled with satisfaction. Chao Tone seriously advised him to give up, but before he could finish, the youth quickly walked over while he shouted in fear. On this side, the 4th young master was concentrating with his eyes closed in a horse stance, drenched in sweat. Realizing someone was standing nearby staring at him, he opened his eyes to observe. As soon as he saw the youth, the 4th young master's expression changed to one of extreme aggression. Chao Tone hid fearfully behind his back while Zhang spoke up cheerfully with a greeting. The 4th young master wondered why he was not afraid before telling him coldly to get out or face the consequences. Despite the warning, the youth remained standing there, which greatly surprised him. 4th young master looked at him in momentary confusion and stammered, asking how he could be there. Zhang said nothing, only holding up the martial arts manual he was carrying. He slowly and gently broke into a bright smile and asked if he wanted to have it. The 4th young master did not beat around the bush but asked how he could know if it was real or fake. So Zhang threw it over and told him to check. The 4th young master watched him warily in silence before decisively reaching out to catch the book, quickly opened it to read the contents and was profoundly shocked. 4th young master flipped through many pages, realizing it was real and that everything inside would enhance one's martial arts, as it was clearly the Manor Lord's manual. But on reaching a certain section, the 4th young master was surprised to find some pages were torn. He looked at Zhang curiously and asked why several pages had been ripped out. The youth did not answer but stood there silently pointing to his head, implying he had memorized and destroyed those pages. The fourth young master cursed him as a bastard in his mind before asking where he got it from. Zhang answered calmly, asking if that mattered as long as he knew he had obtained it. Suddenly the fourth young master shouted in a rage, asking how he dared to come see him, claimed he would soon become a better manor lord than him and told him to stop his delusions, assuming that was why he came. After saying that, he aggressively threw the book back at the youth, telling him to take it and disappear from his sight. Zhang calmly leaned down to pick it up, noting that it seemed he had misunderstood his intention. He brushed the dust off the book and continued, saying he only came to make a deal and had no interest in the seat of the manor lord. Hearing this, the fourth young master did not understand and asked what he meant. He laughed loudly, questioning if he truly had no interest in the position. Immediately after, a fist swung violently at his face while Zhang noted that he did not believe his words. Fourth young master had indeed punched him so hard that Zhang could not help but fall to the ground. Seeing Zhang being sent flying like that, Chaoton screamed in panic. The fourth young master asked in a deep, contemptuous voice if he really thought he would believe that, asked if he had forgotten what happened 2 years ago, promised to help him remember it. The fourth young master roared, telling him not to hope to ever do anything to him again. Zhang wiped the blood from his nose while thinking to himself, noted the peak realm and smiled with satisfaction at the blood on his hands. Seeing that he was truly different, he thought to himself, putting aside that dark sword user, previous masters he had met, like Guard Gon or the Outer Hall Master. None of them gave him such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Now he understood why Chaoton was so terrified. He looked at the young man standing before him full of murderous intent and quietly evaluated him, concluded that this person was indeed a monster. Zhang calculated that it seemed not everything could be solved by relying on luck and his body had been unable to react in time. But if he practiced martial arts, perhaps he could become this strong later by training in that technique. Thinking that he could completely avenge his grandfather, he spoke with satisfaction, noting that his fist techniques were indeed incredibly powerful. The fourth young master looked at him with an extremely contemptuous face and asked if he was afraid, commented that he was still talking nonsense so he must not be terrified yet, and suggested he needed another beating to wake up. But Zhang spoke up, acknowledging his suspicion. The fourth young master grabbed his collar, saying he didn't just suspect but was certain. He prepared to strike aggressively, calling everything he said nonsense and untrustworthy. Zhang smiled brightly without resisting, saying he had no other way to explain himself, added that he would just have to hand the manual over to the first madam or the second brother instead. Hearing this, the fourth young master seemed to waver, and the fist intended for him quickly stopped. He grabbed his wrist and asked what he would do if either Ing Hao or Enping became the manor lord and what their first move would be. Noted that the first thing they would do is remove the thorn in their side, which was him. He was truly flustered but still shouted arrogantly, asking if he was threatening him. Zhang spoke coldly, saying it concerned his life so he should not be careless and needed to reconsider rather than just threatening him. Looking at his overwhelming aura, the fourth young master felt a bit of fear. The fourth young master's eyes stared intently at the brother standing before him. His hand gripping Zhang quickly let go, and the fourth young master stammered, asking who he was. He had completely let go but remained cautious, asking if he was truly Mu Jingyu. His expression clearly showed doubt and wariness. Hearing this, Chaoton standing nearby could not help but feel guilty and tremble. Zhang maintained that calm face, looking straight at the fourth young master without blinking, but with a very sincere attitude. Did not answer the question but instead asked directly if there was a problem. The fourth young master gaped at him as if looking at a mutant but, as he was lost in thought, he didn't immediately grasp the words and simply asked. Zhang spoke up, questioning if the other truly understood him so well, while the fourth young master retorted by asking if Zhang thought he knew nothing. Years ago, you were often beaten by me like a dog and haven't dared to walk before me since, fleeing the moment you saw me from afar. And Zhang stepped forward to close the distance and remarked that his meaning was not that, darkening his expression as he stated he wasn't talking about the brawl from 2 years ago, asking if he was thought to be feared for that, as what was known of him was far too. As Zhang advanced, the fourth young master grew more terrified and instinctively backed, while Zhang continued, saying his likes and dislikes couldn't be guessed, just as his current thoughts or his desire for the position of manor head remained a mystery, so he should try. Looking into those sincere eyes, the fourth young master shouted, "Fine, since you've said that, what do you know about me then?" As he became agitated, accusing them all of shunning him for being an illegitimate. "Since you've said that, I'll ask you why nothing I do is ever acknowledged, and why it is always. Are you all going to reject everything I've done just because of my origin? For no matter what I do, you will never recognize my." Zhang listened in silence before calmly stating that, simply put, he might have more strength and put in more effort than those others. Hearing this, the fourth young master stood frozen and stared without blinking, instinctively asking, how? It seemed all the long-hidden grievances were finally being released as he bit his lip, recalling how since childhood he had grown up with hatred and humiliation for being illegitimate, leading him to do everything in solitude, and he could only rely on cultivation in the hope of eventually being recognized, as this was the only thing he could. Now that his efforts were acknowledged by someone he used to bully, it was truly something he had never as he had thought his past torments would mean he would never be He wondered if it was time to reevaluate everything, and thinking this, the fourth young master felt a sudden goodwill and said, after a pause, he looked seriously at Zheng and said, "Speak, I will." Seeing the persuasion work, Zheng smiled with satisfaction and said, "My request is..." And immediately afterward, the two spoke for a very long, and once they had finished, it seemed the negotiations had gone very smooth. Zheng walked away happily while Gao Quan praised him in his heart, admitting he was truly brilliant and a calculator. Having previously wondered about his martial arts and mental processing, he now understood some of it, seeing how quickly he handled difficulties with a clear mind and noting that Mu Jingyun knew much of the basic family techniques because his past was just a calculator. Gao Quan remembered the negotiation with Yutian where Zheng had made stating bluntly that once he became the manor head, he must not interfere with Zheng's affairs and must provide everything he needed, asking if that was. Yutian said those two were not difficult if Zheng didn't overstep, so he would turn a blind eye and asked what the third request, to which Zheng laughed and said, as Gao Quan recounted, that he truly wanted the basic martial arts of the burning wood sword. Zheng had requested the basics, and though Gao Quan thought such a blunt demand would be suspected, Mu Yutian was not on guard. Yutian had smiled incomprehensibly at the mention of the basics, as Gao Quan realized the previous simple requests had made Yutian complacent and unsuspicious. Now that everything was successful and Mu Jingyun had attained what he needed, he became the person Mu Yutian trusted. Mu Jingyun's request for the basic martial arts had finally become a reality. Everyone was amazed that Yutian understood the basics in 4 hours. Yet Jingyun only needed to hear them to have his own insights, leading Gao Quan to judge him as brilliant and praise himself for a promising future by back in the present. Gao Quan flattered him by saying the young master had worked, expressing his admiration but noting that even if exchanging insights with young master Yutian was good, it might lead to a future disadvantage, though Zheng remained in, saying that everything he told that man was just superficial and completely Gao Quan didn't expect such profound things to be so trivial to him and instinctively replied with a. Zheng continued, saying those things were known only to him, but he would tell him since he had already. As Gao Quan stood stunned and listened in silence without a change in while Zheng explained that in the formulas he taught, he omitted one word in every 10 to leave him confused between truth and false, since he feared a martial genius would notice something, but he had successfully passed the ordeal by calculating meticulously to not reveal everything. So Gao Quan was terrified that he might suffer from qi deviation or demonic energy and die, cursing in his heart that this bastard was truly insane. Zheng smiled craftily and said that such a matter had nothing to do. Gao Quan felt a chill and told himself he was truly a demonic. He dared not speak and could only comply, agreeing that it indeed had nothing to do. The scene shifted to a gloomy mountain where an enormous pagoda, and in the eerie atmosphere, a humanoid leader-like figure called for function. And as soon as he spoke, another man with a staff stepped out, hitting the ground with a soft, reporting no information on Suo, who was the pavilion master of the Ghost Shadow, who said he didn't understand why that girl didn't sacrifice to the cat god and instead exposed Madame Sure, ending their ties with the Sure family, which had severely affected the prestige of their pavilion. He angrily shouted for his disciple to immediately track down the disappeared Feng Shui, to find the truth and reclaim their lost reputation. From the darkness, a gruesome voice quickly replied that the disciple at a steep cliff shrouded in mist where the depth would make anyone. A familiar blood-stained conical hat was caught on a tree, and items were scattered on the ground where blood had long since. A ghost pavilion member quickly found the site where Feng Shui perished and stood taking out a talisman with ancient characters and burning it immediately. He thought about how the third person of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion could be so miserably and after concluding there was a hidden story, he quickly formed seals and shouted, "Amulet power, anonymous killer art. Emperor Badi has granted me quickly reveal everything that as swift as the law." And the blood-stained hat seemed to speak after the spell was, as everything was reenacted in his eyes with vivid starting with Feng Shui being hired and then began setting up the formation and eventually as Zheng's terrifying face appeared clearly. Feng Shui's final fearful eyes were. He gloomily ordered it to retreat, but vowed that before he finished, a chill hit him as he felt a cold hand slowly touch a hand that moved slowly like a ghost, making him shudder uncontrollably, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. His eyes became hollow under some and having returned from those memories, he couldn't help but feel it. The Ghost Pavilion member couldn't stop as his breathing became chaotic and he asked himself what that. After a moment, he looked at the sky and confirmed it was the Qingling level, so he had to prepare carefully as he calculated at the blood pool how to face. The scene shifted back to Zheng's villa where the sun was. Qingling stood before him staring at Zheng in it, while he was diligently learning the movements from the secret man. Clearly remembering even the smallest detail, he practiced diligently day by day, as it was clear that Zheng possessed natural learning everything extremely, though he had never practiced or been Every movement he executed was very perfect. Qingling watched him and wondered what kind of person, since usually one trains basic forms and combines them into techniques through repetition. Yet he had no flaws even in his first and now only needed repetition to strengthen his muscles, meaning he didn't really need more practice. Leaving her admiring him as an extraordinary, he thought he would beg her to teach him, though she had no intention of doing, though she thought maybe she would teach him a little if he, thinking this, she blushed and shouted in embarrassment at her. At that moment, Gao Quan entered and said he had arrived, and Zhang acknowledged. Once inside, Zhang said he had a task. The scene shifted to the busy streets of Zhongliang County, where life was, and the place was lively with happy, while inside the eternal orchid pavilion, Gao Quan sat deep in, wondering what it was as he held a paper with only one word, recalling how Zhang had told him to send the information request as instructed. Returning to the present, he remembered this was the only info source but the worst of it. Gao Quan wondered why he was even worrying about it, as he was now just an errand boy wondering how this. Looking at the sky, he thought he didn't actually mind, since he had no life goals and, having been abandoned and raised by a master yet lacking talent and forced to, and he only relied on his senior brother who treated him like a, just like the previous young master, but he accepted it due to his incompetence. He was just a useless person waiting to be yet he felt the current situation was best since others did the chores, giving him a sense of, he just didn't know what Zhang would do next. Living in fear of his tricks and thinking of this, he clicked his tongue and decided to just do the work. Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, the door to Gao Zhuan's room was immediately thrown open and a boorish, fat man laughed loudly. Quickly spoke up to apologize for keeping him waiting, as the man who had just arrived was the master of Yonglan Pavilion and informant Pavilion Master Guo. Gao Zhuan felt dissatisfied since the man supposedly hailed from the Haoman sect, yet it was disappointing to see him indulging in lust in broad daylight, though he reluctantly told him to just accept his request already. The man suddenly let out a loud shout that startled Gao Zhuan and caused him to ask what was happening. When he further questioned what on earth the man was doing, Pavilion Master Guo sheepishly explained that she was just a new maid who had recently started working there. He cast a sly glance at the girl sitting beside him and asked if she was beautiful. Gao Zhuan spoke seriously as this was a request from a very important person and asked for her to be let out. But Tower Lord Guo smiled brightly and said she was one of theirs so he should not worry. Gao Zhuan's expression hardened as his voice turned somber, commanding him to let her out immediately. Tower Lord Guo, being someone who knew the gravity of the situation, quickly let go and ordered her to retreat. His gaze remained fixed, unable to look away from the beauty. Before the girl left, she did not forget to warn him to serve her well later and not to forget that she had already taught him how to please men. Gao Zhuan could no longer endure it, slamming the table in irritation while telling them to finish the job before doing whatever they wanted. Suddenly, at that exact moment, the girl fiercely slapped Tower Lord Guo across the face. This unexpected occurrence left both Gao Zhuan and the man completely stunned for a moment. The girl, her face darkening with annoyance, brushed back her hair and declared she could no longer continue while Tower Lord Guo was dumbfounded. Wretched woman! As his shame turned to anger after being struck back by a female, shouting aloud before lunging toward, the girl did not back down, directly flipping her body over and grabbing Tower Lord Guo's hair tightly with both hands. His head was quickly twisted with a slight motion, showing that the girl's movements were incredibly skilled. Although it seemed like nothing, Tower Lord Guo did not even have the chance to let out a single cry. After she let go and landed gracefully, Tower Lord Guo collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Gao Zhuan stood up anxiously and reached for his sword, stammering out a confused "What?" That girl, without saying a word, directly kicked the large table straight into Gao Zhuan's face. Because she was just a woman yet possessed such incredible strength, he was momentarily stunned and unable to react in time. The girl smiled deviously and spoke, saying, "Long time no see, low-level assassin." Chopsticks in her hand were expertly thrown straight into the acupoints of Gao Zhuan's body, causing him to stare at her in shock while thinking about the girl and this technique. Gao Zhuan's hand, which had been about to draw his sword, suddenly froze. The girl smiled happily and said it was fine if he did not recognize her because it was disappointing, calling him number 86. Pausing for a moment, she smiled and corrected herself, calling him Big Brother Gao Zhuan. For this girl was none other than Xia Tailin, the daughter of one of the 4 great assassins of the Central Plains and the sect leader of the Flight Kill sect, the Flight Kill Flame Get. Gao Zhuan was so stunned that he stammered about her being his only little sister. Gao Zhuan recalled the requirement of completing 100 killings, known as the 100 Men 100 Kill. In order to become the sect leader of the Flight Kill sect, one had to undergo this ritual. Once they passed, they would be revered as one of the 4 great assassins of the Central Plains and the leader of the Flight Kill sect. Once becoming the sect leader, they would receive the secret hidden weapon exclusive to the position, which was the mysterious deep silver needle. A voice rang out, interrupting Gao Zhuan's thoughts, telling him not to move because she would neutralize his acupoint. He looked at the silver needle and thought that her possessing it meant she had become the sect leader, which seemed impossible. Xia Tailin was the only daughter of the Flight Kill sect leader, and though she had talent, she also had a fatal flaw. Gao Zhuan looked at his little sister and continued thinking that it was her atrocious personality that made many believe she would never complete the 100 Men 100 Kill. He dimly remembered her as an insolent and stubborn child, never expecting her to be like this now. His eyes suddenly met her ample chest. At the same time, Tai Lin spoke up to bring Gao Zhuan back to reality, saying she was finished, commenting that she did not expect to meet him here while he moved his limbs to check his body. Gao Zhuan remarked that it had been a long time since they met, calling her little. But before he could finish, she interrupted with sect leader. Leaving him dazed, Tai Lin acted arrogantly, saying she should be called sect leader now, leading Gao Zhuan to think that she really had changed. Perhaps because she had retired, she really did look the part of a sect leader. As soon as his thoughts ended, he immediately knelt to fawningly call her sect leader, while Tai Lin felt helpless, cursing and asking if it was necessary to kneel like that. Making Gao Zhuan certain she had changed, Tai Lin smiled and said that it was good, while Gao Zhuan, not understanding her meaning, stammered a confused response. She said she heard High Young Master Mu, the notorious lecher of the Mu Sword Manor, was here, so traveling with big brother Gao Zhuan would make everything easier, though he wondered what that was about. Tai Lin glanced over and said she had already received the information. Mid-level assassin number 20, Senior Brother gone. Hearing that Senior Brother gone had failed in his killing mission. Hearing this, Gao Zhuan bit his lip and remained silent. Not knowing what to think, she continued that this was the iron law of the Flight Kill sect, and despite being a mid-level assassin his results were always good, so it was shocking he failed and went missing, presumably dead. She said that he probably wanted to know why she was here, then paused before saying she came to take the life of third young master Mu Jingyun of the Mu Sword Manor to complete the killing mission. Hearing this, Gao Zhuan was momentarily horrified. The scene shifted as time passed quickly until evening when the sunset gradually descended. At this time, Zhang was still engrossed in his solitary practice while Qingling stood there observing his every move. Her patience gradually ran out and she irritably shouted, asking him how much longer he planned to stand there. Only then did he remember, looking up at the sky and answering that he understood. Qingling looked at him happily and suggested they share a meal together. Saying this, her face suddenly flushed red and a happy smile involuntarily bloomed on her lip. Returning to his study, a girl was devouring food hungrily. Zhang did not touch his chopsticks but continued diligently reading the military book in his hand. The sound of continuous chewing echoed throughout the room as the girl remained focused on her eating. She spoke up happily, unable to help herself, praising that the food was indeed delicious. Zhang turned to look at her in surprise, asking if it was really that good. The girl slowly opened the wine bottle and said one of the joys of life was eating and drinking, saying that one day he would understand the saying that if one is lucky, even rolling in a pile of dung is fine. Asking what that meant, she turned out to be none other than Qingling. He thought with satisfaction that lately she had tried possessing the maid who brought the meals and was very pleased, wishing she had done this from the start. Suddenly the maid's hand trembled as purple veins gradually appeared clearly on her arm. Qingling looked at the body irritably, noting the girl could not hold out for a moment, while Zhang thought about how not long ago she insisted on possessing a beautiful woman and nearly got killed. Qingling quickly exited the maid's body, and he wondered if a high-level soul could not exist in an ordinary body. She looked at him and mentioned that he was too concerned with sorcery. Zhang quickly understood, looking at the book in his hand which was the Sixren Spirit Descent Technique. Zhang said nonchalantly that it was interesting, noting that among the books Qingling brought was one from that female Taoist containing the Sixren Spirit Descent Technique, which was very intriguing. Saying this, his face suddenly became mysterious as he spoke about that deceased soul. For example, for some reason, his figure suddenly became a bit lonely and sad. At that moment, both he and Qingling simultaneously had an unusual feeling. She looked at him in a daze for a moment and then stuttered a compliment about his sensitivity. Zhang said nothing, his face showing tension as he stared intently toward the door. His entire room was quickly surrounded by a thick, heavy spiritual energy. Turning to Gao Zhuan, he hesitantly held out a dress for Tai Lin, saying these were the clothes for female disciples. She looked at the garment in her senior brother's hand with disgust and bluntly criticized it for being truly tacky. Inside, his heart was screaming as Gao Zhuan bit his lip while sweating profusely. Thinking it was dangerous, truly very dangerous. Her becoming the sect leader meant she had at least reached the peak realm, while she unconcernedly asked if there were any prettier clothes. So Gao Zhuan told himself he had to do it to survive, because if she knew he betrayed senior brother gone she would kill him, planning to find a way to inform that demon. Gao Zhuan thought of this and stammered while scratching his head, asking for permission to go outside while the sect leader changed her clothes. Tai Lin was not guarded at all and instead teased him, asking if he did not want to watch. She continued to sway her body seductively, saying such opportunities did not come often. Hearing this, Gao Zhuan's face suddenly turned red and he instinctively stopped. Tai Lin saw him turn serious and laughed loudly, saying she was only joking, adding that she was still grateful to him for making it easy to enter, while Gao Zhuan smiled foolishly and said it was nothing. He claimed he was also looking for a chance to avenge senior brother gone, though Gao Zhuan thought that even though he was subdued by that demon he still harbored intentions of revenge. Noting that the sect leader's arrival was like 1,000 reinforcements, Tai Lin smiled radiantly and said he was indeed still an assassin of the Flight Kill sect despite retiring. Her gaze suddenly turned gloomy as she looked at Gao Zhuan and said she had trusted him. He laughed awkwardly and quickly turned his back to leave, saying he would not dare and asking for her permission to depart. Cold voice rang out, asking if he really thought she would let him go. questioning how he could live so carelessly when his senior brother was dead. Asking if it was not because he had already submitted to that man, calling him a piece of untalented trash forced into retirement. Still had the nerve to claim he was enduring humiliation for revenge. Gao Zhuan thought in panic that she knew everything, and that he should have suspected her from the beginning. Tai Lin mocked him for reaching this age without changing at all. Still being as stupid, cowardly, and idiotic as ever. She smiled mockingly, asking if he did not know how to learn, stating that for a useless piece of trash, dying was for the best, while her face showed a fierce expression. Gao Zhuan clenched his hands and wondered where this all started, whether it was when that demon killed the real Mu Jingyun or when he betrayed senior brother Gong. Saying this, Gao Zhuan's face showed unwillingness as he realized that actually he knew the truth. It was because he was weak and submissive that things had turned out this way. Tai Lin took out a knife and told him to kill a young master to avenge senior brother Gon, and then commit suicide before saying goodbye. Gao Zhuan closed his eyes tightly in resentment, wondering if he was really about to die like this. A hand fiercely smashed the door as the 8th form of the Void Destruction stance was unleashed. That suction force quickly pulled the knife from Tai Lin's hand. In just a moment, Tai Lin was completely disarmed of the weapon in her hand. A foot fiercely kicked the door, causing it to shatter. Both Tai Lin and Gao Zhuan were stunned by this grand spectacle, dust flying everywhere. Zhang held the knife and smiled brightly, calling out to bodyguard Gao Zhuan. He sweated while looking at him. Thinking this was the first time that demon looked so cool, Zhang asked Gao Zhuan if it was dangerous, acting as if this was just a trivial matter. Immediately after, a hand fiercely grabbed Gao Zhuan's collar and pulled him back. Tai Lin fiercely pressed a knife against Gao Zhuan's neck and shouted for young Master Mu to stay there, warning him if he did not want to witness the tragic death of his bodyguard. Zhang momentarily held his ground and stared intently at her. Gao Zhuan thought that Xia Tai Lin had investigated him before coming here, but according to her information, the third young master was just a third-rate talent. The fact that he used a technique like the void object retrieval left her extremely confused. This moment, she probably mistakenly believed him to be a peak-level master. Gao Zhuan clenched his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to trust him. Trust that this demon, someone who did not care about the lives of others, devil in human skin. Thinking of this, Gao Zhuan closed his eyes tightly, and his heart could not help but scream that he was dead for sure. The surprise was that Zhang took the knife and stabbed it firmly into the ground. Before Gao Zhuan's stunned eyes, he looked straight at Tai Lin and told her to let him go. Both siblings were so stunned that, for a moment, they could not react. He continued that if she released bodyguard Gao Zhuan he would spare her, leading Tai Lin to remark that he seemed to value his guard, though Zhang calmly replied not necessarily but that he was just temperamental and Gao Zhuan still had much work to do. He added that he would regret losing a guard like him, so she should leave while he still allowed it. Gao Zhuan looked at him in confusion, wondering if that demon wanted to save him. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely quiet as the three stood watching each other without a word. Tai Lin thought contemptuously about him sparing her. She thought fiercely, asking how he dared to order the sect leader of the flight kill sect around. She pressed the knife tip firmly into Gao Zhuan's neck and continued, saying that if he wanted her to spare him. Pausing for a moment, she continued to speak and told him to kneel and beg her, so that she would be generous enough to spare him. Zhang calmly looked at Kai Lin as if nothing was wrong, while she had already revealed her cruel and wicked face. He let out a long sigh with his expression remaining unchanged as he said absolutely. Then, Zhang bent his body as if he were about to kneel. Kai Lin was surprised, wondering if he was serious and if it was impossible that just for the sake of a lowly, he would actually be forced to go down on his. Suddenly, his gaze quickly changed and became much sharper. He did not kneel but instead quickly snatched the silver dagger stuck in the ground. Then, Zhang fiercely lunged toward Kai Lin. He felt triumphant, thinking he could never kneel and beg for a guard like him. Kai Lin immediately became puzzled, wondering for a moment, asking what exactly he was looking. From above, a silhouette and a familiar hand slowly descended toward Kai Lin. Qing Ling's hand approached Kai Lin's head. An ominous premonition surfaced that made her feel beneath Kai Lin's feet. Bloody hands also slowly emerged from the ground, looking incredibly eerie. As the woman turned around, Qing Ling launched a fierce strike. Kai Lin dodged in a state of panic. Qing Ling only needed a slight flick of her sleeve to send Kai Lin flying back toward Gao. Witnessing the scene before her, she was momentarily frustrated and grit her teeth as she screamed out. However, when she looked again, everything was normal as if it were a hallucination, and the person disappeared without leaving it. Qing Ling appeared and remarked that she was indeed one who reached the zenith realm, as those at that level can sense spiritual energy and the presence of spirits, so she knew she would surely. Pausing for a moment, she continued, however. While Kai Lin was still frustrated, Zhang launched a sneak attack from. Qing Ling spoke challengingly, asking what she had forgotten. Kai Lin momentarily lost her footing and irritably twisted her body to. Zhang brushed past the guard, welcoming Gao Zhuan back while pulling the silver needles from him. Kai Lin looked at him with frustration, wondering what had happened. It seemed that all the rumors about him were not true. She thought that she clearly felt a strange aura from behind but could see nothing, so she wondered what kind of dark arts he. Kai Lin began to observe and evaluate her opponent, seeing that he was still too weak. At this thought, Kai Lin's eyes lit up with a spark. Aggression. Thanks for watching the... She charged, thinking that based on the force of that dagger, he was no top expert, so she must kill him before he could use dark art. Thinking of this, Kai Lin ran quickly toward him and prepared to draw her weapon. Gao Zhuan watched Kai Lin's actions in a... He noticed the object on her waist. With one look, Gao Zhuan knew it was the flying slaughter sect's secret weapon, the ultimate slaughter. Kai Lin's face was fierce and cunning as she looked at Zheng. For that silver needle had already been... Zheng circulated his inner power and smiled, telling Kai Lin her final words. You've chosen... Kai Lin seemed confident and arrogant, claiming she had calculated perfectly and, though it could only be used once, it was... Zheng also quickly used his internal power and conscious intent to counter the blow. It seemed he was one step wrong, and Qing Ling felt stunned as she watched the situation. The weapon Kai Lin launched was such that not even a martial arts master could escape the Reaper's blade, because it was meant to pierce protective qi. It was unaffected by internal power, leaving Zhang standing like a statue, unable to... Qing Ling watched him standing there waiting for death and shouted, "You!" Meanwhile, Kai Lin shouted with satisfaction for him to die, her face full of anticipation. The silver needle was just inches from his chest, and Zhang could only stare blankly as it slowly... Suddenly, Gao Zhuan ran forward quickly. He aimed for the path of the silver needle and threw himself in. This action by Gao Zhuan left both Zhang and Qing Ling feeling completely surprised. Kai Lin also could not have expected this situation to occur. Since no one could react, Gao Zhuan decided to take the hit to save Zhang. The silver needle thus stabbed straight into his chest. Fresh blood sprayed out as Gao Zhuan fell to the ground before the dazed. Zhang could not move and could only watch as Gao Zhuan's blood splashed his face. And he stood there in it. He did not understand why Gao Zhuan had decided to do such a thing. Seeing his man harmed before his eyes, he grit his teeth in. Zhang's eyes quickly turned a glowing, bright red. He shouted for Qing Ling, who understood immediately and charged forward. Kai Lin did not understand what was happening and screamed, asking what on earth this. Meanwhile, Zhang focused his face and used his technique, the soul intent. Once Zhang reached out to block the silver needles Kai Lin launched, and they pierced his hand as blood sprayed. She looked at the young man, momentarily dazed and confused about what was happening. Right after, bloody hands rose at the same time and grabbed her. Kai Lin was quickly lifted as she closed her eyes in fear, and Qing Ling appeared and spookily asked why she didn't leave when she was still alive. She was gagged and hung in the air. Qing Ling landed with a satisfied expression. Zhang stood there like a demon and said that it was a mistake on her. As soon as he finished, those bloody hands swallowed her, and Kai Lin wept silently. She suffered whatever it was, and a moment later her body and soul were sucked. When she fell, she was just a cold corpse on the ground. Having dealt with the one who deserved punishment, Zhang walked with a dark face to Gao Zhuan, who was... At this moment, the demon's face flickered with heartache, though he did not show. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and he called softly to guard Gao. Speaking to this point, a sense of loss filled Zheng's heart, and he could not say. Gao Zhuan trembled, saying it was a pity as he thought they could cooperate long. He was puzzled but had no answer, so he asked why he did it. Gao Zhuan whispered that his mission was to protect him and what must be done must be done. Pausing, he asked if he played his role well and didn't betray him, but Zheng said. Gao Zhuan felt relieved that he had finally succeeded. In this life that deserved to be discarded, there was one who cared for him and finally, one who made him sad. Gao Zhuan's gaze gradually became hazy. After those final words, he could no longer hold on and took his last. Zheng said nothing. He was sad but could not. A feeling of sorrow rose, and as Gao Zhuan did not close his eyes, he gently stroked them shut as a final... A familiar voice rang out, making him turn and ask if he was final. Seeing Kai Lin vibrantly alive, he realized and asked bluntly if she had eaten her. A satisfied smile quickly bloomed on her lip. Qing Ling was extremely satisfied, noting a young and beautiful body was indeed Suddenly, before the joy could last, purple cracks appeared on the body. Qing Ling was furious and cursed that the body wouldn't last. She looked at Gao Zhuan and remarked he was pitiful and didn't deserve such a death. Moreover, his obsession was not deep, so he wouldn't be an evil spirit, and perhaps he had finally found. Although Qing Ling said that Zhang was sadder that such a loyal subordinate died. Suddenly, he mentioned that according to the Sixren spirit descent text, the words made Qing Ling momentarily surprised and she asked. He channeled internal power, saying that those souls come from obsession. If a place has resentment and killing intent, they can be born. He said his dantian was made of killing intent, which startled Qing. Zhang continued that if he used his killing intent, he could turn him into a vengeful spirit. She was dazed and couldn't believe his words, for those things were only in... His hands moved as he recited, "Water, fire, water, 8 saints, then talent and fortune shall follow, as today the Lord enters the ascent." Connecting to the spirit's tomb where they rely, the tomb where they think, the roots of the Lord's path, a secret meeting of glory, for bodies toward the... A powerful green internal power surge moved into Gao Zhuan's body. That light was like a flame, growing hotter as he read about ghost slayers and the wandering 8 heads and tails. These were the things he had diligently studied and practiced. Zhang formed a seal in front of him. A sphere of light rose up before. A red thread grew from him and connected to the glowing. Qing Ling stood observing in amazement, wondering what this. She thought it was the link between a spirit servant and a soul, and that by using his own killing intent, he created the soul's presence was too weak and about to fade. As there was no suitable, Zheng spoke up and said if that was they needed a vessel quickly, to which Qing Ling replied that was true, but wondered where as she stammered, asking, seeing his serious face. She broke into a sweat and covered her chest, asking if he really intended somewhere. Gao Zhuan's consciousness wondered if he was dead. He felt his consciousness fading and thought it was quite meaningless. He wondered why he did it and what he worked so hard. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out, and Gao Zhuan thought that at least the final moment was not. That voice rang out again for guard Gao, and Gao Zhuan was surprised, wondering if he heard his. Outside, Zheng's face was dark as he continuously called for guard Gao. He sat up and shouted, asking how he was alive, and Zheng sighed, telling guard Gao Zhuan to listen. To keep his soul, he had to infuse him with some killing intent, so he would become his spirit. But since his presence was still too weak, Zhang said he had to put his soul into another. A familiar voice cried out, "What?" But it wasn't Gao Zhuan's. Zhang acted helpless and said there was only one empty body. Therefore, he had placed his soul into the body of that. Gao Zhuan was startled to see that full chest and screamed in. He wondered what on earth was going. Moving to Zheng's manor, Gao Zhuan's screams shattered the peace as he demanded to be. His face was distorted as he begged the young master to change him back, for he couldn't live in a woman. Zhang warned that his soul would dissipate otherwise, and even with another body, he would have to kill that. Gao Zhuan considered he was right, and if the Flying Slaughter sect knew their master was killed, they would wait. Qing Ling suddenly spoke, calling him blessed but ungrateful, and Gao Zhuan asked who it. She glared and said in a gloomy voice that she didn't even have a body to. Gao Zhuan was terrified and suddenly let out a loud. Gao Zhuan stammered that while he didn't know who it was definitely a ghost he could feel. As a mere ordinary person now witnessing this sight, Gao Zhuan was not yet accustomed. He trembled and said to himself that he even saw an illusion of a sea of. The difference in level was simply too. He stared at Zhang and wondered how this man could always remain by the side of such a terrifying existence and who he truly was. Qing Ling asked curiously why he had a face like he was about to die and called him a rookie, telling him he should at least thank her for giving him a new body. But Gao Zhuan replied with a belly full of grievances that he was still a man. She shouted in annoyance, asking if he still held such mediocre thoughts and pointed out that he should be happy for jumping straight from second-rate to the peak level. Zhang spoke up curiously, wanting to test it out, and as soon as he spoke, Gao Zhuan heard the sound of wind by his ear. A foot quickly kicked towards him, allowing him to clearly perceive every movement and sound. Zhang aggressively threw a powerful kick, but Gao Zhuan subconsciously dodged it with great speed. Gao Zhuan spoke up in surprise, calling out to the young master. Zhang, satisfied with what he saw, realized that things truly were different now. He began to find it interesting, noticing that these movements were definitely not his own style but were the actions of a peak-level master. Qing Ling, standing behind them, asked if he was satisfied yet, though Gao Zhuan continued to whimper that he was still a man. She teased him, asking why he was secretly smiling and faking a stutter, but Gao Zhuan argued back until Zheng promised to change him back later if he had the chance, making Gao Zhuan rejoice as the young master gave it. At that same moment, the sound of rapid footsteps hurried toward his room. Fu Xian from the inner hall called out to the young master, asking if he was there. Zheng lazily opened the door to ask what was happening, to which Fu Xian hurriedly replied that there was good news. He patiently asked for details, and the guard gasped for air before announcing that the manor lord had finally woken up. This news left everyone present, including Zheng himself, completely stunned. Deep in the night upon a high mountain, the man standing there observing was alchemist Gu from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. He scanned the surroundings, realizing this was the Burning Wood Sword Manor he had seen in K's memories, and noted that the Jingyun overseer dared to provoke them before quickly forming hand seal. Suddenly, a massive black bird soared up from the slope of the mountain. This was the ghost intent domain. Alchemist Gu was surprised, wondering what it was, as he had only intended to use his master's eyes to observe the manor but didn't expect to see them. He calculated that the domain was a barrier where anyone stepping inside would be detected immediately. Making him wonder what to do, he suddenly spotted someone far off within the courtyard of the manor. Down below, the concubines were worrying about the young master who looked exhausted, though he insisted he wasn't drunk as the guard urged him to get inside. The man, who was the eldest son Muinghao, replied dizzily that he was going, just as the guard announced that the manor lord was awake and the other sons were on their way. Gu rejoiced at the news, realizing that all the sons of the Burning Wood Sword Manor were gathering in one place. He saw it as a great opportunity and turned to leave with a hidden plot in mind. He knew he had to meet the manor lord and decided to control Gao Zhuan using his high-level soul servant Qing Ling to go there. He believed that he would be able to kill him while he was alone. Guard Fu Xian stood there stunned looking at the young master until Zheng snapped back with a start. He laughed happily, claiming he was just too glad to hear the news, which made the guard laugh along with him. Zheng's face darkened as he realized things were getting complicated, since he had planned to leave after his training, reached a certain level to avoid power struggles, But now the Lord was awake. Lord Fuxian added that the Lord ordered everyone to be called, so Zhang agreed to go while screaming internally that there was no way to escape now. Out of habit, Zhang looked at Gao Zuan but quickly corrected himself, calling him Guard Kai Lin and asking her to clean up the mess. Gao Zuan, still unfamiliar with this, stuttered his acknowledgement and told Zhang to be at ease while the young master walked ahead. Qing Ling quickly flew after him, as she had been following him like a shadow ever since they made their pact. Gao Zuan tiredly closed the door, his mind uneasy after surviving a life-and-death ordeal. Looking at his own corpse on the floor, he lamented having to clean up the scene of his own murder, especially since he had technically committed suicide, making his fate feel tragic. He looked at his new, curvy feminine body and found it incredibly cumbersome. Gao Zuan blushed the more he looked, unable to get used to these strange feminine features. He immediately looked around everywhere to make sure no one was nearby, smiled mischievously, thinking he couldn't walk around the manor like this and needed to change into guard clothes, wondering if he should try something out. While he was changing, Qing Ling suddenly phased through the wall with a mocking expression. She said nothing while casually puffing on her pipe, leaving Gao Zuan stunned before she laughed and walked away, leaving him red-faced and sweaty. His mind screamed that he just wanted to die, even though he was already dead. With Zhang, he asked Qing Ling where she had gone, only for her to nonchalantly reply that she went to see a fool. As they walked along the path, he suddenly encountered the fourth young master. Yotian's face was filled with murderous intent as he stared at Zhang with burning hatred. Qing Ling asked in surprise if he was still alive, to which Zhang calmly confirmed that he was. Looking at Yotian's face, Zhang noted that while his skin looked a bit strange, at least he hadn't succumbed to deviation from practicing the fake technique. Zhang greeted him happily, noting it had been about 4 days, but Yotian snapped at him to stop talking nonsense and would stutter if he had tried practicing that technique yet. Qing Ling clicked her tongue in pity while Zhang asked if something was wrong instead of answering. Yotian got angry, asking how Zhang could be so calm seeing his condition, and demanded again to know if he had practiced it, leading Zhang to smile and say he certainly had. Yotian shouted, wondering why Zhang was still perfectly fine and questioning if his own comprehension was really that far below his brother. Qing Ling was left speechless watching the young man constantly shouting in front of her. Her expression suddenly shifted and something caused her to furrow her brow. She stood in silence looking forward, and Zhang quickly noticed the change in her behavior. She finally spoke mockingly, asking if they had arrived and calling them bold, daring to intrude into her ghost intent domain, identifying them as people from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Zhang watched her and smiled, guessing that someone must have arrived. Qing Ling phased through the wall to leave, telling him she would be away for a moment, while Yotian asked Zhang why he was laughing. But Zhang said it was nothing. Yotian demanded an answer and accused Zhang of not having practiced the technique at all. Zhang patiently denied it, and when Yotian asked why he was dressed up to see their father, Zhang simply said he was busy and left with Yotian shouting for him to stop. Even inside the hall, Yotian stubbornly whispered that he definitely hadn't practiced while Madame Sure was busy worrying about her 2 sons. Ping furrowed his brows and asked why they were together, and Madame Sure scolded her son for having such a foul mouth, smelling of alcohol. She told him to be quiet and let her handle everything, while Yinghao lazily agreed. Ping looked at his brother with disgust, thinking he was useless, then smiled with satisfaction, assuming the Lord had called them for that specific reason. Madame Sure thought that the master had called all the sons immediately after waking up because of that matter. Ping believed that whether the technique was wrong or not didn't matter as long as he became the heir. Zhang was curious since the manor lord was known as a top master in Anhui, but he hadn't felt it while the man was bedridden, though it was different now. What he sensed was the aura of a strong person from Manor Lord Mu Rindwan. Just as the servant announced that all the young masters had arrived, a powerful voice echoed from inside the room, telling them to enter. All 4 of them spoke in unison, wishing their congratulations on his recovery, offering their formal greetings. Zhang's face darkened as he mechanically bowed and offered his greetings to his father. The man sitting there, the master of the Burning with Sword Manor, Mu Rindwan, grunted coldly in response. He looked at his 4 sons with satisfaction and said it was good they had come. Zhang joined his hands to report and offer his greeting. The man on the chair grunted as Zhang thought about the master of the Burning with Sword Manor, Mu Rindwan. Mu Rindwan spoke up, saying it was good they were there, appearing completely different from when he was on his sickbed and exuding the true aura of the manor lord. Ping and Yinghao bowed their heads with somewhat worried expression. Zhang glanced toward Yotian, then toward the 2 senior disciples of Jingyu. He understood. He had wondered why everyone cared so much about the Lord's survival, only to realize it wasn't just about status but about fear. Zhang looked at the man and marveled in his heart that even after being poisoned for a long time, he hadn't grown weak at all and didn't show a single trace of poison in his body. Looking at Manor Lord Mu Rindwan, he couldn't help but wonder, would actually dare to poison such a powerful person. Under the night sky at the outer hall warrior's villa of the Burning with Sword, a hand snapped a branch and a voice asked if he meant. Manor Lord Mu Rindwan had already been cured of the poison. It was true as they stood surrounded by the bloody corpses of King Mingdao and Zhao Yigong. Han Sheng, covered in blood, covered his mouth to keep from making a sound while his heart filled with terror. Zhao Yigong said he had heard the voice of Master Gufang, and King Mingdao asked for clarification. Zhao Yigong explained that he was the old monster from Mount Luo. King Mingdao laughed loudly, realized the Taoist must have interfered and cured the old man, making them wonder what to do next since they couldn't just stand by. They decided they would have to take it themselves. King Mingdao carried his massive weapon on his shoulder and casually, if he had slept well, looking toward Han Shang with a sinister smile. Han Shang was startled, realizing he had been discovered. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The door was left covered in bloodstains. King Mingdao kicked the door open and walked out. The blade in King Mingdao's hand was completely drenched in blood, with eyes glowing in the... King Mingdao gave the order to move out. The soldiers began their operation, headed toward the burning wood sword manor. 4 young masters of the Mu family were standing in a straight line. Mu Rindwan spoke up, saying all right, asked them if they knew why he had called them there. The other 3 avoided his gaze while only Zhang remained calm. He directly asked if it was because the Lord wanted to choose a successor. The others looked at him in surprise. Mu Rindwan evaluated him, thinking the boy had changed and wondering if the inner hall master's words were true. Mu Rindwan recalled the moment he was told that the 3rd young master had saved him. The loyal official confirmed it, saying the young master had stopped the mad Taoist possessed by an evil spirit. Mu Rindwan thought he had initially suspected it was either a coincidence or a plot to steal the position. He noted that the boy used to bow his head and never dared to look him in the eye, yet now showed no fear, making him wonder what had happened during his absence. Mu Rindwan smiled and decided he must test him, announcing he would hold a trial to choose the heir. He would strictly examine who was worthy through rigorous tests until Zhang spoke up, asking for forgiveness for his lack of talent, requested permission to withdraw from the trial. The others were struck with astonishment upon hearing his "You do not want to participate." Well, that is right, Mu Amping thought to himself, for it would be for the best if this brat withdrew from the succession battle so that he would have fewer troubles later. Mu Rindwan stroked his beard while asking why that was. Zhang replied that it was because he felt he had many shortcomings. Mu Rindwan asked again why he felt that way while Mu Yutian wondered if the brat was serious. But Zhang merely said he was unworthy. Mu Rindwan became more surprised than ever and exclaimed, "What?" Zhang calmly explained that compared to his elder brothers or even his younger brother, he was far more incompetent. The successor should be someone with outstanding ability or someone who has performed great merits for the clan. Yet since he had nothing, he felt unworthy and requested to give up the position of sect leader. Mu Rindwan listened to his word. Zhang felt a bit strange and suddenly Mu Rindwan burst out laughing. Realizing that was the case, Mu Rindwan looked at Zhang and thought he had truly changed from a power-hungry person who snatched others' credit into the one who truly saved him. Moreover, he knew how to self-reflect for the safety of the Ranmu Sword Manor and was willing to step back. Seeing him grow like this made Mu Rindwan truly happy, believing he truly deserved to be sect leader. Mu Rindwan asked again why he thought he was unworthy while undressing himself. All 4 of them were stunned as he said everyone here likely knew the story already. Zhang's eyes were filled with shock. Mu Rindwan's arm on one side was severed and bandaged, as he explained that not long ago a stranger had attacked him in a frenzy and cut off his arm. His son, the 3rd young master Zhang, had stepped in to save his life. Since the boy had said those with great merit become successors, didn't that mean he had already established a great... Mu Anping stood listening with a heart that was incredibly uneasy. Mu Anping thought that he had heard some rumors but never expected that guy could achieve such a great feat. Looking at Zhang's behavior, Mu Anping felt it was strange because that guy had been unusually silent for a while now. Images of rising flames flickered within Zhang's memories. Zhang recalled that fateful day, the day his grandfather was murdered. The mark on Mu Rindwan's body was exactly the same mark he had been searching for all this time. Mark on his late grandfather's body, that mark which had appeared ever since he was attacked by that person. His own chest and abdomen, the black mark looked as if it had been scorched by fire. At last, he had finally found the person with that mark. Zhang gave a sinister smile. He whispered that he found it while flashing a grin, and suddenly withdrew his expression. Zhang caught a glimpse of something beside him. Mu Rindwan was saying that he also had the qualifications until he let out a hum, asking why he was suddenly like that. Suddenly Mu Yutian called out to his father. Someone opened the door crying out that they were being attacked. The sound of clashing swords followed. Blue-eyed men dressed in black slashed the guard who had just reported the news. The entire manor of the sect leader was filled with blood-curdling screams. Mingdao Wang smiled and declared it was a raid. The guard strove to attack and block them to protect the main gate, telling everyone to hold their ground until the sect leader arrived. The battle descended into chaos. Footsteps were heard walking forward. As Mingdao Wang himself, Mingdao Wang carried his sword and stood before the main gate of the Mu Manor. He remarked that the gate was quite ordinary before swinging his blade. As light radiated from his blow, the guards of the Mu Manor were stunned. The gate was smashed into fragments with stones flying everywhere. Mingdao Wang carried his blade and spoke while walking, challenging them to come out now. With his eyes glowing, he mentioned that thing. The Fengsher of the Shadow Pavilion, Gu, stood behind a door to observe. Fengsher Gu looked at the scene before him and wondered what was happening. He thought it was troublesome because he tried to lure the spirit with the help of the master but couldn't handle Mu Jingyun in this situation. At least he used a stealth technique so he would not be detected. A chuckle came from behind Feng Shirgu. Feng Shirgu realized that this feeling was a spell technique, shouting dispel. Feng Shirgu was frozen and realized his stealth technique had been broken. Zhao Yigong grabbed Feng Shirgu's neck and asked if it was him, causing Gu to gag in discomfort. Feng Shirgu evaluated the man before him who could cast such powerful spells just by forming seals. Realizing he was at least a lunar rank Feng Shir as Zhao Yigong choked him and accused him of detoxifying the sect leader. Feng Shirgu thought about how a mysterious masked organization had suddenly attacked and a master of spells had appeared, struggling to say it wasn't him, wondering if he was from the spell organization that betrayed the way to join a great martial organization, how he dared to interfere with the actions of the Yuansha Pavilion. Zhao Yigong raised his hand and recited an incantation for the Yuansha Pavilion before killing Feng Shirgu brutally. Mingdao Wang approached from afar and asked what he was doing, to which he replied he was eliminating pests and told him to quickly find that. Zhao Yigong held a talisman in his hand and said he understood. They moved out, heading toward sect leader Mu Rindwan's location to retrieve their association's treasure. The two walked through the battlefield while Mu Rindwan held his sword and shouted, "How dare you!" Mu Rindwan stood on the roof, raising his sword and telling them to prepare to die for daring to invade the great Ranmu swordman. The guards below rejoiced that the sect leader had arrived and appeared. Mu Rindwan gripped his sword and led his 4 sons to protect the Ranmu swordmanor as they followed him. Zheng'er glanced ahead without saying a word. His feet scraped the ground, creating spark. Zheng'er turned in a different direction. The sound of footsteps and a sword tip scraping the ground followed him. Zheng'er looked around and hummed, thinking it was good because no one would notice one person disappearing in this chaos. Only he wondered what to do next. He had not had the chance to ask the sect leader if he should step in to help. As black energy appeared, Zheng'er reached out to catch it and wondered what it was. Someone from behind lunged with a sword to attack him. Zheng'er lightly counterattacked, making the attacker gasp in surprise. Zheng'er reversed his sword tip and stabbed the man to death. The man was struck and struggled to breathe before collapsing. Zheng'er thought that, as expected, it was a bloody scene of slaughter. As the fires blazed, the screams mixed with the sounds of fighting, sorrow, pain, despair, and shriek. This overwhelming sensation was created from the deaths of countless people. It was killing intent, so Zheng'er caught some blood in his hand and licked it. It was wonderful as the killing intent filled the air, making him feel full of energy. He wanted to absorb it all, but circulating his power here was too dangerous. Xia Tailin appeared and asked if the young master was all right. She explained she was changing clothes when a crowd of strangers suddenly broke in. Zheng'er put his hands on his hips and said she arrived just in time. While Tailin didn't understand and let out a confused sound, he asked if she could watch over him for a moment because he wanted to circulate his power, which made her gasp in surprise. Tailin dodged an attacker's blow and asked if he really wanted to do that here, warning him that he might suffer a chi deviation. While Tailin fought back, Zheng'er began to circulate his energy, leaving her wondering what on earth was happening. Zheng'er felt a sense of delight in his heart, for it was wonderful. The killing intent was generated from the deaths of dozens of people. Filled with pain and shriek, despair and regret, those negative emotions faced at death were everywhere and very pure, being twice as strong as when he absorbed it from the Jiao Yu. No, it was even 3 times as strong as that. Tailin was striving to counterattack. She cursed in her heart because the enemies were too numerous, wishing for reinforcements and wondering where that scary she-devil was. Behind Tailin, Xiongbai appeared, the extra hall master Xiongbai. He had heard that there was another Shikigami inside the extra hall master's body, and Tailin apologized and asked the demon monk senior for help. Tailin paused slightly as she called out to the demon monk senior. Xiongbai's eyes went dark as his face suddenly split open. A voice spoke from a face placed behind Xiongbai's, saying how interesting it was. Tailin was filled with horror, questioning why he was calmly sitting there circulating power in the middle of a bloody battlefield. Tailin's face showed deep worry. It was unbelievable as her whole body, as someone at the peak realm, kept warning her that the man before her was a master, one that she could not possibly compare to. So Mingdao Wang touched his chin and laughed at Zheng'er while judging him to be interested. Tailin hurriedly called out for the young master to wake up, telling him that there was an enemy and he had to wake up immediately. As she worried in her heart, cursing how he would not move, she wondered if touching him would cause a chi deviation, but she could not resist that monster. While Mingdao Wang carried his blade and hummed, Mingdao Wang dashed past Tailin, startling her as he remarked how strange it was, noting that this did not seem like a normal way to circulate power. Tailin was not happy but anxious with tears in her eyes, seeing that despite his large build, he could move like light. Mingdao Wang looked at Zheng'er and decided to test him, thinking he was a descendant of the old Mu. Mingdao Wang grinned, thinking it would be fun to tease him a bit. Tailin was driven to tears, unable to do anything except curse and give up. A sound came from behind, making Mingdao Wang hum once more. Tailin rushed forward to attack, recalling the secret martial arts of the Scarlet Flame guessed in her memory that could at least buy some time. Performing the 7th move of the Scarlet Slaughter martial art, Tailin attacked with all her might. She jumped frantically like a flash of lightning, making Mingdao Wang cry out in surprise. After the display, Tailin prepared to land a strike on Mingdao Wang. He noted she was quite fast. In an instant, Mingdao Wang vanished, leaving Tai Lin completely shocked. Unable to react, she was struck by Mingdao Wang. He kicked Tai Lin away. Mingdao Wang used his blade to send Tai Lin flying far into the distance, calling her a little brat, warning her that if she dared to interfere again, he would kill her. Mingdao Wang prepared to unleash a final strike on Tai Lin. Tai Lin screamed as she was thrown into a wall. Stones crumbled as Tai Lin fell to the ground, struggling to make a sound while Mingdao Wang spoke, declaring what he would do while approaching the meditating Zheng'er as the injured Tai Lin told him not to. Mingdao Wang reached out to see what would happen. As his hand neared Zheng'er's head, Mingdao Wang let out a sound of exertion, raising his blade high, preparing to strike down at Zheng'er. Fast-moving figures were running toward the two of them. Mingdao Wang said that he had finally arrived as Mu Renduan blocked his blade. The two fought each other with light and power radiating outward. Tai Lin raised her arms to shield her face, peeking with her eyes as she watched. Realizing it was the sect leader, Mu Renduan coughed up blood. Two stopped their duel. Mingdao Wang laughed twice and spoke, asking if he really thought he could bring him down with that little strength. As Mu Renduan wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled, Mingdao Wang continued, addressing the Mu sect leader and saying he would only say it once, that if he didn't want the Ranmu sword manor to be exterminated, he should obediently hand it over. Mingdao Wang shouted for him to return the treasure he had stolen from the association. Far in the distance, flames continued to burn. A young woman wearing a red dress approached. Qingling looked ahead and thought about the monster that had invaded her ghost territory. It seemed it was trying to lure her out but had died suddenly, which meant its master was dead. Since a mere mortal could not quickly defeat a Fengsher who controlled a beast-level monster, Qingling bit her hairpin with contemplative eye, concluding that the Ranmu Sword Manor had encountered a great danger. The fires at the Ranmu Sword Manor raged intensely. Something was there. The central courtyard outside the Mu Sword Manor. Everyone was gathered together. Mingdao Wang sat holding his blade with a smirk, representing a great danger. Zheng'er was still circulating his power. Zheng'er slowly opened his eyes. He saw the ruined and quiet atmosphere around him and wondered what had happened. Hearing a noise at a certain place, Zheng'er stood up. Zheng'er looked ahead and saw a crowd of people where the Mu Manor guards were tied up while the black-clad men from earlier stood guard. Mingdao Wang and Mu Renduan were facing each other. Zheng'er thought the battle had ended and that was why the killing intent had weakened, which he felt was. Zheng'er stepped down the steps and walked, asking Gao Tai Lin what had happened and who those people over there were, to which Tai Lin looked at him and asked if he had finally woken. Tai Lin answered that the Manor Lord had surrendered after exchanging only one move, as if he had already surmised the opponent's true identity, while a sword was thrust straight into the ground, proving they were indeed members of that. Rentuan lowered his sword as a blade was held against his neck, and he spoke up, declaring his surrender and promising to return that item. So he pleaded for them to promise to spare the Renmoku Sword Manor and withdraw in. King Mingdao chuckled, remarking that he might have let his intentions slip out too early, while the other man continued to beg for a King Mingdao eventually agreed and swore, stating that he, Sun Yin, King Mingdao and one of the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Society, hereby gave his. Tai Lin witnessed this and was struck with horror, stammering the name of the Heaven and Earth Society. Zheng'er asked about them, so Tai Lin explained that the Heaven and Earth Society was an extremely dangerous organization, being one of the 3 major powers dividing the Central Plains martial arts. Because they worshipped the strong, they intended to unify the martial world, which had caused the land to be soaked in blood in the. Therefore, simply hearing this name was enough to make those in the martial world tremble with. Although they were a large clan, the Heaven and Earth Society existed on a completely different, and that was one of the top experts in the martial world and one of the 5 pillars of the society, known as King Mingdao Sun. If they weren't careful, the Renmoku Sword Manor could be completely exterminated. Tai Lin continued, explaining that the Manor Lord had revealed the location of the treasure, and Sun Yin's subordinates were currently going to. But the treasure they were searching actually lay deep within the basement of the medicine. Zheng'er cast a glance toward it. Sun Yin reached out his hand and demanded that he speak. Location of the secret manual was written on the human skin treasure belonging to their society. Zheng'er glanced over, recalling the patterned human skin book he had once inked. The treasure they sought was in the basement of the medicine, and they believed it to be a book made of human. Zheng'er remained silent, remembered the patterned human skin book he had seen earlier in that. Tai Lin said it was best to stay quiet for now, but then grew confused as he wondered where Zheng'er had suddenly vanished. Zheng'er appeared right behind Rentuan, leaving Tai Lin standing in the back with his mouth hanging open. Rentuan looked at Zheng'er and asked why he was circulating his energy while still injured, telling him to rest first. But Zheng'er ignored the advice and asked about the scar on it, leaving Rentuan looking at him with a confused expression. Zheng'er continued asking about that specific seal, wondering why the man possessed. Why all of a sudden, when he was interrupted by I found it! A subordinate shouted as he handed a box to King Mingdao, who looked at it with great Rentuan said the current situation was bad and promised to tell him later. But Zheng'er insisted it had to be now, causing Rentuan to gasp in disbelief before Zheng'er called it. Two watched as King Mingdao eagerly examined the. He reached out to open it, declaring the treasure of the Heaven and Earth Society had finally returned to them, while Zheng'er promised to resolve the situation. Rentuan didn't quite understand what was happening, So Zheng spoke up about the basement of the medicine. King Mingdao's entire body began to radiate an intense. King Mingdao's eyes glowed as he called out to Manor Lord, but Zheng smiled and said there was nothing. King Mingdao grew furious and suddenly unleashed his. Madame Sure smiled, thinking that this reaction proved someone lucky had already obtained the secret, and if she clarified things now, the one who witnessed that luck would in Madame Sure's eyes, a very familiar pair of earrings. The earrings in the box were not the human skin book, leading King Mingdao to demand to know what this. Madame Sure was stunned, and Rentuan was also caught off guard by those were the earrings the Manor Lord had given her for their wedding anniversary. Satisfied, thanks for watching. The Sure spoke up, asking if those earrings weren't actually her precious. Rentuan couldn't believe it and stared. Madame Sure's face was filled with. King Mingdao angrily crushed the earrings in his hand and declared that she had finally chosen. Rentuan urged them to stop while Zheng stood with his hands on his hips, asking the woman why she was acting as if she. Madame Sure admitted she knew the earrings were hers, but even in this situation, she continued to feign ignorance. Zheng continued, saying it was truly too. Madame Sure told him to stop, claiming it was a misunderstanding and slander, and urged them to think about it arguing that if she had stolen it from the start, she never would have left her own jewelry there, so the real thief must be someone. She claimed the true culprit was someone else. A shadow flashed past Madame Sure like a gust. Rentuan leaped into. Rentuan raised his sword to protect Madame. As Rentuan and King Mingdao engaged in a sequence where one and the other defended while Madame Sure reached out to move, Rentuan fell to the. King Mingdao spoke up, saying that since she didn't know the location of the secret, he might as well kill everyone, and commanded his subordinates to. King Mingdao's subordinates shouted their compliance. Zheng watched the scene unfold with a smile, asking if she was finally ready to tell him, while she stared. King Mingdao raised his blade with glowing eyes, accusing Manor Lord Mu of looking down on the Heaven and Earth Society as the person opposite him cried. King Mingdao slashed the person in front of him, sending blood spraying everywhere as he declared that the theft of the secret manual was unacceptable. The remaining guards watched in. Rentuan hurriedly promised to tell him later, but Zheng replied that negotiations didn't work. King Mingdao began a killing spree, swearing that not even an ant would leave the Renmoku sword manor. Zheng responded that she was making him repeat himself, and wondered if things had to get even more serious before she. Sound of footsteps. Hua-en reported to Madame Sure that he had something. He claimed that when she lost her power, some would benefit, and pointed toward the young masters as the culprits who had entered the manual storage room to plant the earrings to frame her, suggesting they were now using other men. Ping and Yutian were shocked and began to how En Ping had once received and Yutian had as well delivered to them by Gao, with a message saying it was sent by young master Mu Zheng had once told them to keep it, as it would be beneficial when they became the head of the Zheng and concluded that those holding the manuals were the culprits and suggested they should be found and interrogated. And Ping quickly retorted that he was talking nonsense. Tian also protested that it was a false accusation. However, King Mingdao agreed that it sounded plausible. He decided it would be best to start the interrogation with those who had just reacted, and ordered them to be dragged. Rentuan grit his teeth in extreme frustration. Rentuan finally said it was the sword. He revealed that the person who left the mark on his body was the sword saint of the 6 heavens 8 stars, and told him to quickly bring them. As the sword saint's name was finally spoken, the sound of jingling bells. Zhenger's eyes flickered with Huan's form distorted into a demon, with a strange loach fish appearing near him. Zhenger felt a slight horror upon hearing this. Young Master Zhao Yigong spoke from above, remarking that the water had been. King Mingdao called out the name Yuan. Young Master Zhao Yigong quickly. Zhenger sensed that he was extremely dangerous. Zhao Yigong raised his hand and declaring that he would punish. His footsteps ran continuously as Zhenger realized what was happening. It was too dangerous as Zhao Yigong appeared with a powerful. He raised his hand and said he would exorcise. Zhao Yigong chanted an incantation for the rapid breath. Hua-en shouted for the demon monk to charge. The aura was so intense that Tai Lin struggled to keep his eyes open. Yet Zhenger remained. Zhao Yigong commanded the evil spirit to return to the. A knife was thrown at him, and Zhao Yigong noted that he was doing something. Zhao Yigong dodged while his subordinates stepped in to block for him. As he called out for them, it was Zhenger who had thrown the knife, and the two subordinates stood before Zhao Yigong, asking if he was all right and how someone dared to do such. One name was mentioned, Fengsher, as Zhao Yigong stood behind them and Zhao Yigong walked toward Zhenger, and the two faced.
Zhao Yigong looked at.
He claimed to have seen him, but Zhao Yigong stepped closer and asked if it was possible. Zhenger replied that he didn't understand, thinking that he only wanted to save the demon monk but had perhaps been too. Zhao Yigong sensed it in his mind, feeling that Zhenger was also a monster not inferior to. Zhao Yigong raised his weapon, a staff with many bells, and saying he could kill him without hesitation. Huan's face turned pale with bulging veins as his eyes rolled back, and the demon monk did. Zhao Yigong remarked that the people present didn't know what they were doing, while Madame Sure watched Hua-en collapse in a panic and called out to her. Zhenger looked at Zhao Yigong, thinking that martial talent was innate but mystical talent was even. Among mystical talents, the most highly valued was the power of the. Other factors could be honed through training, but the ability to see through things could not. meaning he had an innate talent for the mystical. Even he lacked that ability to see through things, so Zhao Yigong could be proud, though Zheng'er just claimed not to understand. Zhao Yigong asked why he was still denying it and changed his question as he chanted the rapid breath resonant vibration and four winds binding, demanding to know why he was stopped. A light shone down directly in front of the demon. Tai Lin was astonished while Zheng'er watched. Zhao Yigong noted that evil spirits didn't usually follow humans, but that one seemed to be moving according to Zheng'er. He asked what method was used as the demon monk reacted, and decided that he would set him. Zheng'er chanted an incantation, making Zhao Yigong cry out in dismay. It was a 4-ring sealing technique, and the demon monk was surrounded by ice as he Zhao Yigong noted that he had blocked a 4-sealing spell with another 4-sealing spell, and asked if he had studied the spirit language. Zheng'er replied by asking if one really needed to study it to be able to. Zhao Yigong was shocked, wondering if he had just seen it once and copied it, since the 4-sealing spell was a high-level technique only possible at the crescent moon. He marveled at the application of magic within an existing spell as the demon monk was sealed, thinking Zheng'er had shown incredible intelligence in that. It turned out that not only his eyes were. Zheng'er and Zhao Yigong faced. Zhao Yigong laughed out. He gestured toward the sealed demon monk and gave a. Zhao Yigong released the seal and pointed at Zheng'er, telling Sun Yin that the others didn't matter as long as he gave the. Others were filled with shock and. Sun Yin approached with his blade, saying he was doing useless things again, but Zhao Yigong claimed he had that much. Sun Yin agreed but stated that all the others would be killed regardless. Tuen quickly looked as Zheng'er sighed inwardly, knowing that a promise was the guards of the sword manor begged for their. Zheng'er spoke up and told them to stop as Sun Yin glanced over and asked what was happening. So Zheng'er walked forward and said he knew where the item they sought was. Sun Yin's eyes glowed dangerously as he warned that if he was lying, he would tear him apart regardless of the. Zheng'er pointed to his own head, stating it was in there because he had already burned. Run Tuan froze in horror upon hearing the Sun Yin's, but then he asked if all righteous people were just frauds, while Zheng'er asked why he thought it was. Mingdao Wang spoke fiercely with glowing eyes, saying it was because that item wasn't something that could be destroyed. Zheng remains, it could not be burned or destroyed, as if it were being protected by. That is such an object, so if you plan to lie, then you had better think carefully before. Sun Yin drew his king's sword to strike Zheng'er and said that from the next life, yet Zheng'er quickly dodged. Zheng'er spoke up saying that even though the surface is made of fireproof material. Sun Yin stopped. Contents written in blood are actually flame. What? He knows the contents are written in blood? Sun Yin spoke, asking if he was lying, and even with a blade at his neck, Zheng'er calmly asked what reason there would be to lie. So Sun Yin thought. Even within the main assembly, the high-ranking members, among them only a very small portion know about. Sun Yin asked if he had truly seen it because it was unbelievable, because all those who are all dead. But if this brat's words are. Sun Yin remembered that person's advice to try and recover it at all costs. So Sun Yin told him to try reading. Didn't you say the manual is in your head, so if you read it out, the answer will be revealed to see if your words are lies. The remaining people looked at the silent figure of Zheng'er. Zheng'er thought it might be a fake, but if the man knew the contents it could be dangerous, so saying 1 or 2 sentences to test him was enough, so he said there was nothing difficult. Zheng'er stepped into the pool of blood. Zheng'er looked down at his feet walked on the dirt temple floor full of blood while he saw the image of Qingling was on the roof of the building. Zheng'er froze, turned back and called out in his mind for Qingling crossed her arms and told Zheng'er that the moment he said that, he would. Zheng'er remained silent and felt that he understood. So that was it. This was rage. A wave of blood sufficient to cover the entire burning would soar. To see illusions such as Qingling's eyes were filled with the blood that Zheng'er felt was a massive rage with unpredictable results. He stepped toward the pool of. Zheng'er looked. His feet walked on the floor full of. There was a voice saying death as the figure of a person stood on the roof with the bright moonlight shining behind. Zheng'er turned back and called in his mind for Qingling crossed her arms and told Zheng'er that the moment he spoke those words, he would. Zheng'er remains. He felt and understood that this was a wave of blood enough to cover the entire burning wood sword manor. See illusions like Qingling's eyes were filled with the blood that Zheng'er felt was a massive rage with unpredictable, and the result of that fury was directed at the heaven and earth. The full moon shone. Figure of Qingling stood high up while below. Zheng'er was looking toward Lord Ming. He thought he did not know the reason, but it seemed Qingling hated them. Furthermore, she did not allow him to reveal the contents of the manual, because perhaps she wanted to keep this matter. However, Lord Mingdao looked at the still contemplating Zheng'er and asked why he wasn't saying it. Zheng'er looked at his own reflection in Lord Mingdao's blade and thought that whether he spoke it or not, he would still die. Both you know that too, right? But it's a pity, Qingling, as I will never die so easily, at least not until I have taken revenge for my grand. Zheng'er glanced in the direction of Qingling spoke up saying she could feel his anxiety. Zheng'er looked over as his hair was gently blown by. Qingling continued, telling the mortal to follow the formula she was about to say. Zheng'er thought about whether Qingling intended to tell him the formula, but if they knew the manual's contents, they would surely realize she was. Qingling was firm in telling him to trust her, so Zheng'er lowered his eyes and became serious. Qing Ling asked again if he was. Zheng'er closed his. Lord Mingdao lost patience and asked when he would finally read the. Zheng'er walked to a soldier and reached out to take that man's sword while asking to borrow it for. Lord Mingdao watched Zheng'er. Zheng'er held the sword in a ready. Qing Ling also removed a hairpin from her. People, one holding a pin and one holding a sword, prepared to. Zheng'er raised the sword and closed his. Qing Ling used the hairpin to prepare a. Zheng'er followed the actions of Qing. Under the night sky, there was only the bright moon. Every eye was focused on. Qing Ling opened her eyes and began to recite. Moonless night deepens, among the stars, like. Zheng'er also opened his. Swung his hand, thrusting the sword, creating very strong pink. Lord Mingdao was somewhat. Qing Ling continued the text. Zheng'er below followed. Spiritual ties dissolve into the earth. Morning mist hastened. Finger pierces the shocking. Lord Mingdao smiled and hummed. He looked at Zheng'er and evaluated him, saying it was truly wonderful as every technique unleashed was soft and yet powerful. It was truly a perfect sword art without any. Made him think of a certain peerless sword. There was no more room for debate as this sect had been lost for 100 years. The lunar vein sword decalogue was displayed as Zheng'er performed the tech. When the aura appeared around them, everyone watched in. Lord Mingdao closed his eyes and assessed that he couldn't believe the lunar vein sword decalogue had reappeared at the. Zheng'er prepared to read the next technique. The eternal light of heaven and earth's evil deeds. Not a single sentient being shall remain un. Lord Mingdao was shocked and this technique could not be allowed to be revealed. So Lord Mingdao called for him to. Zheng'er lowered the sword and tilted his head to ask if that was. Lord Mingdao felt uncomfortable in his heart and cursed that he had been swept away. Now there was another problem, as this was a sword art that only chosen ones could. Therefore, he had to make this brat vomit out everything he knew. Then he must kill him to silence him. Zhao Yigong spoke up, calling for Lord Ming. Zhao Yigong shook his head as the. Lord Mingdao looked at Zheng'er and thought he knew personal greed. And he was also very interested in this boy because what he had, no one in this place could do, especially the secret technique of the lunar vein sword art. For with this brat's level, there was no possibility he could have learned it secretly from. He was truly a genius beyond my understanding. It would be a real pity if I killed him right. How should he be handled? Zheng'er held the sword to his own neck, standing before Lord Mingdao while Zheng'er moved the sword to cut his own throat, and blood. Lord Mingdao was. He immediately ran over and knocked the sword from Zheng'er's hand while scolding him, asking if he was. The others were no less horrified. Zheng'er reached up to touch his blood-stained neck and said nonchalantly to look at that man's face. For this manual must be very important. Lord Mingdao frowned and thought that he had almost cut his own throat, wondering if all geniuses were crazy. Zheng'er sat on the ground and said that by now, you probably understand the value of the things inside my head. So do not dream that I will. Zheng'er stood up and said, there, if you're so capable, come and take it yourself. The rest of the people heard Zheng'er's words and their faces were full of. Lord Mingdao laughed and asked if he meant, you will carry your own corpse to the Heaven and Earth Society. Zheng'er put his hand up to hold the blood gushing from his neck and thought that looking at the situation, you probably understand that torture or interrogation methods are useless against me and you cannot let me. So I will use. Zheng'er answered that it was exactly. Zheng'er thought further that he must leave this place. The burning wood sword. Night sky had the bright moon, and on the mountain the trees were. The carriage was being pulled. A group of soldiers was marching on them. The wheels collided with the ground and rocks which created a. Just like that, Mu Jingyun had become a hostage of the Heaven and Earth Society. But why was I included in this? Yu Tian was also captured and tied up while thinking. On a moonlit night, the carriage had stopped and a commander said they would stop here for half an hour to take the opportunity to rest. So follow. Yu Tian and Zheng'er were tied up in that carriage. And Yu Tian cursed in. Why was I also taken as a hostage? 4 hours ago, Lord Mingdao knocked out Mu Jingyun and proposed that the Burning Wood Sword Manor must repay the entire remaining debt. And Lord Mingdao said if you do not do it, then what awaits you is the destruction of the Burning Wood Sword. The reason was that he could not tolerate the theft of the Heaven and Earth Societies. Lord Mingdao demanded 2 things. First, that the Burning Wood Sword Manor must isolate itself for 10 years. And second, the successor would be held as a hostage by the Heaven and Earth. Successor implied the strongest person because they valued strength most. Therefore, as the strongest among the mysterious, I was chosen to be taken away, and Yu Tian was chosen while saying in a daze to please for. Returning to the present, Yu Tian did not feel happy in his heart and thought that was why he was here, never expecting to be recognized as the successor. Tian tried to untie himself and cursed that they tied him too tightly and even ensured he couldn't use internal. Although he wasn't knocked out like Mu Jingyun, he thought being released would be better than being a hostage. Just this morning, he was looking forward to the possibility of becoming the man. Now he had become a hostage, and Yu Tian was all tied up with his eyes covered, reflecting on his life in a dark. Suddenly Yu Tian recognized the sound and wondered what would happen to him, as someone was there. But who, since it should have only been Mu Jingyun? Yu Tian's blindfold and gag were removed. Looking at Zheng'er in front of him, Yu Tian gasped in surprise. Tian asked how he did it, and Zheng'er put his hand to his mouth and hissed for him to be. Yu Tian asked Zheng'er how he managed it, and he replied he had his ways and would untie him if he told him what. Looked at Yu. He lowered his eyes and asked who the shadow sword of the 6 heavens 8 affection. What? So the shadow sword might be. Yu Tian replied it was true, but only a fairly reliable. Zheng Er thought in his head that this made everything seem a bit of all the places possible, it was right. There was a call from outside saying, "Mortal, things outside are finished." So Zheng Er untied Yu Tian and said he would keep his word. Yet Yu Tian couldn't react in time and asked if he planned. "No, because if we run away, they will go to the Burning Wood Manor for revenge." But Zheng Er looked unconcerned and asked so what, saying he could just stay here if he didn't. What? Yu Tian was struck by Zheng Er, and Zheng Er opened the door and went out as there was a voice outside asking Mortal what you were doing. So Zheng Er went out and looked at Yu Tian, thinking he was too easily defeated when unable to use internal. Qing Ling saw Zheng Er and said she had cleared the path and to leave quickly before the sorcerer arrived. And Zheng Er replied. Zheng Er stepped. Suddenly something startled Zheng Er. Qing Ling found it strange and tilted her head to ask what was wrong. And Zheng Er wondered what that was. Zheng Er replied that it was nothing, so she said to hurry. And the two went while on the ground were soldiers who had been knocked unconscious. Qing Ling was flying and said this was the first time he used lightness skill and asked if he was sure he could do it. So Zheng Er loosened his limbs and said Zheng Er prepared his both eyes. He flew as fast as over the mountain. Two streaks of light flashed by like rock. Zheng Er's feet kicked off jumping up. His whole body was in the air looking down at the forest.
Zheng Er flew åt divine.
Zheng Er felt in his heart that it was truly fast, much faster than running, and his body felt faster and perhaps he would get out of here sooner than The two of them just raced. Zheng Er concentrated on Zheng Er and Qing Ling were one in front and one behind. Quickly because Zheng Er used his power. His feet created streaks of light when at a tree bright moon. Qing Ling stood still and asked, "Mortal, what are you doing?" But Zheng Er interrupted saying they were going in a... Qing Ling was confused and asked. Zheng Er said it was that the tree was devoid of leaves beneath the watchful gaze of the moonlight as Zheng Er looked at it and remarked that this was the fourth time he had seen expressed his certainty that they were currently trapped within a continuous, leading Qing Ling to ask if he meant they were inside a matrix or something similar. And Zheng Er looked at his surroundings and agreed it was possible. Qing Ling waved her hand dismissively while saying it was likely just a misunderstanding. For if it were so, she would have noticed it much sooner. Qing Ling began to walk, suggesting that he was only acting out of anxiety, and that they needed to hurry, while Zheng Er observed her demeanor, spoke up to tell her to wait because it seemed he had sprained his foot, perhaps because he was not yet used to utilizing Qing, insisted on treating the injury before proceeding, causing Qing Ling to place her hands on her hips and call him a fool before offering to heal him, which he accepted. Qing Ling reached out her hand to touch Zheng Er's leg, but as her hand made contact, a purple screen suddenly manifested. Zheng Er called out to her, and when Qing Ling hummed in acknowledgement, Zheng Er suddenly reached out and grabbed Qing Ling by the throat, causing her to cry out, "What?" While Zheng Er asked her demanded to know who she truly. Qing Ling shouted while being choked, asking what he was doing and demanding to be released, as she was strong enough to free herself. He told her she had chosen the wrong target to impersonate, and within a few moments, the figure of Qing Ling was squeezed so tightly that her mouth turned blue and her body began to crack apart as if breaking. Zheng Er's eyes took on a sinister glint as he remarked that she should have tried to do better than this. He squeezed even harder until a straw doll appeared in his grasp. Zheng Er then clasped both of his hands together. Closing his eyes, he began to recite the alluring fallen mark and the unchanging heart technique. The straw doll fell limply to the ground. Zheng Er continued to chant, praying for the heavens and earth to remain peaceful in their inherent nature, for the cycle of the moon and sun to mark the seasons and time, all to maintain the steady balance of qi, for the sun and moon to merge into the qi, much like Shikigami and spirits, blending mind and soul into thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Even the supreme ancient god's power took effect immediately. The ceiling circle shattered and crumbled into pieces, allowing Zhao Yigong to appear while thinking to himself. The Willow Soul refining technique was a high-level spell that could make an opponent see a straw doll as someone they trusted. Yet this man had dispelled it in just a few minutes, causing him to stare at him. Zheng Er looked back at Zhao Yigong. Zhao Yigong looked at Zheng Er and told him to become his disciple, repeating his demand to the young man standing before him that he must become his disciple. Zheng Er remained silent. He began to calculate everything within his mind, noting that the distance between them was exactly 10 steps. There was no one else around, so if he could act before that Taoist used his tech, he began to take a step forward. Something flashed rapidly across his path, leaving a bloody scratch upon his face. Zheng Er found himself trapped within the formation array that Zhao Yigong had laid out. As the Taoist asked if he really thought he could do something while alone, explained that he had already established a barrier around them, warning that any attempt to cross it would result in his body being cut into pieces, that to survive in such a dangerous world, one must always be prepared, calling this the first lesson he would teach him, though Zheng Er argued he never agreed to be his disciple. Zhao Yigong tossed the straw doll to Zheng Er and called him a stubborn, while Zheng Er held the doll and thought of the demon monk, realizing that no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't sense any qi and wondered how it was possible. Zhao Yigong gave him sincere advice, saying the Tiandahui was a place where subordinates' lives could be taken at any moment by a superior's whim, and without being his disciple, he would not survive. Zheng Er held the doll and thought of the word disciple, before finally speaking and saying fine. Zhao Yigong, not immediately understanding, asked what. Zheng Er continued by stating he had one condition, to which Zhao Yigong inquired what it was. He noted that no matter how much he looked, he could not sense any qi coming from the straw dog. Asked if it was a breath-hiding technique and demanded to be taught, promising that if he agreed, he would become his disciple. Zhao Yigong could not help but laugh loudly at the realization that he should have used magic to lure him from the start. Said that teaching him would not be difficult, but first he must swear an oath, and Zheng Er took the bracelet offered to him. Zhao Yigong explained that he must wear it and declare that he, Mu Jingyun, son of Mu Renduan, vowed to become the disciple of Zhao Yigong. But Zheng Er asked what would happen. Zhao Yigong answered that the oath would ensure he did not harm him, as he could not trust a man who had already tried to kill him and run away. Zheng Er put the prayer beads on his hand and agreed to and as the bracelet emitted light, he recited the vow, identifying himself as Mu Jingyun, son of Mu Renduan, and pledging to be the disciple of Zhao Yigong. Zhao Yigong silently watched him, knowing that the incantation lock would prevent anyone who swore from ever disobeying the one who created the oath. Zhao Yigong was a man who always sought to possess what he desired, and this was his typical method for gaining disciples. Zhao Yigong then threw a book toward Zheng Er, telling him it was the Sherwin secret book, a collection of techniques created by his master. He turned away. He told him it contained the art he wished to learn and to memorize it before returning it. As Zheng Er clasped his hands and thanked his master, Zheng Er asked why he wasn't dispelling the technique he had cast. But Zhao Yigong replied that the book also contained the way to dissolve, gave him 1 hour, warning that if he was not on time, he would have to suffer through some pain. Zheng Er flipped through the pages of the book as he watched Zhao Yigong walk away, thinking to himself, the man had already begun teaching him and found the situation quite interesting, until Qing Ling appeared and remarked that the Taoist priest had finally gone away. Zheng Er struck out with an attack, but Qing Ling quickly evaded him. Zheng Er felt annoyed and asked what she was doing, while she replied she was just checking, and he asked what kind of nonsense she was talking. Qing Ling recounted how he looked while hallucinating, saying it was funny to see him jumping around and asking why he stopped. Then she noted that the incantation lock seemed to possess a powerful energy, and asked why he had made such an oath. Zheng Er pointed indifferently to the book in his hand and said it was to obtain it, which Qing Ling could hardly believe. She asked if he had sworn such a serious oath just for that, saying it was not like him at all. He called it a small matter while he removed the bracelet from his wrist. Qing Ling shouted, "What?" in total disbelief, while Zheng Er spun the bracelet and explained that an oath is a promise made in one's own name. His real name was not Mu Jingyun, and he was not the son of Mu Jinjuan. Qing Ling uttered a surprised sound and asked if he was going to flee now, but he replied that he had planned to but changed his mind. Putting the bracelet back on, he stated that he truly wanted to become his disciple. Qing Ling was shocked and asked, "What?" Unable to believe her ears, she asked if he really intended to become a disciple of the Tiandihu. Zheng Er extended his arm with the bracelet and said he had heard a certain rumor, and she asked what it was. He said that Kuei Jian might be within the Tiandihui, mentioning the 6 heavens and 8 stars, the titles given to the strongest in the martial world. Those 6 whose skills reached the divine realm, while the 8 others reached the very peak of human potential, were known as the 8 stars, of which Kuei Jian was one, having first gained fame 17 years ago by slaughtering imperial experts, leading many to believe he was either a royal elite or a member of the Tiandihui. Thus, if he went to the Tiandihui, he might be able to find. Zheng Er said that was why he had been considering them, and when the Taoist suggested he become his disciple, he realized he could use the opportunity to infiltrate the Tiandihui. Bright moonlight continued to shine down upon the two of them. Qing Ling spoke, calling it a great coincidence, while Zheng Er let out a confused sound. Qing Ling continued, saying that fate is something that appears to be yet is actually inevitable, and perhaps it was destined from their first meeting that she would accompany him to the Tiandihu. Zheng Er didn't understand and asked why she was suddenly talking like that. Qing Ling spoke, telling the living soul to become her disciple instead, to bear the karma of the Yu Mai and carry out a blood-stained purge at her side. Zheng Er looked at the person before him and thought that he only just that Qing Ling's fury was aimed directly at the Tiandihu. Once again realized they shared a common goal of vengeance involving the Tiandihu. Zheng Er noted that it had all happened long ago and asked if time hadn't already taken revenge for her. But she asked if he planned to just sit and wait for time to take revenge for him, stated that this seat was not like that at all. She could not forgive the fact that the bastard's descendants were still alive while the truth remained buried and this seat was insulted. Regardless of how much time passed or if the enemy died of old age, the rage carved into her soul would never fade. She wanted to wash it all away, even if it meant staining everything with blood. Zheng Er felt as if he were sinking into a deep sea of blood which overflowed and covered his body until only his eyes remained, sinking into a sea of blood filled with hatred and noting how deep it was. As the illusion was created by Qing Ling's rage, it was incredibly dark and cold, carried 100 years of unending resentment that felt profoundly lonely. It was clear that Qing Ling was just like him, living a life haunted by the need for revenge. Zheng Er agreed, saying he understood and would become her disciple, which surprised her with its speed. Qing Ling watched him silently for a moment, then put her hair needle between her lips, blew out a cloud of smoke, saying, "Of course." And Zheng Er added that he had a condition, demanded to know the reason for her revenge, as he didn't want to be involved in something he didn't grasp. Qing Ling looked down at him and agreed, promising to tell him one thing, explained that the Tiandihui was founded by 3 distinct sects. One of those was the Yumai, and she was a member of that lineage. Zhang Er wondered in his head, curious about what had occurred, wondered why she was reluctant to speak. Zhang Er clasped his hands before Qingling and stated that his real name was Zhang. Thought to himself that he would find out everything in time. Intended to inherit the Yumai and become the disciple of Qingling. This disciple would carry on her destiny. Qingling looked at him with a satisfied and happy expression. Under the moon's glow, Zhang Er swore to become the disciple of Qingling. Qingling exhaled smoke and praised him for being good, telling him to call her master from then on. Zhang Er replied that his second point was a refusal to use the titles of master and disciple, which annoyed her so much she asked why he called the Taoist master. Zhang Er held out the straw doll and argued that he was her master, yet never heard her call him that. Qingling was left speechless and turned away with a click of her tongue, while calling him an arrogant brat in her heart. As the doll called him master, Zhang Er smiled and praised the demon monk, making Qingling angry enough to ask what he was laughing at, which he denied. Zhang Er raised his hand to manifest his qi and asked how they were going to get out of the formation. The sun began to peek over the horizon. On the other side, Zhao Yigong began to wonder, thought the boy was taking longer than expected, for even if it was hard for a beginner, he should have escaped immediately. Decided he had to go release him when the figure of Zhang Er appeared. Zhao Yigong was stunned and asked what. He laughed to himself in his mind, noted that the boy had actually succeeded, as Zhang Er clasped his hands and announced his return, called him master, leading Zhao Yigong to judge him as the most talented student he had ever taught, believing he could keep him under his thumb. He told him to rest before they set out, and the disciple obeyed, ordered him to move quickly as the next destination was far away, and he followed orders. Zhang Er sat in the carriage and sighed while Yu Tian remained as motionless as ever. Zhang Er smiled, noted that they were no longer bound, thinking that at least he had the doll, and then the straw doll poked its head. Qingling's voice came from it, warning him about another crack and her fear that she would shatter immediately. Even though she had barely moved, Zhang Er told her to be patient and promised to find her a better vessel. As she clicked her tongue, thought that no one would believe he escaped so fast or even put her soul into this doll, imagining the Taoist master would faint if he knew. Zhang Er opened the door and looked out to ask if they were leaving. The troops began to move forward. The sun had fully risen, was shining upon the mountains and the path, heading toward the Tiandihu. Half a month later, the carriage continued to move across the army is marching while someone watches them from above. Ai Lin looks down at the soldiers below with a grimace, cursing silently. She managed to get herself caught up in such a mess, wondering if it relates to that strange cord connecting her to the young master after she became a spirit. She begins to feel anxious when they are separated because her instincts remind her that if he dies, she will die too. She realizes her life is tethered to that demon, making her wonder how to get inside, considering he has become a hostage of the Heaven and Earth Society, though finding his location is easy now that she is a spirit. However, she lacks the courage to break into such a terrifying place until she suddenly remembers that Xiaozhuang Kailin is the granddaughter of the leader of the Heaven Slayer sect. Surely she has a way to help her infiltrate the enemy base, so she decides to search her memories for a way to thinking of infiltration makes her feel sleepy as the image of a seductive lady appears in Kailin's mind. Kailin helplessly thinks about employing a honey trap. She wonders if she can actually do it, her slight agitation causing a noise that alerts the soldiers. Kailin quickly hides behind a rock and sighs, relieved she wasn't discovered, yet finds it strange they didn't go straight to the Heaven and Earth Society after getting what they instead they are taking a detour to gather underage children. Just as she senses something approaching at this, Zhang Er sits in the carriage reading the book of magic that Lord Zhao Yi gave. There is an announcement that they have finally arrived at their destination. Zhang Er pokes his head out to ask where they are while looking at the Heaven and Earth Society. Prince Mingdao gazes at the gates of the Heaven and Earth Society in admiration. Those gates always manage to leave him in absolute mood. A group of horses and people begin to march forward. Qingling, inside the puppet, looks outside and asks Zhang Er if he is nervous, to which he admits he is. Qingling continues, saying he will now start from the lowest level despite having made unbelievable progress. Someone who was just a brat half a month ago, though in truth he still has a long way. Zhang Er asks if he doesn't just need to absorb energy once more and grow stronger instantly, but Qingling warns that relying solely on energy absorption without enlightenment is dangerous. He must stand on his own strength because since she is with him, he is already. Zhang Er interrupts her and tells her to wait. So Qingling asks what is wrong and Zhang Er replies that something is very. Zhang Er looks outside and observes that they are not heading toward the main entrance, are moving toward a completely different location. Lord Zhao Yi appears to inform Zhang Er of the bad news regarding his master. As Zhang Er asks what is happening, Lord Zhao Yi enters saying there is no longer any time to. Zhang Er wonders what is going on as Lord Zhao Yi hands him an object and tells him, explains that wearing it allows him to use magic without charms, leaving Zhang Er shocked by its impossibility. Lord Zhao Yi expresses his own disbelief, having thought Zhang Er's status as a hostage would prevent this, while Zhang Er remains confused by his. Lord Zhao Yi then reveals that the leader of the Heaven and Earth has ordered both of the siblings to be sent to the blood corpse. Zhang Er repeats the name in confusion, questioning blood corpse. He imagines a scene where his face is covered in blood, surrounded by corpses as Lord Zhao Yi explains it is a trial ground. Chances of surviving are less than 10%. Air sees a vision of people falling into the shadow, blood splattering across his face, tragic and bloody corpses lay scattered before his. He is told to endure it while imagining the wretched states of the dead, clenching his hands into tight, determined. Lord Zhao Yi promises to petition the leader for their release, emphasizing that Zheng Er must survive at all costs. Someone outside calls out that time is up. Those without official business must leave immediately. That person speaks, dangerous tone, welcoming them to the blood corpse. In the quiet night, a sudden urgent voice echo. Groups of people move across the wooden bridge in a state of confusion. Mu Yutian, pained and exhausted, rubs his shoulder and curses the 2 weeks he spent unconscious while wondering where they are being. Seeing a familiar figure, he shouts and pushes people aside, but is suddenly struck from behind. A person barks at him to move faster, causing him to cry out in pain. As they wonder where they are being taken, Mu Yutian realizes his internal energy is sealed and curses the Heaven and Earth Society's treatment of. He quietly observes the situation from behind while looking. She notices a blue light emitting from the back of the neck of the person in front. She realizes it is the Dao sealing lock, a crystalline needle preventing energy circulation for everyone there. As spikes bloom from their he looks at his clothes and asks Qing Ling if she knows what is happening. But she admits the current society's methods are unfamiliar. Qing Ling replies with a worried voice, warning the mortal to be careful because she has a bad. Suddenly, a bright fire flares up in the distance, catching the attention of Zhang. Countless people gather at the foot of the mountain as if waiting for. The flames flicker under the dim moonlight. Everyone has finally looks around, noting new people who joined along the way, wondering if they were brought specifically. This is the place where you will be. A sudden voice startles everyone into it. The crowd's shock. The person calmly continues, stating they must undergo it. He holds up a shimmering object, explains that this jade is identical to those hidden in the valley, and anyone who fails to find one within the time limit will be eliminated. During the explanation, someone raises a hand to protest that they are from different sects, various families who came for a proper test, but a task without explanation is unacceptable. Before the sentence is finished, the jade is flung into the man's face, drawing blood, knocking him backward as the attack calmly continues, stating that internal energy levels do not matter here, only obedience. Death is the consequence for disobeying, questioning orders, or failing. These words leave everyone in stunned silence, while Zheng Er quietly observes, seemingly planning. Welcome to the blood corpse. At some figure steps forward and stands in a corner, angry that the leader wasn't told the boy was his. Sun Yin looks ahead, reflecting that the leader never rescinds an order once given, leaving the other persons. Sun Yin grimaces helplessly since the leader's command is absolute and they have no choice but to. Refusing to just wait, he decides to petition the leader to release the talented disciple he just gained, while Sun Yin sigh, wonders why they would use the Blood Corpse Valley for someone who restored the Moon Vein Sword technique that was lost for centuries. After much thought, Sun Yin realizes something and calls out to the other, wondering if this is actually an incense stick is lit to signal the start, and the command to begin is. Everyone rushes to find a jade to save their own. They are warned that the incense lasts 30 minutes and there are fewer jades than people, so they must act. Everyone frantically searches for any trace of the. Yutian looks around and is shocked to see Zheng Er just standing there, doing. Zheng Er remains motionless while Mu Yutian rushes, terrified that he will die if he doesn't find it. The incense stick has already partially burned. People are wading into the water, searching every corner while cursing the difficulty of finding it. Suddenly, someone spots something, freezes before grabbing it and shouting that they found one, drawing everyone's. He laughs joyfully as he prepares to hand over the jade, praising his own. Touching the jade tightly, he hopes his luck will leave a good impression since he was the first to. Someone tries to steal it, but he manages to keep hold of it through quick reflex. He runs away. The pursuer threatens to beat him to death if, having escaped, he mocks them for thinking it would be easy to take. He comes to a sudden halt because the person in front of him, Zheng Er, who had been waiting there from the very beginning, radiates a terrifying pressure that makes the man wonder how long he had been standing. The leader watches the entire scene closely, waiting for the next. Trapped between pursuers and Zheng Er, the man shouts in frustration that he won't let them have it. In a fit of desperation, he brings the jade to his. That madman. Without hesitation, he swallows it, but before it can reach the boy's hand grips his throat and lifts him into. The crowd watches in stunned silence, far too afraid to. The grip on his neck tightens. The man struggles to. With a cold, mocking gaze, the boy laughs and tells him he is being trapped. Then he squeezes harder until tears well up in the man's. The onlookers are paralyzed with shock and can only. Everyone waits to see what he will do. The leader's gaze remains fixed on. Then he tears the man's throat open without hesitation, causing blood to splatter. The bloodthirsty look in his eyes makes the scene even more. Gradually, the corpse falls to the. Faced with such a horrifying, nobody dares to chase him anymore, and some even fall back in. Holding the severed throat, he watches as the jade falls. He discards everything else and approaches the. Takes a moment to examine the. The leader feels a sense of unease, realizing that someone who shouldn't be here has. The boy smiles and presents the jade to the leader. King Ling watches the scene with his excitement grows upon receiving accept. The leader gets straight to the point and tells him that 63 is now his. Zhang Er catches the object, noticing a bold inscription. Jade and the fresh blood on his hands quickly mixed. He is told that each jade is numbered and that number is his new identity, to which he acknowledges. He is then given a silver badge as proof of being the top performer in the first round. Told to keep it safe with the jade, which he quickly tucks into his. One of the men steps forward to guide him to a place to. Man in the red demon mask is secretly surprised that a child from an orthodox sect could be like this, since he initially thought the leader just wanted to kill him for. He notes the boy doesn't look orthodox at all, but rather like one of the. Looking at the boy who seems to have enjoyed the carnage, he anticipates his future performance. The boy takes out the small token proving his victory and exam. Zhang spoke to himself, wondering if he had to stand at the top and survive while competing against others. His face darkened as he realized the competition would only become even more brutal. Nearby, the incense stick used for timing had quickly burned halfway as time slipped away fast. Those who hadn't finished the trial began tearing into each other just to obtain that item. The rule here was a kill or be killed struggle to climb higher, and screams quickly rang out as the sound of death enveloped. The fat man in yellow was running forward with all his might. Suddenly his path was blocked. Before he could react, his head was slammed violently against a nearby rock. Naturally, the jade of the deceased fell into the hands of the killer, then arrogantly raised his voice in challenge, daring anyone who wanted to die to step forward. The two instructors whispered to each other that some formidable individuals had finally appeared. Looking at their tattoos, they were certainly from the Crimson Kill Valley, one of the 3 notorious organizations under the Heaven and Earth Society, which had only 30 members but were all martial arts men. Looking further away, a figure could be seen through the mist fighting aggressively against 3 others. It was a woman who was fiercely throwing stones at her opponents with incredible force, a technique the 2 observers identified as the serial kill of the Misty Flower. The other man replied that they were formerly known as the 4 great assassins of the Misty Flower Hall, but had since abandoned that profession to join the Heaven and Earth Society. Looking into the distance, that large man belonged to the Extreme Realm sect and was famous for his iron wire art, which grew more terrifying since his internal energy was. They observed that several other people were also quite prominent. Realized those individuals each had unique expressions but were all exceptional like Zhang, and more importantly, every person listed above had. The man with tattoos walked toward Zhang with contempt, muttering about the useless fool, and he glared at Zhang, telling him not to think he would pass the next round because next he personally killed. Zhang said nothing, simply staring back in silence before revealing a mysterious. Gradually, more people managed to overcome the obstacle. Meanwhile, noticed that the incense stick had only a tiny bit left and the time was becoming extremely. This meant the battle was becoming increasingly fierce and savage. Yution gritted his teeth and searched frantically while his inner soul screamed out, wondering where it was since time was running. He wondered if he should beg for mercy since he was a hostage. At the same time, a man was quickly decapitated by a cold individual who remarked that he had already warned against asking questions. Yution stared in horror at the corpse before him. Perhaps he felt shocked by this evil as the crowd buzzed, wondering what happened, and if someone had picked up the numberless jade thrown by the master of the corpse blood. 2 people stood there laughing, mocking the fool who died for daring to talk back without knowing. One pointed at Zhang, asking if he was the same madman who tore that other guy's throat out, and wondered what he was doing. Zhang stood there silently reciting an incantation, script of the Uniron ring and the shifted shadows of the forest grove, the heaven giant wound and the impermanence of the fist along with the weight of the sea, void point of the infinite sea. As he activated his consciousness technique, a powerful aura quickly enveloped. Zhang was satisfied that his consciousness technique did not require internal energy, proving he could still use it even with his acupoints. He secretly observed the crowd tearing into each other, noting that their deaths were transforming into killing. A massive amount of killing intent was gathering, even more than at the Burning with Sword Manor, causing Zhang to scream inwardly for them to kill. It seemed he didn't realize that his eyes had already turned red. Incense stick had almost completely burned out when the command rang out that only 1 minute. Yution was also desperately fighting for his life. Yution repeatedly punched the person lying beneath him. He appeared to have been driven mad by fear, screaming for the other to die as his face took on a ferocious and cold Finally, that person stopped breathing, and the jade in their hand was He tremblingly picked up the jade and shouted that he had finally obtained it. Yution sat on the ground like a madman, staring intently at the jade while shivering and muttering that he quickly looked toward the incense stick that was almost gone. Yution was momentarily startled and trembled because this was the first time he had ever killed. Smoke was gradually vanishing, and after this incense stick, there would only be one outcome for those who. The man in the red demon mask watched for a while before finally shouting that time. He ordered his subordinates to kill all the failures, and they quickly. Very soon after, one person after another fell down right in front of you. Mournful screams rang out, making anyone who heard them shiver with. Yution looked around in horror as the small stream turned into a pool of blood in an. It seemed that he had lived in a manor since childhood and, despite being disliked, had never seen such bloody. A man holding a sword stood before Zhang, prepared to carry out the execution. He moved closer to Yutian while Zhang just stood there in a daze. Finally, Yutian used his last bit of reason to tremblingly hold up. The man approached, placed a hand on his shoulder, and shouted that he walked past him, leaving Yutian with a frozen smile like a statue. Ultimately, Yutian couldn't take it anymore and slumped down into the cold. Yutian clutched his head in fear while sitting among the lifeless corpses, crying out that he was looking at his hands covered in fresh blood. He wondered what he had. Suddenly, a voice rang out that startled you. Noted that about 468 people. The man in the red demon mask continued, stating it was about 60%, which wasn't bad, and congratulated those who. He clapped his hands loudly to he announced that they would now begin the second. Tian's face was still filled with shock, as this was an incredibly difficult trial for a child of a righteous. The crowd buzzed with exhaustion, complaining that they had just finished the previous test and were now dead. Tian also hadn't regained his composure yet, thinking about the test he had just served. The man clapped his hands and shouted for silence. The crowd immediately went quiet, and no one dared to. He loudly continued that the second round was very simple while everyone held their breath to hear the rule was that from now until dawn, they only needed to survive on that. He spoke while pointing toward the mountain that was gradually looming larger. The surrounding scenery was extremely. Zhang said nothing, only watching that direction with vigilance. At first glance, it seemed to be just an ordinary mountain with no apparent danger. Everyone wondered if it was really that easy just to survive. The man in the red demon mask added that it wasn't just about survival, explained there were 40 flags on the mountain and, by sunrise, they had to be near. Each flag could have a maximum of 8. Everyone was shocked to hear this, as they all knew exactly what was going to happen. He continued that there couldn't be more or fewer than exactly 8 people, and the more brutal part was that everyone else would be eliminated. Tian began to calculate, surprised by the harsh rules, wondering if there were really only 40. With about 500 survivors, the flag count meant only a maximum of 320 people could survive. It seemed everyone understood the meaning of this test as they were being forced to slaughter one another. He added that this was a team cooperation test where they had to steal flags from others and protect. Hearing this, Tian's eyes flashed with extreme resentment. The men craftily wished them luck on the next. Everyone stood surrounded, listening to the regulation. The atmosphere inside was always gloomy without sunlight, making the place even more. People began to discuss forming groups, with one person asking another to join. One of them stepped forward and asked a member of the Crimson Kill Valley to form. The man looked at him and said he didn't recognize him before telling him to get. He thought that since the person was in the bottom group of the first round, there was no need to team up because the key to this round was high-level co-op. Then walked over to another man and asked if he was from the extreme realm. He spoke bluntly, suggesting they team up since cooperation was the key and they shouldn't waste it. The man looked at him with a gaze full of the extreme realm sect member agreed that he was right, and the first man smugly started to say that. Before he could finish, the other man cut him off and refused his. First man shouted in surprise while the sectarian calmly noted they could find a flag first, calculating that they would clash eventually. The Crimson Kill Valley member was irritated that he was rejected and warned him he would regret it, but the man just waved him. Then he turned to the girl from the Misty Flower Hall, but before he could finish his sentence, she coldly told him to. His eyes filled with rage as he cursed the bat. Suddenly, Zhang walked. Zhang greeted him, and the man turned around in surprise as Zhang cheerfully asked if he wanted to join. He thought it was unexpected for Zhang to take the initiative and wondered if Zhang was thinking the same thing. To be honest, it wasn't a bad idea for the first and second place finishers to team up. He looked at the smiling face that seemed full of goodwill. For some reason, he refused the offer and told himself that something felt. After saying that, he walked away without looking back while Zhang scratched his head, regretting the. Qing Ling smiled stiffly, suggesting that tearing the other man's throat out had shocked everyone so much that no one wanted to. Zhang looked at the man and his face suddenly revealed a flash of cruelty, as he thought it was a pity because he had planned to kill that man. While he was thinking, someone approached him and broke his train. Zhang looked over as the person asked if he wanted to join their group since they were missing one. In that group, a beautiful girl with golden eyes was looking at him and Zhang looked at her and gave a light smile, quickly agreeing to. Tian had been silently watching him and noted that Zhang had finally found He told himself that Zhang would take care of himself, and since he had also found teammates, he was determined to. Very soon after, the drum signal for the start rang out. Round 2 began and everyone started moving while the corpses remained scattered and unhappy. The assassins their side with pity, knowing the participants would soon realize the first round was actually. Over 500 people moved through the water one by one, their clothes all stained, and Zhang walked alone behind everyone. His face took on a terrifyingly somber expression. A man in Zhang's team stepped up and asked the girl, Xiaohua, if she was sure about. The one who invited Zhang earlier added that everyone else was avoiding him, despite his own agreement to let. Xiaohua laughed and asked if they were also afraid of him, reassuring them to just. She explained that those fools only knew how to ostracize him, but she planned to use him so that other groups wouldn't dare to. They would exploit him as much as possible and, when morning came, they would abandon him according to the. She had already ordered another person to wait nearby to take his place after he was killed, reasoning that he was alone and his energy was. After she finished speaking, she looked back at Zhang, who was walking solemnly, and felt satisfied with her perfect. Thinking this, Xiao Hua intently observed his features, involuntarily flashed a smile as she thought to herself, it would be a waste for such a face to go to waste. So she approached him and asked where he was from while mentioning he was impressive. Xiao Hua felt smug because all men were the same, so seeing Zhang remain silent, she continued by telling him she liked, while the other men looked at him with rage. She felt gleeful because no man could resist her charm. She planned to use the idiot's jealousy to make them loyal, but Zhang smiled deviously and agreed that he felt the same. She blushed for a moment thinking he was bold before Zhang darkly replied that he really liked her. The others and those ahead, all of them had essentially sought him out themselves. As soon as the words left his mouth, he brutally snapped Xiao Hua's neck before she could even react. Zhang threw her corpse to the ground while the onlookers stared in dazed shock. They began to stir in a frenzy shouting that this madman had actually killed Xiao. Zhang glared at the crowd who harbored ill intentions toward him with a voice that was now utterly freezing. He announced that it was finally time for. His eyes glowed blood-red like a demon emerging from hell as he slowly said that he would be helping himself, looking at the people before him as if they were delicious food. He thanked the little ones for the meal. One man cursed at him and threatened to kill him while his companion tried to calm him down. Hearing this, Zhang looked blankly at the group intending to murder him. The man reassured his comrade that they must stay calm because anger only fed his desires. Even though Xiao Hua was dead, he still had 6 people and the advantage, so the fat man stopped and thanked him for the reminder. He continued that they must work together to kill him and make him pay for murdering. Quickly, Zhang was surrounded by the 6 men. Suddenly Zhang spoke up saying things weren't as he expected. Making the leader surprised, Zhang continued that he thought they would lose their way after losing their leader, but they were better than he anticipated. Another man shouted that they didn't need his praise and challenged him to see if he could keep his big mouth shut after. A sinister smile like a demon's bloomed on Zhang's lips as his most wicked face appeared. The man finished speaking. He charged forward only for a hand to suddenly grab his face. Zhang moved like a lightning bolt, so fast that the group couldn't even track his movement. The man was thrown violently into a large nearby tree. Fresh blood sprayed out instantly. In the blink of an eye, the man breathed his last breath in this. The remaining men were terrified by the sight and screamed to catch him. The whole group rushed forward together, shouting for each other to take Zhang. Zhang remained calm as he lunged toward the man standing closest to him. His ankle was swiftly snatched by Zhang's grip. Zhang effortlessly slammed the man hard against the ground. Fresh blood poured out once again. Then he grabbed another man's leg and used him as a weapon to bludgeon the other. His power at that moment was enough to take on 5 single-handedly. They didn't want to miss any chance to bring him. Seeing an opening while his allies distracted Zhang, the fat man shouted for everyone to attack. They lunged like hungry tigers while Zhang blocked their strikes, causing one to celebrate their apparent advantage. Zhang used his hands to protect his face while boredly remarking that they were too weak. Immediately after, he rushed out of the encirclement leaving them in shock. Zhang threw a punch toward him that, even without a weapon, was enough to end their lives. The man who had just taken Zhang's punch was unable to react further. Then he turned and struck another man's leg so hard he could no longer stand. Felt as if his bones had completely He couldn't help but scream out in agony. Soon they were all knocked down by Zhang, leaving only one man who retreated in fear. He realized they couldn't win because Zhang's combat skills were on a completely different. Zhang tilted his head and looked at him with a sinister smile. The man looked at him as if he were a ghost, unable to stop the tears from flowing. Finally, he let out a terrified scream and turned to run as if he had seen it. The man with the broken leg cursed his comrade's cowardice. Zhang reached out his hand and recited an incantation about the sun, moon, and energy. Gods and spirits merged into one as the soul and consciousness unified to absorb. While the man tried his best to flee, he was suddenly pulled back by a powerful force. Zhang's power acted like an invisible rope tightly wrapping around his legs and pulling him back. Zhang looked incredibly aggressive then, appearing nothing like a righteous cultivator. Just as the other man had said, he was more like them. Zhang thoroughly enjoyed the fear and despair of the man facing death. The man struggled desperately to escape, his hands bleeding as he clawed at the ground. His wailing and screaming echoed through the hills, sending chills down anyone's spine. The man with the broken leg watched the horrifying scene until he began to cry, and by the time the fat man was pulled close to Zhang, he was no longer. The man with the broken leg wept silently, regretting that he hadn't stopped Su Hua from inviting this monster, thinking that they should never have encountered this monster in the first. Zhang had remained silent all this time, suddenly sensed the presence of another person nearby, thinking it was a cowardly rat who had been terrified into making a noise. Zhang watched as the person fled. The man with the broken leg realized that the person was the last individual Su Hua had met. He pleaded internally for the person to run and tell others what was happening, to go far away and tell anyone, while Zhang pulled a wooden doll from his robe, recited a chant to reveal buried secrets and release them. A powerful dark energy surrounded both him and the man. Then his inner self screamed for the others to be told. A demon had truly. Finally, his end was also inevitable as death claimed. On the other side, The last survivor was still trying to run as fast as possible away from Zhang, being completely rattled by the scene. He thought about how unbelievable and terrible the situation was, recalling Zhang's face. He felt terrified and convinced that he was a demon in human skin. He needed to tell the others and gather as many people as possible to catch. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling washed over him from behind and veins began to bulge on his forehead. He looked back while running, wondering what this sensation could be. Something seemed to be emerging from within the distant trees. It was hands. Aggressive grayish-blue hands without a trace of life, resembling the dead. They kept stretching out, led by a demonic monk who was relentlessly chasing him. Seeing this horrific sight, his face turned as white as the image of the demonic monk and the massive hands caused him to collapse. And turning back to Zhang, he was focused on absorbing the killing intent from the corpses. Qingling commented on his unusual behavior and wondered if he had planned this from the start. Zhang replied indifferently that it was a good opportunity. Suddenly the man returned toward him, leaving Qingling and Zhang momentarily. It was the demonic monk who had possessed the man's body to bring it to Zhang, leading Qingling to wonder why he didn't just kill him. But Zhang smiled, realizing it was to help him absorb energy. Zhang praised the demonic monk as his most trusted shiki, while the monk looked smugly at Qingling. She was annoyed by his arrogance and struck him, causing the monk to just hold his head and Zhang was happy, feeling the satisfaction of a dantian filled with power. Suddenly, this scene was witnessed by another group of. Zhang stood up silently and looked at them, calling it a feast. He felt as though the entire mountain was a giant table of food calling out to him. He sighed that he would eat everything, as leaving leftovers was never good. Sitting on the pile of corpses, he thought about the rule that he only needed to leave 7 survivors. Night enveloped the mountain, which was now filled with mountains of dead bodies. White Owl perched on a tree and observed the surroundings aggressively. Outside a cave entrance, 2 flickers of fire danced. The sky outside remained pitch black. A man wearing a red demon mask entered the cave accompanied by 2 assassins. It seemed he was meeting someone inside. As he stood waiting inside, an old man emerged and welcomed the master of the Corpse Blood Valley, who responded coldly while the old man commented on the bright fire. The valley master ordered his subordinates to wait there, and they quickly obeyed, and both of them headed deeper into the dark cave where no sunlight could. Inside, a large hedgehog-like creature with thick fur was being kept in it. The Corpse Blood Valley master asked if everything was ready, and the old man confirmed it. The master noted that this mutant beast was more dangerous than the last, and the old man warned him to stay away since they were dangerous even when restrained. Even the young ones were ferocious beasts, and the creature glared aggressively at the two. The valley master observed tensely, wondering if ferocious beasts were more than just animals. The old man shouted that it was a guju, a demon brought back from the North Sea near Bay Hu Mount. The creature looked like a pig but had a massive body with thick fur and roared aggressively. The valley master looked for a moment, then turned to leave satisfied. He added that it should be released once the signal was received. Back with Zhang, he was very close to where the flag was located, surrounded by scattered corpses. He remarked lazily how coincidental it was that he had just found. Qingling asked if he would take it, but Zhang noted that the flag and its base were connected and breaking it might invalidate the test. Qingling suggested breaking it anyway since he planned to eliminate the other groups, so Zhang approached to examine the flag more closely. He noticed something written on the flagpole which surprised Qingling. He read about the 3-form sword finger understanding meridians, and the sword's imagery, followed by a chant about the masterless immortal decision. She said it was the incantation for the sword dust formation, which made Zhang curious. He asked if it was a type of tactical formation, and she confirmed it but noted that the chant was incomplete, creating openings in 4 acupoints like Gushi, Shinju, Kunlun, and Weizhong. She wondered why an incomplete sword technique would even be written there since it was only fit for Zhang pondered her words in silence for a long time, and he speculated that the rest of the technique might be on the other flag. Qingling agreed that finding the other flags would likely reveal more of the incantation. Zhang calculated that those who found the flags would eventually discover this hidden mission. They would be forced to fight each other for the other flags. Realizing that a war was intended from the very start, after analyzing the situation, he flashed a devious smile and remarked on how interesting it. Qingling was alert because things had become more complicated while Zhang remained calm. Noted that at least they had learned something as he cut down the flagpole and discovered a secret inside. He leaned down to observe and told Qingling that there seemed to be incantation power on the pole. Her expression filled with caution as she wondered if this was a trap. If it was something else, as Zhang brought it closer to inspect it carefully and realized that it was not quite the same but rather felt like it wasn't activated by being broken but was instead being dispelled. From afar it seemed as if some creature was running very fast through the forest. Zhang looked around and speculated that there appeared to be something else out. On the other side, the weaker participants were beginning to be purged. They looked at that man with fearful eyes. He gloated and asked if this was all they had or if they could show some real skill since they dared to attack. Those people panicked because even though his internal energy was sealed, he was still so strong, and they wondered if he was from the incantation killing valley. He approached them and asked what they were waiting for or if they wanted him to come over personally. One person among them thought that if this continued the whole group would be annihilated. They secretly winked at each other and signaled to shout for everyone to run fast, which surprised the man from the incantation killing valley. He aggressively gave chase and asked who permitted them to run. If they truly thought they could just come and go as they pleased, he would kill them all and hang their corpses up as a warning to others so they should just die obediently and sacrifice themselves for their comrade. His laughter was incredibly arrogant and boastful as one of the runners panicked at this madman. When he reached a nearby bush, he was momentarily dazed by the sight before him. Even the man from the incantation-killing valley was stunned by the scene and stopped in his track. A massive hairy creature continuously let out strange and eerie cries. It was greedily devouring those who had previously run ahead. Its blood-red eyes and sharp fangs dripping with gore filled the group with absolute terror. The entire group broke into a cold sweat, not even daring to breathe heavily. Since it was occupied with its food, it didn't notice them, so the man from the incantation-killing valley signaled for them to slow down. He gritted his teeth and backed away slowly, knowing that, without internal energy, it would be impossible to catch him. Suddenly a loud sound rang out because someone had carelessly stepped on a dry branch. The whole group turned in panic to look at that person with piercing eyes. Sweat poured down the forehead of the man from the incantation-killing valley as he cautiously glanced toward the monster. At that moment it discovered them and let out a frenzied roar while baring its sharp, blood-stained fangs. The man from the incantation-killing valley shouted for everyone to run. It began to cry out and chase them like a disturbed nest of bees as they scrambled forward. For some reason it didn't give chase, and upon closer inspection it appeared to be a mutated wild boar. Naturally, when it stopped, the others didn't dare move for fear of making it go crazy again. Just stood there silently for an unknown reason without showing any reaction. Suddenly turned and left, leaving the bewildered people behind. It quickly vanished from sight as the crowd began to murmur. One of them wondered why it retreated, but the man from the incantation-killing valley irritably barked that he didn't know. He speculated that it might have seen something behind them. He searched the surroundings but found nothing unusual except for the red flag fluttering in the wind. He looked at it for a moment and thought that perhaps this flag was what had frightened the beast. The scene shifted to another group of people. The monster, after giving up on the previous targets, continued its hunt. It was like it had been starved for years as it frantically searched for humans to devour. Everyone's panicked screams echoed through the quiet night. Those unfortunate enough to fall into its claws met a gruesome end with their bodies torn apart. The young man ran in fear, cursing that his sealed internal energy prevented him from using his lightness skill. He wondered what the hell that thing was and why it was even there. As he ran with his mind in a state of confusion, he saw a figure standing ahead. He rejoiced internally at the sight of another person and shouted for help. The person in front was none other than Zhang, and as the man shouted about the monster chase, Zhang looked at him with a somber face and questioned the existence of a monster. Beast, with its claws still covered in fresh blood, finally caught up. Zhang was even more terrifying than the monster, and the man who thought he had escaped ended up dying at his hands instead. Zhang finished off the person just as the creature approached. Zhang calmly observed the situation. It aggressively stepped closer as Zhang held the man's neck firmly and looked at the beast. His eyes glowed red upon seeing a human looking nothing like a normal animal. Unlike the others, Zhang was not afraid, nor did he run as he questioned what this creature was. He threw the person in his hand to the ground while the animal scrutinized him. Ling said that although it was her first time seeing it, its shape and cry identified it as a guju, and Zhang asked for clarification about the guju. She explained that it was a demon that liked eating human brains and lived in the Beihai near Mount Bei. Hearing the word demon, Zhang became more alert. Guju could no longer wait and pounced aggressively toward him. Zhang leaped high into the air as his hands quickly formed seals. Alchemist Zhao had given him a treasure that allowed him to use magic, so he wasn't restricted, and recited the incantation for sickness, slaughter, and heat slaughter. Zhang used the 4-sealed chain technique to trap the demon. Then he aggressively clenched his fist and shouted to seal as the golden chains in the air quickly tightened. A suffocating feeling of pain was instantly transmitted, making the guju panic. Its breathing became difficult because it was constricted so tightly, making it let out pained cries. Zhang continued to clench his hand, causing the pressure to increase. The demon was unable to move and could only howl in futility. Suddenly slashed its sharp claws, causing the chains of Zhang's incantation to slowly crack. Zhang was surprised by its immense strength, quickly broke through his seal and escaped. Debris and stones flew everywhere. Zhang was blown back by that massive internal force. Guju glared fiercely at Zhang as he quickly stood up in a defensive stance. Its sharp teeth finally bit through the last remaining chains that bound it. Zhang's eyes began to turn bright red as he remained calm and undaunted. Its eyes glared at him, but it didn't seem to intend to attack just yet. Not to be outdone, Zhang circulated his internal energy and glared back threateningly. While it would normally pounce on any other prey, it seemed to hesitate when standing before him. After a while, it suddenly turned and left, much to Zhang's bewilderment. Zhang told Qingling it was gone, and she replied that it probably thought he was a difficult prey. He wondered how the incantation was broken so easily, but Qingling added that if it were a ferocious beast, she could have subdued it. She continued that an adult guju is called a monstrous beast, and since it was nearly grown, it was currently a low-level demon about to evolve. Zhang muttered that things were getting complicated, and she asked if he was afraid because the incantation didn't work. Why should he fear anything while she was here? But he stammered that it wasn't like that. As he looked at the scattered corpses, he admitted he was afraid it would steal all his prey. He sighed sadly because he had to hurry before it ate everyone. The scene shifted back to the man from the incantation-killing valley. Weary voices asked if he really had to do this. They already knew they had to find the mantras on the other flags, but simply taking the top of the pole should suffice, but he irritably told them to just follow his order. If his prediction was correct, they would end up thanking him. Suddenly that group encountered the Guju again as it charged out from the bushes. One of them shouted in terror of the Yama, but he gestured for them to stand still. Remarkably, it didn't attack his group. After watching them for a while, it finally turned and left, leaving them confused. It left, and the man from the incantation-killing valley gloated as he asked if they saw that. There seemed to be something on the flag that repelled it, which made the whole group rejoice. He said they had to hurry because he didn't know how many others knew this. Others would eventually discover the secret of the mantra. Just as he predicted, everyone was gradually out the secret about this formula. After speaking, he quickly led the way, telling them to hurry, while the followers agreed. On this side, those assassins were beginning to load the corpses onto cart. After this moment, those people would completely lose their humanity. The masked man checked everything and asked his subordinate if it was finished, and after receiving a nod, he ordered them to depart. The horse-drawn carriages full of corpses quickly moved toward a mountain slope. Surrounding roads were tied with red strings and yellow talismans as they gathered the bodies there. The old man quickly stuck talismans on each corpse and instructed his henchmen, throw the flags with the talismans into the abyss without ever looking down, and they quickly obeyed. The corpses were also all thrown into the deep mountain abyss. One of them wondered why they didn't just burn them instead of throwing them down, but the other replied to just follow orders without question. The man complied as the other mentioned that he didn't know for sure, but they always did this because it was said the flow here led to one place, as the first man asked what that meant, and he replied that it was supposedly for some kind of nutrient. He warned that asking too many questions as low-ranking members would only bring trouble. The man wondered what nutrients and gathering meant and how many corpses were actually down there after more than 100 had already been thrown. He was curious about the total number of bodies. As he looked down, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him. A hand suddenly slapped his shoulder firmly. He woke up only to realize he was standing very close to the cliff's edge. He panicked, thinking about how he got there, while the old man with a dark face reminded him that he was told not to look down. He turned away while reminding him again to absolutely never look down. The dark and terrifying face, he warned that he would be enchanted. Returning to Yution's team, that demon was still devouring brains as his clothes were now in tatters and his group backed away in fear. It seemed like it was their first time facing this Guju, as someone fearfully asked what it was. Hearing the loud noise, it aggressively turned its head with wide red eyes. Tion's team also had a flag, and just as the previous man said, it seemed very afraid of it. The Guju immediately turned and ran in the other direction without looking back. This action greatly surprised Tion's group. They waited until it was gone, and he slumped to the ground in fear while others wondered if it was full, and Tion sighed wearily. He worried that 2 of his comrades had died just to protect the flag, only for them to face that monster next. He held his head in helplessness, wondering if he could survive here. He looked at the corpse and noted something strange, because if they died in a fight or were eaten by the monster, there should be wounds or missing heads. On the way here, he had seen several corpses with only broken neck. Tion looked at the sky in a daze, wondering what was happening on this mountain. The moon shone over the region on this long night for those in the corpse blood valley. Zhang continued to absorb the killing intent from the dantions of the corpses along. Zheng's face darkened because it was too little, while Qingling spoke up, asking if he was referring to the killing intent since the carrion beasts only ate the corpses they killed themselves. Feeling discouraged, he stood up, feeling as if he were eating someone else's left. Zhang thought for a long time and then sighed in frustration, saying it wouldn't work, which made Qingling wait curiously for him to continue. His face and voice turned grim as he declared that he had to kill the carrion beast. Zhang told Qingling with full determination that he had to kill it, and hearing this, Qingling fell into deep thought for a moment. He excitedly suggested that he should leave it to her, because even someone like him would find it difficult to defeat without internal energy. He asked if she would really do that, to which Qingling firmly replied that she would, provided he released her. Zhang held the wooden doll in his hand and recited the mantra. Samsara terrain, 9-ring peach blossom spring, once more. After he finished the incantation, a surge of overflowing internal power rapidly enveloped Zhang. A sea of deep red blood quickly appeared beneath his. Chanting, Qingling comfortably stretched as she escaped from the wooden doll, her complexion appearing slightly more vibrant than before. She happily twisted her body, remarking that being free was better than being trapped, and she was dying of stiffness. But Zhang urged her to leave immediately. He quickly flew up. She told him he was truly in a rush but agreed to go for a while, looking like a bird released from a cage as she finally regained her freedom. Her beautiful red figure stood majestically in the night sky like a celestial. Below her were the sounds of screams from the crowd struggling against one another. Even after searching for a while, Qingling still could not see the carrion beast. She wondered why it was so strange that she couldn't find it, especially since it was about to become a monster and shouldn't be this hard to locate. Qingling asked herself where it could have. Suddenly, a strange light emitted, piquing her curiosity, and she walked toward the source to find a deep pit radiating a brilliant blue. This sight momentarily dazed Qingling, and she laughed softly with a tone full of mockery. Qingling could not help but curse, saying that although she didn't know who it was, they were truly Immediately after, Qingling rushed back to find him, calling out to her disciple. While Zhang asked if she had finally found, she excitedly replied with a hint of urgency that she had found something more interesting than the carrion beast, making Zhang curious about what it was. Qingling quickly told him to follow her, and while his expression remained unchanged, He knew this likely wasn't anything. At the craggy mountain, Qingling soared through the air while slowly walked below. As Qingling flew over the wooden bridge where those people had gathered the corpses early, Zhang slowly crossed using that same bridge because he could not use his Qinggong at that. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, noticing will tracks that suggested someone had transported something. Suddenly, Zhang discovered something, and his expression became just as surprised as Qingling's had been. Zhang approached the abyss and looked down from above, filled the insects with his bare hands and contained a strange energy, while surrounded by talismans and barriers. So Qingling asked him about goo poison. Zhang replied that he knew of the thousands of venomous creatures placed together until only one survived with the strongest toxicity, known as the goo poison. She pointed down into the abyss and told him the goo was there. Zhang looked down as his eyes turned blood red, heard the mournful cries of many people echoing from the depths, demonic voices pleading for help or cursing each other in a struggle to survive, threatening to kill while others begged for their mothers, trapped by something Zhang deduced were chains. And Qingling noted he had used similar spirit-binding art in Gao Zuan, making Zhang wonder if these bound souls created a bottomless slaughterhouse. He stared in awe at the abyss, acknowledging it as a true goo, looked at Qingling with a hint of sadness, thinking that a goo born here would become a vengeful spirit on her level. He smiled sinisterly and licked his lips in a demonic manner. She said this was a great chance with killing intent everywhere as she prepared to use her technique, only for Zhang to suddenly leap down, leave her shocked as he shouted that entering the source was better than leftovers. Qingling frowned, warning him that the chaotic flow of souls would devour him, consume his flesh if he stepped into that. He smiled and said that since his current level wasn't enough for the Tiandihu, a chance for revenge was worth risking his life for. Qingling was left speechless, seemingly swayed by his. He stepped forward with a bright smile, admitted he could not resist such a temptation, and jumped down further while telling her he was going. Below, the rotten spirits screamed and trampled each other, hungrily eyed him as a living body they could devour, rushed at him like a pack of hungry. Zhang remembered occultist Zhao's words about the ring allowing magic without charm, thought that Qingling also mentioned its power. Though he didn't trust the man, he fully trusted Qing. His hands quickly formed seals for heat, sickness, death, change, and vibration, heat, rebirth, and power. The dead life speed seal activated a barrier that blocked the biting spirit. He was amazed by the barrier's utility in repelling the vengeful ghost, looked cruelly at them, suggesting they continue their meal, stood on the mountain of souls to close his eyes and form seal, moved freely under the protection of his spell. Ignoring the spirit, jumped into the water as the ghosts watched him with longing, recognized them as water ghouls trying to surface, formed seals to push them away to facilitate his movement, but found they were as persistent as leeches trying to pull him down, recalled from the Inyang records that water monsters were exceptionally dangerous, and raised his hands to begin a new incantation, used the golden finger sign to create a blinding yellow light, drove the spirits to flee into the piles of corpses on the shore, cleared the water of ghosts, forcing them all onto the land, and leaped out of the water himself. He became cautious as water splashed everywhere like rain. The spirits continued their attempt to grab his legs, caught him off guard with their speed, making him curse in annoyance. Qingling suddenly appeared to assist him and challenged the spirit, struck them violently, tearing their bodies apart, landed softly while mocking the lower beings for their greed, watched as they merged into a grotesque mountain of soul, remained calm, declaring that this man belonged to her, struck her tobacco pipe toward the group of souls, ordered the water ghosts to get low. She cleared the area in an instant and teased him for being hasty. Zhang stepped forward, happy to see her, though she acted annoyed, sincerely told her he knew she would come to help him, caused her to blush despite her being a century-old spirit. She shouted at him in embarrassment while he laughed heartily, then returned to a serious state, noting the situation wasn't bad, observed that other souls feared her power. Praising her strength, she clicked her tongue and asked if he thought such trifles could stop her, told him to look around, which he did instinctively, saw the hungry spirits, realized they were waiting for him to drop his guard so they could tear him to pieces. Qingling pointed out the spirits were like a flood and warned him that even she couldn't protect him in this chaos, especially from that black whirlpool over there, which would be impossible to survive if he fell in, advised him to give up, but he interrupted, saying he would be fine, quickly removed his clothes, caused her to cover her face as he explained he wanted to do this, since being pinned, while she stood there dazed as he searched his back, chanted a spell causing the forbidden gate lock nail to him. Zhang indifferently pulled it out of his body as Qingling stood watching, unable to help breaking into a cold sweat. She couldn't believe her eyes that he had just pulled a forbidden gate lock out of his spine without even blinking, to which he replied flatly that it felt better now. Qingling thought about how extremely dangerous and painful it was to use consciousness in that way, and after thinking for a moment, she found it quite ridiculous. Zhang grew frustrated, stating he had to pull the rest out, and quickly removed many more nails. Qingling looked at the bull-headed young man before her and was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. His entire body's energy, which had been suppressed for so long, now had the chance to surge outward violently. She wondered how much internal energy he had accumulated while his acupoints were sealed, realizing it was more than she imagined, and if he could absorb it all, he would reach the early stage of the peak realm. His aura was so strong that ordinary things couldn't even get close, suggesting he really might be able to pull it off. He felt relieved and comfortable now, prompting Qingling to ask if he had been enduring that until just now. He explained that since experts can sense others' breath, he had tried to restrain it, earning praise from Qingling, who realized he hadn't jumped down recklessly. Yet he was still in danger. She suggested he clear the surroundings first, but Zhang looked over and remarked that it would take too much time. People often say the fish's head is the tastiest part. He stared into the black hole in front of him, insisted on eating the head first, leaving Qingling helpless as she asked if he thought it was a fish. But then he asked for her help and she sighed. He truly seemed to have a death wish, yet staring into the black hole, she thought it wasn't a bad choice since absorbing it would save 10 years of cultivation. She privately agreed with his decision, telling him she would draw their attention while he rushed straight ahead. A plan Zhang happily thanked her for. Qingling encouraged him to try to eat it all before taking a deep drag from her pipe. She began to close her eyes with intense concentration as her breath carried the scent of darkness. When she opened her eyes, blood streamed down from them, her face transforming into something demonic as her deep voice resonated. Blood. Drops of blood from the eyes quickly flowed to the ground as these were the vengeful spirit's blood tears. From those drops more blood began to emerge and gradually increased in volume. In an instant the area where Zhang stood was covered by a sea of blood, while Qingling spoke in a ghostly voice of the ghostly intent domain as two figures stood amidst the sea of blood looking forward valiant. Path of blood quickly opened before Zhang with the surroundings entirely encased in chains. Qingling looked fiercely at him and shouted to go. Zhang quickly leaped forward to seize the opportunity and took the lead. He did his best to rush through the massive shackles created by Qingling. He knew the deeper he went the more dangerous it would be. His expression didn't change at all. Amidst that pitch-black scenery he was like a bright star flying through the darkness here. The aggressive mouths of the spirits had been intimidated by Qingling's power. They looked at him with eyes full of desire, but the killing intent radiating from Zhang kept them from approaching. Even though they couldn't touch him, they followed behind like hungry leeches. He struggled through that crowd of hungry spirits, knowing that if Qingling hadn't opened the way, he could hardly have passed this trial. Suddenly from within the dark cave a very dazzling and prominent yellow light appeared ahead. Zhang quickly landed there and cautiously observed that strange light. He began to walk forward slowly, seeing that there were no spirits here but several human skeletons on the ground, making him wonder if he had reached the center. Zhang heard a strange sound, so he quickly looked up. A large monster was busily devouring spirits. It opened its wide mouth, emitting hungry sounds with a spirit in its hand that was constantly screaming. The scene before him left Zhang momentarily dazed as he stood watching it for a long time. The monster sat amidst a mountain of scattered corpses piled upon each other, greedily eating one person after another, making him wonder what this was. He thought that it was drawing in the resentful souls to swallow them whole and wondered if this beast was what lay at the center of the flow. It very quickly detected his breath. The monster glanced over, seeing that it was massive compared to a human with an extremely bizarre shape. At this moment it opened its wide mouth, which was covered in chains, and shouted out for a living human. When it opened its mouth and spoke the human tongue, Zhang was extremely surprised. It opened its mouth as wide as its ears, looking at him with great hunger. Then the monster seemed to lose control as it screamed to eat flesh, then fiercely pounced toward him. As soon as it swung its hand, the chains quickly bound him tightly. In a flash Zhang was lifted up near that large disgusting mouth. Since only spirits were food here, it couldn't resist its craving when Zhang appeared, so the monster fiercely bit down. It shouted that a foolish human dared to barge in here alone, and that it would crush him into pieces. Zhang was taken into its mouth, but he remained very calm and began to take off the ring on his hand. His voice rang out coldly, saying that he agreed with it, which left the monster momentarily dazed. He smiled eerily, saying he also came to eat it, and then Zhang quickly used the pitch-black incantation. The purpose of this action was to release the spell power within the ring, and light from the monster's mouth quickly flashed. It felt like its mouth was burning, as if it were about to explode, so it panicked and opened its mouth wide. Zhang took a breath and reached out to grip a giant tooth in its mouth. The monster was in so much pain that its tears were constantly flowing, while he looked around and said it was a pity for the beast. Swallowing him into its stomach was the most direct way to absorb the spiritual energy of the resentful souls from inside the body. Zhang smiled with satisfaction, saying it was a fatal mistake, and immediately began to absorb the essence. A terrifying voice rang out, asking if he really thought he could do that. It spoke triumphantly, asking how an ordinary human like him dared to boast, and that it would show him the pain of being alive. Immediately afterward he was pulled back into its stomach, while it kept yelling that it would swallow him whole. It seemed he had been too hasty and subjective with it as Zhang gritted his teeth, trying to keep his balance but failed. He was momentarily helpless, reaching out his hand, hoping to catch something, but there was absolutely nothing. Zhang finally landed at the bottom and looked around to observe. It was still very bright inside as Zhang looked around, wondering to himself where he was. From afar he saw 3 people talking about something, as the successors of the other kings had also agreed. This was the long-held wish of the association, so they also had to set an example and follow suit. The other 2 quickly replied that they would remember his teaching. Zhang stood behind silently observing as that young man happily told his elder brother that he would always be by his side. Being his right hand, he would bear the family burden, which made Zhang understand somewhat, as he guessed this was perhaps the past of this vengeful spirit. The scene shifted back to when those people in the stream began to compete for jade. The elder brother of that young man had found the jade first but gave it to him. At that time he spoke hastily telling him to take it quickly. The boy was confused asking what the elder brother intended to do, but the elder brother quickly reassured him that he would find it soon and told him to go first. At that time he was very confused, but the brother quickly urged him saying there was no more time and to leave before others arrived. The boy ran blindly while the elder brother's voice still echoed saying he would find it and catch up soon. Zhang thought of a strict father and a younger brother who always followed him. That was why he came to this corpse blood valley. The scene changed to the moment of taking the flag as Zhang hesitated in his thoughts. A trembling voice rang out breaking his train of thought as the elder brother stood dazed asking why. At that time he didn't expect his younger brother would be the one to fiercely hit him with a stone. Now that man dropped his mask and smiled cunningly saying everything would end once he died since he always acted pitifully while having everything. He screamed as if insane saying the elder brother was only better for being born first. The elder brother weakly raised his hand stammering as he wanted to explain that his brother didn't give him any chance to explain as he fiercely raised the stone, then violently struck the elder brother's head repeatedly while constantly screaming for him to die. Fresh blood kept splattering yet he still didn't want to stop. He seemed to vent all his deep-seated hatred onto his brother. Zhang stood silently watching the elder brother lying motionless on the ground in a pool of blood as the other man quickly ran away after finishing the task. He watched the cart carrying the corpse thinking that the man hadn't realized his brother's jealousy and envy, so he died at his brother's hand. Just like many other corpses he was thrown down that cold cliff to be forgotten forever. Very quickly, as soon as his body was tossed down it was torn apart by those vengeful spirits. He sat lonely amidst a mountain of corpses seeming unwilling to accept his fate so Zhang followed to observe while the scenery kept changing according to his milestone. Zhang saw him lonely hugging himself and constantly weeping as he knew this place was full of goo poison. He was unwilling to accept it asking why he still had to suffer this pain after death as the resentful souls around kept moaning and screaming piteously making him feel pained and helpless. A sense of fear rose as he wondered why he was still being eaten after death, questioned if he was born just to be eaten. He began to undergo corruption, unable to bear it, as he screamed that he wouldn't let himself be eaten. If his fate was to be eaten even when dead, he would resist it by eating everything else instead. Immediately afterward a hand fiercely reached out and grabbed Zhang pulling him back. He roared about all the vengeful spirits here, also about Zhang too. At this moment that person had revealed his true form as a monster and kept roaring at everything, that he wouldn't let anything eat him again. It seemed he was in a fit of rage again as he fiercely opened his large mouth wanting to attack the boy. Zhang was quickly submerged in the sea of vengeful spirits and hatred of that man, thinking to himself, countless emotions of the trapped souls were surging into him including regret and remorse and rage. The resentment and hatred accumulated for decades by the vengeful spirits were churning like a storm. Even the emotions of the spirits he had devoured and the thing he intended to swallow too. The emotion was revenge. He closed his eyes in thought and began to accumulate energy. His arm was helpless amidst the infinite void as Zhang momentarily couldn't react. Very quickly he was submerged in a sea of blood that was about to cover his head. Zhang raised his hand and began to use magic as he recited the breaking fourth and eighth form. An abundant source of power flowed into him from the unyielding wind-tier tone. Shifting form as Heart's Sun, a brilliant beam of light began to appear clearly illuminating the entire sky. Qing Ling, who was waiting outside, was momentarily dazed by this source of power. The power from within the pit was constantly surging out and it seemed this pit was experiencing some kind of incident. Qing Ling calculated that the chaotic flow was shaking violently and the familiar's connection bond began to waver making her wonder. She looked worriedly toward the entrance of that black hole calling for her disciple. If he had finally failed after all, the red string on her chest was constantly moving erratically. Qing Ling was momentarily tense. She thought that the child was indeed too arrogant. She frowned and told him to leave it to her if he didn't want to be devoured. She quickly jumped into that black hole to assist her disciple. Qing Ling was surprised that even green-level vengeful spirits were being absorbed. She thought and guessed it might be goo poison as the vortex constantly had spirits trying to escape but being sucked back in. The souls kept wailing and screaming to run and save them as the chaotic horse sounds were hair-raising. The souls kept looking at Qing Ling with hunger telling her to come here and that they would end it here. They quickly merged into one entity forming a desperate and evil existence. Qing Ling stared blankly ahead knowing immediately that it was a Qing-level spirit. Before her a powerful aura quickly emerged from the vortex of vengeful spirit. Qing Ling hurried to land nearby to observe. Figure slowly stood up in the darkness with misty smoke surrounding him making it hard for her to identify him. That person slowly approached her. Qing Ling was extremely surprised when she saw him. She unexpectedly called out to him as a mortal while Zhang walked out with a gloomy and expressionless face. She frowned thinking the aura radiating from him was completely different and wondered if he had been taken over by goo poison, so out of curiosity she asked if he had been devoured. He looked at her and casually replied no, which left Qing Ling completely astonished. Zhang triumphantly showed his hand to Qing Ling asking how he could possibly be eaten. Then he fiercely clenched his fist saying he was actually the one who ate it. She was still in shock as Qingling couldn't believe her disciple was so terrifying. She stammered as she looked at him, unable to find the word. After a moment she asked if he had absorbed everything, and Zheng happily replied that it was as she saw. She was secretly horrified, not thinking he would actually dare to do such a thing. Standing before her, he had been able to absorb a Qing-level vengeful spirit. Zheng calmly told her he seemed to have eaten too much and now his stomach felt like it was about to burst. Qingling hurriedly agreed because he was human and urgently told him he needed to release some of the death energy. He wondered why, so she explained that a human body was just a container with limits. That was why he needed enlightenment to expand the container, as it wasn't good to absorb too much death energy before doing so, and told him to release some now. He turned to leave, saying he would transfer this excess death energy to it, which made Qingling ask in surprise what he meant. He followed him curiously, asking for clarification as Zheng dug through the piles of bones, saying it should be here. He finally found a skull among them with a sealing talisman still attached to its forehead, and said, "Here it is." Qingling was still surprised and wondered about it, but before she could react he had already started transferring the death energy. The skull quickly absorbed all the excess death energy from Zheng as he silently observed it. He couldn't contain her curiosity, asking what he was doing and why he was transferring death energy there. That skull kept absorbing a large amount of death energy. Very quickly formed a complete human skeleton with both a body and limbs. Tool_session D5E23. Qingling silently watched as Zheng began transferring death energy inside until the skull gradually started to take shape. She wondered if this was the skull from the center of the vortex, as Zheng replied that it was indeed. The chains surrounding that body quickly vanished, as if it were being reborn from the realm of the dead once more. Even more strangely, a head of silver-white hair quickly grew out. A figure of flesh and blood appeared, tightly clutching its own. Qingling looked at the person on the ground in surprise and wondered if she was a girl. The child stood up irritably and shouted back, making Qingling and Zheng confused by this feisty. The brat stood straight and introduced himself proudly, claiming that he was a true man. After he finished his introduction, Qingling and Zheng were speechless as silence fell and his eyes stared firmly. Not only that, he also brushed his hair back so they could see his face clearly. As Qingling continued to tease him about being a girl, the boy screamed that he would. She frowned and asked Zheng why he revived it instead of killing it, to which Zheng replied that it would be. The boy yelled aggressively, demanding to know what they were talking about while he was standing right there. Qingling quickly asserted her authority as an elder, squeezing his neck tightly and glaring coldly, asking if he dared to speak like that unless he wanted. Brat seemed to understand the situation and obediently tucked his tail, whispering that he did not. Suddenly Zheng spoke, startling the boy, asking Qingling if she wanted to know why he revived. He craftily picked up the skull and explained that he did it for a specific reason. Immediately after saying that, Zheng aggressively crushed the skull in his hand without a second. The brat was in so much pain that he collapsed to the ground screaming, leaving Qingling momentarily speak. She asked if he destroyed the boy's origin to make him suffer, questioning if it was right to revive and then torture. He held out the ashes of the crushed skull in his hand, tilted his head back to swallow them all, leaving Qingling and the brat utterly astonished at this. Zheng said nothing and decisively swallowed every bit of the skull's fragment. From his chest, a connecting thread quickly appeared as the boy yelled, asking what he was. That thread quickly linked the two of them, leaving the boy dazed for a moment. From now on, he would become Zheng's soul servant just like Qing. The boy cried and trembled while looking at the thread, mumbling that it couldn't be. Qingling looked at the thread on her own chest and thought about how absurd this method of binding a vengeful spirit. She remembered his actions and marveled that this mortal was truly insidious and never acted without a. After finishing, Zheng satisfiedly brushed the dust from his hands, while Qingling thought that his actions were truly unpredictable. Zheng looked at the soul servant bond on his chest with satisfaction and smiled, saying it. The boy trembled on the ground and gritted his teeth, looking at him as if he were facing a wild. The scene shifted to a tall tower where night had quickly fallen. Inside a room filled with brilliant candlelight, an old man was kneeling on the. He was the master of the origin-killing pavilion, Xiao Yu. Suddenly, as he sat there, the candles were all blown out simultaneously despite there being no. He opened his eyes in shock and watched the phenomenon as the veins on his forehead bulged from the stress of his. He quickly stood up and walked straight out into the empty hallway as he appeared extremely rushed for some unknown. Reaching another room, he aggressively pushed the door open, but he was startled by what he saw. The chains on the jar had cracked. The jar itself had shattered into pieces scattered across the. He tremblingly picked up the chains and fragments as his inner self kept screaming in dismay. He could not believe that the spirit god Gu poison technique had been broken. At the same time, a gloomy night shrouded the entire origin-killing. Alchemist Zhao, dressed in a strange full-body cloak, sat dazed in front of the door. Suddenly, the pavilion master pushed the door open and rushed. Alchemist Yigong saw this and immediately followed, asking if the master was going to report to the leader to stop them. He said the child was very useful and couldn't be allowed to die, but the master interrupted, saying it wasn't the time. Seeing that he didn't understand, he explained that his spirit god Gu technique had been dispelled. It seemed some monster had destroyed it while passing by, leaving Yigong stunned at how the barrier could be. Pavilion Master believed it was at least a monster at the demon beast level. Alchemist Zhao muttered in astonishment, wondering if it was really a demon. Master turned back and ordered them to quickly prepare artifacts and charms to follow him to Corpse Blood. This made Yi Gong secretly happy, thinking that since an important test was ongoing in the appearance of a demon beast level monster, there was an emergency situation. Fortunately, he could use that as an excuse to stop the scene changed as Qingling had to listen to the little brat's complaints. The boy wondered in a daze how he could have become a soul. At that moment, Zhang walked up to the boy and asked what his name. The boy immediately reacted with irritation, asking if Zhang thought he would actually. Before he could even finish his sentence, he was terrified by the blood-red, murderous gaze in Zhang's eyes. However, he still tried to growl defiantly. Just a second later, the boy bowed his head and confessed that his name was Kuei's. The boy's sudden change of heart shocked the two of them, leaving them speak. Zhang sat down and asked Zoxia if he would be his loyal dog. So the boy started barking immediately, making Qingling. She didn't expect him to reveal his true name so quickly, as vengeful spirits usually never wanted to. Thinking it was due to Zhang's murderous aura, she curiously pointed out that something was. She noted that his auras were overlapping in a peculiar way. Zhang asked if she could see it too, which surprised. He explained that he had just come up with a new mantra for the Breaking 4-8. Qingling was startled and couldn't believe her ears. Began to recite the mantra. Breaking 4-8 forms, Fist of the Great Yang, Bloodless Valley, Heart of the. As Qingling listened, she froze like a stone, thinking she had never heard such a mantra. Zhang continued to recite, explaining that he could divide his efforts. Qingling was stunned into silence. She observed him and realized he used the principles of Breaking 4 to bypass the constraints of the lower dan. His realm was at the late peak stage, but his internal energy was twice that of a normal martial artist at that. This meant he was twice as strong as others in the same. Zhang looked up at the sky and lamented that time was almost. He intended to kill everyone and leave only 7 survivors, but since time didn't permit, he would kill whoever. The scene shifted to a nearby forest where a grating, piercing laughter echoed. It turned out that Yu Tian's group was being blocked by another. The group was led by a tattooed, bald man from the Crimson Killing Valley, whom Yu Tian angrily. He asked why they wanted to steal their flag when they already had. The man from Crimson Killing Valley smiled sinisterly and said he simply felt like it while his lackeys. He mocked Xiaolan for refusing his invitation earlier, noting that her teammates were dead and she was now clinging to. Yu Tian worriedly wondered why he was taking such a risk to eliminate competitors. Since dawn was approaching, they just needed to hold out until the test. The young boy encouraged everyone to keep trying. The man from the Crimson Killing Valley mockingly told them to try and see if they could actually hold. He signaled his men, who began to shout and make a great Yu Tian's group was surprised and didn't understand why they were doing so. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yu Tian's mind, making him scream for everyone. Just as he suspected, danger was approaching very quickly. Xiaolan heard a strange sound and immediately turned to ask what it. Yu Tian looked in that direction with terror and identified. Loud footsteps shook the forest, leaving everyone anxious. In an instant, the beast appeared in a rage, causing Yu Tian to scream that it had grown. Everyone shouted that it was the monster from before and told each other. Xiaolan noticed the bald man's group wasn't running but was clinging to the. She wondered why they weren't. As the beast drew closer, someone screamed, wondering why it had come. Xiaolan stood dazed for a few seconds before realizing it was related to the. She told everyone to cling to the flag, and despite the confusion, yelled that they must do it before the monster. The fierce monster with red eyes and sharp teeth chased them relentlessly, and little Xiaolan fell. The Guju beast lunged and slashed her back with its claws, causing her to fall to the ground. Tian screamed his teammate's name in shock. The bald man mocked her, saying she deserved it and telling her. Those words left Xiaolan feeling both pained and aggrieved. Though she could say, she tried to struggle up and looked directly at the hideous creature before. Her body trembled, but she still hoped she could hold out until. Yu Tian's teammates threw stones at the beast to distract it, shouting at it to look, but it was useless as it only wanted her, and facing death, she began to Yu Tian screamed in panic. A voice suddenly echoed from somewhere, ordering it to stop while magical chains appeared and rushed forward to tightly bind the crazed beast, being covered in a thick purple. This pressure made the large beast stand still and diminished its. A familiar set of legs approached. Zhang looked at the kids and said coldly that it was fortunate he arrived just in. Seeing him, the man from Crimson Killing Valley wondered who he. Yu Tian also looked on in confusion. Xiaolan, having narrowly escaped death, saw the purple chains and wondered if they. She questioned if they were indeed. Zhang looked at the scene before him with a satisfied smile, noting that everything he needed was gathered. Zoxia's power was undeniable, as the chains bound the Guju so tightly it couldn't. Zhang calmly walked forward and commented on his luck in finding everyone he was looking for. The man from Crimson Killing Valley yelled at the monster, asking what it was. He ordered it to kill the girl, but the beast remained motionless. Yu Tian also wondered why it was staying still, though he told himself not to think of nonsense. It seemed no one else could see the bound Guju as Yu Tian rushed to help his friend and asked if she was. Xiaolan whispered, asking if he could see the girl binding the monster with iron chains. but Yution thought she was hallucinating. Helan affirmed that she was fine and perfectly sober, so Yution quickly pulled her away from Guju. Zosia overheard these words and watched them with a look of surprise. The young boy quickly reported to his master that the girl over there seemed able to see him. Hearing this, Mu Jingyun felt extremely intrigued and looked toward the group with a meaningful smile. Guju suddenly began to howl frantically, which caused everyone to startle once again. It roared for a while with unexpected strength and bit through several sections of Zosia's chain. Seeing this, Yahello cheered with great excitement and urged it to move and kill all those bastards. This pig was too noisy and annoyed Mu Jingyun, who leaped up and struck its head with a powerful blow. The sudden action caused the others to fall into a state of panic. The ferocious Guju now lay obediently at Mu Jingyun's feet like a puppy before its master. Without stopping there, he used his hands to pry open Guju's mouth, which made it extremely uncomfortable. His eyes flared with a murderous aura as he looked at the beast and told it this was the reward for touching his prey. After speaking, he used his strength to rip the pig's jaw open as wide as possible, making it roar in agony. The pressure from the chains kept it from moving, so it could only scream in vain while letting him do as he pleased. The man from Cinnabar Valley was so shocked by this sight that his body went stiff as he couldn't believe his eyes. Blood suddenly spurted from Guju's body and its pupils contracted in visible pain. It turned out that Mu Jingyun had torn the pig's jaw apart with his bare hands, causing blood to spray everywhere. Both Yution and Helan stood there dazed as no one believed that Mu Jingyun could do such a thing. He tossed Guju's jaw onto the ground as its blood splattered as heavily as a summer rainstorm. Meant that Guju had officially breathed its last. With a terrified expression, Yahello looked at Mu Jingyun and told his team to flee or they would all die. Mu Jingyun simply shrugged his shoulders with an air of contempt. Yahello's eyes remained fixed on Mu Jingyun because he was so frightened that he didn't even dare to blink. Mu Jingyun turned his head back and slowly exhaled a light breath. The bald man panicked and hurriedly told his companions to run away immediately. There was no way they could escape since Mu Jingyun had already marked them as prey and ordered them all to be bound. Zosia's chains instantly shot out and coiled tightly around each person's body. So not only was Yahello's group tied up, Yution's group was also captured without a single soul left out. Mu Jingyun acted like an old fisherman casting a net to catch a massive haul. Everyone was surprised by their bodies being held tight and asked each other why they couldn't move. Luo felt anxious and annoyed as he likely began calculating something in his mind. Mu Jingyun showed a sinister smile and said he would now check the flag. He slowly stepped forward. The others continued to struggle without understanding why their bodies were paralyzed. Yahello was so worried that sweat dripped down while he cursed and wondered what had been done to them. Mu Jingyun passed through the crowd and headed straight toward the flag. First he examined the flag of Yution's team, which made the boy scream in panic, asking what he was doing. After reading the incantation on the flag, his expression soured as he remarked that it seemed to be the same. He then casually snapped the flagpole, which Yution tried to stop too late as the flag was broken into. He shouted in anger at the bastard, but Mu Jingyun didn't care and tossed the broken flag aside before heading to the next one. Yution's side looked at the broken flag in dismay, while Yahello saw Mu Jingyun approaching and asked if he intended to destroy their flag. He continued by asking if Mu Jingyun was looking for a flag different from what he had, although their flag was just like the others, so checking it was useless. Seeing Mu Jingyun ignore him, he added that he actually knew the incantations written on that flag. Thinking he was clever, he immediately offered a deal to tell him about it if Mu Jingyun joined their team. He assumed Mu Jingyun needed more people, but his entire team immediately protested against this. He asked if Yahello was crazy since their team was already full, so he yelled at them to shut up unless they wanted to die together. Then he turned back and firmly stated that he would eliminate one member to let Mu Jingyun in and asked what he thought. Mu Jingyun didn't listen to his nonsense and walked toward a person who had a piece of a flagpole on his back and cheered. Yahello felt bitter and thought it was bad since that man had to carry it because he couldn't memorize the incantation. He quickly changed his attitude and told Mu Jingyun that was the item he would give him. Mu Jingyun put on a confused and clueless face, which made Yahello pause and feel anxious. He waved the piece of the flagpole and claimed that this item actually belonged to him. These words made Yahello turn red with rage. Mu Jingyun also took the intact flag and asked why Yahello claimed it was his when it also belonged to him. He asked if Yahello said that out of fear of being eliminated, which made Yahello's anger rise, and he cursed Mu Jingyun in his heart. Yution called out from the side, telling Mu Jingyun not to trust that despicable man who would surely trick him. Flag Helan found was also there, so he invited Mu Jingyun to join their team instead. Yahello argued back that the flag Yution held belonged to them, and mocked them as cowards who only used the monster's strength, while Yution told Mu Jingyun to ignore him. Yahello quickly tried to invite him again by promising rewards and mentioning he was from Cinnabar Valley, so he had much to offer. Fierce verbal battle broke out as they accused each other of betrayal, while Mu Jingyun was urged to join, since they knew all the incantation. They argued about the many benefits of going with them until the group became excessively noisy. Mu Jingyun clapped his hands loudly, causing everyone to fall silent and focus their attention on him. Standing amidst the crowd, he flashed a friendly smile and said he was grateful that so many people wanted to accompany him. Then his voice suddenly became emotional as he said he truly wanted to go with everyone, but the rules must be followed. The statement left both Yahello and Yution feeling confused and bewildered. He explained that it would be unfair to choose one person over another and proposed a calculation. He ordered Zosya to release the chains so that everyone could move normally again. Then Mu Jingyun acted like an almighty being standing in the crowd to bestow a blessing. He spoke loudly, told all of them to slaughter one. Yahello wondered what was about to happen next. Mu Jingyun continued by saying that the last 7 survivors would join his team. The crowd was stunned and wondered how he could even come up with such a thing. Facing life and death, they had to decide what to do. Very shortly after, a life and death battle broke out right then and there. Fists were thrown directly at each other's faces, fighting until death, because they weren't just hitting enemies, also striking their own teammates who were once comrades side by side. Now had to kill each other for survival in a chaotic battle where everyone understood that only the strong could survive. The weak had to lose their lives in this deep and desolate forest. And Luo had just taken down another person since defeating these people was not difficult for him. He suddenly heard Mu Jingyun praising him for doing a good job. He noticed that Yen Luo and Yution's groups were slaughtering each other like puppets while Mu Jingyun sat there leisurely watching the game as entertainment. Occasionally he even laughed and commented on each person. He became enraged and cursed that bastard for daring to humiliate him like this. His whole body shook as he vowed to himself that Mu Jingyun would definitely die by his hand. In contrast to that fury was Mu Jingyun's strange calmness under the warm light of the early morning sun. The sun rose higher than the mountains, signaling the end of the horrific battle. The people from Blood Corpse Valley appeared in the forest to announce the end of the competition, but the sight before them left them stunned. There were still people who wouldn't stop and continued to smash a large rock uncontrollably into another person's face. Yution rushed to hold the man's hand and yelled to stop, but the man wouldn't let go and insisted the other had to die. Yen Luo said nothing and slowly stood up to observe his surroundings. The messy scene before them made the Blood Corpse Valley group wonder. Question what could have happened to cause such chaos. The Valley Lord of Blood Corpse Valley also arrived. At that moment, the old man with the cane appeared and let out a weary sigh. 2 of them stood silently before Guju's corpse for a long while. The old man with the cane said it had matured as predicted but had ended up in this state. The Valley Lord contemplated for a moment before asking his subordinate about the golden gate lock, which was so unexpected that the subordinate was confused. The Valley Lord clarified by asking if the inner power of the one who caught it had been sealed. The subordinate understood and immediately went to check Mu Jingyun's back only to report that everything remained intact. The Blood Corpse Valley Lord fell into another moment of silence, then turned to leave saying he understood and told them to depart, which made the subordinate ask again in confusion. The Valley Lord simply asked if he had something to say, which startled the subordinate into answering no. Immediately that group filed out and left while Mu Jingyun sat there watching their backs with a satisfied expression saying he hadn't been discovered. His middle dantian was actually still open. Qingling curiously added that although his meridians were blocked, the middle dantian was not, which was strange because the others would feel very wronged if they knew. However, Qingling also reminded him not to lower his guard. The person wearing the red demon mask was also a master. Cultivation was not inferior to the Mingdao king they had met before. She believed that being too special in a group could attract unwanted attention, so he had to be cautious from now on. Otherwise, he would bring great trouble upon himself. Qingling's advice moved him slightly as he nodded and said he would think about it. After the results were announced, the selection process began. Among 259 survivors, 59 were eliminated for not finding a flag, while 80 of the 200 who passed were chosen for knowing the contents of the flagpole, while the other 120 failed and became low-grade warriors. Some felt lucky to be alive, but most were disappointed to be low-grade warriors and worried about how to report to their parents. Yen Luo heard them whispering and felt contempt for the fools since the test was too easy. Since he was in the top 80, he felt no need to care about the rabble and focused only on the next round. He was certain that the final decision was coming and vowed to show Mu Jingyun how different they were. The Blood Corpse Valley Lord stepped before everyone and told them that they would now. He took out a coin and continued by saying that he would be the one to decide the winner of this trial. Yen Luo's face showed increasing signs of confidence as he firmly believed this was the moment he would finally shine. The Corpse Blood Valley Master felt a bit hesitant as he paced back and forth, wondering how he should decide the final result, whether to choose those who memorized the mantra on the flag or the one who performed most excellently. There was another way. But suddenly Yen Luo's arm was raised to interrupt the Valley Master's word. The Master curiously asked what the matter was. Yen Luo confidently asserted that he would be able to answer no matter what question was asked. These words he just spoke caused everyone there to be momentarily stunned with amazement. Everyone shifted their gazes and focused their full attention on Yen Luo. Even the powerful experts of the Corpse Blood Valley were surprised by this level of confidence coming. The Valley Master found this fellow interesting and posed a question, asking him to explain the mantra clearly. Yen Luo smirked as he felt his time had arrived and was finally here. He boldly replied that the mantra focused on 3 core acupoints and 6 primary acupoints to combine a comprehensive offense and defense that could be varied to form a sophisticated fast sword style. The Corpse Blood Valley Master nodded after hearing the answer, appearing quite satisfied with what he heard. Then spoke more praise, saying it was not bad to have grasped so much in such a short time while both protecting the flag and understanding the mantra. Receiving the praise made Yen Luo visibly smug as his heart began to compare himself. Alright, what do you think now, Mu Jingyun? No matter what tricks you used to get past me in the previous trial, You cannot surpass me when it comes to the understanding of martial, because that is my true talent, and you will have to look up, so scream as you face the hopeless future you are about to receive. Because from now on you will have to kneel before my. He firmly asserted that he was the only one who would attain the title of leader. Just as the Corpse Blood Valley Master was about to announce the winner, another hand was raised requesting to speak. It was Zhang who asked if it wasn't just a sword technique but also a sword formation, as he was the one who raised his hand to speak. The words of his once again left everyone in a state of utter shock. Even the Corpse Blood Valley Master was stunned and focused his attention on the boy, while Yen Luo could not believe he understood such things, so the master asked why he thought it was a sword formation. Zhang confidently replied that the basic sword techniques were performed in a very systematic manner with movements arranged so they do not overlap. Every single word Zhang spoke made Yen Luo more tense as he thought it impossible for it to really be a sword formation and wondered how Zhang could recognize it when only an expert equal to the master could do so. Sword formation was an array formed by dozens of swordsmen, so he wondered how Zhang could realize that based only on a mantra. It meant he must have visualized and understood the entire sequence of nearly 10 swordsmen performing the formation, something only a great master could see. Perhaps he didn't even need to learn it but simply observed for 2 days to figure it out. This guy was truly a genius among geniuses. Because Zheng's words were so accurate, the Corpse Blood Valley Master wanted to test him and asked how many people were needed to deploy the sword formation effectively. The boy immediately replied that it required 8 people. This answer left the Corpse Blood Valley Master so shocked that his entire body froze. Not stopping there, Zhang continued that 16 or 32 people were also possible, but too many would cause the formation to overlap and make it difficult to express its power. The Corpse Blood Valley Master remained silent for a while before bursting out into the laughter grew louder and louder as he could not stop laughing and lost all control. Yen Luo and everyone else at the scene were very surprised to see the Valley Master acting in such a way. After laughing his fill, the master pointed the coin toward Zhang and "You are the one who has attained the title of leader for this second." If he had anticipated the victory, the boy's face remained cold and expressionless without changing at all. The remaining people each had their own different expressions on their faces. As for Yen Luo, it went without saying how bitter and resentful he felt. Finalizing the results, the Corpse Blood Valley Master declared that Zhang was the winner of this second round of the competition. The crowd below was somewhat astonished, but the thing cared about was not the winner but rather the mysteries and secrets hidden here. Corpse Blood Valley Master threw the coin to the winner, officially making our Zhang the top ranker of the first 2 rounds. He did not forget to thank Qing Ling for her help, as it turned out the knowledge about the sword formation was prompted by her, so that he could speak so impressively. Yen Luo was extremely bitter at having the leader position snatched away right before his eyes but could not say or do anything about it. He stood there biting his lip tightly while his eyes flashed with killing intent as if he wanted to eat Zhang. Corpse Blood Valley Master stepped forward and continued by congratulating the 80 people who passed the second round for having very good potential, saying they were now qualified to become mid-level warriors, which made everyone excited upon hearing those words. Corpse Blood Valley Master's expression suddenly became very serious as he began to explain the Heaven and Earth 8 manifestations array. That was the name of the sword formation written upon the flag. It was a secret array technique created by the previous leader of the Heaven and Earth Society based on the transformations of the Bagua, which could be deployed with a maximum of 32 people and a minimum of 8. He was certain that the quick-witted ones among them had already realized this fact. Therefore the test for the third round would be for 8 people to form a group and deploy the sword formation. Those who became group leaders would automatically pass the third round regardless of the test result, which surprised everyone regarding the rules the master set. Master also gave them 1 day to rest and recover their strength. That time was also for them to form teams and decide on who would be the group leaders. Finally, the Corpse Blood Valley Master warned that killing was forbidden from now on before dismissing. Everyone immediately began to stir over how they could choose a leader without killing and found the matter complicated since everyone wanted to be a leader. As he was about to leave, the master remembered one thing he hadn't done and announced that he would now withdraw the Forbidden Gate seal. This was something that made everyone extremely joyful and relieved. They all cheered together as they were finally set free from the happiest person was likely Yen Luo, who had been waiting for this moment more than anything else. In his joy he thought to himself that he didn't care what strange power or talent Mu Jingyun had, because once he regained his internal energy, things would be different. Telling Mu Jingyun to just wait, he vowed he would definitely make him kneel at his. Not only Yen Luo, but Zhang also had his own personal plans for the scene shifted to the outskirts of the Heaven and Earth Society. This was a complex gathering of entertainment and resort facilities where there was a place called the Red Grace Pavilion. This paradise-like place was a unique entertainment spot where many famous businessmen from all over gathered together. It was also a place for the officials of the Heaven and Earth Society to amuse themselves and spend. Inside, a young lady was angrily slamming a brush down onto the table. It turned out to be Gao Quan, who sat before the dressing table sighing with boredom because he was only trying to find Mu Jingyun. Yet he wondered why he had ended up in such a place instead. The story was that yesterday he had tried to enter the Heaven and Earth Society by any means, but because the security was so tight, there was no gap for him to slip through. So he decided to bribe the guards in order to get inside. Gatekeeper who took the red envelope curiously asked if the young lady wanted to enter to form a bond with the heroes of the society, to which Gao Quan smiled and agreed outwardly while cursing him inwardly. Thinking the bribe would work, he asked the man to help him, but the man sighed and refused, saying it was a pity but he would lose his life if he did that. Gao Quan was about to beat the man up when he quickly suggested another way, which piqued Gao Quan's curiosity. The man asked if he knew of the Red Grace Pavilion. Just like that, Gao Quan followed the gatekeeper's word, sought out this establishment under the guise of an entertainer selling her art to make a living. According to that man, the Red Grace Pavilion was a brothel that high-ranking officials of the Heaven and Earth Society often visited, and because he was gullible, Gao Quan was lured by sweet words. He used his skill with the Huqin to enter this place as a courtesan, but now it was too late for regrets as he realized his predicament. He looked boredly at the red string connecting his spirit servant to Zhang and fell into deep. After a moment of thinking, he made up his mind that since there was no way back, he had to find a way to enter the Heaven and Earth Society. After thinking, he frantically applied cosmetics to make himself look beautiful. Suddenly a madam in a red robe stepped forward and asked if he was ready, causing Gao Quan to stammer in response. He criticized him for taking too long just for preparation, saying he only needed light makeup because he was already beautiful. She even emphasized that with his looks, even with a bare face, he would soon become the concubine of some great figure. Hearing this made Gao Quan startle in horror as his inner world shattered at the thought of being embraced by some old lecher. Immediately a reckless thought appeared in his head about whether he should risk scaling the walls instead, since dying heroically would be better than the scene shifted back to the Heaven and Earth Society at a tall tower, which was likely the resting place for the contestants. After eating and drinking to regain their energy and strength, Yen Luo stretched comfortably, and since the restriction seal was removed, he freely circulated his inner energy to expand his tendons and bones. His whole body immediately emitted a powerful and burning aura, and after a while of circulating power, his aura continued to increase, only growing stronger rather than weaker. He walked with confidence, soaring to the sky, and decided it was time. While walking, he thought that ever since the Forbidden Gate seal was released, he could sense that person's realm, which was surely first-rate, while his own realm was at the peak great perfection, making the gap between them very large. He admitted the other had talent in swordsmanship but claimed his own internal energy was far superior. He also wanted to rest like the others but was sure the other was resting at this moment too. This was the best opportunity to strike. After all, as long as he stayed alive, nobody would care about what happened to him. The door to the room had just opened when Yen Luo came face to face with Zhang, and the two of them looked at each other with their own calculation. The boy did not give him a chance to resist and immediately attacked with a cold gaze, saying it seemed they had the same thought, which was quite amazing. After speaking, he reached out and grabbed Yen Luo's face, holding it tightly. The room door slammed shut accordingly as they entered. Zhang just grabbed Yen Luo's head and slid him across the floor, flying straight inside and creating no small commotion. Yen Luo thought in horror that it was terrible as he realized the other was creating counterforce. Yen Luo did not stay still but reached out to grab Zhang's wrist with the intention of flinging his hand away. However, only 3 seconds later he was startled to realize that his opponent's aura in front of him was being dispersed. Now fear was clearly shown on Yen Luo's face as Zhang spoke with a tone of contempt, saying he was weaker than expected. He was about to argue back, but before he could speak, the boy gave him a series of punches to the face, to the point that blood spurted out from his mouth. After hitting the man like that, Zhang still told him not to worry about it. Even though Yen Luo begged him to stop, he did not want to stop at all. He punched while telling Yen Luo to be at ease because he would accept him into the group no matter how weak he was, since they had the same thoughts and could become good teammates. Outside, the participants of this trial heard the loud noise but no one knew what was happening inside the room. A moment later, Yen Luo appeared in a bruised state with blood everywhere. However, he was not walking on his own but being dragged by Zhang by the leg across the ground, and everyone seeing this scene was surprised. They whispered in discussion, asking if that wasn't Yen Luo of the Zhusha Valley who had suppressed one of the 3 major sects without being injured, yet Zhang took both first rounds. Everyone turned their eyes toward Zhang, wondering who that guy could possibly be. The boy didn't care about those words from outsiders and reached up to wipe the bloodstains on his face while whispering to Qing Ling, saying the man seemed weaker than he thought, but Qing Ling stated that at that realm, if one could comprehend and break through once more, they would reach the transcendent peaks. The manor lord of the Ramu Sword Manor has already reached the super peak realm, yet he is only at the initial entry stage. Even within the same realm there are different levels because the gap between the initial entry and the limit of the super peak is a vast abyss. Among those you have encountered, King Mingdao and the Valley Master of Shirshua Valley have reached the very limit of the super peak realm. These are the realms that martial artists known as geniuses achieve, so hearing this, he asked if there was an even higher realm. Qing Ling did not hesitate to reveal that it is the transformation realm, is a level of existence for transcendent beings who surpass humanity and can divide mountains, rivers, and even the vast ocean. After listening, he could only let out a long sigh before looking down at Yen Luo. Qing Ling continued by saying that the bald man is at the proficient peak realm while your disciple is currently at the limit of the peak. Though they are both at the peak, The difference between proficiency and the ultimate limit is massive. That is exactly why you felt he was so weak, yet you must not underestimate him too. Zhang pondered for a moment before speaking up to Qingling. What realm are you currently? His sudden question left her a bit flustered and unsure of how to answer. So Qingling thought for a bit, and then began to speak, saying, this. Just as she was about to continue, she stopped and let out a sigh, eventually saying, I won't tell you, as you will eventually realize it on your own. Which made Zhang sigh deeply because that was the same old style of hers and she hadn't changed. He dragged Yen Luo into another room and threw him onto the floor. Now that the time for small talk it was finally time to begin the process of recruiting. Zhang then stepped forward to wake Yen Luo, telling him to get up and wake up immediately. Yen Luo was startled awake as soon as he heard the command. He blearily opened his eyes, and the first image he saw was the face of the person he hated. Yen Luo recoiled in shock and shouted, You bastard! What do you want with me? To which Zhang immediately explained that he wasn't planning on doing anything and was just checking if he was. Yen Luo cursed bitterly, accusing Zhang of using a despicable internal power dissipating poison. Zhang asked in surprise what that poison was. So Qingling explained that it was a toxin that dissolved internal power, and since Zhang's aura also dissolved his power, the man must have been. Feeling enlightened, Zhang seemed incredibly intrigued and exclaimed that such an interesting poison actually existed. While Yen Luo didn't understand a thing and screamed that Zhang shouldn't play dumb since he clearly felt it while circulating his. Before he could even finish his sentence, Zhang interrupted him, saying he could think whatever he wanted, but then asked if he had considered the proposal yet, leaving Yen Luo surprised and confused. Gradually, he remembered that Zhang had proposed that they form a team. After everything that had happened, Yen Luo finally realized that the person standing before him was someone who should absolutely never be. I have my pride, but I must admit this guy is much stronger than me, Yen Luo thought, before straightforwardly refusing and telling Zhang to get lost, emphasizing that he would never form a team with him even if he died, for despite being in a weak position, he refused to submit. Yen Luo's refusal took Zhang quite by surprise. However, soon after, Zhang began to speak and clapped his hands in praise, saying it was wonderful that he had such an unyielding and resilient will, an attitude that only made Yen Luo hate him more for being such a. He stood up to leave, he heard Zhang continue, saying it was a pity since he had hoped the man would become his. Yen Luo didn't want to hear any more and walked away. And though he didn't say it, he was quite terrified inside and wanted to leave as fast as possible to be away from him, thinking the man couldn't kill him anyway. But he was wrong since Zhang wouldn't let his target leave, so he placed his hand on Yen Luo's shoulder to hold him back and asked where he was planning to go. Stared at him, asking if the man really thought he would be allowed to leave so easily after rejecting the proposal. Luo asked in confusion what he meant, reminded Zhang of the rules, fearing he had forgotten that killing was now forbidden. But Zhang didn't care about those words and began to command. Samsara terrain, 9 springs peach blossom source. Yen Luo was instantly suppressed as his body stiffened and intense pain began to spread throughout his entire. His legs trembled and he knelt on the ground, wondering in panic what was happening as a strange energy suddenly enveloped his body, which he knew he had to. Zhang would not allow him to do so, shaking his head and saying, no, no, before rushing forward to land a powerful punch into Yen Luo. At this point, the man could do nothing but hurl in. Suddenly, a seductive and eerie voice echoed in his consciousness, demanding that he surrender his body, since his rejection meant Zheng's mercy had reached. Hundreds of bizarre demonic hands appeared around Yen Luo. They lunged forward, grabbing and pulling him down into a deep, dark abyss, until in his final second, he let out a tragic scream before falling. Zhang watched this scene with an extremely satisfied smile on his. Just as he was reveling in the moment, someone suddenly arrived to He seemed quite alert and remained silent without saying. Knocking at the door continued, becoming more and more. Seeing that the person wouldn't leave, he finally spoke up and asked who it. The person outside immediately replied that she was Emo Xiaolan from the Manhwa. Hearing that, he immediately remembered the girl Xiaolan from the forest. That by this time, the demon monk had also completed the process of reshaping the. Yen Luo's body was now twisted and deformed, yet the parts that Zhang had broken were now fully healed and looked even stronger than. He raised his hand to adjust his nose to increase his handsomeness, then tilted his head to adjust his neck while tightening his abdominal. Now that he was perfect, Zhang was very satisfied and allowed Xiaolan to enter. She opened the door and walked in, appearing a bit bewildered, then turned surprised before asking in a somewhat stuttering voice who the person over there. Zhang looked at Yen Luo and then turned to introduce him. He hoped this person would join their group, but Xiaolan quickly interrupted, saying that something was. Zhang was startled and paid close attention to see what she would say. Xiaolan stated bluntly that the person there was not Yen. The 3 of them stood there staring at each other in silence because everyone was so surprised that no one knew what. Zhang slowly recalled the time they were in the forest. He had mentioned to him that Xiaolan seemed to have seen the little. It made him incredibly excited, and he looked at Xiaolan with a bizarre. She was also very surprised by Zheng's sudden change in act. Sensing danger, she immediately pulled into a proactive offensive. Now that the secret was out, he decided to play his hand openly as a thick, murderous intent erupted from his veins filled with bizarre spiritual energy radiated around him as he held a wooden puppet. A cold smile on his lips when he noted that she had indeed. Zhang then brought his hand close to his mouth, uttered, "Samsara terrain? 9 springs peach blossoms." Zhang grinned craftily, saying that once discovered, there was no choice but to make everyone stay. Those chains lunged aggressively towards Xiaolan, but she quickly ducked and moved to a Zhu. He appeared cheerfully and asked his master to let him handle that. Xingling teased him about always bragging about being a man yet wanting to enter a woman's body, which left Zhu he stuttering about the. Xiaolan shouted for him to stop, claiming she had no intention of opposing him. But Zhang approached and asked why he should trust her. Xiaolan said solemnly that from the beginning, her purpose was to check and verify if what she saw was the. Zhang chuckled softly and said that while it might be her wish, the price for verifying such a thing was extremely. Xiaolan sweated slightly under his pressure but forced a smile and asked what the price was. Said she would pay whatever it took, at which point Zhang fell silent for. Xiaolan looked at him seriously and said she needed that power and asked for his. Zhang remained silent and stared at her for a long time without saying a single. Zhang then quickly ordered Zhu He to retract the chains and asked if she wanted to utilize his power, to which Xiaolan replied concisely that he continued, saying that if he wanted to possess her body he could have it, but he must lend her the strength of that invisible thing. Zhang scratched his head in confusion, thinking she must have heard them talking, while Qingling remarked that the girl seemed to have spirit. Even so, those spirit eyes couldn't compare to a ghost eye that could understand the essence of the other. He remembered Exorcist Zhao's words about the most valued talent being the eyes, so Zhang silently looked toward those eyes. He asked again if she really wanted his support, and after Xiaolan confirmed it, Zhang asked what reason he had to. This question left Xiaolan momentarily bewildered, continued saying that while it might be harsh, he could take her body at any time, so why should he burden himself to. Xiaolan looked at him in silence for a long time before taking out a knife and lightly cutting her. Her face darkened as she asked if he was looking down. Qingling shouted for him to move away immediately, leaving Zhang confused as very quickly, a sharp object flew past his face, cutting a few strands of hair and causing a few drops of blood to leak from his handsome. Zhang quickly backed away. She asked if he understood now that she could end him instantly if she so desired. Zhang touched his face and noted she must be confident because of this secret card, while Qingling irritably realized the technique looked familiar, and she must be a descendant of the slaughter. Zhang immediately spoke up and asked if she was indeed a descendant of the slaughter. Xiaolan looked at him and asked what kind of person he was, but Zhang remained silent and Xiaolan looked at him cautiously with an astonished gaze and asked how he knew about the slaughter. Qingling told him that anyone could recognize such sophisticated use of chain kill and shadow illusion flying blade. Zhang recounted that it only took one look to understand that she was using chain kill and shadow illusion flying blade. Xiaolan thought to herself, the Slaughter King was the one who first established their gang. Only members of their gang were taught the secret martial arts like chain kill. Only the leader and the successor understood those moves well, so she demanded to know where he had learned them. Then he stepped forward towards Xiaolan. Zhang aggressively stomped the ground, causing the wooden planks to be thrown. She still refused to give in and shouted that she would find the truth regarding. He remained silent and merely glared as he ran quickly towards. She aggressively threw the sword in her hand toward him. Zhang very quickly dodged it, and not a single strike managed to. Zhang then reached his hand toward her, intending to grab, but Xiaolan was no pushover and she quickly leaped up to escape his knife in her hand slashed aggressively toward the face. Zhang, which caught him a bit by surprise. He couldn't help but praise her for being agile and faster than Yen Luo. The knife in Xiaolan's hand lunged toward his face. Zhang quickly bit down on it with it. Xiaolan was surprised to encounter such a crazed opponent. Immediately after, Zhang aggressively squeezed her neck, making it difficult for Xiaolan. He raised his hand to lift her whole body up, and she tried to escape it. Zhang held the knife firmly in his mouth and gave a wicked smile while staring. Right after that, Zhang spat the knife out, letting it fall freely to the. Zhang looked at her with admiration and asked when she had tied that thread around him. Xiaolan was aggressive, saying she had told him not to underestimate her. With just a bit more strength his head would leave his neck, so he should listen while she was still being. Zhang laughed lightly and used his internal power to quickly snap. Xiaolan was extremely surprised that he could do such a thing and realized in panic that the internal power in the thread had been Immediately after, Zhang quickly threw a punch filled with internal power towards. She knelt down in pain, clutching her stomach and trembling as Zhang sneered that she was surprisingly quite. He squeezed her face and lifted it up, bluntly recruiting her into the team, which left Xiaolan surprised. Zhang continued, saying he had planned to kill her right there but had changed his mind, to which Xiaolan irritably asked what he was talking. Zhang wiped the blood from his face and bluntly thrust it into her mouth, leaving Xiaolan in a sudden state of panic, where she didn't even dare. She tried to vomit it out, fearing it was a deadly poison and needing to circulate her qi to detoxify it. But Zhang stated his only request. He wanted an absolutely loyal dog, and saying this, he kicked her away aggressively. He looked at her malevolently and said he would consider whether to lend her strength when the time. Xiaolan glared at him and said she didn't need this much to comply, but Zhang interrupted, saying he couldn't trust her. Furthermore, you were the one who spoke those words, she said, looking at him in astonishment. Zhang repeated the words Helan had just spoken, asserting that whatever the cost, she would pay. As he looked at Zhang's ferocious face filled with thick murderous intent, she was momentarily overcome with. Helan recalled her grandfather's explanation of the killing nature from her childhood. How among millions, only one is born with such a person who finds joy and savors every moment of death and destruction, which is the perfect mark of a true assassin and a unique innate. Those possessing this killing nature never waver when taking a life and are never swayed by emotions. Such individuals are the very embodiment of pure, unadulterated evil. Her grandfather had warned her that if she ever encountered someone with this nature, she should immediately stay away and avoid any involvement. Recalling her grandfather's advice from years ago, a chill ran through her entire body as Helan broke into a cold. She stared blankly at him like a lost, secretly regretting her choices and wondering if she had made a terrible mistake. Zhang's gaze fell upon her like a vengeful god from hell, and though Helan had met many people, she had truly never seen anyone. He quickly turned back toward the others. Upon seeing Zhang, everyone was astonished as the crowd began to whisper, asking what was, wondering if their eyes were deceiving them as he walked between Helan and Yen Luo with the aura of a. The murmurs grew as people questioned if the members of the Manhwa Chamber and Jusha Valley had submitted to him, for it seemed impossible. Wondered what he had actually done while he walked past, ignoring their curious. Yutian stood in a corner silently observing Zhang, not stepping forward to meet his brother. At this moment, Yutian did not want to face him, so he closed the door and let out a long. Remembering the scene inside the mountain where Zhang's face appeared incredibly, Zhang had coldly looked at everyone and told them to destroy each other, leaving Yutian stunned and asking what. After seeing the expectant look on Zhang's face, Yutian was certain that he was being deadly serious. A major question arose in Yutian's mind then and now. Did he truly want such a thing to? Feeling dejected, Yutian wondered how someone who wasn't inherently evil could change so much, regardless of how much he hated him. After thinking for a while without finding an answer, he sighed and decided to let. If he doesn't care about me, then I don't need to concern myself. He resolved to himself, deciding that from now, he must focus on himself to survive. And with that thought, Yutian quickly circulated his inner energy to. He reflected that before being released, he thought he was the strongest here, but it was clear that there were many experts. This martial world was too vast, necessitating that he become even stronger in order to exist, safeguard himself. His eyes burning with absolute determination. A voice rang out, stating that it sensed something familiar, which turned out to be the martial arts of Ranmu sword. Yutian was surprised to see Ma Xiang, who continued by asking if he was Mu Yutian, the successor of Ranmu sword. Why would someone from the righteous sect like you be here in corpse blood? Yutian fell silent, unsure if he should tell his companion, as he thought about Ma, who was the first to lend a hand as they faced life and death together at the second. Yet he hailed from the Tiandihui, so why was he so knowledgeable about Ranmu Sword Villa's martial? A barrage of thoughts flooded Yutian's mind, causing him to become distracted. Eventually he broke the silence to ask how Ma Xiang had learned the techniques of Ranmu Sword. Ma Xiang replied, questioning if that really mattered compared to why an orthodox disciple was present in this valley. He speculated whether Ranmu Sword Villa had perhaps betrayed the righteous. Feeling insulted, Yutian shouted in anger, asking what he was talking. With dark expression, Ma Xiang asked if he hadn't come to become a disciple of the Tiandihui leaders, leaving Yutian as Ma Xiang whoever passed the final trial of Corpse Blood Valley would be accepted as a disciple of the Five Kings or the three sect leaders of the Tian. Hearing this, Yutian was instantly shocked and asked what he had. He felt as if he were collapsing as the realization hit him that this was the truth. Ma Xiang was confused upon seeing Yutian's unstable Yutian realized everything, saying he finally understood. That was the reason why willing to take such risks. Images of blood, slaughter flashed. Yutian only now realized this was a once-in-a-millennium chance to elevate his status among everyone. If he became a disciple of the Tiandihui leaders, he would hold the future of the entire martial world in his. He cursed in shame, reflecting on how he had always lived uprightly. Yet now he was striving to survive just to become a leader among his. Ma Xiang continued, noting that he seemed to know nothing and asked how he arrived, to which Yutian replied that he was taken hostage. Ma Xiang wondered why a hostage would be brought to Corpse Blood Valley, and Yutian honestly admitted he hadn't known before. As Ma Xiang gradually began to understand, Yutian suddenly questioned why Ma Xiang had been acting this. Ma Xiang signaled for him to remain quiet, which took Yutian by surprise. Ma Xiang whispered an apology, explaining he couldn't trust him too quickly and was only now deciding to speak, leaving Yutian confused. Frowning, Ma Xiang whispered that he was a spy sent by the Justice Alliance and belonged to the secret arrow. Upon hearing this, Yutian was utterly astonished and his face turned. Justice Alliance was the pillar of the righteous sect. Along with the Tiandihui and the Evil Alliance, it divided the world into three. Within the Justice Alliance was the secret arrow, responsible for covert missions and assassinations, though the Alliance denied its existence to the. Yutian looked at Ma Xiang warily, asking if he was truly from the secret. Yutian questioned why he was sharing this, and Ma Xiang explained that the current situation was extremely urgent, Much to Yu Tian's surprise, Ma Xiang continued that 15 of them had successfully infiltrated Corpse Blood Valley. The casualties were high, as 11 had perished at the second. Therefore, I need more support, he said, causing Yu Tian to turn serious and break into. Yu Tian speculated if it was due to that beast, though Ma Xiang wasn't sure, and then asked if Yu Tian had other suspicions. Tian was drenched in sweat as he thought tensely. What if it could be? Ma Xiang, sensing his hesitation, confirmed that the main problem was in that Mu Jingyun. That lunatic wiped out 9 of our people, he stated. Hearing this, Yu Tian held his head helplessly, not knowing how to explain. Ma Xiang admitted he initially thought they were allies due to the Mu surname, but seeing them clash changed his. However, since you are his half-brother, I will tell you this, he said. He's going to take care of Mu Jingyun, leaving Yu Tian in a state of shock and inner calm. Ma Xiang continued, saying that with fewer allies, he had little time and must act immediately to prevent any further Yu Tian panicked about his brother, but Ma Xiang sneered and said he knew he was a true man. But, he added, we aren't any less crazy ourselves. The scene shifted to the main hall where a slender girl walked past, making everyone flush with excitement, and according to Ma Xiang, within the secret arrow was a small unit called the Ding Squad, whom their own peers referred to as not just for their extraordinary power, but for the fact that they weren't like normal. Back in Zheng's room, Qing Ling asked the mortal why he wasn't resting. Zhang casually replied that he would worry about resting once he was. Qing Ling continued that as the demonic monk and Helan had gone to recruit, a graceful figure arrived outside Zheng's room before she could even finish her sentence. Zhang looked at the door and asked who it was, to which a girl gently asked if he was Mu Jingyun, as she was an irresistible. The girl mentioned she had matters to discuss, prompting a surprised Zhang to ask what kind of dialogue she meant. She hummed in agreement before starting to undress, which Ma Xiang noted was part of her twisted. She softly suggested they converse using her beautiful body. With a sultry gaze, the stunningly seductive Ling Huayang looked at him, for she enjoyed making others suffer while drowning in. Zhang was momentarily stunned by the scene as Qing Ling let out a teasing exclamation. After a while, Zhang and Zhu Xia stared curiously at the girl's face. Both turned. Zhu Xia wondered what her purpose was, and Zhang nonchalantly said he didn't know since she had just stripped and rushed in, forcing him. Qing Ling teased that she clearly wanted to sleep with him, making Zhang's face darken as he asked how she could say such. She persisted, saying he was probably happy but just pretending not. Zhu Xia joined in with a gasp. Zhang blushed and complained about the trouble, wondering if he should wake her up to ask her intent. Zhu Xia's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and Zhang quickly understood, telling him it was. Zhu Xia gazed at Ling Huayang with a look of. Outside, Yu Tian and Ma Xiang were running in. Ma Xiang hoped they wouldn't arrive. Tian ran forward anxiously, praying for Mu Jingyun's safety. He remembered kneeling and kowtowing to Ma Xiang earlier, begging him to spare his brother. Just didn't like the guy either, but he couldn't stand by and watch a brother of Ranmusword Villa be crippled. He promised to persuade him, which led Ma Xiang to scratch his head in frustration, and Ma Xiang stood up and agreed they had to stop it before it was too late, making Yu Tian rejoice. And before leaving, Ma Xiang admitted he didn't like the man but would help because Yu Tian was an upright. Yu Tian screamed internally that he had to succeed in changing his brother, believing his roots were still orthodox and he would surely change his. Just as they reached the door, they saw a bustling crowd already gathered there. A curious Ma Xiang asked what was happening while Yu Tian noticed someone being dragged out. Ma Xiang bit his lip as sweat poured down his face and he tried to stay calm, but it turned out the person being dragged out. Their own men. Yu Tian was stunned to hear it was someone from the secret. From afar, a masked man excitedly patted Zhang on the shoulder and showered him with praise for a great. Tian was bewildered as his mind struggled to process the cheers about finding us. The man continued to laugh heartily, crediting everything to him, while Yu Tian's heart felt like it was on fire as he screamed Mu Jingyun's name. He recalled the time before everything was revealed, when he sat in Zheng's room listening to the explanation. She was a spy from the secret arrow sent by the Justice Alliance to investigate, as Huayang confirmed to her. Huayang, who was acting as a pawn, mentioned that according to the memories, for spies had infiltrated this. Qing Ling spoke up, noting how surprising it was that the spies had shared their identities with one another. Zhang agreed that it was indeed he questioned Qing Ling and wondered if the difference in ideology was why the Jianghu was split into opposing evil and righteous factions, as it all seemed quite meaningless. It sounded absurd. The Jianghu was indeed thrown into chaos because of such matter. Qing Ling mused that since both sides believed they were right, they fought to the death for their ideals, leading people deep into hatred. Mu Jingyun closed his eyes wearily while thinking that he finally understood. He reflected that even at the Wood Sword Manor, people with different ideologies fight to the death, which truly made him feel exhausted. He was lost in thought. Qing Ling asked what he planned to do next since those hidden arrows seemed intent on eliminating him for being a nuisance. Mu Jingyun remained indifferent, stating that their choice to act against him was not wrong. Zhu Xia, now fully dressed, offered to go and eliminate every single one of them. Mu Jingyun flashed a devious smile, saying there was no need for such a hassle. He hurried outside because he had just come up with a brilliant idea that led to the current situation where a man kept patting his shoulder and praising him for a job well done. Capturing the spy was a great achievement, to which Mu Jingyun thanked him before the man promised a worthy reward. Mu Jingyun thought contentedly that he didn't need to handle them personally, as exposing everything allowed him to gain credit while using others to eliminate his assassin. Thinking this, Mu Jingyun stepped forward while Zuxia watched him with an amused expression. Ma Chong was stunned to see his comrade standing next to the youth. Zuxia, disguised as Huayong, shouted loudly that the other man was also a spy for the hidden arrow. Ma Chong fled in a panic, wondering what on earth was happening. The masked man ordered those around him to seize Ma Chong, and the group quickly gave chase. Mu Yutian stood there dazed, watching the crowd rush past him. He remained silent, looking toward Mu Jingyun, who also stood still without saying a word. Mu Jingyun gave him a mysterious smile, as if silently admitting he was the architect of everything. Mu Yutian was no fool and quickly understood his brother's intention. His inner voice screaming Mu Jingyun's name. Unable to contain his anger, Mu Yutian rushed over demanding a talk, which surprised Mu Jingyun. Mu Yutian shouted in rage, asking if he knew what he had done by betraying their own righteous side. But Mu Jingyun simply called him naive. Seeing Mu Yutian's bewilderment, he asked if he wanted to reveal himself as a spy by showing such obvious anger. Mu Yutian suspected the truth but refused to believe it, so Mu Jingyun asked if he had considered the danger of his own action. If he truly thought the Valley Master hadn't realized there were spies infiltrating the place. Hearing Mu Jingyun's words, Mu Yutian fell silent in shock. Mu Jingyun continued, explaining that he knew they were spies and that the inspectors had been ordered to watch them after the second trial. Mu Yutian truly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Looking utterly bewildered in that moment, Mu Jingyun sincerely advised him as a fellow member of the Wood Sword Manor to stop doing foolish things and to think before acting if he wanted to survive. After saying his piece, he turned to leave Mu Yutian behind in a fit of rage. Mu Yutian's face darkened as he called out, asking if he knew the true purpose of this exam. Hearing this, Mu Jingyun immediately came to a halt, wondered why he should even care. Mu Yutian found no counter-argument to his logic and was left speechless. Qing Ling curiously asked if it wouldn't be better to act together with him. Mu Jingyun chuckled, saying it wasn't the right time for him yet. He had his own plans and acting together would only draw suspicion since they both came from the Wood Sword Manor. So he decided to let him stay quiet for a while before making a move. As he approached his room, another person ran up to call Mu Jingyun, who asked what was the matter. The man relayed that the Valley Master was summoning him, which caused Mu Jingyun to flinch. Night was deep and the surroundings were silent, save for one room where the lights were still burning. The person inside was staring into a mirror, saddened by their disfigured face. A knock on the door broke their mood as a subordinate announced he had brought the youth. The Valley Master of the Corpse Blood Valley quickly donned a mask and told him to enter. Mu Jingyun was ushered inside where the Valley Master had already prepared a cup of tea on the table. The Valley Master seated himself and looked at Mu Jingyun, telling him to take a seat. Then he slowly added that they needed to have a conversation. Mu Jingyun looked at him with an expressionless face but was inwardly on high alert. The Valley Master noted that he and Mu Yutian were brought from the Wood Sword Manor. He understood they were captured to serve as hostages for the Heaven and Earth Society. Mu Jingyun answered directly that it was so. The Master asked why, if he was captured by force, he had chosen to expose his own righteous side spy. He glared at him with a threatening look, demanding a reasonable explanation. Mu Jingyun reflected calmly that the man's speed and fiery aura proved he was a formidable master. Finally understanding Qing Ling's warning, he quickly sent a mental message to Qing Ling, but she was currently in a daze. She stared at that sword and the familiar aura it emitted. Strange feeling drove her into a deep contemplation. The man spoke again, warning that he lacked patience. He looked at the boy in surprise, asking if he could already control the hot yang qi. Mu Jingyun naturally asked if he was referring to the Scarlet Flamesword technique. The Valley Master was secretly horrified, wondered how he knew of it since only himself, the society leader, and for others were aware, questioning if the leader was testing him. If successful, the Li family would be restored to their royal title. He was unwilling to accept it, thinking he had already proven himself enough. Mu Jingyun stood up and asked why, if the Li family had once been granted royal titles by 3 people, only the Valley Master remained there. His face darkened as he stated that the Valley Master had not answered his question. Mu Jingyun's attitude took the Valley Master by surprise. As he turned to strike, the Valley Master sensed a familiar stance even without word. A move that was flawless and precise landed before the Master could finish his thought. The Valley Master was astonished that even if it were an illusion, he felt a tangible pressure. That martial art was exactly what his grandfather had always mentioned. Mu Jingyun flashed a devious smile, noting that he had finally recognized, praised him, saying he thought Li Huayun's grandson might not recognize the move. He recalled his grandfather saying the lord he served was not the cowardly traitor people thought. Years ago, Li Jian had asked if their family were truly traitors, and his grandfather asked if he only felt that way because of his facial scar. Back then, he was only 15 with a face covered in scratches from fighting. He followed court officials. He was called a traitor, despised, and bullied countless times. A loyal servant should trust his lord to the end, which was only natural. He could not accept it because the endless shackles of shame had tortured him for too long. He had argued loudly with his grandfather that it was better to swear eternal loyalty to the society leader. He bit his lip as tears fell, questioning why his family had to become traitors because of that lord. Why indeed, when that very lord was the reason their clan was branded as rebel, yet he was still told to maintain his loyalty. He simply couldn't accept it, and though his grandfather called out in grief, he wouldn't listen. He wept out of sheer resentment. While his grandfather spoke of being a loyal subject, he found it unbearable. Felt that, if he didn't focus his mind on something else, he wouldn't survive. Perhaps because of that, he became the first in the family to achieve it. As an impulsive youth, he ignored all warnings and declared he could do it. Since no one in the family had ever completed the Scarlet Flamesword technique, he vowed to fulfill the family's wish, though this ambition eventually became a poison. His grandfather had warned him never to attempt the 6th level before fully mastering the 5th. In his haste, he suffered a chi deviation. Fierce flames engulfed his body, while the servants could only watch and scream in terror. Thanks for watching. Fortunately, his grandfather intervened in time to save him, which shocked him greatly. Huayun sacrificed himself by drawing all the flames into his own body to save the boy's life. His grandson could only wail in absolute despair, not expecting such a reunion would end this way. He cried out in denial. The image of his kind grandfather waving before being consumed by fire became a ghost in Li Jian's heart for years. He knew the pain was immense, yet the old man hadn't uttered a single cry to spare him the trauma. He could do nothing but watch his grandfather slowly vanish. Li Jian recalled that even while being treated, he screamed for half a day. In his utter desperation, he begged for punishment as the story reached its end. He clutched his face and wept in regret, though his grandfather could never return to life. His father handed him a paper containing the final poem his grandfather left behind. The image of his grandfather's back in the dark mist haunted his dreams regardless of how much time passed. His grandfather remained loyal to the end, whereas he, the eldest grandson, had once slandered that loyalty. To restore the honor of the deceased, he resolved to inherit that will. Turning to reality, Li Jian trembled. Calling himself a worthless grandson despite the indelible scars and years of humiliation, he wore a mask to deceive them, so he couldn't fail to recognize it since he always heard his grandfather speak of it. Questioning how the boy knew that martial art, who he truly was to be able to use such a technique, seeing it for himself was far better than hearing of it as he watched the youth with awe. The move Mu Jingyun performed startled Li Jian once more. Qing Ling, as radiant as a flower, suddenly appeared before his eye. The moment Li Jian saw her, he fell to his knees on the ground. He slowly removed his mask in a daze. He recalled his grandfather saying she was not only strong but more beautiful than anyone else. He looked at Qing Ling and declared himself the head of the Li family, Li Jian, greeting the master of the lunar lineage. Qing Ling stood there like a painting, her 1,000-year aura undiminished by time as she looked at the kneeling boy. She remained silent for a moment, simply offering a satisfied smile. Finally, she said she knew a blood descendant of Li Huiyun would surely remain loyal to her. She bragged to Mu Jingyun with a triumphant look. Mu Jingyun thought to himself that she was foolish to still believe in humans even after becoming a vengeful spirit. Pausing, he looked at the man who was still bowing low without raising his head. He hadn't expected them to be so loyal after 100 years. Having expected to see Qing Ling's disappointment, since this wasn't bad, he quickly took out a wooden mannequin. Qing Ling spoke gently to Li Jian, telling him to raise his head. It had been a long time, while at the same moment Mu Jingyun chanted a spell for soul binding. He calmly poured a cup of tea, explaining that he was merely her vessel. He thought to himself that while Qing Ling trusted the man, he did not. Therefore, it would be much better for him to keep the man under his control. Zhang wore a devious smile as he thought that the loyalty spanning for generations would soon be his. He subsequently handed a piece of paper to Ji Yan, telling him that he should. Ji Yan trembled while wondering if this was the secret formula perfected by his lord. He recalled his grandfather's words that the Flaring Flame manual was co-created with the master. Yet tragedy struck before it was. He looked at the paper and realized the long-cherished wish of his sect was now in his hand. As he read through it, he found it so intriguing that he could not help but shout. Getting the Yang energy from the Gashu point to the Yanggang point is actually this simple. It is truly form. Qing Ling muttered irritably that she only realized its simplicity after dying and opening her race. Qing Ling bit her lip, cursing that her slip of the tongue regarding the promise and the technique had made the Valley Master trust that boy even. Ji Yan asked if the formula was still incomplete, and Zhang replied that he was. Ji Yan desperately wanted to know why, so Zhang smiled faintly and explained that even though it was finished, one must still be. Are you not afraid that rushing your practice to restore your sect might bring disaster upon you? For I fear you might encounter unnecessary. Hearing this, Ji Yan looked at Zhang with several degrees more of a favorable impression. He remained silent for a long time, his thoughts unknown, before suddenly bowing his face. Ji Yan knelt again to Zhang's bewilderment, while the latter silently observed the situation. Ji Yan spoke up, stating that his bow was not merely for the secret formula, because Zhang continued to care for his cause even after becoming a vengeful soul. He was deeply moved and wished to swear loyalty once. Zhang looked at Ji Yan in silence, and Ji Yan had no intention of standing up until he was permitted to. Qing Ling spoke, saying that things had turned out this way, and that Zhang no longer needed to doubt his loyalty. Qing Ling understood Zhang's desire for the Valley Master's loyalty since she trusted him while Zhang did not, so she had no objection. However, regarding matters of the past, she warned him not to expect her to reveal. Ji Yan knelt on the ground and asked his lord if he could inquire about the Great Spirit. Zhang was startled when he heard the mention of the Great Spirit. Ji Yan continued, explaining that his family was branded as traitors and suffered humiliation because of that battle ascension. Zhang looked at her, but Qing Ling snapped at him to tell the story himself instead of looking. She added that it was fine, as she had no intention of letting him know and he should just confess so she could read. Suddenly, Zhang asked Ji Yan what he thought about, expressed his curiosity regarding how the Great Spirit battle appeared in Ji Yan's. Qing Ling was utterly surprised by this response, as he chose to counter with a question of. Ji Yan hesitated, unsure if he should say what he knew, but Zhang smiled and told him to go. Qing Ling screamed from within the wooden statue that there certainly was something. Zhang chuckled softly and told Qing Ling not to try and give him. She struggled fiercely and shouted at the mortal to hurry up, to stop her from being noisy. He directly pushed the wooden statue back into his. He felt satisfied knowing he was about to learn about Qing Ling's past, the connection between the moon vessel and Qing Ling, who was once the master of the vessel, the heaven and earth system. He had long been curious about one thing, why Qing Ling had eventually turned into a vengeful. Outside, Ji Yan began to prepare his story, starting with the words, "It happened like." Qing Ling was furious and threatened to break the wooden doll, while Zhang wondered what she had actually. Suddenly, a shocking noise rang out, causing both Zhang and Ji Yan to jump in surprise. He turned his head toward the window to investigate the situation. Qing Ling inside was also startled and asked Zhang what was happening. Ji Yan stood up abruptly while Zhang watched his every move with vigilance. Ji Yan stepped toward the window to observe the sunlight hit his face, making him look even more eerie. Zhang called out to Valley Master Ji, who pulled the curtain down and said nothing. Zhang's face darkened as he asked for permission to step out and then walked straight outside without. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky as something descended toward the. It seemed that Zuoxia and Feng Shizhao, currently clashing with each. Zuoxia appeared to be injured, lying face down on the ground and gritting his teeth in. The pavilion master of original slaughter advanced with a staff covered in talismans, remarking that his guess was. He glared fiercely and stated that his pavilion's goo poison was indeed. 2 hours prior, a subordinate had run over to report to the original slaughter pavilion. He had asked where the man was going, and the subordinate answered they were escorting us. The original slaughter pavilion master curiously approached the carriage to inspect the. The pavilion master quickly asked if anything had happened at the Corpse Tomb Valley, even a minor issue regarding the. He warned that the test could be cancelled if they weren't careful, but the subordinate said there was only one strange. A student named Mu Jingyun had killed a beast that squealed like. Pavilion master was shocked, asking if the beast had truly. Feng Shizhao rushed to say that the child was the one he had mentioned should be removed from the. He wondered if the child killed the beast after less than a month of study. Noting such talent was astonishing and he must. However, he decided to handle that later and focus on finding what was lost. The pavilion master looked at the sky and began channeling his energy to write talismans in. Feng Shizhao was stunned and asked his master what he was doing. A barrier of incantation power appeared as yellow talismans surrounded the pavilion master, causing the subordinate to be blown. Yigong was horrified because such a barrier could only be used by those at the Rising Sun realm or. Very quickly, a purple chain shot out from inside the horse. Seemed to belong to Zuoxia, who aggressively used all his strength to attack the old pavilion. The old man was no pushover and counterattacked, sending Zuoxia rolling onto the. Compared to the old man, the boy seemed to be at a disadvantage and found it difficult to. The pavilion master of original slaughter spoke up happily, saying his suspicions were confirmed, that his goo poison was indeed here before glaring fiercely at the same time he released his power to suppress. This man was Ren Xiaoyu, the master of the original slaughter pavilion, an eccentric fengsher interested in dark arts like the spirit goo. When he reached the age of 60, he found a cave containing the secret arts of the Maoshan sect, the creators of most modern tech. Since most techniques he found were forbidden in the 64 pavilion realm, he left to join the heaven and earth system. He eventually became one of the strongest fengsher in existence. In the present, he was forming seals while Zhao Yigong realized it was goo poison thanks to his masters. Zuoxia looked over and immediately recognized this was the very person who had pushed him in. Hatred welled up in his eyes as he wanted to tear the man apart, though he was still afraid because the man was a Xiantian. Thinking of this, Zuoxia quickly looked for a way to escape and find his. Feng Shizhao quickly channeled his inner energy and shouted an incantation to. Zuoxia's entire body burned with pain, causing him to scream out. Zuoxia collapsed to the ground and cursed the fengsher, swearing he would. Man laughed, saying Zuoxia had a sharp tongue but shouldn't worry because he would soon change his. He told Zuoxia he would become his Shikigami and took a talisman from his. He told Feng Shizhao to watch closely how to turn a vengeful soul into a Shikigami. Turning a soul into a Shikigami was nearly impossible, but if success, he could control the entity known as a catastrophe. Xiaoyu saw the boy had collapsed and felt triumph. Now, speak, he commanded. And tell me that I am your man. His face was incredibly sinister as he looked at the boy with a devious. Seeing the smile on the old man's lips stiffen, the boy simply told the old man. Seeing the boy's defiant expression, the pavilion master felt a surge of disappointment that he glared and wondered how it was possible. Just as Zhang walked by and called out to Zhang showed no hint of fear and asked why the man was doing that to it. Xia was overjoyed to see him and shouted "Master," which startled the pavilion. He looked at the young man before him, unable to believe his ears that his goo poison called him. Fangshi Zhao happily identified him as Mu Jingyun, the student he had mentioned. Zhang was surprised but greeted him nonchalantly as Fangshi Zhao quickly introduced him, telling Jingyun to greet his grand. The original slaughter pavilion master stared at him in silence without saying. Zhang stepped forward respectfully to greet him, but the old man cut. He told Zhang to say that again, and Zhang looked up in confusion, not knowing what the man. The original slaughter pavilion master urgently asked if Zhang was truly its. Fangshi Zhao stepped in front of Zhang, fearing his master might harm his beloved. Zhang looked at the man, who had already left a very bad impression. Seeing Zhang's silence, he grew more furious and channeled his inner energy to intimidate. The word monster appeared in Zhang's mind, yet he simply smiled and confirmed it. Yigong was shocked and couldn't believe it, so the man told Zhang to give the creature. Any command will do, he insisted. Just give it. Zhang looked at the boy naturally and gently called for Xia to come. Xia silently and obediently walked over before the two pairs of wide staring. Fangshi Zhao shouted, asking what he had done. But Zhang calmly said he did nothing and owed no explanation. He grew angry and asked if Zhang dared to disobey him, then cast a spell to force the Zhang's bracelet glowed, which startled him momentarily. Seeing his disciple gaining the upper hand, Xiaoyu let out a satisfied. Zhang realized it was a binding incantation from another force designed to make others obey. He knew it would be ineffective if he used a fake name to swear the oath. He decided it was fine, and a devious smile quickly appeared on his. Zhang then made his face look as though it were being manipulated, which startled. Xiaoyu asked if he had put it on, and Yigong admitted he still couldn't fully control. The old man thought that of all his disciples, Zhao Yigong was the most like him and truly. Without warning, he rushed forward and struck Zhang hard in the. Gong stammered in shock while the old man insisted on checking if the technique was truly effective. Yigong frantically held him back, telling his master that it was enough. It had already taken effect since he swore the oath in the name of the Mu Sword Villain. Looking at the dazed face of the boy lying on the ground without resistance, he gradually relaxed his. Xiaoyu felt satisfied with the outcome, told Yigong to help him up and ask what was really. Master Yi looked at the boy and addressed him as Mu Jingyun, ordering him to describe in detail how he had subdued that vengeful spirit. The boy, keeping a blank and foolish face, simply uttered the two words "Pavilion Master" aloud. It seemed he had succeeded in his deception, as hearing those words caused both Master Yi and his disciple to flinch in a sudden panic. Xiaoyu grew impatient and asked if he had just said "Pavilion Master," and why on earth he was mentioning him. Zhang mumbled incoherently to himself, which only served to make Xiaoyu even more curious. The man angrily gripped the boy's head and screamed, asking what the hell he was saying and if the Pavilion Master was coming, demanding he speak as if challenging his patience. The boy opened his mouth once more and repeated the words "Pavilion Master." At that exact moment, Zhang aggressively launched a powerful strike toward Pavilion Master Yuanji. His hand plunged violently into the old man's heart, which sent Pavilion Master Yuanji into a state of immediate shock. Zhang spoke maliciously, asking how the Pavilion Master could possibly even come here. Pavilion Master Yuanji trembled and raised his hand, stammering the words, "Transposition, transposition." Zhang aggressively squeezed the man's hand as if to break it, making the old man scream in terror for him to stop. The boy mockingly raised his voice, remarking that no matter how powerful a thaumaturge might be, before Zhang could finish his sentence, the thaumaturge Zhao leaped backward to put a safe distance between them. He began to recite an incantation. 5 metal forms, displacement divine palm, divine husband's altar, toward the internal quarter, Zhang Lao Jun. Follow the orders as swiftly as law and command. Very quickly, a ferocious face manifested before them. He roared out, calling him a traitor and commanding him to let go of his master. He continued reading the talismans while Zhang curiously wondered what that technique was, noting that he still learned much from the master, only to be told to shut up and asked if he ever truly respected him as a master. Zhang slowly released Pavilion Master Yuanji, thinking that once a master always a master while secretly calculating his next move. Those puppets possessed extraordinary auras and he still had to deal with his master. Realizing Zhou Xia alone wasn't enough and since he couldn't summon his true spirit, thinking of this, he revealed a wicked smile and said that he had a gift for his master. The thaumaturge Zhao dared not lower his guard, his hands still forming seals as he asked what it was. The boy did not answer and instead squeezed Pavilion Master Yuanji's heart even harder. The old man's heart was completely ripped out by Zhang. He did not change his expression in the slightest even for a moment. Master Yi, never expecting the boy to actually do such a thing, was struck by panic. Before he could finish his thought about the kid, the boy spoke up, asking if he intended to refuse the opportunity his disciple was handing him. Master Yi was momentarily confused, asking what on earth he was trying to say. Zhang smiled brightly and pointed out that the position of pavilion master of the Yuan sect had just become vacant. Hearing this, Zhao Yigong became even more horrified, never imagining the boy could be so twisted. He looked at the boy and asked if he meant for him to take that seat after he had killed his own master. He retreated in fear, admitting he had no feelings for his master, but failing to protect him was another matter, as no one would recognize him as the pavilion master if he couldn't protect his predecessor. Furthermore, the current situation had caused his own position to become extremely unstable. Zhang stepped forward and picked up pavilion master Yuanji's remains, telling him he wouldn't lose out before chanting, "Depart from the fire map, 5 metals displacement, proof of the immortal medicine, 1 becomes 10,000. Master Yi flinched, realizing that it was the Ren Spirit landing technique. Zhang nonchalantly poured blood into pavilion master Yuanji's mouth. Master Yi recalled teaching him that the 6th Ren Spirit landing technique was a forbidden art to create living ghosts by feeding them heart blood and gathering malevolent energy. Banned for its sheer cruelty. The real problem was that its effectiveness only allowed for the control of a single dead person. One would have to kill countless people to gather a sufficient amount of malevolent energy. Even if everyone here were killed, it would still be difficult to perform this forbidden art. Seeing pavilion master Yuanji standing up on his own, Master Yi was bewildered as to how he had managed. The boy continued, proposing to hand over control of the living ghost to him, so he could use the Grandmaster as a puppet to become the pavilion master. Looking at the stunned Zhao Yigong, the boy asked if he still wanted to turn down this opportunity. The man suddenly sighed and told the boy that he had had a very strange dream. Then he frowned and looked at him seriously, saying he was all ears. Zhang maintained his smiling demeanor as he probed the other man, choosing to remain silent. Zhou observed from behind the boy's back, noticing that Zhang was secretly circulating his internal energy. It was truly a case of like master like servant, as despite the boy's silence, Zhou eyes quickly brightened. Master Yi continued, stating he had 3 conditions, to which Zhang simply told him to speak without being long-winded. He wondered first why the source-locking curse had no effect on him, and secondly how he could perform the 6th Ren Spirit landing technique. Thirdly, his own safety, which Zhang nonchalantly agreed to, saying he had already thought of a way to guarantee those terms. He took off the bracelet on his hand and threw it toward him as a final way to make him feel secure. He looked at the bracelet in his hand in surprise, wondering if it could really be the source-locking curse. Zhang smiled brightly and told him to wear it and swear loyalty, for if he became his dog, there would be no reason to harm him. Both of them fell silent for a moment as Master Yi stood there in shock at those words. A moment later, his expression changed as he looked at the boy with aggression. The smile also vanished from Zheng's face as he stared back at him with absolute seriousness. It seemed he had been provoked to fury, shouting that he could subdue and torture him in order to force him to wear that bracelet again himself. Immediately after saying that, he retreated and shouted out, "Wandering Spirit Divine Palm." The boy also quickly moved back to dodge the attack while speaking up, addressing the first condition regarding why the source-locking curse had no effect on him, declaring his true name was not Mu Jingyun but Zheng, telling him to remember that well when he swore his oath. Master Yi felt contemptuous, saying he spoke as if he had already won, though he knew he had to focus on subduing him now. High Master Yi was smugly confident that the boy would find it impossible to break through the Wandering Spirit Divine Palm. He was alone and the goo poison had drained most of his spiritual energy, making him no threat as he used the palm to quickly suppress him. It seemed his side held the advantage at this moment, as Zhang appeared somewhat flustered defending against that powerful strike. He was caught off guard and taken by a kick, and since the internal power was formidable, Zhang was sent flying quite a distance. The moment he landed, he tried to maintain his balance to avoid being crushed. Zheng's face became serious and he began to chant the silent ink incantation. Jade might returning tiger. The surrounding sky suddenly turned pitch black. It could be said that he alone was facing enemies from all 3 directions. High Master Yi aggressively raised a talisman and began to chant, shouting at the boy that it was the end. Standing before such a powerful foe, Zhang did not waver and clenched his fist, harshly ordering Zhou to bind him. As soon as the order was given, a large and long chain shot straight toward Zhao Yigong. He was pinned down by chains all over his body, causing the talisman in his hand to fall to the ground. He looked at Zhou in shock, unable to believe she had recovered her spiritual power so quickly without being supplied with malevolent energy. The boy laughed with delight, telling the thaumaturge that he had let his guard down. The man still refused to submit, and as Master Yi raised his hand to recite another spell, Zhou violently hurled him against a large tree. Zhang and the thaumaturge Zhao's wooden man charged at each other simultaneously. He calmly rushed forward while continuing to explain the second reason why he could perform the 6th Ren Spirit landing technique. Just as he landed, a white explosion rang out and the 2 large figures summoned by Zhao were easily taken down by him. Zhang continued, explaining that his dantian was made of malevolent energy, meaning he didn't need to kill others to obtain it. It seemed the man was severely injured, coughing with difficulty and unable to believe what he was hearing. If he wasn't using his real name and possessed a dantian made of malevolent energy. Zhang leaned down to pick up the bracelet and held it toward him, saying it was now his turn to swear, to which he stubbornly refused. He suddenly looked directly into the boy's eyes. The person before him now possessed a truly eerie and demonic face. He thought that though his eyes begged him not to do it, his hand uncontrollably trembled as he put the bracelet on and swore that he, Zhao, would follow Zheng's orders, and the bracelet immediately took effect following his declaration. Zhang acted as if he were touched, telling him he was moved that he had sacrificed so much for him. The man looked at the person before him as terror rose, feeling like he had mistaken a demon for a disciple. The scene changed after everything had been resolved. He quickly let those two return to each other. The former pavilion master was now like nothing more than a walking statue. Mastery walked along, glancing at his master who was like a soulless corpse. He was flustered, wondering how things had come to such a miserable state. Even so, this was a major matter, and while others might not say anything, he feared it would be hard to hide the truth from him. Though he was young, he had already reached the master's realm and was an expert in thaumaturgy who had subdued 2 spirit beasts as familiar. The person he was referring to was the eldest senior brother, Zhao Taiching. He recalled how he had warned Mu Jingyun, but the boy had merely asked if he had to guide him every step of the way, telling him to handle it himself if he wanted to be pavilion master. Mastery clenched his fist, deciding there was no turning back now if he wanted that position. Despite his defeat, the boy's talent was real, and if he succeeded, he would be known as the master of the greatest thaumaturge while becoming the pavilion master himself. There was still something that felt incredibly unpleasant. He felt as though he had forgotten something very important. He became extremely uneasy and broke out in a cold sweat, wondering what on earth it could be. The scene shifted back to Zhang, who was contentedly sipping tea, surprised that Zhou Xia's master chain had such an ability. He hadn't expected that even his own name could be forgotten. He had only given the order to forget his true name as a test, yet it actually worked, proving it was a Dharma treasure with unimaginable power. Remembering how he had asked if more could be found, Mastery said it would be nearly impossible. This artifact was crafted by the Grand Mage of the Underworld Laws, Jin Yuan, one of the 6 divine thaumaturges, and his master received it as one of 4 gifts at a grand assembly. His master had spent over 10 years trying to study it because he wanted more, but ultimately could not grasp its internal secret. The boy pondered this with regret, thinking that since there were 3 more, he hoped to own them one day. He was so preoccupied with those thoughts that he was momentarily startled. Jian was already standing beside him, stammering until Zhang remembered and apologized for the long wait. He picked up his teacup to refocus, suggesting they continue the story. Hidden past of Qingling and the Great War of Returning Spirit. Jian asked where he should even begin the tale. Zhang was wondering the same, until Qingling spoke up and called him a mortal. She became frustrated when he ignored her, but Zhang just chuckled and told her he was busy and to tell him later. Qingling sadly pleaded, telling him not to ask anymore and that he would eventually find out at the right time. She sighed and offered that if he did as she said, she would teach him one of the 8 forms of breaking evil. Hearing this, it seemed Zhang was truly swayed, as he stood stunned for several seconds. He began to think that things had reached this point and he felt suspicious, since she said he had to realize it himself yet hadn't given a single clue, wondering if she just wanted the past hidden. Seeing his silence, she told him to give a hand signal if he wanted to follow her word. He smiled craftily, deciding that no matter what she intended, one form was not enough. He immediately held up 2 fingers in front of her, which took Qingling by surprise. She crossly shouted that he was unprincipled for demanding 2. But Zhang argued he had to benefit as well. His face turned dark as he threatened her to make a decision, which made Qingling curse him as a cunning god. She scratched her head in conflict before glaring at him and finally accepting the deal. The agreement was settled and he smiled gently, deciding to speak. Addressing the Valley Master, he apologized, which made Ji Yen ask what he meant in confusion. He said they should discuss it later while thinking that he had now secured 2 of the 8 forms of breaking. Qingling was annoyed for having only comprehended a single technique, yet its utility was already immense and yet, if not learned at the proper time, she feared it would be impossible to exert its full power as she had originally intended to teach it at the right moment. But that man, nevertheless, she honestly hated the fact that he knew about it, even more as she fell into deep thought and whispered. Perhaps she simply did not want to hear the way in which he had found out. Yen continued and said, "But Lord, you still should know about this matter." To which Zhang replied, "Let us discuss it once everything has stabilized." So the man asked in wonder, "Stabilized? What do you mean by—" Zhang quickly changed the subject and asked, "Valley Master, in your opinion, what level has my current martial arts?" Jian was surprised and asked, "Martial arts? Is that what you mean?" As the youth cheerfully and politely responded, "Yes, please speak." Jian fell into a pensive state and focused his thoughts on thinking seriously. Then he spoke and said, "If I must speak the truth, judging by your aura sensation, you must have reached the 1st-class rank," which prompted the youth to ask in wonder, "First?" Youth thought and recalled that Qingling once said that considering his internal power alone, he had reached the zenith realm, but thinking back, it seemed that others did not understand his martial arts clearly and he wondered, could it be that they cannot sense? Realizing his confusion, Qingling spoke up and said, "Mortal, Your aura was originally formed from primal aura, and most ordinary people cannot perceive primal. Youth thought with satisfaction that this meant even masters could not grasp his martial arts, and if his opponents could not sense his aura. But Jian quickly interrupted and asked, "Could it be that you are intentionally suppressing?" Zhang cheerfully replied, "No, as you can see, I am not doing anything at all." And he was extremely satisfied because he could now hide his Hearing the youth say that, Jian seemed to lose interest and the youth could also perceive that. Zhang asked honestly, "You seem quite disappointed." And the man stammered, "Oh, I apologize." Zhang chuckled softly and said, "It is fine, I understand. For I have not yet reached your expectations, however. I want to add one thing. I only entered this body half a month. At that time, the owner of this body had not even reached the third-class rank within the martial." Jian was so startled that he stammered and asked, "Is that true?" So the youth quickly retorted, "Yes, do you not?" Zhang, as if able to guess his thoughts, added, "I understand that you placed your expectations on me, but I have only just started over from." The man fell into contemplation and said, "No, I understand now. In fact, I even feel admiration for him to reach the first-class realm within just half a month." Thinking this far, Jian could not help but ask further, "Then when will you be able to regain your original?" Youth thought seriously and realized that he had never heard Qing Ling speak of his former realm, and although he could feel the power, whether it was Qing Ling's enemy or his own, if they wanted to defeat them, they needed to be stronger, and in other words, the time he mentioned now was probably the time he would spend on Gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years, meaning he must patiently hone his strength and wait for the right opportunity. Smiled inwardly and thought that 10 years was simply too. Zhang finished his thought and then reached out his hand in front of The man was "Is that really true? Is that time not too?" Youth calmly and confidently answered Jian's question and said, "No." Qing Ling's face momentarily darkened and she could not help but feel helpless with her disciple, blurting out, Are you saying you will reach the transformation realm within 2 years? That was the ultimate realm of the martial path where all barriers must be overcome to reach the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 chi returning to the source, and currently in the martial world, only the top masters of the 6 heavens and 8 stars are known to have touched them. Jian, for some reason, was trembling so much that tears flowed uncontrollably, as if he had been frightened out of his wits by. Qing Ling spoke loudly and said, "Even if you died and were reborn 100 times, do you think that is possible? On the contrary, you will only realize my greatness more and more. And if you succeed, I will call you master for the rest of my life." And Zhang happily chuckled and sent a telepathic message to her saying, "Those words? Be sure to." Holding the strange ancient keepsake in his, Mu Yutian fell silent in thought as the sunlight shone through the window, reflecting his lonely image as he sank into contemplation. That time, that girl had shamelessly framed them, and she cunningly pointed directly at Ma Xiang's face and declared, "That guy over there is my accomplice." Being surrounded by those people making it difficult to find a way out, Ma Xiang grew irritable and cursed once, saying, and he suddenly called out, "Mu Yutian." And the youth was momentarily stunned upon being, and so he was handed that item by Ma Xiang, causing Mu Yutian to instinctively mumble the name, Ma. Image of Ma Xiang in his head gradually faded until only the final words echoed in his ears, saying, "I leave it." Ending the memory, he anxiously gripped the item while his hands became soaked with, unable to restrain his restlessness. He punched the thin wall beside him hard. I would rather have him resent. Just because he cared for his half-brother, he had pushed Ma Xiang into the Hall of Death. And yet Ma Xiang not only did not hate him but even trusted him. Who am I to deserve this? He thought, feeling regretful to the point of madness while looking at the deserted forest and hallucinating that the hateful Mu Jingyun spoke indifferently and said, "It is none of your business." He gnashed his teeth and looked at the person, thinking that if he hadn't mentioned it, it would be fine. But now that he had, the beginning and end of the story definitely could not exclude Mu Jingyun. Blood immediately rushed to his brain and he used all his strength to punch that hallucination. Mu Jingyun was so severely injured that his hair was matted with blood. Yet he still tried to provoke him, saying, "What are you still doing? Just kill each other, because if you do not kill, you will be the one who is." He crazily muttered the person's name, Mu Jingyun, while simultaneously striking out with palms repeatedly and punching until he lost his. He kept punching until a section of the wall was. Finally, he stopped, his eyes still trailing arcs of deathly energy after the fit of. His whole body leaned powerlessly against. The hallucination passed, but the afterimage in Mu Jingyun's words were real, and he thought dejectedly, "No. Actually, I already knew. I was the one who was." Sitting back on the bed, he realized that because he was used to his old lifestyle, he could not perceive the matters of reality. I was so foolish to think that just surviving was enough to return to a normal life. But whether it is at the Burning with Sword Manor or anywhere else, martial arts are the deciding. Survival? How ridiculous. Perhaps I must discard all thoughts of a peaceful life to survive. I must become stronger and use any means necessary. I must make everyone kneel before me. He thought while sitting cross-legged in meditation on the bed, pouring all his determination and grievances into this session, as his whole body emitted fury, and was enveloped by a bright red magnetic field, which was exactly the burning wood heart transformation. In another place, Zhang confidently raised 2 fingers and said, "I will break through to the transformation realm within 2. King Ling irritably mocked him and said, "What nonsense! If you succeed, this seat will willingly call you father and mother, and serve you for the rest of my..." The youth awkwardly scratched his head, but it was not because he lacked confidence, as he laughed loudly and said, "Qing Ling, you sure have a big... This seat took 20 years to break through, yet you have not even realized anything significant and yet you claim to climb up there in 2 years?" She said, but upon hearing her words he arrogantly shot back, "One must try to know, as my grandfather always..." It was his grandfather who had once sternly molded his character with the sole principle that if one does not try, one can never know their own. He returned to his... He held his head in pain and let out a groan, "Ugh!" causing the Blood Corpse Valley Master to move forward anxiously and call out. Then he kindly inquired, "Are you all right?" As the youth answered dismissively, "This seat is fine," while clutching his head and thinking in confusion, "What is happening? Why can I not remember that?" He was just trying to remember the image of his grandfather, but for some reason his head throbbed violently. A lonely door stood in the middle of an eerie wilderness. On the plaque were 2 lonely golden characters, and an uncomfortable sensation gradually crept through his internal organs as he gasped, "There is some..." As if thinking of something, his eyes widened in shock as he worried about a future vision and wondered, could it be that grandfather? Seeing the horrified and uncomfortable expression on his face, the man could not help but become more worried and called out. Then did he snap out of it, rubbed his head, and turned back inside, saying, "Valley Master, do not worry. I am just a bit tired, but I have a few things I want to ask." To which the man honestly replied, "Yes, please ask, my lord." So the youth asked, "Do you know anyone named Go?" Hearing this title, even though he was hidden by a mask, one could still easily perceive the panic from the bottom of his heart that he could not hide. While the youth quickly pushed aside the matters that troubled him and composed himself, thinking that he should ignore the previous matter for now and focus on the man asked back in disbelief, "Does my lord mean the ghost sword of the 6 heavens and 8 stars?" And the youth immediately replied, "That is..." In his heart, he silently added that he must avenge his grandfather, for he would never forget the image of himself weeping over his grandfather's corpse and that person swinging a cold-blooded... "That is also why I came to this heaven and earth society," he thought before smiling and correcting his words by saying, "Currently, I know absolutely nothing about the contemporary martial..." Reason seemed quite plausible, so the man quickly explained and said, "I understand. First, Ghost Sword is very famous for being cruel and ruthless." And then he sat down on a chair and began to tell the story while the youth poured a second cup of tea, one for the guest and one for himself, and upon hearing that, he was surprised and added, "Cruel and ruthless." Sitting upright on the chair, he replied, "Yes, no one who ever faced him has survived." So the youth gasped in disbelief. "Really?" As the man, "No one knows his identity or origin, and he is famous for appearing and disappearing unexpectedly while engaging in life and death battles with experts from both the righteous and demonic factions." Left the youth very confused, not knowing how much of this was true and how much was false, and he suspiciously thought, "How strange." The wound on the side of the burning with sword Manor's master was clearly caused by ghosts. As if remembering something, his voice suddenly rose and he said, "Oh, there is one more. There is a very famous legend. Within our society, there are 5 kings, and the Bai Sheikh Poison King is..." Before Ghost Sword disappeared, he exchanged several blows with the poison. Youth sipped his tea while listening to the story, and at this point, he was momentarily surprised but quickly hid it. For if one did not pay close attention, it would be difficult to catch this tiny emotion. One question had been answered, thinking it was not the Manor Master. But then a new question arose, so he asked, "One of the 5 kings fought ghosts?" The man replied naturally, "Yes, is there a problem?" So the youth cunningly said, "It is nothing. I just heard that Ghost Sword was a hidden expert of the heaven and earth." He fell into deep thought, recalling that Mu Yutian had said Ghost Sword might be an expert of the heaven and earth society, and he wondered if there had been some misunderstanding. "Oh, there is one more thing. The only survivor was a member of the heaven and earth society, and some say it was the society leader's personal bodyguard." Taking a sip of tea, the youth casually added, "Personal bodyguard. It seems they still maintain the old... There would always be people following the society leader for protection, and so it was, but the subsequent words were from the persona of Qingling and continued to ask, "In short, we still cannot know who Ghost Sword is?" And the man hesitantly replied, "Yes, perhaps the Poison King would know." Regardless, the youth only needed that much and quickly caught the main point, asking, "The Poison King might know? Then I have one more thing I am curious." Despite that, the man still patiently listened and asked, "What?" He finally asked, "For what purpose does Blood Corpse Valley..." Deathly aura enveloped the space while Mu Yutian was still focusing on his cultivation and meditation. Now that it had reached the final stage, he exerted his strength to endure, avoiding a single moment of negligence that could ruin his... Facing Zhang's question, The man did not hesitate and replied, "It is to distinguish jade from stone." But Zhang was still quite confused and asked, and explained, "Yes, this place exists to test whether a person is qualified to become a warrior of the Heaven and Earth Society. And if they pass the final gate, they will have the opportunity to become disciples of the." The youth listened to the end in amazement. He muttered in thought, "Disciples, the 5 kings and the Poison King," and fell silent for. Then he chuckled softly and sinister. Having explained everything, the man took the time to earnestly express himself, saying, "I have been disrespectful to you, Lord, so I will immediately remove you from the list and you do not need to perform the tests anymore." But he replied, "There is no need, besides, it is unnecessary because I can take advantage of the current situation." The man was momentarily stunned, not yet grasping the situation or the youth's erratic way of thinking, and asked, "What was the advantage of this situation?" The youth chuckled and explained, "Did you not just say that if one passes the final gate, they can become a disciple of the..." The man was horrified. Meanwhile, Mu Yutian had nearly achieved success in his cultivation, and since the final steps were the most arduous, breathed heavily with each passing moment while his heart grew more determined. Even as the sounds of boom echoed, and meanwhile Mu Jingyun's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent, he devoted himself to plotting a scheme to lure him inside. And as Mu Tsongrong thought about how to accomplish, they realized that they simply needed to pass through the final trial. Since both were burning with a will that dictated a forest should only have one tiger, Mu Yutian swore with a steadfast heart that it would be he, not the other, who would conquer this place. The following morning the sky was clear and breezy, as the sunlight shone brightly upon the eaves of the building. Inside the room, everyone gathered together with expressions of confusion and anxiety upon their faces, and as he sat in the center of the room, he counted each person one by one and remarked that there seemed to be an extra person. Then he turned to grumble at Hualan about how he had said only 8 people were needed, but she clarified that she hadn't known Lian Dai was coming along, so she recruited another, which made him irritated as he scolded her for making such a mistake, and she apologized. Standing beside him, the demon monk in Lian Dai's body appeared quite embarrassed and bit his lip. He waved his hand to dismiss them, saying that since it had already happened, one of them should know to withdraw on their own. Suddenly a fierce-looking man stepped forward to retort, asking who he was to have the right to kick them out, and the man even bumped into someone nearby who cried out in surprise. He stood there stunned, not having expected to be scolded, while Hualan turned her head away and said nothing. The man continued to angrily state that he had only agreed to join because of Lian Dai, and wondered why a parasite was there giving orders, and if he thought he was so great, which sounded so harsh that his own companion had to intervene. His companion reminded him that he was strong, a sentiment echoed by a purple-robed man who said Lian Dai was nothing compared to him. Yet the man stubbornly argued that his face looked like someone beaten to death. These words convinced several others, including a man in a hat who agreed his face had no wounds, which emboldened the aggressive man to claim that they must have used tricks or bribed Lian Dai to be the captain. And he sneered that perhaps he had even used his handsome appearance to seduce others. Hearing this, Lian Dai grew furious and gnashed his teeth to attack, but he calmly stopped him, saying their doubt was understandable. He confidently looked directly at the man and asked what he must do to prove himself, offering a duel. As if he had been waiting for this, the man enthusiastically agreed to have a fight. He replied that he would grant that wish and immediately raised his hand to use a technique to pull the man towards him. Thinking that whoever strikes first wins, the man's entire face was caught in his palm and, being grabbed so painfully, the man could only let out a cry of agony. As soon as he grabbed the man's head, he slammed it painfully onto the floor, creating a booming sound that could probably be heard as far as a remote island. Sitting atop the man, he nonchalantly began to taunt him, lifting the man's head by his hair. He asked if it was already over and remarked that it was truly bland. While he felt dissatisfied because it wasn't interesting at all, the others in the room grew terrified and wondered if he had used spatial void grasp because the man hadn't even had time to react. Having achieved his goal of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, he stood up and nonchalantly released the man before asking if anyone else wanted to test him, causing the 2 who had agreed with the man to shake their heads. Seeing the desired effect, he focused on the main issue and stated that since there were no objections and the team was full, they should begin, causing the yellow-robed man to ask what they were starting. While the other man lay there clutching his head and groaning about what was happening, he didn't give the man any time to adapt and swung his leg to kick the man's shin. The man fell down again, clutching his painful leg and screaming, which terrified the people in the room. The man in the hat stammered and asked why he was still attacking even though the other had lost, and he tilted his head to answer nonchalantly that there was no reason to be surprised. His gaze immediately shifted and became more serious as he declared that everything was far from over. Seeing that look in his eyes, the man in the hat suddenly stood dazed as if he had lost his soul. Without caring for the indignation of the others, he immediately commanded that they would be very busy because before the next exam, they had to break the limbs of the other contestants. After hearing what he had just said, the entire group was frozen in shock. In another room, horrific sounds were echoing out. A man in the adjacent room who heard those noises was quite surprised. Being the closest to the door, he heard it most clearly and asked his roommates if they heard a strange sound, to which a roommate lounging on his back asked what sound he meant. Before they could continue their conversation, the door was opened naturally as if by someone at home, causing everyone to turn and look. He very politely pulled the door shut and smiled brightly. Seeing him enter alone, the man in orange standing by the window waved his hand and told him to leave since they were full, but he ignored the words and simply counted the people in the room to 4. Having finished, he expressed his satisfaction, which confused the man near the door who asked what was good since they weren't accepting people. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked in the shin which deformed his leg and broke it, leading him to calmly confirm the first one was done. The man rolled onto the bed clutching his leg and screaming like a slaughtered pig, and after finishing with one, he moved to the second target while the others became alert. Another man cried out in horror, asking if he was doing this just because they wouldn't accept him, but he smiled wickedly and rubbed his wrists, saying he already had his own team. It seemed our male lead just liked to look for trouble rather than listen to sermons, as he stated his only purpose was to break their limbs, which shocked the man while he channeled internal energy into his feet. Then he lunged forward to break both arms of the second man, delivered a kick to break that man's leg as well, immediately lunged forward to crush the limbs of the third man. Before the man in orange could even see his technique, his wrist was already firmly grasped. Looking with eyes full of fear, it became even more terrifying when he heard the voice of that madman telling him not to struggle or his wrist would fly off. Despite those words, he still pressed down hard to shatter the man's bones with a cold expression while his mouth uttered the word for. Screams of agony over broken legs and arms filled the room until he shouted for them to be silent. It was immediately effective as no one dared to make a sound, and after causing the trouble, he sighed and walked out, leaving the people inside lying in a heap. His eyes looked into the distance as he calculated that since 8 people were sorted, there were still 64 people to handle outside of his own team and, despite blood being on his face, the male lead looked cool as he sighed about being busy. Qingling spoke with hesitant horror, saying that he truly was a mortal who was. By evening, those agonizing screams continued to echo from the floors as people cried out. Wu Yutian was sitting motionless and focusing on his cultivation. Hearing those cries, he wondered to himself what that sound was. Then he heard a knock on the door and retracted his internal energy to ask who it was. A man in green opened the door and entered, causing him to step off the bed in surprise and recognize Wu Changya. The man smiled and waved as he said hello. Maintaining that friendly face, he praised his memory by saying he didn't expect to be remembered. With a bright and happy expression, he replied that he could never forget his lifesaver. Then he recalled how during the crisis at the second gate he was separated from his team and Wu Changyao was the one who protected him. He was surprised to see his benefactor now and asked what had brought him there, to which the man scratched his hair and hesitantly said there was a problem. The man frowned as he recalled his teammate's miserable state, saying that he had waited, but his teammate didn't show up because his legs were broken, leading him to realize someone was trying to eliminate rival. The man had investigated and heard that the perpetrator was the one who ranked first in both gates. He clenched his fist as he thought of Mu Jingyu. The man put his hands on his hips and continued with the main point, saying he had come to negotiate, which surprised him. The man extended an invitation for him to join his team, which was so sudden that he didn't know how to respond. The man tried to convince him, noting that his colleagues were taken for being spies and while he also suspected him, they needed to recruit more people and work together to stop him. Hearing this, he hesitated and asked why he was chosen, and the man replied that there was nothing to worry about since he didn't have a team yet. He found the reason logical given the situation and, seeing him lost in thought, the man asked once more what he thought. He closed his eyes to analyze the gains and losses, knowing a team was needed to pass the gate and that he couldn't stop Mu Jingyun alone. Immediately after, his face became determined to cooperate as he gave his agreement. The two shook hands on a mutually beneficial partnership and he thanked him, though the man humbly said it was he who should be thankful to accompany someone so outstanding. While shaking hands, both wanted to show a bit of their power and released their auras to probe one another. With an excited expression, he thought that this fellow was quite strong and spoke his praise aloud. The man smiled back and returned the compliment, and after the mutual praise, he mentally resolved that he would absolutely not be inferior to anyone. The man lightly stroked his chin while discussing if there was a way to stop him, causing him to ponder the matter as well. His eyes brightened with a confident smile as he said he had an idea. 3 days later, under beautiful weather with clear blue skies and many Blood Corpse Valley Master, wearing a blood-red demon mask, announced that the winner of the third gate was Wu Changya. Below, the man raised a round token in his hand as a sign of his victory. He delightedly raised his fists, making the other man laugh as they celebrated their success. Qingling, in a wooden body, tilted her head and smiled, asking him how it felt to be backstabbed for the first time. Standing alongside everyone and even near the happy pair, his mood didn't change much. He glanced sideways and thought to himself, while over there the man stood proudly with the token and the others stared at him with determination. He only smiled. It was quite interesting, for if the prey was too docile it would be boring. Voice of the Blood Corpse Valley Master echoed again as he named Wu Changyao the winner, while of them wore confident smiles that stood out among the crowd of contestants. People flocked to congratulate them, a scene of joy that stood in stark contrast to him as he remained calm with a cold and profound Linger appeared with her pipe right behind his back and, glancing at his reaction, asked how it felt to be blindsided for the first time. He simply smiled this time and thought that it was indeed quite interesting. 3 days ago when it was already dark, similar tragic screams had echoed from another room as well. He then leisurely pushed the door open to step outside with a whoosh. Considering the men inside defeated just like the previous ones because it was too bloody, he stretched to admire his results and noted there were only 8 people left, wondering if the others were doing well. Ching'er brought the pipe to her lips for a light puff and scolded him, calling him truly cruel. Immediately after, the sound of heavy footsteps approached along with the frantic shouting of Emo Hualan calling for Muj. Seeing this, he stood still to wait for them to arrive. He panted heavily, causing her words to become fragmented and unclear. Only, thanks for watching. The members of his team were seen with bruised faces and bound hands while they groaned in. The one escorting them was Wu Changyao's team, and Mu Yutian was standing right beside. Witnessing this, he acted smugly as if his hands were itching and idly picked at his ear while asking if those were his teammates, then calmly looked straight at those people without any worry or concern, reflecting on why he had recruited them, only because they were first-rate, and asked for an explanation. His eyes stared directly at the 3 of them as he asked in a weary tone while supporting if they could tell him what had happened. He repeated himself, fearing they hadn't heard clearly, demanding they explain the situation. One capped man in his team spoke first, hesitating for a moment before saying that they had been ambushed after their plan was both he and she were slightly surprised, and when he asked about the ambush, it seemed natural that the protagonist's loud actions would draw such attention. He calculated further, wondering if they noticed him breaking others' limbs but questioning if taking hostages was truly necessary. He started to preach, saying, Mu Jingyun, I didn't think you would dare to do this. Suddenly he shouted in anger, pointing out that the next gate was different from the previous ones and asking why he had to. Before he could finish, a loud laugh cut him off as Mu Jingyun asked what the problem was, stating he only wanted to eliminate competitors just like they were doing. He argued back angrily, claiming not everyone was like him since they only took hostages to save effort, but he retorted shamelessly, asking why he should trust them and if they had truly never considered. The illustration for the next exam was specific and easy to grasp, showing that the content involved a sword formation with an 8-person. But when he reached the part explaining his blatant goal, his eyes and mouth radiated a terrifying bloodlust as he said breaking everyone's limbs until only 8 remained would automatically pass them through the. Hearing his idea, the other was so furious he gnashed his teeth and was left speechless, only able to utter the word. Finally, regardless of whether he preached about his disgusting cruelty or not, he could do nothing but sigh and say it was a waste of time since they were already prepared. He watched his actions closely but still didn't bother to react. He slowly pulled off his outer robe and called out to the person beside him, Wu Changyao, who responded affirmatively. The people on his side widened their eyes and he pulled out a long, thin needle called the affinity bone needle, a secret of his sect, explaining that if not removed within half a day, the person would limp for 10 days and he had already used them on him. His other hand rested on his shoulder as if nothing happened, and while his team remained calm and resolute in their acceptance, he added that his team was included. While he took the opportunity to put his robe back on, he explained the measure. If he didn't agree to join forces, both teams would be disqualified. She marveled inwardly at the cleverness, noting that even if Mu Jingyun achieved his goal, 5 would be crippled, so he would likely have to comply this time, though it didn't suit a protagonist. He himself spoke up, asking if he understood now. Just as he closed his collar, he thrust his fist forward and shouted, Big brother, Mu. However, he only curled his lip up into a sneer. Immediately afterward, he burst into a savage. Standing in front of him, the other's face turned pale at the. He was also breaking out in a sweat and didn't dare to. He and the others were scared to death by the surging aura he emitted. Then the monster inside his body was activated as his entire form was covered in a dense purple aura like a blazing red fire, causing the other to cry out. Immediately, a wave of pressure shot straight at him, forcing him to brace himself and resist. He looked like a monster emerging from hell, a true demon smiling wickedly as he wondered how to deal with his younger brother, Mu Yutian, and if he should kill him. He continued thinking about his feelings of having to endure a younger brother who always opposed him, making him feel uncomfortable until his eyes turned blood red and the air grew. He concentrated all his evil chi and lunged toward him, for Mu Jingyun had already begun to view Mu Yutian as looking at everyone in the room. No one dared to move because they were all suppressed by his bizarre aura and heavy. Seeing that everyone was only controlled by the aura, both of them remained silent, not knowing what to say, while he thought that although he could kill Mu Yutian, he wasn't sure if Wu Changyao would He then opened both of his hands as he decided he didn't need to take on any additional risks. Right after that, he clapped his hands a few more times and withdrew all his aura, acting happily as if nothing had happened, and said it was fine to proceed. Once again, he stood in the middle of the room and proposed his agreement, provided he could keep 4 of their team members until they swapped back the next. He smiled back in a friendly manner and yet he still looked grumpy and grinned mischievously and wished for a happy cooperation. The next day, both sides exchanged hostages at the training ground where many people were gathered to watch or practice swordplay, followed by 3 days of sword formation. It seemed the situation favored his team, and as both teams performed excellently, the results showed that Wu Changyao's team had better. Therefore, Wu Changyue was made the leader of this gate. But since only 16 people passed, the Valley Master of Corpse Blood Valley found himself in a difficult. He recalled sitting down with him when he asked about reducing the number of people, and he had accidentally replied that it was fine as long as the rules were. Now things were tense because all the participants had been wiped out by him, making the master mutter to himself about whether the Lord should have shown more. He lamented the small number of participants, but since the talents he aimed for had passed, it wasn't a problem, and the next trial was set for the following day inside a gate. Required participants to avoid hidden traps in the dark and exit before a third of the incense burned out. A task so dangerous that Lien Dai was struggling against the incoming. Finally, a total of 6 people passed through the gate, starting with Yen Wuxiong. Yu Tian followed
Montakualan, Wushan,
Lien Dai, and finally the person who came out. He stepped leisurely out of the long corridor at the entrance. He held up the round token to confirm his victory with a happy smile. The top-ranked of the 4 gates, Muj. As soon as he stepped out, the guards were shocked and whispered whether he had just run straight through even before a sixth of the incense had burned, which was a first in the history of corpse blood. Wu Youtian's group was equally shocked as they watched his departure. He smiled, admitting he didn't expect him to be even faster than him. That reminded him of the night they exchanged hostages when Mu Jingyun looked back and said, "See you tomorrow," immediately leading his people away, leaving him standing there. He raised his hand to look at it and noticed his palm was completely drenched in. Watching the man's departing back, he couldn't forget the feeling of interest in discovering someone so unique, as he had never met such an extraordinary peer. He narrowed his eyes with a look of delight, noting that he was different, and told Yu Tian that he had a very tough older. Meanwhile, he also sensed something as his body warned him that if he identified someone as an enemy, he should kill them immediately. Everyone left the forest and returned to the tower where the selection was held, marking the end of the 4th gate. Moving on to the 5th gate, which was also the final trial of corpse blood. Before reaching the final stage, top of the courtyard, 3 people stood together looking down at the announcement area where 6 youngsters stood at attention. The Valley Master of Corpse Blood Valley congratulated them, saying he praised the 6 who had endured until now. From this moment on, they all had the qualifications to become reserve division leaders of the Heaven and Earth Society. He then announced the rewards for those who took first place in each gate, causing the group to look on in surprise. Mu Jingyun stared pensively at the medallion in his hand, realizing that such rewards weren't just. At that moment, the Valley Master held up a small box, stating that those who held a medallion would receive a Heaven and Earth pill, a secret pill of the society that granted someone 10 to 15 years of internal. Candidates below were excited as he added that these would belong to Mu Jingyun and Wu Chang. After that, he announced the next reward, which allowed those with 2 medallions to enter the treasury of Corpse Blood Valley to choose any martial arts technique they did. Chang Yao and Mu Yutian were astonished at the mention of the having heard that the treasury contained many peerless techniques. Wu Changyao rubbed his chin in regret that he had missed such an opportunity. Mu Jingyun remained expressionless, but seeing everyone else looking so regretful, he wondered why everyone wanted as much as possible. Ying Ling seemed to see through his thoughts, explaining that practicing more martial arts didn't make one stronger, but more experience broadened one's horizons, causing him to fall into deep. Just then, the Valley Master on the platform spoke again, noting it had been 8 years since someone possessed 3 medallions, which granted the right to request a leader of the society for personal instruction. This included the 5 kings, 3 sect masters, and 4 valley masters, a statement that left the crowd in indescribable. However, Mu Jingyun didn't understand why they were so surprised, asking if it was a good thing, a question that made Mo Hualan react with disbelief. Among the 5 kings of the society, 3 were part of the 6 heavens, 8 stars, individuals who were all transcendent realm experts, and after hearing her explanation, his face darkened. 6 heavens, 8 stars were the top experts of the martial world, and since Qingling had also reached the transcendent realm in the past, series of images of great grandmasters flashed through his. If the 8 stars are experts of the transformation realm, then the ghost sword might be at that level, which Qinger felt quite surprised. For just 100 years ago, the leader of the society didn't have a single transformation realm expert, so why had their numbers increased so much a century later? A thought that left Mu Jingyun silent, since if that was, all of you should rest until the final round begins when the master of the corpse blood sect arrives, as I have something to ask. And a hand was raised just as he turned around. Mu Jingyun voiced another doubt, asking, what is the reward for the person who owns all 4 command tokens? The Valley Master of the Corpse Blood paused for a moment upon hearing that. Without answering immediately, he turned his head to look down. Mu Jingyun looked back with an expressionless face while his hand remained. So he coldly replied, that person will receive instruction from the society leader, one of the 6. In an instant, the entire square fell into a dead silence. Above the 8 stars were the 6 heavens, a fact that left Mu Jingyun's face showing an indescribable expression. Qinger appeared extremely annoyed by this, scoffing. The society leader is one of the 6 heavens? That thing managed to become a member of the 6. Mu Jingyun immediately revealed an implicit smile and remarked, it seems the path to our enemy has become quite dim. Amidst the majestic mountains and the lush, tall. Mu Jingyun followed Guo Wenqi toward the interior of the treasury until they stepped inside the barrier, where Guo Wenqi of the Corpse Blood Sect respectfully greeted division leader Yang Wen, who was waiting at the. Are you the one who received the 3 tokens? Yang Wuyuan asked while assessing Mu Jingyun, stepping forward with a long scar across his face to greet him. He said, "Nice to meet you. I am Yang Wuyuan, the guardian of this right? Follow me now," he said, turning around with a lamp to lead Mu Jingyun inside the treasury. While Guowenqi bowed and stated that he would wait out, Mu Jingyun followed Yang Wuyuan into the depth. The two of them proceeded silently, one after the other, until they reached the entrance where the boy thought to himself that the entrance was right. Yang Wuyuan shone the light ahead and said, "You can see the secret treasury once you enter, but don't forget you can only take one manual out. So choose carefully since it wasn't easy to get. I can only take one out, but I can read as many as I want, right?" Mu Jingyun asked as he took the lamp from Yang Wuyuan's hand, to which Yang Wuyuan confirmed, "Of course. You have to read them to." Mu Jingyun curled his lips into an ambiguous smile and thought it was quite, but Yang Wuyuan reminded him once more, "Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing," causing Mu Jingyun to inside. There is a room marked with a red line, he warned as Mu Jingyun turned to look back. "If you don't want to see something horrific, then you absolutely never enter it." Yang Wuyuan cautioned with a terrifying horrific, Mu Jingyun asked, feeling confused, but Yang Wuyuan started to say something and then stopped, simply telling him to just remember his. Mu Jingyun found it a bit strange but didn't pay much attention, taking the lamp and heading inside while saying then, he reached out his hand to the handle and opened the door. "Let's begin." And as he truly stepped into the interior of the treasury, the scene before his eyes immediately broadened his horizons, revealing a cave even larger than the end. He held the lamp and looked around, seeing that the bookshelves surrounding him were densely packed with various secret manuals. At a glance, there must have been more than numerous martial arts techniques. Mu Jingyun didn't know where to start and exclaimed that it was hard to believe there were so many manuals to read in just one. "The ones nearby are all useless," Qingling intervened when she saw him reach for a manual, but despite her voice echoing in his ear saying there were only a few like that, he still flipped through the first few pages to see for. "You should go to the upper floor," she suggested. So Mu Jingyun took the lamp and climbed the stairs to the next. Yang Wuyuan, who had been watching from below until now, was also surprised and, "He is going straight to the upper floor? Does he know something about this? The structure of this place is very similar to the treasury of the headquarters, so the manuals here are likely just copies." Mu Jingyun thought as he carefully observed the 2 to 3 stories of bookshelves with floating walkways. Mu Jingyun wondered why they built an extra one, and Qingling explained it was probably to prevent intruders or fire, since storing copies on a cliffside like this could prepare for any accidents, though she didn't know who devised such a brilliant. "Singer is right," Mu Jingyun praised and then asked where he should start, to which she told him to take the book on. Mu Jingyun did not hesitate and directly picked up the book, quickly flipping through the surroundings were silent, with only the sound of Mu Jingyun flipping through the. Upon seeing this, Qingling's face was full of astonishment as she wondered what was happening. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes regarding this mortal man. She doubted whether he was actually reading, as the speed at which Mu Jingyun flipped the pages didn't seem like reading at all, but rather like he was just glancing through them carefully. "Which one is next?" Mu Jingyun asked as he closed the previous book and put it back, to which Qingling suspiciously replied that it was on the bottom left, but asked if he could even remember anything at that. "Ha, of course I remember," Mu Jingyun replied without turning his head, his hand still frantically flipping through another. After finishing the second manual, Mu Jingyun calmly stated that even if he couldn't fully understand it yet, he could still memorize it. Even Qinger found it a bit hard to believe when these words were uttered. She knew he was smart and quick-witted, but she didn't expect him to reach this. He had 1 hour here, and if he continued to absorb the manuals at this pace, Qingling imagined Mu Jingyun surrounded by a mountain of techniques and how strong he would eventually become as Mu Jingyun closed another manual with a smug look on his. Meanwhile, outside the treasury, Wenqi stood there on serious guard. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind him. When he turned to look back, his eyes widened in surprise. There was a man and a woman. They were both very young. So Wenqi scrutinized the 2 strangers who were wearing hats to cover their faces as they drew. "Stop right there. This is the secret treasury of the Corpse Blood Valley," he said, placing his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist in warning that if they didn't. But before he could even draw his sword, the man's hand had already pressed firmly down on the back of it, moving at a speed that was fundamentally impossible to react. "So fast," Wenqi thought in shock, while the man slowly spoke up, telling him to calm down as he appeared to be a martial artist of the corpse. Listening to the man's words, Wenqi stood up straight and asked who they were, to which the man slowly pulled a command token from his. That is. Wenqi stammered in surprise, as the 3 large words Underworld Blade King were clearly written on it, making him wonder if it was truly the token of the Underworld Blade. He wondered who this person was. The man touched the brim of his hat as if he knew what Wenqi was thinking and said, "I am a disciple of the Underworld Blade." Yuasian pushed up his hat to reveal a smiling face, and the guard wondered if he was really a disciple of the Underworld Blade King. Inside the massive cave, it was pitch black, but fortunately, there were countless tall bookshelves crossing each other below, Each level hung with oil lamps that provided a bit. Mu Jingyun's hands kept flipping through one page after another as his mouth kept muttering. Right after finishing one book like a madman, he immediately switched to another. And it was unclear if he was actually reading or just showing off. Yet his mouth kept saying, next. Oh, for heaven's sake. Mu Jingyun thought as he finished a yellow-covered book and then suddenly held a blue-covered one, closing it with a thud before asking what was next, which left Qingling, who was in the form of a small wooden doll tucked inside his shirt, confused as she frantically searched for a new book for him while hesitatingly replying, right? Next is, wait, why is Mu Jingyun turned back to find himself in front of a massive bookshelf, and as he picked a book, he asked if it was this one, to which Qingling, seeing him read her like a book, confirmed it was picked up the book with a slightly confused look and mentioned the Shunxian footwork, leading Qingling to explain profusely that it was a martial art passed down by the Myeongsang tribe who had joined the Heaven and Earth Society since its After explaining, Qingling dropped a bombshell by saying that if it were modified slightly, it could be ranked as a divine-grade martial art. A piece of news that left Mu Jingyun wide-eyed with shock as he repeated, divine. An image of a pile of books appeared in his mind. There was one book tucked away in a corner as he thought about how Qingling had said high-level martial arts were close to the peak realm, while divine grade arts surpassed it and contained deep in. Then, while Mu Jingyun was flipping through that top-tier book, Qingling reminded him with a mix of concern and pride that he should learn this technique. So Mu Jingyun, delighted to find a cosmic-level manual, smiled and replied briefly. It seemed Mu Jingyun had finished another book, so Qingling continued her chatter about the next one. But she suddenly experienced déjà vu and stopped to wonder if even this was present here, prompting Mu Jingyun to ask if it was another footwork technique like the Shunxian. Suddenly, Qingling's soul emerged and floated like a mist beside Mu Jingyun as she leaned in close to see the book clearly, telling him it was the Taiji flowing palm of Wudong, though she advised him not to. This left Mu Jingyun confused, so he turned to look at Qingling and asked why, which seemed to hit a sore spot for Qingling as she closed her eyes and clenched her fists, explaining through both words and gestures that it was the pinnacle of Taoist martial arts and relied on balancing internal breath. So practicing it incorrectly could easily conflict with one's own truth. Despite her passionate explanation, Mu Jingyun just looked blankly and gave a nonchalant response. Yet since he still held the book firmly while choosing another to read, he added that he would memorize it anyway, which caused Qingling to ask in curiosity if he was really going to memorize. Suddenly, Mu Jingyun wore a wicked expression as if he were planning something malicious, and he gave a sly smile to explain to Qingling that it might be useful later, since she once said one could identify a sect just by looking at a scar, so the reverse could also work for Imprisonment. Seeing Mu Jingyun thinking of such unusual things, Qingling replied helplessly that his imagination was truly unmatched. But then Mu Jingyun suddenly paused for about 2 seconds while flipping through a book as he then called for Qingling's help, and she stopped what she was doing to look over and ask what was. He stood alone before the crowded bookshelf, staring intently at the pages filled with handwriting. He asked if they hadn't said this place only contained This time, even Qingling remained silent and contemplative for a moment. She held her pipe and frowned in confusion, agreeing that although they said so, she looked at the page with a few bloodstains in Mu Jingyun's hand that emanated a strange purple magic and remarked that it looked more like the within the massive cave filled with endless levels of bookshelves. Mu Jingyun stood with 1,000 questions for Qingling, asking if they couldn't have just made better copies instead of keeping this old one. But Qingling dismissed his silly question by saying that wasn't. As Mu Jingyun intently studied the mysterious book with a serious expression, Qingling continued to explain that the original held its own significance, reminding him of what she had once said about Tracy. But this time, instead of listening until she finished, Jingyun jumped right into the middle of Qingling's sentence to take over. Just by reading the book, Jingyun experienced every degree of bitterness and sweetness as he continued to smile triumphantly while mumbling to himself like a man possessed, realizing that since these were the original words written by the creator, every stroke carried their habit. At this moment, Qingling was truly stunned and stood there speechless with her mouth agape because she realized this man was speaking of truths that only those who had reached the pinnacle could perceive. She watched Jingyun standing there cross-legged and casually reading with one hand. She couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary his comprehension and memory were. Seeing that Qingling remained as silent as a grave, Jingyun had to ask if he was wrong. Yet she merely narrowed her eyes while smoking and reflecting before confirming that he understood it correctly. Having received just that single word of recognition, Jingyun immediately flashed a smug smile and spoke with an arrogant tone that made Qingling's skin crawl with disgust, leaving her face as red as a ripe tomato as she gave him a look of utter contempt. After teasing Qingling for a bit, Jingyun returned to his favorite task of flipping through the pages while thinking to himself that if the meaning lay within every stroke. Suddenly, the image of the author writing the book appeared in Jingyun's mind as he realized that if he could feel the author's habits and maintain that consciousness while reading, then he could truly perceive the technique. As he pondered the word consciousness, the brush of that old author suddenly slammed down onto the paper, causing black ink to splash everywhere. Jingyun's face reflected total shock as the droplets of ink flew toward him. The author in his vision suddenly scowled and his eyes lit up like powerful headlights. He transformed into a giant and lunged toward Jingyun with both hands to deliver a powerful palm strike. Jingyun stood there with disheveled hair and a dazed expression as if he were losing his mind, staring wide-eyed at the elderly author. The book suddenly slammed shut with a loud thud that made him jump. Jingyun gripped the book tightly with a serious expression, thinking about the image he had just seen of the author performing a palm technique right before his eye. Qingling's voice suddenly rang out, causing Jingyun to look up and ask if his reading speed had slowed down. Instead of answering, she furrowed her brows in suspicion and asked if he had actually entered the selfless realm. Since her sudden question was quite confusing, Jingyun looked at her blankly until she explained that it was a state of deep meditation where one forgets themselves, advising him not to control it and just let it happen naturally. Suddenly, she looked around at all the bookshelves and informed Jingyun that she had just realized these were not copies from the main archive, but were the original manuscripts brought here. Qingling's face twisted into an expression of pure, mischievous joy as she ecstatically declared that everything here was an original work. Hearing this, Jingyun lifted the book he was holding and stared at it so intensely it seemed his eyes might pop out. Qingling couldn't stop talking and directed him to a shelf on the right where a specific volume was kept, leading Jingyun to follow her instructions and ask if it was truly there. The image of countless floors of bookshelves appeared faintly within the dark cave. A moment later, Jingyun was holding the book she mentioned with one hand while leaning against the shelf post, questioning if this was truly the 200 sword art. Seeing his confusion, Qingling explained that she was the one who placed it there and told him to open the folded paper inside, which he did like an obedient child while asking what it was. He began to read the mysterious lines about the Moonless Void Sword and the Moonless Defeat Sword, which were so shocking that his eyes widened in disbelief. Qingling glanced back with a smile while puffing on her pipe and told him it was his lucky day since she had created the Moon Shadow Sword art which originated from these very scrolls. Image of Qingling with her hair tied back and wielding a glowing red sword appeared in Jingyun's mind, making him realize that the path of this sword art, one of the 5 great arts of the old martial world, was manifesting before him. Jingyun felt as if an internal power was awakening within him as he realized these techniques had never appeared until now, were the final remnants of the Moonless Sword, while the silhouette of Qingling performing the movements on the water at sunset appeared before Jingyun's eyes, causing him to stand frozen in place while observing and thinking that these sword strikes had reached an entirely different level. A surge of power suddenly began to float around Jingyun's body, leaving Qingling utterly shocked. He felt his aura fluctuating and then stabilizing as if she were watching a martial art being demonstrated right there. While resting her chin on one hand and holding her pipe with the other, she mumbled to herself. He had completely fallen into the true selfless realm as his shrimp paste-colored energy continued to drift before her eyes. Eventually, Jingyun stood with his legs apart amidst a massive swirl of energy, while Qingling hoped that nothing would interrupt him from realizing the truth. Suddenly, the guard at the entrance noticed someone approaching and let out a surprised sound. He stood up to ask who they were, but Job Wyan interrupted him to ask if he was the one in charge of the archive. Before the guard could respond, Job Wyan introduced himself as the disciple of the Black Sword King, which caused the guard's eyes to bulge in shock as he wondered about this disciple's identity. The guard looked at Wyan's smirk and the abundant power radiating from him, realizing that the rumors about the 5 kings' disciples being masters were true since this young man had already reached such a high realm. Seeing the guard's silence, Wyan asked to enter, but the guard refused based on the rules until Wyan laughed and asked if he knew who was standing beside him. Even as the guard tried to remain firm, Wyan's companion raised a medallion that caught his attention. Once he saw it, he was so shocked that he couldn't utter a single word. He immediately became as submissive as a puppy and bowed while shouting the name of Lady Yang Mugol, though she told him to be quiet. Explained they only came to take one item, leaving the guard sweating as he peeked at her and wondered if she was the legendary woman. Even as a peak-level master himself, he found her aura so overwhelming that he couldn't even measure her true realm since she was far beyond him. She asked if they could enter. The guard remained on one knee and apologized, explaining that someone was already inside. Wyan rudely interrupted to ask if it was the student who won 3 medals at Blood Test Valley, questioning if it was reasonable to make the lady wait for a mere student while the guard nervously stuttered in response. They decided not to wait and walked straight in as Wyan waved his hand dismissively, telling the guard not to worry because they wouldn't interfere with the student's business. The helpless curator could only watch their retreating figures and pray that nothing bad would happen. Wyan stepped halfway into the room and let out a curious sound, entering the center of the room and noting to Mugol that the layout was identical to the main archive, to which she gave a cold and indifferent reply. Wyan glanced up to see Jingyun reading on an upper level and reacted with surprise. He told Mugol that this must be the top student they had heard about, though she only responded with a simple grunt. She began to speak at length about how impressive it was for him to have earned 3 gold medals and how he was clearly extraordinary, which surprised Wyan. He frowned with a dismissive expression and remarked that such a level was expected if he was to be a disciple of the 5 kings. Yet Mugol continued to talk about him potentially being chosen. As she continued to praise the boy's talent and the wisdom of getting to know him early, Wyan clicked his tongue in jealousy and wondered why she was so interested in him. Wyan stared more closely at Jingyun until he noticed something quite unusual. Immediately wore a cunning and wicked smile, as if he were plotting something devious. Finally turned to Mugol with a fake smile, telling her to wait there while he went to bring that boy. But ignoring Wugu's words, Wyan decided he had to act immediately, leaping into the air while muttering that a mere disciple wasn't worth the lady's personal intervention. Seeing that the man was thicker-skinned than a tire, Wugu helplessly responded that it was fine. No sooner were the words spoken than Wyan landed near Jingyun, who was standing in deep contemplation while reading a book, laughing incessantly as if possessed by a ghost. Wyan thought to himself that just as he expected, the boy had no reaction even though they were standing right there. He continued to stare fixedly at Jingyun, who appeared as a focused scholar reading a book, while muttering to himself like a recluse that the boy had truly entered the state of selflessness. Wyan then strode closer to Jingyun, continuing his internal monologue that touching him now would either wake him up or cause him to fall into chi deviation, though that was of no concern since he was only following orders to bring him to the young lady. Despite the fact that no one had actually ordered this lying braggart to do any such, telling himself not to be blamed, Wyan narrowed his eyes and broke into a grotesque and freakish grin, his hand already reaching toward Jingyun as he rationalized that the boy was simply his hand was just about to touch Jingyun's shoulder. Suddenly Jingyun turned his head to glare at him with an intensity that was absolutely terrifying. Seeing this, Wyan's heart jumped as he recoiled backward, sweating profusely and clenching his teeth in fear, while Jingyun snapped his book shut and asked the man what he wanted. He turned his face fully, using an expression that was 3 parts cold-blooded and 7 parts intimidating to ask Wyan what he thought he was doing, making it feel as if one wrong word would result in Wyan's teeth and lips being. While Jingyun was standing alone on the 3rd floor focusing intently on his reading, Qingling manifested beside the small doll, humming thoughtfully and wondering to herself if that mortal man was doing well. Hearing Wyan's footsteps approaching Jingyun, Qingling was slightly startled but remained composed while puffing on her pipe. Seeing Wyan getting closer to Jingyun, Qingling wondered in confusion who this man was. Only when that malicious man started grinning like a pervert and reached toward Jingyun did Qingling begin to understand, though she only wondered silently if he intended to touch the mortal man. Realizing the situation had become dangerous, Qingling grew extremely anxious and told herself she had to wake the mortal man, sweating profusely as she screamed for him to wake up immediately. As Wyan's hand was about to touch Jingyun's shoulder and Qingling's voice grew hoarse from shouting, the oblivious Jingyun still did not wake, prompting her to yell once more. Suddenly Jingyun's shrimp-paste purple deathly aura flowed back into him, causing the anxious Qingling to jump in shock. Seeing Jingyun gripping the book with a darkened face as his aura was drawn in like a magnet, Qingling thought about how the aura was being reabsorbed while the grinning Wyan remained unaware of what was happening as he reached. Abruptly Jingyun opened his eyes with pupils glowing red like headlights and a face that looked ready to snap a neck, making Qingling realize with relief that his state of selflessness had ended and he had attained. And not forgetting her task, Qingling loudly commanded the mortal man to look to his right, causing Jingyun to widen his eyes in surprise. Following Qingling's instruction immediately as if he were her loyal dog, he turned and gave Wyan a lethal glare that sent the man recoiling in shock. Jingyun then slammed the book shut with a loud thud and began his interrogation by staring at the perpetrator. He dropped the book and asked what Wyan was doing, causing the caught red-handed Wyan to turn pale with fear as he retreated while whimpering through clench. Not wanting Jingyun to waste time probing, Qingling raised her hand and answered for Wyan, stating that he wanted to sabotage him, which Jingyun questioned skeptically while Wyan stared at the talking doll in bewilderment. Seeing Jingyun's confused expression, Qingling crossed her arms and explained that because he was in a state of selflessness, he would have fallen into chi deviation if touched, proving the man's intent to ruin him. As she spoke, a vision of someone suffering from chi deviation and discharging chaotic power appeared. Hearing Qingling's explanation, Jingyun seemed to understand and asked Wyan if his goal was to induce heart demons, causing the guilty Wyan to sweat and stammer incoherently about the situation. However, Jingyun remained calm and simply tucked Qingling's book into his robe before closing his eyes and concluding that the act was. Then, with incredible speed, Jingyun delivered a strike to Wyan's throat that left him unable to counter, causing him to grimace in intense pain. Not satisfied with just one blow, Jingyun clenched his fists and charged again to deliver more strikes, declaring that there was no need for excuses and that he should prepare to pay them. The two fought on the 3rd floor, with Jingyun pursuing Wyan relentlessly like a predator. The man who was so arrogant when trying to harm others was now constantly retreating in an attempt to escape. While retreating with furrowed brows and clenched teeth, Wyan cursed internally that the blow to his throat made it impossible to breathe. Deciding to counterattack, Wyan reached for the sword on his back while thinking that he first had to create distance, so he swung his sword at Jingyun, but fortunately the young man possessed a protagonist's aura and was able to dodge the attack with ease. Refusing to let the other man take the spotlight, Jingyun suddenly stepped onto Wyan's blade. Wyan swung the sword upward, causing Jingyun to use the momentum to leap into the air like a flying squirrel. Seeing this, Wyan could only react in utter bewilderment as if his order had been completely misunderstood. Spinning in midair, Jingyun extended a leg and activated the 4th form of the smooth mysterious leg technique. Seeing Jingyun's fluid movements, even Qingling was shocked and lunged forward, shouting in disbelief at the boy. Descending with the shadowless flash kick, Jing-Yun struck from above while Wai in desperation blocked with his sword, grimacing in agony as he struggled against the force. After blocking the lethal blow, Wai coughed up blood and gripped his sword tightly before falling backward with a groan. Clutching his blade, he screamed for the other to stay. Wai activated the Bright Sun Blade technique, third form. One character blade return, releasing a massive surge of blue power from his sword. Jing-Yun kicked Wai so hard he fell off the third floor, completely shattering the safety railing in the process. While Jing-Yun shouted for him to stay away, his protagonist's aura allowed him to easily dodge the man's technique. After destroying a bookshelf without any remorse, Wai faced Jing-Yun upon landing and screamed in terror as they prepared for. Jing-Yun's landing was so forceful it caused sparks, while Wai watched the falling books and worried that his master would kill him for the loss of the secret manual. With a face distorted like a dried plum and a bloodied mouth clenched tight, the furious Wai continued to think that this was all because of that man. Unlike Wai's attitude, Jing-Yun stood among the pages falling like autumn leaves while maintaining a calm and confidence. Suddenly Wai lowered his sword to the ground, causing sparks that startled Jing-Yun as they faced each other. Instead of using his sword, Wai confidently chose to use his bare hands, which began to emit a frigid blue power. Seeing that technique, Qing-Ling was shocked and manifested by the doll, screaming in disbelief at what it was. Watching Wai unleash that terrifying power, she could not hide her surprise and wondered if it was truly sharp. An image appeared in her mind of someone with glowing eyes releasing power just like Wai. She worriedly thought that only those who reached the peak of transcendence could master sharp chi, meaning this man was on a different level than the internal power-dependent mortal man. He was truly a peak peerless master, and as she thought this, Wai removed his hat with a triumphant grin while power swirled around him. Rushing forward like a wild horse, Wai yelled that he would finish Jing-Yun off quickly, propelled by a surge of energy from. Jing-Yun responded in kind, and seeing the opponent's sharp chi, his own hand began to emit a deep purple aura. Seeing Jing-Yun also activate sharp chi, both Wai and Qing-Ling had the same reaction. Faces scrunched in total shock with eyes bulging. Wai stared at the powerful purple sharp chi from Jing-Yun's hand and screamed, "Sharp chi!" Qing-Ling was equally stunned, realizing that the mortal man had attained enlightenment and was using sharp chi for his leg technique. Having surpassed his previous halfway state, he had completely conquered the realm of peak super transcendence. A fact Jing-Yun remained stoic and indifferent. Losing his confidence, the sweating Wai cursed Jing-Yun for hiding his true strength. However, Wai's battle lust remained as he prepared another strike. Shouting that the outcome would not change, screaming, "Die!" Wai unleashed the Bright Sun Blade technique. 9 life-destroying art, a barrage of energy bolts hurtled toward Jing-Yun, who stood his ground. Even as the magical bolts neared him, Jing-Yun remained motionless like a statue, appearing utterly indifferent to his own. During that time, those magical flows were seen through by Jing-Yun as his pupils focused solely on those streaks of power while his irises seemed to vanish, and while calmly observing that energy, he thought to himself that he could see exactly how the saber technique he was executing was being perfected. It was incredibly fast and dangerous, yet Wai had somehow slipped between those magical streaks before scowling and reaching out with one hand as he lunged at Jing-Yun as if his goal was to gouge out one of his eyes. But at that moment, Jing-Yun had already seen through the worldly filter and noticed the gap. Suddenly the image of Wai lunging at Jing-Yun shifted into a blurry and hazy color resembling an artistic X-ray. But just as Wai's power streaks were about to tear through Jing-Yun's body, he finally counterattacked by suddenly crouching down and crossing his arms with a stern expression, as if he had been struck in a sensitive spot. He activated the moonless void sword technique, which manifested as a circular magical path accompanied by a diagonal slash. Jing-Yun rotated his hand to create a deep violet magical circle that swatted away Wai's pathetic streaks of power, leaving him completely stunned and dumb. Having had the upper hand only to be suddenly repelled and knocked backward, Wai couldn't comprehend what had happened and stammered out a confused question about what was going on. But Jing-Yun didn't care at all as he silently activated his sharp chi and rushed. Jing-Yun launched a straight line of deep violet magic directly in front of Wai's face, causing him to tremble in fear, turn deathly pale as he became paralyzed and solely able to furrow his brows and break out into a cold sweat while just as he was about to lose his head, Wei Chuyuan finally spoke up to stop them, saying it. Immediately after, she was seen rushing into the middle to use her hand to block Jing-Yun's attack for Wai, as if a beauty were saving it. Jing-Yun was startled for a few seconds when he saw someone block his strike, and he stared wide-eyed as if wondering who this person was, while Wai remained mostly confused and terrified with sweat pouring down his face as he stammered out a call to the young. Ignoring the weak Wai entirely, Chuyuan turned her gaze toward Jing-Yun and asked if he could truly withstand 30% of her power. And while Jing-Yun didn't understand her intent and only stared back coldly, their hands remained locked and Jing-Yun didn't say a word and only took a subtle glance at Chuyuan to silently evaluate. Wei Chuyuan was wearing a veiled hat that completely obscured her face, yet she could still be seen breaking into a slight smile as she praised Jing-Yun for being more capable than she expected. Even as Jing-Yun marveled at her immense. Having been praised, Jing-Yun didn't hesitate to praise Chuyuan in return, though. He didn't forget a sarcastic remark about her seemingly delicate hands possessing extraordinary power. which incensed Wyan so much that he shouted at Jingyun for daring to speak to the young lady so casually before Chuyuan lost her patience and told him to be. She used one hand to lift Wyan's arm high, causing him to grimace in pain from a dislocated joint that emitted a sharp cracking. Wyan collapsed in agony as his arm trembled violently in Chuyuan's grip. Yet she coldly gave him a warning glare and told him in a threatening tone that his foolish games were embarrassing her, so he had better keep his mouth shut if he knew what was being punished. Left Wyan feeling humiliated and pained as he gritted his teeth and nodded slightly, while sweat continued to soak his. Contrast to Wyan's graceless behavior, Chuyuan politely turned to apologize to Jingyun without caring about Wyan kneeling in pain on the ground, explaining that he was merely overzealous due to his loyalty. Though Jingyun ignored the apology and simply asked who she. Suddenly Chuyuan let out a mysterious smile and began to introduce herself as the third disciple of the Heaven and Earth Society. Upon hearing this, Jingyun was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief at his own. A second later, Jingyun regained his composure and stared coldly at Chuyuan as she prepared to take off her veiled hat, all while he thought about how unexpected it was to meet the Society Master's disciple. While Jingyun was trying to maintain his cool exterior, he was secretly thinking that this situation had become quite. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Jingyun suddenly froze with a dumbfounded and stunned. After a moment of paralysis, he turned deathly pale as if he had just seen a ghost and everything around him seemed to darken. Even Qingling was so surprised that her mouth hung open and her eyebrows twitched as if she were being electrocuted, leading her to mutter in utter disbelief that this was impossible. Looking at Wei Chuyuan's face after she removed her veiled hat, Jingyun couldn't help but be stunned as he thought to himself. The woman's face was identical to Qingling's. Wei Chuyuan naturally flashed a gentle smile and introduced herself as Wei Chuyuan, while Qingling remained completely shook and dazed with sweat dripping down her cheeks, as if she had been hit by a stunning. Standing before Jingyun, Chuyuan gave him a smile as bright as the dawn and repeated that she was the third disciple of the Society Master, Wei. She then prepared to ask Jingyun a question, but as soon as she said one word, that rude man raised his hand in front of her face to shut her up and told her to wait a moment, leaving her completely. After silencing her, Jingyun suddenly turned around and ran off, leaving Chuyuan standing there wondering what on earth was. Jingyun left Chuyuan standing there in a daze while he hid behind a nearby pillar and held the doll in one hand with a suspicious look, covering his mouth as he whispered to Qingling to ask if she had any descendants or a family, which made Qingling turn red with embarrassment. But Jingyun remained suspicious and questioned her about why she always avoided her past, arguing that he couldn't know the truth if she kept saying it wasn't the time yet, causing Qingling to let out a huff of she crossed her arms and closed her eyes to explain that since she had never even been married, she couldn't possibly have any descendants, and stated firmly that she had no. Had understood, Jingyun turned back toward Chuyuan, who was still standing there blankly, though his mind was still filled with doubt as he wondered why that person looked exactly like Qingling, as if they were. Curiosity aside, images of a cold and icy Qingling alongside a gentle and radiant Chuyuan began to appear in Jingyun's mind. He continued to compare them, thinking that their vibes were completely different because while Qingling was cold, the other woman was radiant and warm, even though comparing women like that was quite. But then Jingyun let out a sigh and answered his own inner thoughts, noting that she was just like another version of himself and marveled at such a coincidence. Seeing Jingyun staring at her for so long, Chuyuan pretended to be shy as her face reddened, and she touched her cheek to ask if he was captivated by her beauty, only for Jingyun to immediately and coldly. When Jingyun replied coldly without a second thought, Chuyuan felt extremely offended and pouted her lips in a sulk. However, Jingyun suddenly clapped his hands together and introduced himself, which startled Chuyuan as he apologized for the late greeting and stated that his name was. He flashed a smile that was part mysterious and part cool as he finished his introduction as the probationary division leader of the Heaven and Earth. Afterward, Jingyun became strangely well behaved in front of Chuyuan as he bowed slightly and clasped his hands together to politely introduce himself as. In response, Chuyuan placed a hand on her chin and put on a rather peculiar expression while thinking to herself. She examined every inch of Jingyun's face, and instead of being surprised by his skills, she was merely a woman captivated by a handsome man who thought that he was quite good. Then Chuyuan resumed her innocent facade while holding her hat and stroking her hair, though her mind was busy calculating that his most prominent feature was his martial cultivation and wondering if she should win over someone so strong at 7. Deciding to act immediately, Chuyuan closed her eyes and put her veiled hat back on while mumbling to herself, only to be interrupted once again by Jingyun, who held up 2 fingers and demanded 2 things. After about 2 seconds of thought, she decided to go along with him and agreed to listen, causing Jingyun to bow in gratitude for her mag. Standing in the middle of the room that had been ruined by their previous fight, Jingyun made his first demand, which was that he be allowed to stay there for one. Seeing that as an easy matter to handle, Chuyuan closed her eyes and waved her hand as she told him not to worry since she would speak to the vault keeper, prompting Jingyun to give a cool response. Having succeeded with his first request, Jingyun suddenly pointed at Wyan's face, which startled both Wyan and Chuyuan as he accused Wyan of nearly putting him in a critical situation and insisted that there must be a price. Hearing this, Chuyuan was a bit puzzled and furrowed an eyebrow as she asked what kind of price. Suddenly Jing Yun's expression darkened as he twisted his face into an intimidating smile and continued his demand by stating that a life must be repaid with. After scaring them while Chu Yuan was still processing the situation and Wyan sat there in shock, Jing Yun suddenly shifted his tone and added that he truly desired such. He then clasped his hands and bowed slightly to continue his speech, noting that since doing so would cost the young lady a loyal subordinate, he would settle for a price equivalent to Wyan. After listening to his speech, Chu Yuan merely let out a cold huff while thinking about the sheer audacity of the. Facing Jing Yun's innocent and nonchalant smile, Chu Yuan stared at him intently and judged that he was trying to extort compensation from her, proving that martial arts wasn't the only thing he was. Suddenly Chu Yuan broke into a mysterious smile and thought to herself that it was fine. Her sudden response caused Jing Yun to jump and utter a confused sound before Chu Yuan turned back to ask him directly if he truly wanted wine. At that moment she looked like a demon in human skin as she leaned over with a smile and told Jing Yun that he could go ahead and take it, which left Wyan completely frozen. And Chu Yuan's words rang out like a thunderclap in Wyan's ears, causing his face to shrivel up in distress while sweat poured down his skin. Yet Jing Yun's eyes lit up as if he had been waiting for this. But as Wyan trembled, Chu Yuan began to ramble that while she had apologized and Wyan's arm was already broken, she would let him have his way if that wasn't enough. Provided he understood, she wouldn't be responsible for whatever happened. Hearing Su Wan's ramblings, which seemed to hold an underlying meaning that Jing Yun did not understand, he was forced to dumbfoundedly ask again if she meant he could not take responsibility. Seeing Jing Yun standing there looking completely dazed, Su Wan flashed a somewhat mocking smile as she explained that he likely did not know this person was Yi Weixian, a disciple of the Radiant Saber King. Once Su Wan finished introducing Weixian's formidable background, the fierce and stern face of the Radiant Saber King suddenly appeared behind him as a solid pillar of support. Throughout this whole ordeal, Weixian simply stood there with a vacant expression like a total. Jing Yun stood before Su Wan, who was confidently posing with hands on her hips and a smile, until he suddenly turned to stare at Weixian and began to speak, giving the man a start as he asked if he was not mistaken. Though his eyes were fixed on Weixian, it turned out Jing Yun was actually questioning Su Wan, asking if the young lady meant he should not regret crossing him. But Su Wan only stood there with a gentle smile without saying a word. He silently watched Jing Yun as he brought a hand to his mouth in deep thought, thinking to herself that he was truly reckless but would be nothing but a big talker if he gave up here, wondering how he would handle the test. After thinking to his heart's content, Jing Yun suddenly closed his eyes and lowered his hand as he reluctantly replied that there was no other way. Jing Yun turned to look at Weixian and continued grumbling that if the Radiant Saber King was involved then, there would surely be consequences, so he would have to give up, making Weixian feel relieved while Su Wan stood there dumbfounded. She closed her eyes and began to silently evaluate Jing Yun for choosing to give up. But while she was not paying attention, Jing Yun suddenly dashed forward like a streak of light. Su Wan felt a shadow zip past her and was so surprised that her eyes widened in shock. Behind her, Weixian was no different as he stood there in a daze with eyes wide open, about to take a fatal punch from Jing. When Su Wan confusedly turned around, she saw Jing Yun wearing a jubilant smile as he swung his arm and delivered a punch straight to Weixian's face, sending him tumbling back. Weixian's cheek was crushed inward by Jing Yun's excruciating punch, making it unclear if he had lost any teeth or not. Weixian sat sprawled on the ground clutching his cheek and stammering while Jing Yun just stood there acting innocent as if he were blameless, saying something absolutely nonsensical about the fact that he had finally opened his mouth. Weixian was still in shock after that world-shaking punch, sitting there trembling and sweating as if he had just run a marathon, only to mutter a confused, "Huh." After hearing Jing Yun's nonsensical words, Jing Yun then matter-of-factly explained that the young lady had said earlier if he opened his mouth he would die, which made Weixian suddenly remember when Su Wan had gripped his wrist and threatened him. After explaining, Jing Yun turned to Su Wan with a haunting smile and, radiating murderous intent, he softly reminded her that the man had now opened his mouth. Hearing that, both Weixian and Su Wan, unable to believe their ears, both of them knitting their brows in confusion and breaking into a cold sweat as they froze up as if hit by a stunning. Jing Yun intentionally wanted Weixian dead but still stood with one hand on his hip acting as if it were all a regrettable accident, claiming he only intended to hit him once without expecting to push him to his death. Seeing her loyal subordinate about to die, Su Wan still wore a bright smile as her eyes lit up as if she had found gold and she let out a "ha." She stared at Jing Yun's smug yet cunning face and thought to herself that he was borrowing a blade to kill because he could not do it personally, calling him a devious man. Realizing his life was about to end, Weixian was scared out of his wits as he raised his trembling hands and shouted that if she killed him his master would intervene. But Jing Yun just stood there mocking his cowardice. Hearing the person who pushed him to his death mock him, Weixian forgot to beg for mercy and glared at Jing Yun, who simply asked if he planned to keep using his master as a shield forever. Determined to push this man to his death, Jing Yun looked at Weixian with contempt and delivered a final remark, telling him not to damage his lord's honor anymore and to just die obedient. Unable to do anything, Weixian could only scowl while grinding his teeth and stammering out curses at the bastard. Su Wan at this moment slightly curled her lips into a smile. Then she stood in the middle of the room with hands on her hips laughing like a lunatic, making both Weixian and Jing Yun turn to look at her in shock, wondering if she was still. After laughing her fill, Suwon turned to Jing-yoon with a satisfied face and smiled, thinking that she had not expected him to come up with such a brilliant plan in an instant. A moment later, Suwon probed Jing-yoon by asking if he was not worried they would kill him to cover everything up, causing Jing-yoon to cover his smile while Wei-xian stared at Suwon in utter shock. Even when threatened with being silenced, Jing-yoon showed no fear but instead challenged Suwon to try it, leading her to realize this whole thing had been a test. Suwon closed her eyes and smiled with satisfaction as she reached into her pocket to pull something out while praising him, thinking to herself that he was a talent anyone would want to possess. She threw a command tablet toward Jing-yoon and told him to take it, while Wei-xian stood behind her in shock with his mouth wide open, shouting for the young lady and asking what that was. Suwon calmly replied that it was her command tablet while Jing-yoon held it tightly, inspecting it to see if it was the real deal. After gifting Jing-yoon such a valuable item, she offered him a favor, saying that with it she would help him with whatever he needed. But Jing-yoon was confused until she explained it was the price for Wei-xian's life. Jing-yoon put the item in his pocket while judging Suwon in his head, thinking she was not stupid since he had expected her to kill her subordinate, while Wei-xian glared at him in frustration over the tablet. Seeing that Jing-yoon seemed to think it was a free gift, Suwon immediately clarified that he did not need to thank her as she was simply investing, which startled Jing-yoon as he repeated her word. Suwon then stood with hands on hips and assumed a grand posture before using an inviting tone to tell division leader candidate Jing-yoon to come under her wing. Suddenly a surge of red energy swirled around Suwon's body, causing her aura to skyrocket as she continued her speech about wanting to become the guild master and needing talents to accompany. After introducing her future goals, Suwon tried to recruit Jing-yoon by promising not to mistreat him, but Jing-yoon remained silent while Wei-xian looked as grumpy. However, Jing-yoon was not as easy to sway as she thought, as he closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly to decline, stating that he did not like conflict. Unable to believe she had been rejected, Suwon still tried to act cool as she closed her eyes and brushed her hair back with one hand while calling his excuse nonsense. She then walked closer to Jing-yoon and started rambling that he probably did not want to associate with someone of weak influence, but mockingly added that her brothers already had enough talent. Suwon walked past Jing-yoon but turned back with a smug smile implying he would regret his choice, asking him if he really thought choosing later would still provide him with an opportunity. Jing-yoon's answer was like a bucket of cold water to Suwon's face, making her eyes widen in disbelief as he simply said it would. Jing-yoon, being more than confident, walked past her and arrogantly replied that as long as he remained a talent everyone desired until then, that would be enough. Hearing this peak response, Suwon was left speechless and frozen in place like a dazed. She turned to look at Jing-yoon's cold and emotionless face, thinking to herself about the look in his eye. After that thought, she stared into Jing-yoon's firm and unwavering eyes, wondering if he was actually being serious or not. Though rejected, Suwon smirked and complained that this was the first time she had come up empty-handed when recruiting, while still pondering his words about being a talent everyone desired. Suwon brushed herself off and walked away, leaving Jing-yoon behind while spitefully muttering that he was indeed confident and that she would wait and see. She tipped her hat and gave a delighted smile, concluding that it was something to look for. Jing-yoon, standing behind her, clasped his hands and bowed slightly as he confidently replied that he would not let the young lady. Now alone in the massive library, Qingling finally spoke up and asked Jing-yoon why he did not follow her previous instructions to take the vessel. Jing-yoon suddenly slammed the book shut and closed his eyes, recalling Suwon's smug smile as he answered Qingling that whether sincere or not, one should at least pretend to bow to that woman. Qingling seemed to regret the opportunity Jing-yoon missed as she knitted her brows and reproachfully asked if he thought such an opportunity was easy to find. Hearing her tone, Jing-yoon guessed her annoyance and smirked, thinking she sounded disappointed because she saw a chance to take over a body identical to her old one. But the Qingling doll just brushed it aside. Although it seemed she would let it go, Qingling soon went back to lamenting that taking the guild master's disciple's body would have accelerated her plans, to which Jing-yoon replied that the risk was too high. Jing-yoon recalled the day the Blood Valley master discussed things with him, saying that senior brother Julian was currently a prime candidate for the next guild master. He calculated in his head that since Julian had the support of 40% of the factions, there was no reason to suddenly make an enemy of them. Suddenly he stepped down from the stairs while grumbling to himself that the past was the past and now it was time for something else. Noticing something different about Jing-yoon, the smoking Qingling was momentarily startled and curiously asked why he was acting strange, to which Jing-yoon replied that he only noticed it once he got close. Jing-yoon pointed out a mysterious door marked in red to Qingling, who looked in that direction with a dazed expression, as she had not yet grasped what was happening. Jing-yoon continued to stare at that door with a suspicious and dangerous look on his face, continuing to mutter that it was coming from right. Suddenly, from the doorway, countless streams of dark power, purple like shrimp paste, were flying out while the inside remained pitch black and impenetrable. Jing-yoon, despite standing quite far from the door, could still sense that mysterious and slightly dangerous power as it poured out like a stream, prompting him to immediately report to Qingling that the dark aura was spreading. Qingling looked at the door with a sense of familiarity and knitted her brows, muttering that it was the place the archive manager had warned Jing-yoon about, specifically describing a deep inner room marked with a red line that they were strictly forbidden from entering. Somehow Jing-yoon still dragged himself to stand before that door, and even though he was hesitant and only dared to peek inside at a mysterious box placed on a high pedestal, he could not help but wonder what it was. Seeing the deep purple dark aura continuously flowing from that strange box, Jing-Yun could not stop himself from questioning if the energy was truly surging from within that object. He tilted his head slightly with a dazed expression of confusion while knitting his brows and thinking to himself how strange it all was. Suddenly, the loud, braying voice of the archive manager echoed from the floor above like a megaphone. A heaven-shaking scream that immediately piqued Jing-Yun's curiosity and caused him to turn back to check the situation. The archive manager was trembling incessantly while picking up one book after another, sitting amidst a pile of tattered manuals with a face wrinkled like a monkey's bottom as he stammered about the secret manuals. Then he wailed piteously about how many manuals there actually were, while Jing-Yun glanced back from below and began to somberly calculate his next move. Suddenly, he grew bold enough to defy the library's rules and confidently stepped into the forbidden red-painted room without a second thought. Before he could even take 3 steps inside, a cry of agony resonated from within, calling out the name Dong. Hearing this, Jing-Yun was so shocked that he froze like status with his eyes wide open, thinking to himself that the voice sounded strangely familiar. The mysterious box, surrounded by a heavy dark aura, continued to emit desperate wails calling for Dong, and complaining about how suffocating the place was. Not only that, but the dark mist even formed the image of Jing-Yun's grandfather sitting there and begging for his life, causing Jing-Yun to startle and whisper his grandfather's name in his mind. He stood there with a pained expression while staring at the hallucination of his grandfather and remaining as silent as a mute. Suddenly seeing Jing-Yun standing there dazed and refusing to move, Qing-Ling asked a question that acted like a bucket of cold water to wake him up, leading him to look down and ask if she saw nothing. Qing-Ling didn't understand what this crazy man was talking about and asked what there was to see, and once confirmed she saw nothing, Jing-Yun closed his eyes in relief and sighed that it was just an illusion, which earned him a disdainful look and a mocking remark from Qing-Ling about whether he intended to be fooled by such tricks. Feeling embarrassed, Jing-Yun returned to his cold and calm persona, looking forward with narrowed eyes and replying that he of course would not be fooled, even though he privately fumed about the entity daring to impersonate his grandfather. Seeing Qing-Ling ruin its plan, the box angrily released a mass of dark aura that made Jing-Yun flinch and step back while it screamed, asking how a foul spirit like her dared to interfere with it. Insulted by being called a foul spirit, Qing-Ling turned red with rage and flailed her limbs as she screamed back, while Jing-Yun ignored her outburst and focused intently on the mysterious box. Suddenly, the cracked mysterious box used a commanding tone to order Jing-Yun to open it, revealing that the dark aura was surging out through a fissure on its lid. Jing-Yun was startled for a moment by the bossy box and glanced up at the strange, speaking object. The box began to emit even more dark aura and black magic, refusing to shut up and instead trying to tempt Jing-Yun with material rewards, promising to grant any wish as the one who controlled the power of death. Realizing the box's intentions, Jing-Yun folded his arms and let out a sinister, mocking smile, ridiculing the box for trying to grant wishes when it could not even save itself, while Qing-Ling smirked in disdain alongside him. Surprised by the mockery, the box jumped in startlement while Jing-Yun feigned thoughtfulness, stroking his chin and asking Qing-Ling what exactly that thing was. Qing-Ling, acting like a walking encyclopedia, manifested beside the wooden doll and casually explained while smoking her pipe that it seemed like an evil spirit sealed inside an old box whose voice was leaking out. The box then began to speak to Jing-Yun as if they were long-lost friends, complaining about her explanation and calling him a Taoist for traveling with a wild spirit, to which Jing-Yun replied that he was a collector of wandering souls. The box continued to talk familiarly as if it had met people like him before, mentioning a shaman from the past, which left Jing-Yun puzzled as he asked what a shaman was. Seeing his ignorance, the box explained that shamans were the eyes of the earth, strange creatures born from human bellies. As a gruesome image of a 3-eyed monster appeared, the box continued its chatter, saying they were believed to bring bad luck and were often killed at birth, causing Jing-Yun to envision a bloody newborn and solemnly repeat the word, shaman, in his mind. Suddenly, the box began to fade as if it might disappear from the pedestal. Yet its voice persisted, lamenting that since that man had visited, no one could sense its existence anymore. Qing-Ling was startled and shouted that erasing someone's perception was against the laws of the world, but the box just sneered at her, mocking the wild spirit for knowing so much. Qing-Ling, unable to take the box's insults, began to thrash around in a rage while Jing-Yun stood by with a doting smile and told her to restrain herself, only for her to snap back at him in frustration. Then Jing-Yun's expression darkened as he gave a cunning smile, mysteriously telling Qing-Ling that he had a better way. Remembering something, Qing-Ling cheered up and told Jing-Yun that he used to be great at creating shikigami, but he needed to weaken the spirit before devouring it. Hearing this, Jing-Yun grabbed his own wrist and confirmed that this was indeed his plan. Seeing him treat the capture so easily, the box became indignant and screamed at him for underestimating the master of death, though Jing-Yun just stared blankly and asked why that mattered. However, the box then asked a critical question that made Jing-Yun pause, asking if he did not want to see his grandfather again. Jing-Yun narrowed his eyes and stared at the foolish box, contemplating the situation for a long while, finally deciding to release the evil spirit, telling the box he would grant its request to be set free, which made the box gleefully instruct him on how to open it. Before the box could finish, Jing-Yun raised his hand to cut it off, saying, "Wait a moment," which left the box startled and confused. Jing-Yun gave a sly smile and reached out to absorb the box's dark magic, activating his soul-swallowing ritual to siphon energy, while mockingly telling the box to share its excess power. Once it realized what was happening, the box screamed for him to stop, but Jing-Yun just stood there firmly absorbing its power and told it that it was already too late. As the dark magic swirled around him, Jing-Yun thought to himself that the entity had more energy than he had expected, even though he had only consumed a little. Feeling the massive surge of energy, Jing-Yun smiled with delight, noting that he had already absorbed enough to equal the power of 50 people while the black streams continued to flow toward him. The box could only wail as its power was drained, begging him not to take its authority and energy. While collecting the energy, Jing-Yun began to wonder what the creature truly was, as his intuition signaled that something was not quite right. Qing Ling appeared and gleefully urged Jing-Yun to turn the weakened spirit into a Shikigami now that he had absorbed enough malign energy. Jing-Yun, always obedient to her like a simpleton, agreed immediately and activated his vital aura before lunging toward the box. Even as he moved, his sixth sense continued to warn him that something was off. Despite his internal doubt, he slammed his purple aura onto the lid, causing a massive shockwave that blew everything back and left him staring in shock. The aura suddenly vanished from his hand, leaving him sweating and confused as he stared at his palm and wondered what the hell was happening. Suddenly, the cracks on the wooden lid began to spread everywhere, and a mysterious purple power erupted from the fissures. Seeing this, both Jing-Yun and Qing Ling shared the same being completely shocked with furrowed brows and eyes widened as if their pupils might fall out. A thick white smoke suddenly swirled around the box and Jing-Yun, creating an atmosphere that was both mysterious and terrifying. The pressure from that passing mist was so immense that Jing-Yun began to break out in a cold. That smoke was so terrifyingly powerful that even the small wooden Qing Ling doll ended up flinching. More and more water stains began appearing on that box as a faint golden power suddenly surged out from those cracks while the white smoke outside grew thicker and thicker as the box's smug voice rang out again, prattling with delight that it knew since he was a human who could manipulate demonic energy and possessed enough power to break a seal made from Holy Spirit wood. Though it never thought a human could own such strength, an ancient, withered face with a pale white beard and teeth that looked like they were brushed 10 times a day appeared before Jing-Yun, remarking that indeed, the boy truly was quite lucky. At this moment, Jing-Yun could no longer maintain his bravado as he sat there drenched in sweat with a darkened expression, staring intently at the water demon rank spirit beast before him, while thinking to himself that he had been tricked from the very beginning. Everything had been an act as the beast only pretended to be trapped, and while Jing-Yun's mind was still wandering, a strange scroll suddenly flew out from the box at the same time the box itself shattered into dozens of pieces. That scroll flew right in front of Jing-Yun's face and opened itself, leaving Jing-Yun standing below in stunned surprise as he grimaced and stood frozen in place, staring intently at the paper. Turned out that the paper was actually a landscape painting which Jing-Yun stared at while thinking to himself that such a beautiful landscape painting actually hid something inside. One surprise followed another when a surge of pitch-black energy suddenly began swirling around the painting with a destructive force so immense that Jing-Yun was blown back, unable to even stand firm. The withered old face of the water demon rank spirit beast emerged, looking terrifying with wrinkles like an 80-year-old man yet eyes shining as bright as car headlights, leaving Jing-Yun dazed and speechless as he could only talk to himself in his mind about such an existence. It then naturally took a step out of that painting as the surrounding atmosphere had unknowingly turned blood red some time ago. The wooden Qing Ling doll hidden inside Jing-Yun's clothes was so shocked that she began stuttering, calling out in an irrational voice that this was impossible and that this was not something Rong Sang could face, while Jing-Yun remained confused, gritting his teeth as he backed away to defend himself. A massive amount of evil energy gathered at a single point in front of the scene where the water demon rank spirit beast had completely emerged from the painting, kneeling in the center of the room to pull all that dark energy toward itself while Jing-Yun could only stand there blankly. A book called The Multicloud Classic of Mountains and Seas which recorded legends and monsters throughout the Central Plain. The mysterious book with its secluded green cover appeared, containing writing that's, upon opening the book, one would see the contents inside that among the various species of spirits and monsters, there existed high-level entities that should absolutely never be approached as these entities had existed since the dawn of chaos. Qing Ling saw the scene of the dark energy continuously fluttering everywhere like a waterfall, leaving her 3 parts terrified and 7 parts confused as her face puckered up like a monkey's rear with veins bulging out while she gritted her teeth in a cold sweat that poured like a stream, showing how tense the situation. They were monsters of the spirit beast rank, and the water demon rank spirit beast was as large as a giant, staring with wide eyes and a smile at the tiny Jing-Yun below. Behind the old man's back, a fox with glowing golden eyes like lamps appeared in a fit of rage, revealing that the creature was water demon rank spirit beast who kept flashing a smile that showed 10 of its teeth while staring at Jing Yun with a terrifying gaze, mockingly asking him if he was trembling. Jing Yun stood opposite him, only able to sweat profusely in fear as he grimaced and glanced at the terrifying old man. Realizing it was a monster entity standing at the highest position of the mountain spirits and monsters, each entity and its image was listed out as predators.
Esters. Monster beasts.
Demonic beasts, beasts, for spirit beasts were creatures that almost only existed in legend. The face of a woman with heterochromatic eyes suddenly appeared as she prattled on with the introduction that they were legendary creatures. Jing Yun's entire body kept jerking as if he had touched lava while facing the extremely difficult water demon rank spirit beast, wondering if he could return alive as his mind raced with thoughts that just facing them made his skin burn, and even lifting his head was difficult while he gritted his teeth in a cold sweat, noticing that Qing Ling had also suddenly gone silent without guiding him, leaving Jing Yun to think helplessly that even Qing Ling could only watch the situation in silence. That spirit beast was right in front of him, and as Jing Yun thought this, he sweated heavily and scowled while staring intently at the spirit beast. He looked at the massive water demon rank spirit beast standing tall like a mountain before him with eyes shining like car headlights and a body shrouded in white magic like thick smoke, representing an otherworldly entity and a calamity whose danger no one could estimate. Suddenly, the monster pointed a pitch-black finger that looked diseased toward the ground and let out a soft snort. Immediately after, Jing Yun lost his balance and fell forward for no reason with his face puckered in confusion, while his lips had grown as dry as if he hadn't used balm in 10 years. With just one finger from the spirit beast, Jing Yun suddenly fell face first toward the ground. Though luckily he managed to catch himself with both hands to keep his face intact while the ground around him kept cracking and stones flew everywhere as Jing Yun could still hold his ground. The water demon rank spirit beast lifted its hand in regret and clicked its tongue, lamenting that it had intended to crush him to death, but somehow even its fingernails radiated that white smoke. Jing Yun, drenched in sweat and grimacing, didn't know if he would survive but still mockingly commented to the monster that for someone who was sealed, the old man was still quite strong. Seeing himself being praised, the monster's eyes lit up like light bulbs as his entire body surged with power while his hand kept a spell holding Jing Yun down, and he laughed heartily, prattling that he was still strong and that having been sealed for thousands of years, it was natural to be weakened. Yet a pest like Jing Yun had no right to judge. Hearing this, Jing Yun somehow broke into a smile that was 3 parts bitter and 7 parts disdainful as he stared at the beast, thinking to himself that being called a pest wasn't wrong, but wondered if the entity was truly weakened. Suddenly, that white-bearded, silver-haired old monster glanced down and smiled at Jing Yun while offering praise that he was commendable as the beast simultaneously hooked his finger back, causing his pitch-black fingernail to continuously radiate purple dark magic. He had only just hooked his finger back when that dark magic suddenly surged out to snatch Jing Yun's small wooden dolls, giving him a startle, though he could do nothing but grit his teeth and watch them be taken while the old man prattled on as he pilfered the items, expressing surprise that a human could tame minor demons. As Kuei Zhaoxia wooden doll was being pulled toward the old man, she could only open her mouth wide to call out to let her master know she was being taken. The Qing Ling wooden doll was not so lucky, as she was attacked by the monster's dark arts until her skin cracked, causing her to let out a sharp cry. Suddenly and unexpectedly, Qing Ling appeared from nowhere, gritting her teeth as she quickly grabbed the remaining wooden doll and jumped away, stealing a glance back at the demonic old man. The water demon rank spirit beast saw Qing Ling jumping nimbly like a squirrel and let out a cold laugh, mumbling a compliment that this minor demon girl wasn't bad. While Qing Ling's face was extremely tense, right after finishing the compliment, the monster shifted to wanting to eat her alive, remarking that he happened to be hungry and a minor demon like her could satisfy his stomach. Having said that, he launched a bunch of magical tentacles toward Qing Ling, catching her off guard as her eyebrows knit together and her eyes went wide, seeing the dark energy of the old monster closing in to envelop her. Qing Ling grimaced in fear and screamed until the veins on her neck bulged out. White-bearded, silver-haired old monster puckered his mouth to release that massive magic while glaring and prattling again that he was the master of the Sea of Corpses, an entity birthing countless memories of life and death, and commanded the minor demon to offer up her spiritual power. Suddenly Jing Yun activated his keen spirit and rushed forward with a serious face to save Qing Ling, but he was detected by that demonic entity, didn't even bother to turn around and simply let out an inquisitive grunt and laughed disdainfully, snorting as he flicked his eyes over and used his diseased black finger to gesture toward the sky. Suddenly, Jing Yun's entire body was pulled upward, shocking him so much that his eyebrows knit together and his eyes bulged. The old monster's finger pointed to the sky while simultaneously Jing Yun's entire body shot up and slammed into the ceiling with a loud crash as dust and rocks rained down like a storm. Jing Yun was stuck firmly to the ceiling, frozen in shock with eyes as round as marbles while he still felt the pain and let out a cry. Crazy old man would not let him off that easily as he broke into a strange, smug smile and flicked his finger in another direction. The evil demon pointed his finger in a full circle around the room, causing Jing Yun to be dragged along and slammed from one side to the other. He was like a puppet being toyed with by the monster, forced to obey its commands as rocks flew everywhere wherever Jing Yun passed, meaning this room would be ruined after today. Jingyun's face was now covered in scratches with blood dripping everywhere as he coughed in pain with gritted teeth, while small stones continuously flew past his face. Kuei Zhaoxia suddenly rushed out from the small wooden doll with a scowl as if someone had offended her. Her mouth tightening as she screamed for someone to hurry. A moment later, she used her magic to launch a bunch of long chains that tightly bound the water demon rank spirit beast's body, making him freeze up like stone while the brave little girl shouted for him to let her master. The monster could not be controlled by such measly chains as he broke them with a slight struggle, sending them flying everywhere and leaving the little girl unable to believe her eyes as she gasped while the spirit beast turned to look at her with a demonic smile, mockingly praising the minor demon for being clever. Right after that, he laughed with delight and snapped his fingers while still prattling threatening words that she would pay the price for daring to touch his precious body, acting as if he was truly valuable. Right after speaking, he turned and severed both of Kuei Zhaoxia's arms. An event that happened so fast she couldn't even process it, and could only stare blankly in shock as blood splattered everywhere in a gruesome manner. A moment later, feeling the pain, Kuei Zhaoxia looked up at the sky and grimaced while screaming loudly. Jingyun lay sprawled on the ground in a corner, feeling incredibly furious but unable to do anything as he tried to clasp his hands against the ground with tattered clothes looking like a beggar and blood everywhere, so that he looked no different from a corpse if he closed his eyes. In the large room, the water demon rank spirit beast stood leisurely with his hands behind his back like he owned the place. He casually watched Jingyun lying face down on the ground surrounded by scattered boulders, while the armless Kuei Zhaoxia sat in a pool of blood looking pitiful, leaving only Qingling safe and sound. Sitting alone in a corner, she witnessed her companion about to die and felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts bitter, while her face puckered like a dried date as sweat poured down while she gritted her teeth, wanting to rush in and fight but being unable to do so. One would think Jingyun was about to die and would lower his head, but instead he forced his bloody face up to break into a smile and prattled on that it seemed they had messed with the wrong person. Seeing that Jingyun could still smile, the old monster stepped toward him while he was trembling like a leaf trying to stand up, asking if he could still laugh in the situation and stating his desire to see him tremble in fear. Suddenly, the library manager ran to the door and screamed in a panic about what on earth was happening. A shout that caused the old monster to freeze in surprise for about 2 seconds. Seeing a mysterious giant old man suddenly appearing in the forbidden room, the library manager was 3 parts terrified and 7 parts confused, asking with a scowl who he was. Instead of answering the question, the old monster leisurely turned to look at him and said something cryptic about it being him, which the manager didn't understand at all despite being. The old monster reached out his grimy black hand toward the manager and widened his eyes into a haunting smile while muttering that he had always wanted to eat human flesh, reaching out only to see the man was completely unaffected. The old monster's face turned dull with a hint of suspicion while the manager, who hadn't processed everything yet, just stood there with his legs splayed, looking puzzled and grimacing. The monster then began to doubt himself as he raised his hand to stare at it and grumbled in frustration, wondering what was going on. Standing in the middle of the room looking out at where the manager stood where a red line was glowing, he suddenly realized something and wondered if it was because of that red line and what that 3-eyed brat had done. Seeing that he couldn't pull the person in, the monster casually strolled forward with an air of disdain, declaring that he would simply walk out, causing the manager to see the old monster approaching and flee in terror while screaming out for breath. Just as the old monster's foot was about to touch that red, a golden wall of power suddenly manifested, throwing the water demon-class spirit beast backward. The manager, who was running, saw this and stopped in shock with his eyes wide and mouth agape, looking back. Furthermore, a barrage of brilliant golden power rays continuously lunged at the monster, forcing him to grimace and raise his hands for protection while shouting in confusion about what was happening. Jingyun, seeing this from his spot, furrowed his brows as he suddenly realized something. Then he tried to lift his head to look toward Zuxia and Qingling, shouting out a command for them to get out immediately. Hearing that, Qingling, Zuxia, and Jingyun all screwed up their faces and gritted their teeth, using every ounce of strength to dash outside as if being chased by dogs. Seeing his prey about to escape, the water demon-class spirit beast, wide-eyed in shock, reached out his hand and yelled at, but fortunately only Qingling and Zuxia managed to cross the red line in time, while Jingyun was pulled back by the old monster's dark arts, causing him to fall face first and cry out in pain while Qingling and Zuxia stood outside, gaping in shock. Seeing Jingyun pulled back by that old man, Qingling called out to the mortal in a cold sweat while Zuxia stood nearby, equally flustered, frowning deeply and shouting for her master. The monster used magic to bind Jingyun tightly, making him hover in the air, and while controlling him, he remarked that Jingyun was quick to grasp the situation and use his brain in such a short time. Though Jingyun cursed silently at his terrible luck and annoying situation, feeling irritated at being called annoying, the monster glared at Jingyun and snapped back that he was the one who felt troubled, questioning how someone who wasn't an immortal could be so strong and cursing that 3-eyed bastard, while Jingyun could only remain silent. Suddenly Jingyun took the initiative to speak to the monster about the previous proposal, causing the old monster to look over in surprise and confusion. Even though he was on the brink of death, Jingyun remained overconfident, flashing a handsome smile and adopting a calm, negotiating tone to ask the old monster if the offer to grant a wish in exchange for opening the chest was still valid. Not understanding the boy's intention, the old monster asked about the proposal, yet Jingyun shamelessly pointed out that result-wise, he was the reason the monster was able to get out. The hateful old man gave a disdainful and smug smile, dismissing Jingyun's nonsense by saying it was ridiculous, and that he was only testing Jingyun's greed. Seeing that he couldn't negotiate with the stingy old man, Jingyun could only maintain an awkward smile and mockingly praise his cunning. Though in his head he acknowledged the man's 1,000 years of experience, seeing how this guy had been teasing since earlier, the water demon-class spirit beast gave a mysterious and sinister smile, twirling a finger and wondering if Jingyun was too confident or if he simply didn't know the time. The old monster asked if he was confident he wouldn't die, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he twisted Jingyun's arm backward, leaving him shocked and in agonizing pain. Despite the excruciating pain, Jingyun forced a smile and replied tremblingly that the monster was wrong about the latter part. Seeing Jingyun remain so calm, the monster's eyes flared with rage as he asked if Jingyun wanted his leg ripped out too. But Jingyun just hovered there and calmly replied that if he died, the monster wouldn't be able to leave. Hearing this, the water demon-class spirit beast stroked his beard and smiled gently like a grandfather, mocking Jingyun by asking if he would help him escape in exchange for his life, noting that Jingyun still valued his life after all. But Jingyun smiled indifferently as if he didn't care for living and told the old monster that since everyone dies eventually, there was no reason to regret his life, prompting the old monster to ask why he was begging for mercy. Suddenly Jingyun flashed a haunting smile and spoke in a terrifying tone, saying it was because he still had someone to kill. Upon hearing this, the water demon-class spirit beast's eyes lit up and he bared his teeth in a grin, asking if Jingyun wanted revenge on someone. Suddenly the monster turned and walked away, leaving Jingyun floating behind as he stroked his beard and mused about how interesting it was that Jingyun only wanted his own life, to which Jingyun replied that in this situation, surviving was precious enough. Seemingly satisfied with Jingyun's answer, the old man turned back with a delighted smile and praised his quick wit. Then the unpleasant old man snapped his fingers, causing Jingyun to fall face first onto the ground as the monster decided to make an exception for his life. As soon as Jingyun hit the ground, he winced and used one hand to reset his joint, trying to catch his breath while adjusting his bone. Then with a sudden, painful crack, Jingyun snapped his bone back into place and let out a sharp cry. The monster standing tall in front of him just pursed his lips and muttered about the boy, thinking to himself that his arm would be useless at this rate. Suddenly Jingyun glanced back at Qingling and Zuxia, who were standing outside the door watching the scene. Kneeling before the old monster, he thought to himself that there was only one chance, while outside Qingling and Zuxia watched him intently. But the water demon-class spirit beast's voice rang out, calling him immortal and sounding like he was about to go back on his word. Then the old monster's magical tentacles suddenly wrapped around Jingyun, causing him to jump up in shock. The conniving monster raised a finger filled with dark arts and asked with a devious smile why he should have to strike a deal at all. Standing beside Jingyun, he smiled sinisterly at the boy's disgruntled, gritted teeth expression as he prepared to renege on their agreement, stating that he could simply control Jingyun's body like this instead. Realizing he couldn't outsmart this old fox and had instead been played, Jingyun forced a faint smile and thought helplessly that he had been tricked. Looking at the wrinkled face laughing with delight, he thought to himself that he couldn't trust humans or even the spirit beast, as the old man's long life left him with no opening. Feeling completely helpless, Jingyun narrowed his eyes and gave up, thinking that this was the end and apologizing to his father for being unable to avenge him. At the entrance, Qingling's brow was furrowed with worry and fear while Zuxia could not control her emotions and looked ready to burst into tears. Jingyun turned back to look at them, his face covered in blood but showing no signs of pain. He curled his lips into a light, mocking laugh. Looking at them, he tormented himself over why he couldn't get revenge in this moment, his heart torn by the thought of those like Qingling and Zuxia who became vengeful spirits even after death while they could only stand frozen and watch him fight alone. Questioning himself, he spread his hand as a purple mist began to spread from it like a flickering flame he was igniting. At that moment, he seemed to wake up and push himself, wondering if his hatred was not enough as he ground his teeth together, signaling that the time had come. Clenching his fist so hard his nails nearly tore his skin, he determined not to let himself be weak and firmly declared that such a thing was impossible. Immediately, that purple magic flew toward the spirit beast, who widened his eyes in surprise and stammered about the boy. His eyes blazed like two burning fires and fury was etched clearly on his face as he directed the magic toward the monster, demanding more. With a storm rising within him, he channeled all his power to summon the fury from the deepest part of his soul. Qingling was stunned by the sight and screamed, wondering what it was as she realized the aura gathering was even stronger than battle spirit. She couldn't believe her eyes because only those who had broken through to the transcendent level could do such a thing, while Jingyun, consumed by unspeakable resentment, thrust out his hand and released a blade-like burst of purple and black energy. Wondering what it could be and if it was actually resentment aura, she broke into a cold sweat over its color, her eyes wide with uncontrollable surprise as she called out to the mortal. Back in the battle, Jingyun's eyes were still glowing red in the dark room as he took a stance for a fatal blow and growled softly. Then he shouted Moonless Void Sword, sending a peak wave of destructive power toward the old spirit beast, caused him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Destructive force also pushed Jingyun back, making his feet skid a long distance as he braced himself with one hand on the ground. But that bit of power was nothing to the spirit beast. He stood up in an instant and walked toward him with an arrogant tone, asking how he could still control his body, while Jingyun continued to aim his strongest blade at him. He marveled at the strange situation as he raised his long-clawed hand, which emitted a massive destructive current, before adding a butt. Jingyun stood frozen for a moment, unable to predict the next move. The old man laughed mockingly at the interesting turn of events as Jingyun backed away. The spirit beast reached behind his back to summon. A sharp, ice-white hand appeared as he smiled with calculating intent. His face showed his sense of superiority with his beard fluttering in the storm he created, as he bluntly stated he wanted to probe Jingyun's body for answers. Hearing this, Jingyun acknowledged his own limits but wondered if he could bridge the gap. Looking at the monster with rage and shouting out loud, determining to try until the end, he prepared to charge, but suddenly blood-red hands flew past him toward the front, catching his attention. More and more hands appeared from behind him, flying toward the spirit beast as if to tear him apart, leaving the monster stunned and confused, being attacked continuously by the blood hands. The monster grew angry and hissed, cursing the wretched ghost. Jingyun, still in shock, saw a crimson robe fluttering in the chaos and watched with his mouth wide, with her red robes fluttering as she controlled the streaks of blood. He recognized her instantly as Qingling, who furiously crossed the red line to lunge at the wicked old man. He was struck by the sudden blow, falling backward onto with blood spatters staining her cheeks. Her voice rose into a harsh and grating growl as she spat the word, glancing toward Zhang. Her face hardened as she screamed at him to run. He stared at the girl before him, her face smeared with blood causing a fleeting moment of shock before he quickly snapped back to his senses. Turning around, he began to run back toward the red line, Qingling behind to struggle against the old man who was a water demon rank spirit. Yet he suddenly hesitated and slowed to a stop, turning his head back slightly as he wondered. He looked at her, his mind filled with unanswerable doubts. For even if Qingling was his Shikigami, she did not have to do this. And as she continued to struggle with that cruel wretch, he wondered if she believed he would avenge her. A thought the boy immediately dismissed as impossible but continued to wonder why Zhang was still lost in that internal turmoil. The old spirit beast suddenly grabbed Qingling by the throat and growled that he had once mistaken her for a common created ghost, causing her face to contort in pain as her airway was His eyes bulged with triumph as he declared he was hungry, and then opened his mouth, releasing a cloud of black smoke that enveloped the woman's body as if to devour her whole while she cried out in agony under his crushing pressure. Seeing that scene, he snapped out of his daze and started in surprise, having failed to predict the man's sudden move. His gaze met Qingling's and, seeing that he was still there, she muttered a confused why. His grip tightened further so she, fearing for his safety rather than her own, strained to shout for him to run while looking at him with desperate eyes and choking out her, witnessing the fragile girl struggle for life while still worrying for him. He seemed to realize something as his eyes brightened. Instantly, he turned around and ground his teeth in a fit of rage, shifting his feet into a firm stance to brace himself. The beast in human skin noticed his turnaround but kept his hand clamped firmly around Qingling's neck. Jingyun, wanting to test something, raised two fingers and swirled them to create a purple current with an unpredictable expression, which suggested a hidden scheme. Both the spirit beast and Qingling turned to look at him, with the former asking in confusion what he was doing. Without letting him finish, he pointed his finger in one direction and the energy surged forward at his command. Unexpectedly, he aimed that metaphorical blade at his own chest with an expressionless face because he knew exactly what he was doing. While Qingling gasped in, he flew into a rage with a distorted face and gritted teeth as if the boy had committed a celestial sin. Mu Jingyun fared no better as blood poured from his mouth, as though he were about to meet Yama himself. Fresh blood continued to gush out yet he curled his lips into a smile of sheer delight and struggled to call out, "Old man." He seemingly achieved his goal with his fingers buried deep in his chest and blood soaking his shirt before he whispered to ask if the old man wanted to trap him there forever. Right after speaking, he thrust his hand deeper into his chest, causing blood to spray just as his body tilted to one side, prompting the replacement spirit beast to release Qingling and rush toward him screaming no. Like a scene from a romance movie, he coughed weakly, and as the old man grabbed his head and roared, "You bastard." The elder had no idea that Zhang had already moved his other hand behind his back to prepare a palm strike. The man seemed driven mad as he struggled to pull Zhang up, though his intentions were far from noble, thinking that if Zhang died he could never escape, turning him into a scheming demon about to reveal its true form. Before he could act, Zhang's hand quickly gripped his and pulled it out of his body, catching the enemy off guard in the midst of his cruel thoughts as Zhang said with a mysterious smile. He mockingly added it was far too difficult to catch the old man's hand. As those words left his mouth, a brilliant purple light erupted in the space, leaving the elder unable to process if Zhang had intentionally set a trap. Without a word, he used all his strength to execute a technique that surrounded the celestial beast with pitch-black air currents, as if to crush his massive body, while Zhang roared with momentum. The elder didn't realize Zhang had outmaneuvered him, knowing the celestial beast always avoided his techniques because they prevented the precise control of spirit energy. So Zhang gripped the demon's wrist with firm eyes, certain he had won the game. The old man glared at him, furious that he couldn't just kill this brat to vent his anger. Yet he didn't dare since Zhang understood that without him, the elder couldn't escape, able to let an inferior person insult him. He pressed Zhang's head down and spat out foul words, calling him a lowly insect. He slammed Zhang's head into the ground with a painful thud, but Zhang just laughed like a madman to provoke him, driving the old man into a raspy-voiced rage that wouldn't stop. He bashed Zhang's head harder and harder until the ground shattered into pieces. Yet Zhang continued to laugh senselessly. The old man cursed fiercely but suddenly froze, realizing while venting his anger on Zhang that he wasn't the only opponent in the room as bloody hands lunged forward to seize him. It was none other than Qingling, who rushed forward from behind with a face full of murderous intent, controlling hundreds of hands to fly toward him. The celestial beast was pinned down and could do nothing but curse him as a bastard. She didn't back down, her powerful female voice warning him not to underestimate her. The elder was confused about which one to deal with first when he noticed the one whose head he was holding started making a strange sound. Very quickly after that, Mu Jingyun burst into a long fit of laughter as if he had never laughed before. The celestial beast stared at him, unable to understand what kind of crazy thing had possessed this madman. He kept pressing Zhang's head down to stop the laughter through pain, but Zhang just laughed even harder to drive him insane. The despicable old man was successfully terrified by Zhang, his eyes wide with shock as he stared forward. His eyes were filled with resentment while his mind was swamped by a dozen furies. Leading this exalted, released Zhang's head while still astonished that he, one of the 6 demons, looking directly into Zhang's contemptuous eyes and demonic smile, hiding something he didn't want anyone to know yet feeling afraid. This demon in human skin gritted his teeth as sweat poured down his forehead, unable to believe his eyes that he felt this way before a mere mortal. Blood from his nose and mouth covered Mu Jingyun's face, yet he still laughed loudly with delight. In the darkening space surrounded by blood, Mu Jingyun collapsed onto the ground while the celestial beast knelt beside him, his eyes looking vaguely into thin air as the exalted one of the 6 demons processed. Zhang's mouth was still wide with a triumphant smile, a sight that seemed to drive the celestial beast crazy. The beast was startled by the triumphant laughter as his face began to change with fury and hatred. He gnashed his teeth in disbelief, feeling genuine fear before this lowly mortal which shouldn't be possible, driving him mad. He stood up with eyes glowing like electrical sparks and grabbed Mu Jingyun's head, shouting that an exalted one who had lived thousands of years and spread fear could never fear him. The celestial beast exerted all his power as his eyes glowed strangely to release something unknown, roaring that the bastard had brought this all on himself. As they faced off, the beast held Mu Jingyun's head while the boy gripped the elder's wrist tightly, a blue light radiating toward Mu Jingyun who watched with suspicious eyes, unsure of the next trick. Qingling seemingly realized something and panicked, sweat covering her elegant face as she wondered if he suddenly let the blue light pierce Mu Jingyun's eyes and mouth, causing him to resist weakly against the violent intrusion from the cruel celestial beast. Qingling flung her red dress and rushed toward them, screaming no, as she realized the soul was leaving the body to possess the mortal, who couldn't possibly withstand a celestial beast. Seeing the yellow talisman on the red door with 2 Chinese characters, the light of the celestial beast was suddenly withdrawn from Mu Jingyun's body. The beast let out a great cry as the blue light suddenly reversed and overwhelmed him before the astonished eyes of the duo. Mu Jingyun hadn't even regained his senses as he looked at the beast with exhausted eyes, seemingly understanding something as the light retreated and the elder staggered upright, asking what was inside there. That was the yellow talisman on the door with the words, Demon Seal. The celestial beast's blood boiled with rage as he covered one eye and gritted his teeth, shouting at that. Mu Jingyun gasped for breath after the collision, suspiciously asking what the old man was talking about. The celestial beast suddenly spat out black and purple fluid, cursing that it was extreme. He lunged his hands toward Zhang's as fluid splashed everywhere. The boy's eyes stared in fear at the celestial beast who barked in frustration at him. The celestial beast with sharp teeth roared a threat, asking how he dared to do such a thing to the exalted one while Ling and Mu Jingyun looked up together, the former panicked by the events while the latter remained calm to observe the next move. Giant orange-yellow eyes full of rage appeared before Mu Jingyun, sharp as if electrical sparks were passing through them. In an instant, he revealed his true form as a celestial beast with a mouthful of sharp fangs and fierce eyes that wanted to swallow the one before him. He pounced toward Qingling and the boy, snapping at them for daring to make his exalted self reveal his original form. The cruel beast opened his mouth wide to intimidate them with fangs, vowing to kill the person. For a moment, the celestial beast suddenly froze for a few seconds as if he had missed a beat. He discovered Mu Jingyun sitting there with his hands spread out to subdue the purple air currents, leading the beast to wonder if he was absorbing energy, where that energy was coming from, realizing a minute later that the boy was sucking the purple currents from behind his back. Purple mist rose intensely from the fragments of the box behind the celestial beast, causing him to suspect the pieces were celestial spirit wood. The celestial beast turned his eyes as sharp as daggers toward the fragments and realized it was death energy. Exploding in rage at the bastard who had been doing this, turning toward Mu Jingyun who was subduing the death energy. He kept screaming in fury for him to stop immediately. The gold-rimmed landscape painting on the blue background quickly sucked in the death energy. Unexpectedly, the painting straightened itself as if being pulled taut by someone. Bottom part of the landscape emitted an unusually dazzling light. In the ruins after the confrontation, blue-white threads suddenly shot out from the painting to encase the rampaging celestial beast, while Qingling stood by and the boy continued subduing the purple current. Mu Jingyun exerted his strength to master the death energy, thinking to himself that if this was a spirit box used for sealing a beast, removing the evil energy would make it functional again, as his prediction proved correct. The celestial beast was surrounded by the blue-white threads. Opening his mouth to stick out a blue tongue and scream, he questioned how such a mediocre sealing method could work. Though the threads didn't snap into pieces, Mu Jingyun and Qingling jumped down from above toward the beast's position. Taking him by surprise, they both lunged down and kicked the inner body of the celestial beast, flipping him backward while the painting released dozens more sealing threads to pull him inside. After that earth-shattering kick, the boy and Qingling looked back to see if the celestial beast had been defeated. Beast with flaming eyes stood there with his mouth agape, frozen and unable to do anything else. Having overcome the disaster, Qingling in her red outfit with eyes as cold as ice softly bid the mad beast farewell, telling him not to meet again. Mu Jingyun could finally manage a parting smile. Blue light seemed to swallow the celestial beast with immeasurable power. The beast was dragged backward into the painting, screaming no! In a frantic rage, a halo of light rotated around the drawing of the struggling beast as he was completely subdued into the artwork. The blue painting quickly rolled itself shut. Broken fragments gradually fused back together to form the ancient box. Roll lay neat and still as the lid of the box automatically snapped shut and locked with mysterious white smoke surrounding. The ancient box rested in its place as if it had never been shattered, while the hazy white mist floated in the air. The scene gradually fell silent as Mu Jingyun and Qingling stared at the wooden box on the shelf, catching their breath after the fierce battle. His body began to shake uncontrollably. Mu Jingyun, with his body covered in blood, clutched his neck and felt somewhat satisfied with himself because he had nearly died. He sat slumped on the floor in exhaustion while Qingling lay nearby in her flattering red attire near the ancient box that now sat perfectly. Cracks began to appear across Mu Jingyun's face like shattered glass, causing Qingling to notice the abnormality and call out to the mortal in worry, while secretly wondering why his skin was fractured. As the cracks grew deeper and more numerous, a strange light began to emanate from within the fissures. His bleak back was surrounded by massive amounts of swirling multicolored energy that grew in intensity and surged into the air, making Qingling look up in shock as she realized he was undergoing body reconstruction. This phenomenon modeled a person whose body was enveloped in colored energy during body reconstruction. For when one reached the absolute peak and attained realization of the transcendence realm, the run and do meridians would be. The simulated figure clenched his fists as the energy grew even more powerful, allowing the person to command a much more formidable amount of chi than ever before. Smiling with satisfaction, he knew that body reconstruction was a sudden structural reorganization to adapt to a new realm, though this usually only occurred upon reaching transcendence. Since Mu Jingyun's face was now covered in wide, deep cracks and his hair was blown back as if by a strong wind, the swirling energy made him look increasingly powerful to Qingling, who realized he wasn't just breaking through but evolving to absorb the beastly. Mu Jingyun knelt on the ground with his hands on his thighs, his long hair standing on end and his eyes flashing with blue light as the multicolored energy gathered all of its power, leading a weary Qingling to observe that he was following a path entirely different from others, and that a master unlike any other was being. His hair slowly drifted back down to its usual position. Although Mu Jingyun had returned to normal, his eyes seemed more vacant than they had ever been. He stared at his open palms and the wisps of energy radiating from his hands. As he clenched them into fists, he felt a sense of relief, wondering if this was truly the super transcendence. He knelt there looking at his tightly clenched hands and realized all the pain had vanished as his strength returned, making him feel much stronger and wonder if he should consider this a stroke. Mu Jingyun's gaze was filled with doubt and sadness as he questioned if he had truly become. His memories, Zhao Yigong had once crossed his arms and asked if he had ever heard of anyone who could tame a spirit beast to serve as a shik. Mu Jingyun had replied timidly in the affirmative, yet Zhao Yigong maintained his dignified aura and snorted, claiming he did not know who told Mu Jingyun such. Within the old and dark warehouse, Mu Jingyun sat cross-legged on the floor near Mu Yutian, who was sleeping while sitting up with his head hanging down, while across from them, Zhao Yigong leaned against the wall with one leg up and arms crossed, explaining that such a feat was not impossible since two people had already. One was a man in white with long hair and a white beard, while the other was bald with a large bead necklace and a staff, looking much like a monk, and as Zhao Yigong spoke of these fengshe, He admitted he hardly believed it himself despite their existence, as those who tamed spirit beasts were worshipped as these were the individuals who had broken through to the realm of the fawn. Mu Jingyun listened intently to Zhao Yigong's words, which advised him not to worry because they were existences belonging to the realm of the heaven beyond heaven, and besides, one of them was a chimera from the start, so it was enough for him to simply know. Mu Jingyun looked at his own hand and smiled contentedly, thinking that such a level was likely still very far. Qing Ling, lying on the ground, suddenly called out to them. Mu Jingyun turned his head in surprise to look. Sharp gaze seemed to realize that something was. Qing Ling's hand was gradually cracking and breaking apart as the fragments began to drift. Her beautiful face with its red-stained lips also began to show large cracks, allowing purple energy to quickly leak out of her. Mu Jingyun stared in dazed shock at the scene unfolding before his. Qing Ling lay on the ground in her seductive red outfit with her eyes staring blankly into space and her mouth slightly open while the cracks on her body widened and drops of black blood floated into. Mu Jingyun stood beside her with a look of affection as she lay motionless with her long blonde hair spread across the ground, and despite his calm demeanor, he noted that her pale face and exhausted body looked no different even though she was. Qing Ling's body grew faint as her spiritual energy and physical fragments drifted into the air, and although Mu Jingyun stood frozen, he remained composed while sensing that her spirit was. Mu Jingyun looked at the person before him with eyes full of pity and bit his lip while Qing Ling, losing her spiritual energy, told him she had ended up like this trying to save him and that he didn't need to sympathize because she didn't do it for. The blue spiritual light floated gently in front of Mu Jingyun, whose eyes were filled with sorrow, as he wondered why Qing Ling had. Though the cracks grew larger, Qing Ling kept her cold gaze and remained strangely calm, stating that if he died everything would be over, and that he shouldn't be sad just because she was about to die. As her spiritual energy hovered before Mu Jingyun, he looked at her with a questioning gaze and repeated the word dis. Her blonde hair draped over her beautiful face and her red eyes were half closed while her mouth trembled and spiritual energy surged from her widening cracks. Yet she told him not to be sad and asked him to make her. Her eyes were tightly shut and tears flowed from the corners of her lids, as she told him he must seek. Mu Jingyun sat beside her and told her to wait until she recovered before speaking of such things, comforting her by taking her hands, which caused Qing Ling to open her eyes wide. Mu Jingyun gripped her hands firmly and looked as if he was exerting all his effort as the beastly energy from his body began to explode into the surroundings. He transferred it directly into Qing Ling's body while she lay on the ground, completely surprised by his act. His hands remained locked with hers as she realized he was intending to share his remaining beastly energy with her, and because the amount was so massive and pure, she knew she would not only recover quick. As her golden hair fluttered like a flame and her fractured skin glowed within her soft red dress, her face surged with new life and her eyes widened in shock because the energy Mu Jingyun gave her had turned from purple-black into brilliant multicolored wisps that saved her and pushed her breakthrough to the indigo spirit. Red blood splashed through the air, surrounding Qing Ling's delicate and soft jade-like. She arched her chest as if she wanted to fly amidst the chaos of the red beastly energy. Her lips parted in a way that would make anyone's heart. Her refined face was paired with sharp and cold. She spun around and stood up, her red robes fluttering as she fully. Qing Ling touched her hands in complete panic, wondering what had happened, while Mu Jingyun stood nearby with a slight rise. A smug expression appeared on his face as he remembered the ancient book of Yin and Yang, which stated that indigo spirit was a realm where spiritual power almost became physical, surpassing both illusions of sound. A monster with blue eyes and a wide mouth full of sharp teeth, unlike any species found before, appeared as Mu Jingyun wondered if this encounter with the indigo spirit, which was a disaster no less than a demonic beast, was a fated stroke. Happiness was clear on Qing Ling's beautiful face as she stared fixatedly at her hands, which were enveloped in beastly. Mu Jingyun stood behind Qing Ling with a stern expression and asked her to speak, causing her to jump in surprise with wide eyes and sweat on her. Mu Jingyun leaned close to her face while she shyly bit the hem of her red robe and sweated even more as he teased her about what she had said earlier regarding revenge and whether he should call her indigo spirit now, to which she protested that he should use her. Qing Ling and Mu Jingyun stood facing each other until she suddenly lunged to punch him while they played around in front of Kue Zoxia, who had been standing there for a long time and called out to her master in a trembling. They both turned to see Kue Zoxia in a bandaged body, shivering with chains around her neck and her severed hands and eyes full of resentment and grief. Kue Zoxia suddenly regained a happy mood with yellow eyes glowing like the sun and asked the mortal if he had any beastly energy. Yang Wuyuan's arm waved at Mu Jingyun as he promised to wait there. Mu Jingyun turned to leave and noted how happy Yang Wuan looked while Qing Ling flew through the air after him, and Yang Wuan stood at the gate waving cheerfully, telling them to remember to. The man wore a vest revealing his shoulders with his hair pinned up and a mole between his brows, waving his bearded face happily because Kue Zoxia had possessed and taken over his body, and she was happy because she had leveled up and gained a new. Mu Jingyun and Qing Ling watched as Kue Zoxia sat happily amidst the surrounding energy, for she was already close to the green spirit level and the pure energy had allowed her to advance and suppress Yang Wuan when he tried to activate the formation. With a cunning face and glowing blue eyes, Kue Zoxia had quickly released chains to capture the panicked Yang Wuan and enter his body, which was why she was so. Mu Jingyun teased her by suggesting she was happiest because she could read many martial arts manuals now that she was a martial artist again, leading Qingling to express her disgust while Yang Wuan turned away with a shy, bashful smile like a young. Mu Jingyun glanced back smugly and told them it was time. Yang Wuan smiled mischievously while carrying a stack of books but suddenly seemed to discover. In the dim space lit by a few flickering lamps, Yang Wuan froze while passing through a gate as he carried his books and noticed a strange box behind. The ancient box was placed neatly on an exquisitely carved shelf in the center of the large room, and Yang Wuan peered in from the doorway at its look. Despite the chaotic battle, the box remained neatly placed as if nothing had happened, making the girl surprised by the sight and wonder if the immortal wood soul was truly the power of a soul. Calling the past when Mu Jingyun, Qingling, and Kue Zoxia had surrounded the ancient box, Mu Jingyun hesitated and decided they should leave it there. Mu Jingyun gently explained to the girl that if he consumed it now, he feared it would cause. He told her it was best not to touch it and to inform him if anyone entered or came looking. Kue Zoxia's face looked a bit strange with her eyebrows knitted together as if she were weighing Mu Jingyun's. Standing by the door of the room containing the wooden box, she couldn't help but be curious as to why her master left such a dangerous thing behind and what the Sanya mentioned by the old spirit beast was. In the gloomy darkness, an anonymous figure with a hideous three-eyed face and a sinister aura began to reveal it. Yang Wuyan restrained himself and endured the temptation as he leaned his chin against the stack of. Only the hallway and the flickering lights remained in the dark. Yang Wuyan tried to suppress his curiosity and hurriedly walked forward while clutching his books, deciding to just let. The sky was like a painting where sunlight blazed to brighten a region of gloomy dark mountain. Amidst the lush green trees, a hazy mist drifted from the mountains across the sky as with a cowl hiding his face except for his eyes stood in his night robes and sighed, thinking he. While recalling the words of the young lady, he broke into a sweat because though she said he was far too long, making him wonder if something was wrong as he quickly turned to leave. Just as he moved, Mu Jingyun was already standing right beside him and asked if he had waited, causing the assassin to flinch back with clumsy limbs while looking at Jingyun's powerful demonic. For before entering the vault he was only first class, yet now his presence was utterly undetected, which terrified the assassin as he walked away, wondering what enlightenment the boy had achieved. Mu Jingyun turned his face away and called out for him to follow as they prepared to. His long hair fluttered in the wind. The assassin felt the final trial's result was now unpredictable. The moon had risen high and round while shining brighter than usual as the trees sank into, and as the moonlight reflected on the lake, the city looked like a silent painting in the dark. Feet stepped softly through the shadows where a majestic man approached with many iron rings on his, whose waist was cinched tight and who carried a bottle of wine while his black hair and strange made him look fierce as he was revealed as the Thunderbolt Fist King, Yuan Pingxue, one of the five, whose sharp eyes quickly darted around the gloomy grounds of the estate where he stood. Looking at the grounds of the insect, one of the three sects, he remarked on how dismal then a figure appeared behind him laughing and asking if it had been 2 months since they last, to which Yuan Pingxue glanced back with icy eyes and greeted the insect leader after their long. And as the figure stepped out with a pale face and red cheeks like a Japanese geisha, he chuckled. Under the bright and clear moonlight, Yuan Pingxue and the hidden sect leader stood in the courtyard exchanging a few words, and since the leader still wore a human skin mask, he laughed, asking if the man didn't already know that was the law. Yuan Pingxue frowned while his eyes became wary, simply replying that yes, he knew. The sect leader turned his back while holding the mask he usually wore, yet his true face remained unidentifiable. A law Yuan Pingxue understood well since the hidden sect was in charge of intelligence, meaning the only one who knew the gender and appearance of the hidden sect leader was the association master. But even so, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. The sect leader clasped his hands together in a manner resembling a Japanese royal greeting while his gaze looked incredibly cruel. The sect leader spoke to him, asking what business the Fist King had coming here, so Yuan Pingxue quickly took out a wine jar. The wine was placed on the desk by the hidden sect leader, but before that, he asked the man to accept some Scholar's Red, which was a famous wine from the small red province that ranked alongside Daughter's Red and was known as a legendary vintage. The sect leader opened his sharp-as-knives eyes and asked if this item was meant to be a bribe. Inside the pitch-black cave, thousands of yellow charms were tied to red strings, and these strings overlapped each other until they completely filled the cavern. A terrifying expression gradually appeared on Yuan Pingxue's face, yet his eyes showed no fear as he gritted his teeth and spoke bitter words, saying that for this gate opening, he would rely on the leader. The hidden sect leader bowed his head triumphantly and gave a light laugh. On that quiet moonlit night, Yuan Pingxue and the hidden sect leader met privately outside the pavilion, where Yuan Pingxue began speaking about the upcoming gate opening. He paused for a moment before continuing, stating that he was relying on the sect leader. Facing him, the hidden pavilion leader laughed softly. He asked if the man meant that he had to yield his disciple later, which startled Yuan Pingxue and caused a look of confusion to appear in his eyes. The hidden sect leader raised his hand to cover his mouth with a calm gaze, though his words still carried a sense of triumph as he apologized and refused. explaining that he had his own private matters to attend to. Yuan Pingshua's gaze became pensive as the light fell diagonally across his face, highlighting his cold expression. Yuan Pingshue remained standing opposite him with a shocked expression, seemingly put on the defensive by the sect leader, who turned to face him with a majestic air. The hidden sect leader glanced at the wine jar and spoke with deep meaning, saying that since he had received such precious wine, it was hard to flatly refuse the Fist King's invitation, so if their disciples didn't overlap, he would accept the request. Yuan Pingshua's face appeared under a cold blue light, showing he had many calculations and doubts, thinking that the man wanted him to speak first, which he had to accept since he was the one asking for a favor. The image of Yen Yuxiong appeared in his mind as he thought about how he was targeting the child from the Peijing Gate because to practice his ultimate technique, that person needed a strong body. Yuan Pingshue recalled the previous scene where his disciple had collapsed on the floor clutching his waist while his whole body shook and his face contorted in pain. So Yuan Pingshue had rushed to support him, knowing the Yuan-shaking Thunderbolt Fist was a unique martial art requiring complex movements that had left his disciple disabled. The hidden sect leader's lips curled into a slight smile without revealing his eyes, and he covered his mouth with an expression full of hidden meaning, noting that, as he expected, if that were the case. He suddenly changed his attitude and quickly clasped his hands as if rejoicing with a radiant face and a bright smile, sounding triumphant and satisfied as he remarked how lucky it was that he wanted that young lady instead. Both stood facing each other as Yuan Pingshue immediately thought of Mo Hualan, the girl with burnt orange hair tied above her shoulders and a resilient, powerful stance, wondering if the young lady was from the Spotted Flower sect. The sect leader covered his mouth and laughed meaningfully, confirming that was correct. Yuan Pingshue stood opposite him and quickly placed his hands on his hips while the jar of Scholar's Red sat neatly on the small wooden table between them, and he remarked that it was good since he wanted the young boy from Peijing Gate, thanking the sect leader for accepting while the latter laughed loud. Yuan Pingshue narrowed his stern eyes at the sect leader, thinking that the man indeed wanted that child. But it was a pity because the master of the Sound Summoning Valley also wanted that same child. Image appeared of a beautiful woman playing the pipa amidst a hazy light filled with celestial aura, where a pink silk scarf fluttered around her body to create a mysterious beauty. Yuan Pingshue bowed his head and looked at the sect leader thoughtfully, thinking that the hidden sect leader would soon have a headache, and he clasped his hands to bid farewell. At the same time, inside another pavilion, Mo Hualan's small ears twitched slightly when she heard a faint sound. Mu Jingyun sat on a chair facing Mo Hualan, who was kneeling on the floor, and she turned her head suspiciously, wondering why her ears suddenly felt so itchy. Mu Jingyun casually asked if her ears were itchy, and she replied in a fluster that they weren't. Returning to the present, Mo Hualan finally asked why he had called her there. Mo Hualan's eyes looked up at Mu Jingyun with so much suspicion and worry that she began to sweat, wondering if something was going to happen in the middle of the night. Mu Jingyun sat grandly with his legs crossed on the wooden chair, resting his left arm on the armrest as he teased her, asking if she could give him this night. Mo Hualan suddenly hugged her body defensively with wide eyes and blushing cheeks, screaming out to ask what he meant by giving him the night. She was shocked and sweat poured down her small face as her eyes widened in chaotic thoughts, thinking that calling her here at midnight and asking to spend the night proved he was exactly who she thought. Mu Jingyun showed a friendly smile with sincere eyes that lacked his earlier mischievousness, and he soothed Mo Hualan by asking if she would spar with him tonight. Mo Hualan sat down and breathed a sigh of relief as the suffocating atmosphere vanished, and she asked if he meant sparring, to which Mu Jingyun replied that he wanted to stretch his muscles for tomorrow's gate open. Mo Hualan lowered her head bashfully with a red face and beads of sweat, feeling relieved as she realized that there was no way that man would ever see her as a woman. She looked at him with some suspicion, wondering about the sparring since it was a bit sudden. Mo Hualan's eyes gradually became sharp and burning, while her eyebrows furrowed to show her determination for revenge, as she admitted that she also wanted to wash away her resentment. Mu Jingyun gave a slight smile as he observed her, and Mo Hualan thought that she had been pushed back before because she focused too much on suppression, but if she used a killing move this time and targeted his openings, things would be different. Mu Jingyun spoke up, noting that her eyes were filled with too much ambition, which startled Mo Hualan as she realized he had read her thoughts and she tried to deflect. He stood up with a triumphant look and told her to try and kill him, while Mo Hualan flinched and retreated when she saw him rise. Mu Jingyun performed some arm warm-ups while she watched warily, and he promised that if she could suppress him, he would cure her poison, but Mo Hualan could hardly believe her ears. He raised his finger to swear with extreme confidence, promising her that he would. While he was raising his finger to make the Mo Hualan quickly launched an attack at Mu Jingyun before he could even finish his sentence about her suppressing him. Immediately, Mu Jingyun's finger touched Mo Hualan's neck. Still holding her knife, Mo Hualan froze as she felt his finger against her throat, her panicked face contrasting sharply with Mu Jingyun's arrogant gaze. He released his finger and Mo Hualan startled, clutching her neck in fear and wondering what had happened. Mu Jingyun took the finger he had pointed at her neck and brought it to his tongue, triumphantly teasing her that she was a bit slow. He quickly clenched his fist to show his decisiveness. Under the moonlight, Mu Jingyun looked at his own hand with satisfaction, thinking it wasn't bad. Mu Jingyun recalled Qingling's warning not to be complacent because even though he had shed the label of a green youth, Reaching the threshold of the super-transcendence realm was completely different from mastering. His eyes became pensive as he acknowledged that he knew, and more importantly, he had always viewed martial arts as a tool for revenge. Black demonic energy spread and rose from Mu Jingyun's hands as he thought that while he had always seen martial arts as a tool for vengeance, he now felt a completely different emotion. It's a night as red as blood and a sky swirling with evil demonic energy. A strange red light covered Mu Jingyun's face and twisted his features while his sharp, glowing red eyes stared at his palm and his mouth curled into a demonic smile, wanting more and wanting to try more. Surrounded by the demonic energy radiating from him, Emo Hualan was shocked and felt a sense of loss, realizing the person before her had completely changed. Emo Hualan stood there unable to take her eyes off Mu Jingyun as the demonic energy filled the air, and although he looked calm, his interior was full of conflict, making her realize that while she thought their gap wasn't large recently, a wall now stood between. Mu Jingyun stood arrogantly with his arms spread as if controlling the demonic energy around his body against the red sky. His face full of satisfaction and his eyes shining with a mad red light. Emo Hualan stared at him blankly, seeing an existence that made her feel terrified. Next morning was the final opening ceremony of the Corpse Blood Valley, and when the sun was high, thousands of people poured into the capital with lively laughter and an energetic atmosphere. Before the city gate, the master of Corpse Blood Valley was surrounded by many guards, and he stopped while looking around warily. Sunlight shone through the roof tiles of the fortress toward the crowd moving forward, and there appeared to be someone who looked very familiar. Looking closely, it was none other than the hidden sect leader who had added orange highlights to his sharp eyes today, making the observer wonder if it was true. He walked past the master of Corpse Blood Valley with a dignified and imposing air, appearing different than before yet unmistakably the sect leader, though one wondered why he was here since he usually never attended such events. A woman in purple embroidered robes waited to perform several songs on the pipa. The initial sounds caused the guards of the master of Corpse Blood Valley to clutch their ears in panic. Yuan Pingxue sat with folded arms and began to sigh in boredom at the spectacle, ignoring the dark sect leader who sat nearby chuckling behind his hand. The woman continued to play happily even though the piercing sound was deafening enough to make the city folk cower, including the master of Corpse Blood Valley who recognized the arrival of that wench, the master of Sound Beckoning Valley, Hang Ruolyang, dressed in magnificent purple with her hair flowing gracefully in the wind, plucked the pipa strings with expert hands despite the harsh and terrifying sound produced. Her beautiful face suited the purple eyeshadow perfectly as her slender fingers plucked the strings with a melancholic elegance. Guard of the master of Corpse Blood Valley bowed his head and trembled in fear as the master stood right beside him, unable to abandon his usual bad habit. The master of Corpse Blood Valley recalled Ruolyang's arrogant face, always inseparable from her pipa, and how the Vice Association leader had once warned the wench for channeling sound techniques into her music to cause chaos, a warning she utterly ignored. Hang Ruolyang flashed a confident smile with eyes half closed as her hands glided over the strings, releasing sound like a lightning strike that stirred the atmosphere. The sound reached a guard's ears, causing him to collapse to the ground in a speechless heap. The master of Corpse Blood Valley felt forced to act, reaching for the sword at his hip to deliver a finishing blow because he had no other choice. A man in brown boots stepped forward and shouted for Master Hang to stop. The king of the bright blade, with a ferocious face and a massive blade on his back, stood directly behind Hang Ruolyang. She was startled in the middle of her playing. Hang Ruolyang's face showed fear as she warily acknowledged the arrival of the king of the bright blade. As the king of the bright blade's silhouette ascended the stairs, she followed closely behind him, stammering that she had not meant it that way even though he asked if he wasn't allowed to be there. The king of the bright blade took his seat while Hang Ruolyang stood passively behind him until he told her to settle down. Noting that she was preventing the master of Corpse Blood Valley from beginning the opening ceremony, Hang Ruolyang broke into a cold sweat and clicked her tongue in frustration. She remembered lying terrified on the ground when his blade had been driven into the earth just a finger's width from her life, leading the master of Corpse Blood Valley to recall that the king of the bright blade was her natural enemy due to their past conflict. Stood majestically from left to right were Yuan Pingxue, the king of the bright blade, the dark sect leader, and Hang Ruolyang, leaving the master of Corpse Blood Valley to wonder why the king of the bright blade, who already had exceptional disciples, was interested in coming today. A young man with long hair tied high looked surprised at something strange, while another young man standing nearby glanced over. 4 figures sat with imposing authority on the front row, making others wonder which talent the king of the bright blade, the dark sect leader, and the Sound Beckoning Valley master were targeting. The master of Corpse Blood Valley approached the king of the bright blade with a bow to express his honor at the visit, receiving a folded arm greeting in return after so long. The master of Corpse Blood Valley expressed his surprise at the visit while the king of the bright blade firmly stated that everything happens for a reason, leaving the master curious about what that reason was. The king of the bright blade's eyes became pensive, as if he had just realized something. Among the participants lined up before him, 2 individuals in the middle stood out as the most brilliant and distinct from the rest. The king of the bright blade exhaled sharply in anger, thinking to himself that he had believed the man was already dead. It was the elegant face of Mu Jingyun, who offered a friendly yet challenging smile. The king of the bright blade ground his teeth in a frenzy, shocked that Mu Jingyun dared to appear here alive and well. He recalled yelling at his disciple in anger, demanding to know exactly who had defeated him. The trembling disciple tried to explain that he would have won if not for his carelessness. But the king irrelevant to that, the king only cared about the name of the opponent. The shaken disciple replied that the name was Mu Jingyun. Now Mu Jingyun's appearance before him left the old man in suspicious disbelief about how he could still be alive. The king of the bright blade clenched his fist, thinking that even with the moon-vein sword art, survival in Corpse Blood Valley should have been impossible, leading him to believe that perhaps heaven had taken pity after his long lament. Returning to the memory, the king asked why they had quarreled, to which the foolish disciple nervously explained that he had tried to touch the man without realizing he had entered the state of selflessness. Before the disciple could finish, the king punched him in the head, causing the man to plead for forgiveness. King of the Bright Blade only became more enraged and told him to shut up. Ending his reminiscence, the king of the Bright Blade continued to calculate, noting that the boy had not only survived but had passed the final trial of Corpse Blood Valley. Highly evaluating him, he realized this lad was indeed a very different kind of child. He thought with a devious smile that if the boy proved his worth, he would take him as a disciple despite any objections from other leaders. The old man continued to observe another face, realized it was Mu Xiaotian. Although he was somewhat surprised the boy was alive, he had predicted it given his natural talent for martial arts, even if he hadn't expected him to endure until the final trial. Moreover, the hardships seemed to have made his gaze even more steady than before. The king of the Bright Blade felt a bit of joy, thinking that his decision to come here was correct. His aura shifted in anticipation of the trial's outcome. The master of Corpse Blood Valley spoke up to begin, announced that the final trial was now officially underway. Everyone noticed something which, the match bracket board being brought out by two men from the valley. Mu Xiaotian quickly concluded that the final trial would be. Master of Corpse Blood Valley looked at the expressions of the participants and noted that they seemed to have realized the final trial of the valley was, emphasized that it was indeed a martial arts tournament. The master explained that while previous trials tested their limits, this final trial was the chance to show their potential to the examiners present. Following his gaze, everyone saw the faces of the examiners as the man added that the winner of this final trial would have the opportunity to choose their future teacher. The crowd below began to whisper in excitement about the possibility of becoming a disciple of the Five Kings or the sect leader. The master of Corpse Blood Valley ignored the chatter and succinctly wished them the best in the fight for victory. The students below showed various expressions ranging from interest to worry. Mu Xiaotian thought only of preventing Mu Jingyun rather than choosing anyone. The one he referred to was Mu Jingyun, who looked more bored than worried. He was actually thinking about something else, searching for someone among the examiners but finding no sign. He had hoped to hear information about the ghost sword from the white-robed, silver-haired Poison King Xiao by Shixia, but now wondered if he needed to change his plan of using his 3 stone tablets to request guidance from one of the 2 kings. The master of Corpse Blood Valley had said he could seek guidance from any leader including the 5 kings or 3 sect leaders, forcing him to concede that there was no other way. His muttered comment about how dull it was caught the attention of those nearby. Mu Xiaotian focused on the upcoming match while frowning at the mismatching numbers. A member of the valley brought out a wooden box as the master called for the names to be announced for the drawing, starting with Mu Xiaotian and Yan Wuxiang. As Mu Xiaotian stepped up to draw his number, he thought that if it were so, he received his answer when the master announced that Mu Xiaotian had drawn number 6 and would receive a bye to the next round. Mu Xiaotian looked at the bracket and confirmed his suspicion about a lucky draw, silently walked past the jealous Yan Wuxiang as the master called for the next draw. Yan Wuxiang drew number 4, Wu Changyao drew number 3, and Mo Xiaolan drew number 2. Finally, it was Jingyun's turn as the official announced Mu Jingyun. He reached into the box to pull out a number, was announced as number 1. Jingyun showed his number to everyone. Wu Changyao immediately realized his opponent and felt a flicker of worry. Lian Jia drew number 5 and was announced as having a bye to the next round. Completing the match bracket, Wu Changyao and Mu Jingyun walked past each other. Changyao sighed as he looked at the bracket and lamented the outcome, wondered why the most difficult name was his first opponent, reassured himself that no matter the opponent, he could not lose because of his hidden trump card. Qingling confirmed the mundane nature of the situation to Mu Jingyun. Changyao approached Jingyun to comment on their upcoming match, suggested they both do their best regardless of who won while offering his hand. Jingyun gave him the cold shoulder and said it would be difficult, leaving him standing there awkward. Mu Jingyun explained with a cold face that if he used his full strength, the match would be over in the blink of an eye. Wu Changyao clenched his teeth to maintain his composure, while inwardly cursing the man's talent for provocation. Just as the announced for the 2 to step onto the arena stage, the 2 moved toward the platform after receiving the notification. Wu Changyao suggested a bet if he were so confident and Jingyun casually asked what the bet was. Changyao smiled dangerously and proposed that the winner would become the elder brother of the other to establish hierarchy. Jingyun looked thoughtful, prompting the narrow-eyed man to think he was scared and told him he didn't have to if he lacked confidence. Jingyun dismissed the idea as boring, surprising Wu Changyao, proposed instead that the loser must act as the other's dog, asking if he was willing to bet with a dangerous expression. Wu Changyao frowned, thinking the provocation was going too far. Jingyun threw his own words back at him by asking if he lacked confidence. Wu Changyao muttered the word dog under his breath. The surrounding crowd watched the spectacle unfold. Even the dark sect leader and the sound-beckoning valley master enjoyed the scene. The king of the bright blade felt a bit out of place, thinking the Mu boy had skill but seemed a bit The elder with the three-tufted beard was also anxious to ask about Wu Changyao and wondered if there were examinees like that in this gate's opening. So he asked who Wu Changyao was, as the subordinate immediately reported. Apart from his background in a small to medium-sized sect, the subordinate did not know much about him yet, which made the elder feel a bit of regret since it was truly astonishing, and he wondered if he had made his decision too hastily, as the reason the examiners reacted that way was because they recognized Wu Changyao's cultivation, while the Bright Blade King also thought to himself that the boy was already at the peak transcendent realm, and that the peerless realm was incredibly close to. So at this moment Mu Jingyun also revealed the true chi of his actual cultivation. And then the Blood Valley Master also made an announcement, inviting the examinees to stabilize their position. Wu Changyao responded to the earlier proposal made by Mu Jingyun and agreed that it should be done. Then the two of them stood in combat stances on the arena, and after the signal was given the match, Wu Changyao continued to say to Mu Jingyun that whoever loses, that person shall become a... And on the duel stage Wu Changyao repeated Mu Jingyun's demand that whoever loses shall be made. For whether it was Mu Jingyun or Wu Changyao, both were immensely confident in their own ability. And Mu Jingyun said that he was merely saying, even though it was definitely going to be Wu Changyao, as Mu Jingyun flashed a confident smile and asked, just as a strike was unleashed by, and he rushed toward Wu Changyao while saying it was because he would definitely... We left the crowd of examinees observing the scene amazed at how fast, as Wu Changyao performed the ultimate technique known as the disordered flowing. Mu Jingyun was not sluggish and managed to avoid the opponent's incoming, as the boy smirked while launching a counterattack and noting that it was quite... However, one of Wu Changyao's punches suddenly landed on Mu Jingyun, which caught the boy completely off, and the examiners, including the Blade King and the group of examinees who were watching intently, were also filled with astonishment, as after taking a hit from his opponent, Jingyun could not help but fall back a few steps. While on Wu Changyao's side, he was taking the lead and released even more offensive moves by using a stored fist of Wu Citadel along with disordered flowing water from his... So Wu Jingyun could only continuously and passively take the... And by now he had been knocked quite far. But Wu Xiong could not help but blurting out as Mu Yutian also realized that the technique was the right fist left, as Wu Changyao now pulled back into a defensive stance while his hands remained as one fist and one... And with a mocking smile, he asked if Mu Jingyun was surprised. Mu Jingyun remained calm and said nothing, so Wu Changyao continued by stating that his ultimate technique was the right fist, left palm, as two different colors of magical art appeared, while the Bright Blade King watched the battle from below the stage and, as someone with vast knowledge of the martial world, he thought to himself about the right fist left, as no one who learned martial arts was unaware that such a thing was nearly impossible. Because to perform it, the practitioner must circulate their energy through two separate lines of thought, and just one small mistake could cause their internal breath to be severely affected. So even peerless masters would not dare to execute it. Once it was successfully used, the right hand would act as a fist while the left hand would act as a... And Wu Changyao was quite smug, saying it must feel like facing two masters at the same... Which the Bright Blade King silently evaluated, noting that it truly felt like being under attack by two separate people and that it was unfortunate for that. The elder looked at Wu Changyao, who was a level higher, and thought that among all the geniuses he had met, this one was the most prominent, and the victory or defeat of this match seemed to... And yet, in the face of his opponent's talent, Mu Jingyun's expression remained unchanged. He even smiled and said that this was all quite good and very interesting, which was a reaction far beyond everyone's imagination, especially for Wu Changyao, who furrowed his brows in suspense. As he then smiled again and asked if Mu Jingyun could still act so as to see, he stomped his feet and used a flash step to rush toward Jingyun while asking how much longer he could stay arrogant, using a combo of one fist and one palm where disordered flowing water was combined with a punishing, and he confidently felt that this battle had reached its conclusion, thinking to himself that it was... But suddenly, hands of Mu Jingyun also manifested two separate and distinct flows of true energy, showing fist, left, so fist met, and palm met, as Mu Jingyun easily neutralized his opponent's moves by using the exact same method as his opponent while both of them continuously exchanged strikes, technique for technique and fist for... A scene that astonished all the spectators, including the Bright Blade, the group belonging to the Dark Sect, the other examinees. Most of all, the person who was most shocked at this moment was Wu Chang. As the stands fell into a rare moment of temporary silence, and Yuan Pingxue asked blankly what was happening, while the Bright Blade King also muttered to himself about Mu Jingyun, as the elder silently judged whether the boy had just looked at his opponent's right fist, left palm, and then imitated. The Dark Sect leader laughed strangely, saying it was truly interesting and that the boy was a genius, a total genius. While beside him, the soul-beckoning Valley Master panted with excitement over that, as she looked at Mu Jingyun with a gaze of desire and thought that she must have that. Wu Changyao, who was still clashing, angrily asked if Mu Jingyun was imitating, though the ultimate taboo in combat is letting emotions take control. So Mu Jingyun seized his opening and landed a strike on his, causing Wu Changyao to feel a sharp pain as he was immediately forced back, falling completely into a passive state as he was overwhelmed and beaten down by Mu Jingyun. And at that moment, Mu Jingyun suddenly changed his move and raised his leg, preparing to unleash a kick. The smooth, mysterious kick. As the kick immediately landed straight on Wu Changyao's, he coughed up blood in pain while his legs felt heavy. Wu Changyao retreated while using his arms for defense, concluding that the technique's transformations were too terrible and that the boy was no longer simply imitating him. Furthermore, he realized that the opponent's power, technique, and application had all completely surpassed his own. Wu Changyao couldn't help but feel devastated, realizing he was like a bug being toyed with before such overwhelming strength. Mu Yutian had been watching the match from the start and felt things had exceeded his imagination, thinking fearfully about how the boy could do this when even he looked ordinary standing next to Changyao. The Dark Blade King suppressed his surprise and analyzed the situation, wondering if the boy had executed a technique that even Supreme Masters found difficult, questioning if he was a rare genius of the Central Plane. He rejected his own thought and decided that the boy should be called a monster instead. While Wu Changyao continued to take painful blows, he thought with difficulty, wondering if he was actually losing. He couldn't accept it and gritted his teeth in anger. His usual calm demeanor completely vanished. He screamed in fury that it was impossible before channeling his energy to stomp the ground, sending rocks flying as he lunged at Mu Jingyun like a madman. In contrast to his loss of composure, Mu Jingyun calmly dodged the attack. Changyao continued to howl that the one who acted like a dog should be the opponent. He continued to strike frantically while he spoke. Mu Jingyun offered a happy smile as he evaded the strike and lowered his body. This movement confused Wu Changyao. As Mu Jingyun began to speak, everyone in the spectator stands. This final scene with different expressions, some watching for fun, and some in horror. He continued to speak to him, telling him to bark loudly. Then he delivered the final finishing blow. Wu Jingyun's legs surged toward Changyao's face. The force of the kick was incredibly powerful, revealing that his earlier crouching movement was to plant his hands on the ground to gain leverage for this final strike. Changyao took a heavy hit and flew back, unable to understand how the boy could strike from that position before he lost consciousness. Wu Changyao's body fell to the ground. The stands fell into a profound silence. The master of Corpse Blood Valley announced loudly that the match was over. Winner was Mu Jingyun. Wu Changyao lay motionless on the stage.
Mu Jingyun vor a victorias